There were many incredible things in the life of the main character of our story, but it all starts with one unfortunate incident. It all started when a lady with a magnificent figure tried to split him, but it's not so easy to do. Our hero's name is Eri, which really surprised the girl, since this name is a female one. She didn't like the hero's excessive talkativeness, and she decided to intimidate him by pressing on the most painful place. Ari's lie could cost the life of his little friend, whom he loves so much. The lady asks our hero where he found a can of cola when all the stores are empty, but receives nothing in response. Then she scares Ari, as a result of which he is ready to die if only they would not touch his friend in this way. She is ready to kill him, but how can she do this in response to saving her own life? Because she drank a sweet drink. Ari offers the heroine a reward that she cannot refuse, since it is difficult to find even a crumb of bread at the moment. The hero has a lot of fresh vegetables that he can share in cooperation, but if it goes beyond the scope of a business relationship, he will not live. A girl named Brooke is interested in what the young man is looking for, and in response, she receives a desire to find an experienced guide in this world. Eri doesn't need slaves. He needs technology like a laser cannon, which they have but cannot produce, which is why he ended up in this wasteland. But the girl understands that here every passerby can create weapons, and everyone who cannot do this is of interest. Everything Ari said about weapons was just dust to distract attention, and he receives a natural question about a reward for the girl for her work. Ari's lack of knowledge about currency forces him to ask directly about her desires, and in the end, he receives information about guns, crystals, and most importantly about food. It turns out that Brooke really liked the chicken curry, which she ate in a matter of seconds. But after Ari's answer, she begins to doubt the veracity of his words. As a result, she wants to use her favorite torture, which almost always leads to a positive result. Ari sincerely asks not to do this. As a result, he offers her payment in the amount of 10 cans of canned food per month. Her food will be the concern of our hero. The girl likes this answer, and he understands that an evil woman is standing in front of him. Since they are now partners, Ari asks to untie himself so he can finally feel free. But because he was tied up for too long, his hands became numb. Now that Ari's safety is Brooke's responsibility, they begin to question whether they should leave the building. Since this location is currently the safest, it will be their meeting place. The year is 2190. They are in the city of Vanhai, where zombies and other creatures roam the streets, turning everything into ruins. Our hero has just graduated from college, and instead of sitting at home, he went to a planet that exists in a parallel universe. It all started a few months ago, when our hero did not even suspect that he might have a certain ability. In June 2017, our hero, suspecting nothing, talked to his mother and asked her for financial help. But she's angry because her son graduated from college a year ago, and still hasn't found a good job when his cousins found jobs right after graduation. As a result, she begins to invite Ari to return home and help his father on the pig farm, since he is not able to survive in large cities. Ari has no interest in raising pigs, which drives his mom crazy, because pigs are the only reason his family has money for school. Ari comes up with the idea of ending this conversation prematurely, in order to end this argument that is going nowhere. Ari is only 23 years old, and a year after graduating, he cannot find a job. Suddenly, he notices a shooting star and begins to wish for a wonderful job, as they say that it can make any wish come true. His wish list included a promotion, appointment as CEO, and a wedding to Miss Perfect. But suddenly it was noticed that the star was changing its movement. She flew straight at our hero. No matter how strange it may sound, the star fell right on the guy. After this incident, Ari discovered an incredible ability that many can only dream of. The ability consisted of traveling through time and space, and it was also noticed that when 100 kilowatts were absorbed, the tattoo on the wrist was filled. The tattoo allowed not only to travel in time, but also to enter parallel space at any time. The bracelet also contains spatial storage, which is a storage room with an area of 1 square meter. The first time travel led our hero to a house where no human had set foot for a long time. A newspaper was found on the floor of the building, which wrote about the Third World War, during which nuclear weapons were used. After returning home from this dangerous place, the tattoo disappeared, so the hero needs to recharge. Following a powerful recharge, the hero argues that there is probably something valuable in that world, but without proper preparation, he will easily get into trouble. Therefore, they decided to buy a lot of food, which would definitely be enough for 3 days. After a soft and spectacular landing in the future, being in complete silence, our hero concluded that zombies do not go outside during the day. But no matter how quiet it is on the street, it is necessary to find a safe place, which our hero noticed without problems. It seemed to him that no one had been inside the building for a long time, and that it was quite safe. Then they began to ask our hero for help. But out of surprise, he thought that there was a ghost in front of him and began to attack him. Imagine his surprise when, after the blow, he saw a beautiful girl and not a ghost. The beautiful lady, as if in a fog, asks for water, to which our hero quickly reacts, but due to his clumsiness, drops it. Then she asks for food, and our hero helps her, drops her again, which is why he receives threats. Ari doesn't let her finish and asks her to eat in peace, and we know what happened next. And, closing the door, Brooke asks him how he will deliver supplies here, to which she is assured that there is no need to worry about this. Here Ari's attention was drawn to technologies that he had never seen and on which he could make money, but it turned out that most of them stopped working. But if you disassemble them into parts and sell them at the survivor base, you can increase your budget a little. Ari thinks that all the geniuses will fight for him for a can of fresh canned food, while the girl argues that all these fortifications are useless. The main thing is to be quiet. Ari understands perfectly well that this protection is not from zombies, but from uninvited guests in the form of ordinary but dangerous people. Brooke asks the guy for his ID so she can send him a map of the area, but he doesn't have it. This surprises her very much, because without it, it is difficult to explore the city, especially when there is an increased background radiation around. So she gives Ari the ID that she took from the corpse. As a result, she learns that none of Ari's parameters have reached 20. After which she begins to doubt that there is a man sitting in front of her, to which he invites her to make sure of his masculine strength. But then our little boss fell silent, because he understands that it is better to do this at home in complete safety. Brooke thinks that the guy in front of her is not so bad, which makes her laugh. And this surprises the guy, because she can be very nice. Finally, he tells her that he needs the gold of this world, because if the world is in complete chaos, no one in their right mind would exchange food for all sorts of trinkets. He offers the lady a delicious, aromatic loaf that she cannot refuse. Ari reveals that he will provide her with 3 meals a day and offers her fresh food. She is very surprised that anyone cares about her, as she has met people who tried to feast on her and roast her like a pig. As a result, her cheeks turned red and she quickly changed the topic to gold, which is in the bank vault, but its delivery is much more difficult than mining. She says that due to electromagnetic waves, all the equipment in the city is just piles of rubbish, to which the guy reassures her that she needs to focus only on the search. Brooke packs her backpack, making sure she has the necessary items such as a flashlight, food, a hazmat suit, and most importantly, a weapon. But before leaving, Ari wants to know her parameters, after which he doubts that the person standing in front of him is because they are much larger than his. After saying goodbye, he decided to return to his home, because there was not a second to lose. The time has come to recharge, but with a regular tea the process will be too long. So our hero uses a shield, but he overdid it, and the lights went out on the street. Our hero is thinking that he needs to find a more powerful source of energy, but it's too difficult to think on an empty stomach. After some time, Ari prepared a sumptuous dinner, and he began to think that he had studied for the wrong profession. He is glad that he was born in the wrong hole, although his reasoning leads to the idea that during the Third World War, such an insignificant person like him would have died immediately. But this is not the time to think about it. It's time to return to the destroyed world with fulfilled supplies. After moving, Ari did not even use up more than half of the charge, which led him to the idea that the capacity could increase depending on the number of charges. Here he needs to make sure of something. He finds the switchboard, which he turned on. It turned out that all the equipment was in working order. He is already starting to like life here, when suddenly he sees the heroine who found gold in a short time. She decided to climb over the fence the old-fashioned way, as she had done many times. But it turned out that the fence opened automatically, and as a result, she hurt her side. It turns out that the bank was full of zombies. The vault was protected by several layers, and she was lucky that the gold was also in the VIP room. Ari took the bag from her with such pleasure and never expected it to be so heavy. He was very surprised that such a heavy bag was carried by a fragile girl, and as a reward, he gave her a can of cola. She really liked it, and in addition the cola was cold, but unfortunately, she did not receive an answer about where he found it. Brooke decided to tell him that in order to blow up the vault, they would need explosives, or a hacker who could crack the electronic lock. Explosives can be found in the city of Luden, and despite the fact that this is an interesting place, not everyone has enough money to buy in this place. Those who visit this place must pay 1 unit of crystal or its equivalent before they can pass. For 1 energy you can get some part of canned food. It can buy a lot of things, but what attracted Ari most was that this crystal could charge his tattoo. This energy is the currency of many settlements and can be exchanged for almost anything your heart desires, and Ari offered cans of canned food for it. And then Brooke decided to tell her that in these realities, Canned food consists of meat from mutated cows, and the taste of this dish leaves much to be desired. Ari understands that he is not suitable for this world, and, looking at the bag full of gold, he thinks that it is time to stop right now, because they can make canned food out of it at any moment. Distracted from his thoughts, he tells a sweet lie that his world is as cruel as this one. If only she would understand and believe him. And then Brooke convinces him that his safety is now her priority, so he should not conduct transactions alone. The lady is absolutely delighted when she finds a working refrigerator filled with food. It's time for Ari to celebrate the arrival of his first subordinate, in honor of which he will throw a luxurious dinner without using canned food. She is completely delighted. She has a lot of questions, but they promise to discuss everything after dinner. But for now she has a meeting with tomatoes. For dinner they will have tomato scrambled eggs. Thinking about her childhood, about the marauders who plundered poor and unprotected settlements, Our Lady was carried away by cutting a tomato, but Ari's voice brought her out of her thoughts, and, not noticing the force of the pressure, she almost broke the board. Cooking is an art in which every ingredient deserves attention, and careful and painstaking work will be rewarded with a beautiful dish. The lady devoured the resulting dish on both cheeks, and you can bet all the resources in this world that no one alive today has tried tomato scrambled eggs. There are a lot of questions for Ari, especially about where he gets all these products. But all this is not so easy to describe. The girl has a lot of words in her head to describe this situation, and this moment is best described as a fairy tale. When she was still a child, there were several books in the settlement that described a happy family, friends, and pure love, which in essence is a fairy tale. In response to this, Ari decides that he can return home after some time, but for now he can relax and drink strong drinks. Having tried this drink for the first time, Brooke compares it to cola, which is quite pleasant compared to this tasteless junk. Ari agrees with this, but thanks to him, everything that accumulates inside can be released. All adversity can be released. As a result, our heroes decided to drink until they win. Here, Ari claims that the monsters in this world are not so terrible, because he has a much scarier monster at home, which is called graduation, and all the students are afraid of it. Graduation not only takes away the carefree years of students, but also takes away money from parents. Later in life, it comes time to make serious decisions that you are not capable of. Afterwards, you have to work in companies and earn a living, which is difficult, and for any mistake your boss will torture you. But for the heroine, this is impossible, because she has excellent physical characteristics, and it is she who will torture everyone. She offers to look at her ID, but she's already had too much to drink and is starting to lose consciousness, so she uses the guy's shoe instead. Ari took his shoe away from her, which she really didn't like, but she doesn't have time to react. He decided to show her who the boss was. But he didn't expect that Brooke still had the strength to fight him. She sees his chicken and laughs at the size. This made him very angry, which led to a rapid increase. And now he will show all his strength and power to prove what he is made of. After 10 battles, the energy accumulated over 20 years was spent in 4 hours. After everything that has happened, Ari promises to be responsible, to which Brooke asks him if he is going to marry her. Ari promises her a bright future. He will not leave her and will help in her affairs, after which she accepts him as her man. After training last night, our hero finds it difficult to move quickly, to which the girl again doubts his masculine nature. Then Ari notices that the clouds are thickening in the sky, but it turns out that these are not clouds, but radiation dust, and as long as the identifier contains iodine, the radiation level will not exceed the threshold limit. Last night, the decision was made to use the graph to enhance Ari's abilities, and so now they will be going through a crowd of zombies. The best place to practice your shooting skills is on the battlefield. So now Ari has her own weapon. Brooke offers him a firearm to introduce him to. Namely an assault rifle. It can even be used as a poker. Despite the terrifying appearance of some species, not all of them are aggressive, such as rats or cockroaches, and zombies stop all activities during the day. You should be wary of predators who do not care what type of meat they eat. But the most dangerous are people themselves. But then Brooke notices that everything around is somehow empty, which means that something even stronger is nearby. It turns out that there is a battle ahead, and our heroes are running in that direction. Running after this woman is a dangerous business, because sooner or later you can get into trouble. On the spot, people are fighting with an unknown creature for this. They need explosives and ammunition. Our guy is scared by the whole situation, and he doesn't understand what kind of mountain of meat is in front of him. Warriors need fire, otherwise they will not last long and die the death of the brave. In the end, thanks to the anti-tank gun, we managed to neutralize this big guy, who is also called Roshan. It turns out that these warriors collect crystals. In addition, Roshan can be used as fertilizer. The soldiers noticed our heroes and asked to show the gene code, which is used as a user identifier. DNA is used for personal identification. Ari has just witnessed signs of civilization, but it turns out that it exists everywhere, only in an unusual form. The guiding principle of 6th Street is one of indifference, as starving men and women are everywhere, and people with missing limbs are a common sight. Here, murder and theft are punishable by execution, fraud leads to eviction, causing harm leads to prison, and our heroes witness the beating of a man by an inspector who is disposing of corpses. To get into the inner circle of 6th Street, our guys need to give 1 crystal, but since they only need to exchange some things, the external market will be enough for them. Despite the dirtiness of the outer market, it is still better than the slums. The bodies of some thieves will be dragged to the farm at night and mixed with the fat that was collected in the camp, and it will all be turned into fertilizer. On the street in broad daylight, girls are being sold for 50 crystals, and the seller guarantees this time the goods are of the highest quality. As a result, the transaction took place for 40 crystals, and the buyer demands that next time there will also be a high-quality product, and the discount must also be remembered. It turns out that a new Ray Hotel has opened, in which guests are provided with various services that correspond to their perverted fantasies. The slave trader uses cloning technology to obtain low-quality clones, which are considered not people, but objects to satisfy his needs. Ari asks what the shelter is, to which Brooke tells him about his base 071, in which, despite the control, people were happy. Brooke heard that the creator of base 070 abandoned his idea of a spiritual mentor and turned the base into hell. He got rid of the men, leaving women as slaves. Dear subscriber, it seems to me or this man reminds me of someone. Write your guess in comments. Don't forget to leave a like. It helps promote the channel. I buy food for your views. Thank you all very much. I love you. You are the best viewers. It stores the DNA from which bodies are born, then memories are downloaded into them, and it is possible that their creator believes that this product will be popular in the wasteland. Now the heroes have met a trading robot, whose job is to evaluate goods, and every day he encounters objects that correspond to the given area. But when the robot met our guy, he couldn't believe that there was an object in front of him with absolutely no radiation, which is a miracle for this time. Having learned that our hero had many similar products, the robot immediately sent him to the VIP room. Our heroes left the VIP room without doing absolutely anything there. For each can of food, Ari only received 50 crystals, which is essentially a robbery, since these are luxury items that some people might resort to extreme measures for. Then Brooke decided to ask if he understood that the room they were in did not exist for the exchange of valuable goods. In this room, it is possible to perform special services that only the imagination is capable of. But our hero was not upset that he could not use them, because now he has a girl like Brooke next to him. It turns out that our heroes are being followed, and the best way to get rid of it is to show their feelings in public, which causes embarrassment to others. The main thing here is not to look back so as not to attract attention, and at the next intersection, our heroes will get rid of those who decided to watch them. Vaccine T prevents people from turning into zombies, while Vaccine C changes the physical abilities of the body, and these changes occur quite quickly. 1 injection and the vaccine is administered, which is also a fairly quick process. Now all that remains is to wait, and at this time you can do replenishment of supplies, as well as other interesting things. The place where our heroes are staying is elite, and therefore an intruder here can be shot without asking permission. The unknown person begins to deny the surveillance, although he was asked about something completely different. Half an hour ago, Brooke disappeared without even warning, when suddenly a tied-up man fell into the room. This man starts yelling that this is all illegal, that Brooke will not be allowed to leave the street, to which Our Lady does not pay attention. Looking at his clothes, you can easily guess that he is definitely not from this street, which means that someone sent him here. To speed up the interrogation, Brooke begins to threaten him with a pistol and promises to shoot at the most vulnerable spot every 10 seconds. Brooke is almost counting to 10 when suddenly Ari calls her and distracts her from her plan. Ari doesn't like this method of solving the problem, because you can achieve what you want in completely different ways. He invites the man to make contact, but if he refuses, then mutant dogs will be invited, who will gladly dine for him. Instead of violence, Ari prefers to make deals, and if the man, whose name is not remembered, is willing to cooperate, he will receive the crystal. Of course, he can always lie. But this will be a fatal mistake, and the man cannot stand it, and admits that it was the ashes of mercenaries. Brooke has little information about this, and the spy begins his story from the very beginning. Our heroes were noticed by a group who recognized them as a walking pile of crystals. The boss found one fairly fat lamb, but first he needs to be sure of this. This group noticed that Ari had left the VIP room and that a girl was walking next to him, who could cause them a lot of problems. The leader, named Mike, sends one of his men after a special person, and he continues surveillance, because potential victims cannot be overlooked. As a result, they brought a guy to Mike who was sent to keep an eye on our couple. For this work, he is offered 5 crystals, and the boy immediately agrees for this reward. Mike starts to argue that our couple are just fools who tried their luck on 6th Street, but he still doesn't want to give them to anyone else, because now they are his target. As a result, Ari and Brooke learned all the information from the spy, for which he demands the crystal. Before he had time to realize what was happening, he received a bullet in the forehead from our boy. As a result, Ari begins to panic, and Brooke tries to calm him down by taking the pain for herself. But Ari claims that he will get used to it, and he will be more confident in the future. Brooke wonders if Ari will stay here because he has become a very important man in her life. She sincerely asks him not to leave her, to which Ari promises to always be with her. And at that moment his plan collapsed, because now he cannot drop everything and leave. If it weren't for the strong smell of blood, our hero would have eaten the girl right here and now, and they decided to take a relaxing shower together. And at this moment she herself will check the effect of the gene injection. It seems that the gene injection worked, because our guy's body was transformed beyond recognition. But it's time to stop flying in the clouds, because they have a poor guy's body in their room that needs to be dealt with. Workers were called to their room, removed all the dirt, and apologized for poor security controls. As an apology, Brooke was offered a free dinner at their restaurant, but she is not ready to go back to Mutant Steaks. Watching Ari, she wonders where he got the bag of rice from. She understands perfectly well that she will not get an answer to this question, so she demands at least 3 plates of this dish. Seeing the finished dinner, she asks a big question, because in front of her there are unprecedented dishes. Literally in a short period of time, all the dishes were eaten, and the rice, which was intended for 3 days, was enough for 1 time. This greatly surprises the main character, because with such an appetite it will be difficult for him to provide food for the 2 of them. To which Brooke promises to reduce her portions, but it was all just a joke from her boyfriend, which makes her very angry. Ari reassures her that it doesn't matter what her appetite is, he will be able to provide her with everything she needs in any case. And now that the gene injection is working, Brooke cannot restrain herself in close contact with Ari, to which he is surprised to send her to bed. If they need to get to the gold, they will have to go through a safe tunnel so as not to get caught by zombies. But the main character did not listen to the girl's reasoning. He was most interested in the technology the girl was using, and she explained to him that she was holding a holographic computer in her hands. And yet the guy asks about the dangerous look, and she shows him the Deathclaw. Fast and agile, protected by armor throughout the body, and the best salvation from him is flight. This species wanders around places that are affected by nuclear bombs, but it can also go out to zombies that roam the wasteland. As a result, our guys have 2 options, which consist of either blowing up the vault or breaking the combination lock. All this information was obtained from the cartographic database of the city of Luden. As a result of logical reasoning, the second option was chosen because the first is too dangerous. Brooke has good shooting skills, but they can't get you very far, so they need an expert who lives in the slums. The main thing is that they should not forget about the mercenaries of the Ashes, because they can strike at any time for their purpose. Then Ari comes up with a plan, and they decide to split up in order to increase the efficiency of their work. Our girl has offended many people, and therefore a pitiful mercenary corps is nothing to her, so she is not afraid to act decisively to protect her loved ones. Due to the accumulation of radiation dust, most UV rays are blocked, so here in the wasteland, despite the summer, it is quite cold. Since bullet manufacturing is one of the simplest processes, technical experts are a poor seller here due to their lack of use. However, Ari was still provided with a list of those who might suit him, unfortunately. It included only criminals. This happened due to the fact that on 6th Street, you can sell either worthless people or criminals, since the rest are the property of the street. Ari is told that there is a collar on the slaves' necks that can explode if necessary, and then he hears a soldier's call. A girl, who is a refugee on this street, darted to Ari's feet. She really asks that Ari's choice falls on her, since she is good at computers. But she is taken away, and our guy is interested in her future fate, because his heart trembled. It turns out that the girl is not so young, she's just not developed, so she looks like a child. And our hero has made his choice, he wants to buy it. The seller wants to offer him much more interesting options, which is why our guy starts to get angry. He sends him to formalize the process. Ari is ready to give 3 crystals, so that this process goes much faster than expected, to which the seller agrees. All the procedures were completed. Ari only had to sign the contract for his safety, which angers the hero. In the end, he finally signed the contract, and the girl officially belongs to him. And this is where Ari's work with the seller ended, but he will be very happy about their work in the future. Our new heroine's name is Alex, and she is very good at calculations. In the field of computing, she achieved a B grade, which indicates that she has good skills in both programming and hacking. It's an interesting situation that with such skills she is still a beggar. But there are too many people with such skills in the slums, and although she is not the best in this field, her potential will move mountains. Our hero acted like a gentleman and gave his coat to Alex, because she was not dressed at all for the weather. After all, in a world where it is not so easy to be treated, it is better to be on the safe side. And now Alex will have a new life, she will even have a sister. His choice surprises Brooke. But how could they miss a computer genius in the slums? Brooke asks if she knows someone, to which she gets a negative answer. Brooke was satisfied with this answer and decided to search Alex to ensure her safety. From such actions, our guy's face turned red, which surprised Brooke. No tracking device was found, and Brooke wonders if Alex is clean. She ends up giving the new girl a sweater to cover her slender body. Now our hero has a slave with whom he can do whatever he wants, and this confuses him. The time has come to get to know them all, because now they are one whole. Ari refuses the owner's word and asks to be called by his name, and, being confident, he wants to remove the bracelet from Alex's neck, and this really scares her. Alex understands that she is very lucky to have such a kind owner. But still, the thought of returning to the slums does not leave her. You can't take off the bracelet for the reason that this girl will feel the guy's wariness, because anything can happen here. Alex understands that the bracelet on her guarantees a sense of security for those around her. She will be obedient, just so as not to be left alone again. Ari assures her that their happiness together lies ahead. While taking a bath together, Brooke tries to reassure the new girl that everything will be fine. Brooke is very surprised by Alex's velvety skin. This happened because of the sleep capsules, which improve one of the conditions of the human body. Our lady is interested in this, and she realizes that the girl in front of her is older than herself. Alex entered the dormitory at 12 to 20 years old, and due to the vaccine, she looks only 2 years older than she was. Her body is only 16 years old, and the development is consistent with that of a 14-year-old. Brooke, of course, is not so good at calculations, but she understands that Alex is about 32 years old. After an exciting conversation, she decided to have fun and start splashing in the water. At this time, Ari decided to prepare food for them, and he was very surprised that the girls found a common language so quickly. Ari is ashamed of Brooke, because after the shower she didn't even bother to get dressed, but immediately went to eat. The time had come for the first shock for Alex, because there were aromatic dishes in front of her. Not believing her eyes, she decided to bite herself to make sure of reality. But then she is called out of her thoughts, because if she doesn't hurry, the insatiable Brooke will eat everything. This makes Alex even more confused as someone genuinely cares about her, and at that moment she felt happiness. The streets were empty, quiet, nothing foreshadowed trouble. Suddenly there was an explosion, and our heroes rush forward. The group that has been watching them all this time is trying to shoot them. The main one asks a big question: how did our people know about them, since the campaign began last night? Then he notices that his people are standing, which makes him very angry, because they cannot screw up the mission, otherwise the boss will kill them. Our heroes run through the alleys to safety. Then Brooke breaks the block and drives everyone inside to the shelter. But there is no need to worry about the guys, because so far everything is going according to plan. At 8 a.m. that same day, Ari selected the best programming products to work with. He bought a holographic computer, spare parts for only 20 units of crystal. Alex is very happy because her owner bought a lot of things for her, because no one has ever done this before except him. Thanks to the administered drug, Ari increased not only his appetite, but also his other senses, thanks to which he was able to notice that he was being followed. The best remedy in this situation is ignorance, thanks to which you can lead attackers by the nose. Walking through the streets, the heroes found a convenient intersection in which to set up an ambush. And as a master in this matter, Brooke goes first. But then she notices the deathly silence, which is too suspicious for these places. It seems that our heroes will not be able to get there calmly. Brooke has prepared for this, and she is ready to use explosives to neutralize the enemy. The main thing for our heroes is to quickly escape. No matter how awesome the genetic injection is, even with it, it's hard to run away with a person in your arms. But no matter how tired Ari is, he will have to continue the battle. Since the group needs money from our heroes, it will act more carefully, so you don't have to worry about your life. One of the group is named Paul, and his boss sent him here to keep an eye on the fat lambs. They understand that our guys used a gene injection, and not every influential person can afford it. Our heroes hid in an abandoned building, which greatly surprised the bandits, and they could not possibly expect that fire would be opened on them. Because of this, they understand that this is a really rich guy because he has too many weapons that not everyone can afford. Here Brook besieges Eri because he shoots indiscriminately without even taking aim. He simply overplayed computer games, and because of this, he became inspired with a pistol in his hands. This whole situation has scared Alex very much, and she can't calm down. Our guys prepared so well that the bandits had no chance of moving forward. And then, fortunately for the bandits, powerful reinforcements arrived. This goes against the guys' plan, but they are not going to back down from it. So Ari retreats first. The bandits realize that the guy has escaped, but they can't hit the girl. They are trying to attract the girl's attention, lying to her that they won't shoot. But Our Lady is much smarter. Brook had another bomb on her hands, which she did not regret using for a spectacular exit. Our heroes descended to a place that is currently safe. Alex is very worried about her sister, but she is assured that everything will be fine, because Brook is not an ordinary girl. Our heroes found themselves in an underground drainage system. This place was noticed during the development of the plan, and Brook was able to clear it of the rubble. Without warning anyone, Brook ducked into the system, knowing that Eri would have no problem catching her. She is confident in her man, and knows that no matter what position she jumps in, he will catch her. The bandits cannot understand how she could disappear from their sight. Eri asked Brook about her weight, to which she warned that asking such a question could get his legs broken. Before jumping into the drain, Brook set up the detonator at the top, and now it's time to move on to the next step. Ari doesn't like it, but in this world, it is the survival of the fittest. As a result, the bandits found a place where our heroes could hide. They found a hatch in the drainage system, in which, as they believe, the girl hid. They already imagine how the girl will serve them for killing her brothers, but they were not prepared for the fact that the hatch was closed from the inside. Suddenly, one of the bandits found a detonator and decided to quietly escape. The leader of this gang is named Paul, and he wants his name to be remembered, because he could die at any moment. Our main character's name is Ari, and he will gladly send the bandits to hell. As a result, everyone who did not manage to escape remained buried in the rubble of this building. Now that our guys have buried the people of the dust, their leader will be furious. Therefore, their appearance on 6th Street could end in their death, because they won't just let them go. Ari notices that Alex is very scared in this place, but he convinces her that with him she has nothing to fear, because he is always there. He was now able to kill a couple of bandits, but all his kills look more like wounding 1 or 2 bandits. But Ari reassures himself that in the end, he was able to immobilize them. Everyone understands perfectly well that he needs more time to become a real pro. This drainage system is quite strong compared to the drainage system in Ari's world, because there it would collapse after the explosion almost immediately. Brook convinces everyone that they only have a short time to go, but then Ari senses danger approaching. We need to leave this place as quickly as possible while they are on the move. In a split second, Brook realizes what is happening and she rushes to her people. She pushes Ari away, taking the blow herself. As a result, Brook was shot in the arm, which greatly frightens Eri. The reptiles that live in this place mistook our guys for food, so they need to get out of here. Our Iron Lady wants to stay here to distract the enemies while the guys run away. Our hero is not going to leave her. He loses his temper and begins to attack his enemies. He is surrounded by monsters, and without hesitation he breaks their necks, killing them with incredible fury. He will kill everyone who dared to hurt his girlfriend. Looking at all this, Brook understands that Eri needs to be saved before he harms himself. The guy who wouldn't hurt a fly kills monsters with extreme cruelty. He killed everyone who posed any danger. Alex was able to bandage Brook's arm so she could continue on her way, but Brook can take care of herself. Now Eri needs help, and she sends her little sister to him. Walking past the corpses, Eri could not have expected that one of the monsters would be alive. He lost his vigilance and did not notice how his leg was grabbed. The monster attacks our hero with a special desire to kill him. But the guy doesn't give up. He will fight to the end. Despite being wounded, he simply does not give up and does not allow some monster to kill him. Suddenly the monster breaks into pieces from a shot from a gun fired by Alex. But Ari can't think straight anymore. He falls into the fog and doesn't immediately realize that it's Alex in front of him. She runs to him, calls him, but our hero is so tired that he cannot make out a word. The next morning, Ari wakes up in bed, completely bewildered. He doesn't remember anything about what happened, and Alex comes into the room with water so he can wash himself. Everyone is interested in his well-being and is worried. In the end, he wants to tell them everything after breakfast, because now he doesn't have the strength to explain anything. Eri reasons that yesterday they were pursued by a corps of mercenaries, which is why they went down into the sewer, and then something terrible happened. Alex was able to pull him out of the sewer despite the dire situation. There were corpses everywhere, and even in the room he could smell this terrible smell. Ari is so lost in thought that Brook tries to bring him back to his senses. There were cannibals in the sewers. They are enemies of almost every human organization. Even groups of mutants despise them. As a result, our hero wants to leave for a while, to which Brooke reacts calmly and asks him to come back quickly. But before he goes, he can't miss their family breakfast. Brooke decided to tell him that yesterday our hero flew into a rage. It turns out that the genetic drug can cause a mutation according to rumors. Some have grown a second head. This scared Ari very much because, despite the improvement in physical fitness, this drug is quite dangerous. The likelihood of this is extremely low, but some, such as Brooke, were able to obtain quite useful abilities. She gained the ability to regenerate. This ability allows her to speed up the metabolism of cells after injury. But after recovery, the body will be very weak and vulnerable. There is a possibility of sudden death. The main thing to remember is that this type of action should be used in extreme situations. The entire description must be described in more detail in the identifier, so it must be checked regularly. Brooke reminds her of the side effects of such an ability, and hopes that Ari will use it with extreme caution. If this happens during hostilities and the enemy remains alive, then we can assume that life will end there. There is no need to panic, since this type of ability can be learned to be controlled with the help of special drugs. After training, no medications will be needed. Ahri needs to install them in the empty ID slots in the correct order, and he can go into a frenzy state if necessary. But still, do not forget to be careful. After breakfast, Ari began to pack his things to return home. He warns the girls that there will be enough food for at least 6 months. Before leaving, Ari noticed Alex's new hairstyle that Brooke gave her, which surprised him. Brooke couldn't say goodbye to her man without a kiss. That's when Alex gets his attention because she doesn't want him to leave either. Then Alex kissed him, which was a complete shock to everyone present. Ari becomes ashamed in front of his girlfriend, because he is not to blame for anything. It's time for Ari to return home. There is nothing better in this world than your soft home bed. If our hero had remained in another world, he would probably have had a nervous breakdown. And now at home he hears his native forgotten sound, which does not foretell problems. He is finally happy to be in a world without war, but this is not the time to rest. It's time to get down to business and find out that the collected gold weighs 35 kilos. With just one bag, our hero became damn rich. Ari's mind is now occupied with all the possibilities of spending money, but Brooke and Alex also occupy his thoughts. They have become close people to him. He doesn't want to think about it. It's time to enjoy life. But first he needs to refresh himself, and then he can think about the things that are now open to him. In another world, Ari acquired a holographic computer, and about 100 TB of movies were downloaded into it, and now it's time to watch them. It turned out that all the films were of a certain nature. Although he only spent a few days in that world, he left behind an unforgettable feeling. Our hero needs to relax, because thoughts about the past can play a cruel joke on him. In his world, he noticed cicadas, completely ordinary cicadas from which one should not expect an attack. Thoughts about gold are spinning in his head. If you convert it into money, you can immediately forget about banks. Ari walked into the bank, where he was immediately greeted by a girl. He learned that here they can only buy gold of a certain standard from him, which makes Ari very happy. As a result, he asks to call the manager, since the consultant will not be able to carry out this transaction. This surprises the girl very much, because our hero doesn't look like someone who is ready to discuss business. After Ari showed his wealth to the manager, everyone was completely bewildered. No one expected that the inconspicuous boy would possess a real treasure. After the examination, the workers confirmed that there would be no problems in selling the gold, since it was perfect. Ari wants to open a business, but he doesn't even have a bank account. The manager is genuinely interested in the source of the gold, since he most likely does not know about it. But Ari convinces him that the source is quite ordinary, and he is waiting for a decisive answer from the manager. In the end, he agrees, but the problem is that the gold does not come with a texture. Ari offers him a deal where the extra amount will be a tip. The manager cannot refuse this offer and offers to transfer funds to Ari's account. The deal was successful, and the manager of this establishment hopes for their joint cooperation in the future. The manager thought that if a person simply sells gold, he has much more, so he shouldn't let it go. And now Ari is the honored guest of this establishment. After selling the gold, our hero is going to show off pompously. He wants to find out how the golden youth behaves. After finishing the taxi ride, he gives the driver the money and utters a pretentious phrase that there is no need to give change. Now it's time to return to the clothing store, not as a worker, but as a wealthy customer. Since he now has a lot of money, he can afford the most expensive brands of this store. As a result, the consultant is interested in him. She begins to like him because of his wealth, and she decides to offer him help. He asks her to provide a set of each style in this store. He will pay by card. When all his new things are collected, our hero asks to call the manager. This scared the girl, but the guy reassured her that it was not about her, but about the fact that he was a close friend of the manager. It turned out that the manager of this store had changed. The previous one was laid off, and after this news, Ari went to the fitting room. This made Ari crazy happy, because she was the one who fired him, and now she herself was left without a job. After an emotional leap, our hero felt empty and helpless, because the other world changed his attitude towards some things in his home world. When leaving the store, he said that the rest of the clothes he bought should be distributed to the poor, which surprised everyone. Now it's time to change his hairstyle, and showing all his impudence, he asked to serve him at the highest level. The only thing he was asked to do was wait for a more experienced master. As a result, a very beautiful girl came to him, to whom he gave 8 points. She makes him more comfortable and offers to diffuse the situation with music. Who would have thought that washing your hair could be so enjoyable? The girl was carried away by the beauty of the guy. She was glad to touch him. She was too carried away by her thoughts that she did not notice the high temperature of the water. It doesn't matter to our hero what kind of hairstyle he has. The main thing is that it suits his current style. After all the procedures, he became irresistible. Girls around began to pay attention to him and dream about him. Walking past a women's clothing store, Ari couldn't help but think about Brooke. But it would be strange if he started visiting such stores alone. While walking through the streets of the city, our guy got damn hungry, and he went to a restaurant that had been awarded 3 Michelin stars. After the meal, he went to the shore to enjoy the sea breeze. This place is so beautiful that it is a famous landmark in Wanhai City. Having come here from afar, Ari was a little disappointed that he had yet to see any of the rumored ladies in a bikini. During the entire day, Ari only spent 200,000, and in fact, he became a local tycoon, despite the fact that he always condemned them. But when you have a vault of gold, everything else becomes unimportant. But, logically speaking, large sales of gold to all the banks in the city will lead to it losing its value, so one bank will be enough. If you sell holographic computer pens, the company's value could be several hundred billion. And there are many such examples of technologies. But this cannot be done, because things must be created in their own time. Otherwise, the whole course of events will be disrupted. Therefore, first you need to accumulate startup capital, but for now you can breathe out. When suddenly an attractive stranger approaches Ari and invites him to play. But our guy refuses this and leaves her. To forgive the stranger, he says that Brooke has a much more attractive figure, but she does not understand who the guy is talking about. After what was said, the guy himself was shocked by his words. And now it's time to introduce Megan. She studied at the Faculty of Economics. Many people admired her. She graduated from the university with outstanding results. But due to family circumstances, she had to quit her studies and get a job in a clothing store. Thanks to her abilities, she was hired as a manager in a thriving location, allowing her to develop her ambitions. Because of her work, the store's sales rose to a new level. And because of her stern look behind her eyes, she was called Lady Iceberg. It was also rumored that she had a boyfriend whom she never paid attention to. While investigating the store's problem, she found the culprit, who was using the toilet for visitors. One can imagine the consequences that our hero ultimately faced. He was fired from the place where he had worked for about a year. At that moment, Ari debated for a long time about the reason for his dismissal. But after 1 bottle of beer, he decided not to think about it. The store was still in business. It had not collapsed after the dismissal of a minor figure. Do not forget that in addition to academic success, interpersonal relationships are also an important aspect. More and more people could not stand her leadership, as a result of which relations in the company deteriorated. As a result, store sales fell, which management really didn't like. As a result, management decided to fire the store manager, who lacked experience. Megan knows where she made a mistake, but it was too late to change anything at work. Fear was replaced by hostility towards her. Immediately after her dismissal, the guy who was with her left her. He left her because she could no longer support him financially. However, the worst thing was that this guy used her name as collateral to borrow money. She gave him money to cover the debt, so there were no signs, and after her dismissal she ceased to be useful. It was also ironic that she was not the one sitting in the passenger seat. Megan even thought about going to the police, but they would not help her. So she ran away from the apartment and hid in a cheap rented house. She got a job in a flower shop on the one hand to use the money she earned to solve the problem. On the other hand, she hoped to find a more suitable job. Suddenly, collectors came to her new place of work. The man mocks her by talking about her life over the past few days. Visitors to this store decided not to interfere and quickly left the premises. The store owner offers to discuss everything so that no one gets hurt. As a result, the man invites Megan to go outside voluntarily. Otherwise, she will be let out by the arms. To which the owner very much asks Megan to agree. She agrees to talk to him. He was very surprised that Megan works part-time in a flower shop. Megan convinces him that as soon as the money is earned, she will immediately give it to him. But he doesn't want to wait that long. So he offers to take either the money or her. The people in front of her are not slave traders, as that would be too wasteful, especially for a beauty like Megan. They want to play with her for a couple of years until they break her, and only then sell her to someone as a wife. She is assured that by working in a nightclub, she will be able to pay off all her debts, and then she will be free. She has no other choice. He suggests that you consider his proposal. Walking along the evening streets, Ari noticed how a couple was running away from someone, something that interested him very much. Then he noticed that a group of guys were pestering the girl, despite her refusal. Ari decided to infiltrate this conversation, and then turned to Big Brother. He offered him first-class cigarettes to change the subject. As Ari said, he noticed his friend and decided to come up to say hello, but it was not so. He overheard guys pestering a girl about her debt. The hero decided to find out about the amount of her debt, and said that it was somehow not courageous to mock the girl. Megan's attractive appearance would allow her to earn much more money in a nightclub. Besides, the boss ordered her back, and now he is facing an overly brave brat. As a result, Big Brother got angry and decided to kill the guy who is standing in front of him. Our Ari was much faster than the bandit, and if he cannot defeat him, then the technology of the future is complete nonsense. The bandit is surprised by our guy's strength because he can't handle him in hand-to-hand combat, what he decided to use his blade for. But he never expected that the guy in front of him would take it away so quickly. Now Big Brother's knife has been confiscated, and the others decide to attack him in droves, to which Ari suggests continuing their fascinating conversation in the alley. Ari understands that he shouldn't be afraid of the person in front of him, so he easily offered to go somewhere else. Ari reassures Megan, to which she considers calling the police, but she immediately dismisses this thought as they find out about other debts. All the guys are going to break our hero's legs, but they could not have foreseen that he had a gun. As a result, everyone begins to be truly afraid of Ari, because he turned out to be more cunning than them. The leader really hopes that the gun in front of him is not real. But Ari showed him how the gun actually worked by shooting one of the gang in the leg, and Ari suggests organizing another demonstration. As a result, the leader offers to discuss everything calmly. In response, Ari asks him for a credit check and his bank account number. The leader starts asking stupid questions when Ari wants to pay off the girl's debt. This means that Ari will buy this credit check from him, and he begins to wonder about the mental abilities of the leader. In total, Ari transferred 410,000 to his account, and after that the bandits walked off into the sunset. All this time Megan was worried that they had been gone for a long time, and she did not know what to do. When suddenly she saw Ari safe and sound, he had only one small scratch. She decides to treat the scratch, to which Ari hints that saliva is good at killing germs. And now he tells her that from now on he is her creditor, and according to the agreement he will not charge interest. But Megan promises to return everything with interest. But the most important thing for Ari is to tease her. After everything that happened, the owner of the flower shop doesn't want to take any risks, so he fires Megan. After this, Ari begins to gloat at her because this is already her second dismissal. Megan decides to go home, to which Ari asks to wait for him. He finds out that she never treated his wound, so he goes to her house, saying to himself that all it takes is a couple of words to fool a woman. The place where Megan lives is not the best, but Ari thinks that in front of him is a beautiful, smart girl with a terrible character that prevents her from moving forward. Megan took out the disinfectant. She really wants to treat Ari's wound. In this situation, our hero's heart begins to beat. She is too close to him. Then Ari changed the topic of conversation and said that the place smells nice of jasmine. Megan finally decided to thank Ari for his help, but he begins to deny that he was just passing by. When asked by Megan, he admits that he hated her. During the day, he tried to annoy her, and now he says that he helped her just like that, because Ari couldn't get past the thugs who were bullying the girl. Megan admits that she thought a lot about firing Ari, and after that she came to the conclusion that she made a lousy manager because she doesn't know anything about people. Looking at the women's shoes, Ari wonders if Megan has a boyfriend because he remembers him from his time working at the store. To which Megan claims that he is not her boyfriend, and she lives in this place because she does not want to bring problems to her parents' house. She wants to tell Ari her story, to which the guy agrees. A minute later, she changed her mind about telling, but Ari convinces her otherwise. After telling her story, she finally started smiling, which the guy really liked. In turn, Ari says that he just started a business and made some money, which Megan, of course, does not believe. Ari offered to become her manager in his company, which interested the girl very much. As a result of their work together, she will become his subordinate, when she previously gave orders herself. In the end, she had no choice and agreed. And immediately she asks about the salary and warns that she will not perform any additional services. Ari thought about it, but he decided to say that the company does not condone romantic relationships between partners. Megan is interested in the company's tasks, what she will do, If this is scientific research, then she will be able to start work in a month. But Ari slows her down and doesn't allow her to disperse her thoughts. He decided to please her with the fact that she is the general director, and her tasks include everything. In response, Megan plans to call the hospital, not allowing Ari to finish her thought. He warns that turning down this job will cost her regrets for the rest of her life. Simply put, Megan will be the CEO. While there is no business, she will be the general manager. At this stage, she will receive about 20,000 yuan per month, with a possible salary increase in the future. At this stage, she will receive 500,000 yuan to register the company, and Ari is not afraid that she will run away from him with the money. He convinces Megan that she has a lot to lose if she doesn't work for him. Since Megan owes him a lot of money, she is looking forward to further cooperation. It's late, and it's time for Ari to go home. And at the end, he asks her to send her bank account number so he can send her salary. In parting, he asks Megan to find better housing, and also warns that he will disappear for a couple of days, so it will not be possible to contact him. Our hero decided to go to the city of Sanya, since this place is the best holiday destination in China. He argues that human life is too short, so you shouldn't put it off for later. On the way to the mansion, he thinks that this trip would be much better with Brooke. He will be worse alone. At the threshold of the mansion, the receptionist meets him and warns him that he can use the terminal if he needs anything. She takes him to a luxurious house, where Ari can finally breathe deeply. Wasting no time, the hero decided to dive into the bottomless pool, which had become popular at resorts. Ari has several 100,000 for 7 days, and now he needs to figure out where to spend it. After the pool, he decided to sit on the best observation deck, which offers a view of the beautiful girls. Then he decided to try fine wine instead of his usual beer. Imagine his surprise when the drink turned out to taste too sour and unpleasant. It's no wonder that all rich people love the sea and sand. This couple means a luxurious vacation. It's finally time to get some food, and for a trip to the restaurant, our hero puts on his best suit to impress. Suddenly, our hero received a notification that an invitation had been sent to the porch of his house. It turns out that he was invited to a party in honor of the birthday of the beloved Prince of Saudi Arabia. The dishes at the party were so chic that our Ari didn't even follow the rules of ethics. He tried everything in his path. Finally, everyone saw the princess, in whose honor the banquet was organized. But our hero does not care. He continues to eat. This banquet location was chosen because it has different scenery, and there are far fewer reporters here. At this banquet, a lot of rich people met, and our hero heard so much gossip. Then a man named Bruce approached Ari, and he decided to meet the hero. Taking a look at him, Ari realized that he could cause him a lot of problems. But he approached him just to chat with a person from the same profession. It turns out that our hero was being watched by security all this time, but he didn't even notice it. Bruce approached him because our Ari looked very suspicious compared to those around him, and the prince's guards became interested in him. As a result, Bruce told the guards that he was just a vacationer, but promised to keep an eye on him. After some time, he returned to Ari again, saying that they had an interesting conversation. But our hero understands that he is being followed. Without waiting for an answer from Ari, Bruce began to tell his story from his youth. The entire time Bruce was with the guy, he told the story about escorting a military official, how he was ambushed and how the threat was eliminated. After his story, he became interested in Ari, since he cannot afford a mansion with his salary. But the guy is not going to save money for his coffin. He needs to spend it for his own pleasure. Briefly, Ari said his work involved gold, and Bruce thought of South African gold. But our hero's gold was from Asia, which is extremely surprising for Bruce, since, according to his knowledge, there are no known deposits there. But our guy claims there is a facility on the border, and the gold is being used to settle issues. At the end of the evening, our hero was so full that he could not move. After the meal, Ari decided to join a beautiful girl who had not seen such a handsome guy for a long time. He did not refuse her and even invited her to his mansion, to which a girl named Chloe asked for a tour. The evening of heroes ended with exciting activities. While the girl was sleeping, Ari decided to check his parameters and saw that some of them had increased by 1 to 2 points. Ari decided that the morning wine should definitely be drunk in the morning. Chloe decided to join him and judge him for the wine. In response to this, he pulled the girl towards him. And now the two of them enjoy the sight of each other and the beauty of nature. Ari doesn't understand how such a beautiful and smart girl has not yet achieved success in her acting career. The girl accepted Ari's compliment in a special way, which made the guy laugh a lot. Already in the room, Chloe decided to take a couple of photos to show off to her friends. Here, Ari argues that there would be a scandal if fans found out about the guy next to Chloe, but she is against such methods to increase popularity. Watching the girl, our guy begins to feel like he is being blatantly used. Chloe asked the guy to put sunscreen on her, and the guy couldn't refuse her. Bruce decided to visit him from the party. The girl asks about the guest, but the hero calms her down and says that his business partner has come. And then he invites the girl to go to the hotel to get her things to move them to the mansion. Ari wonders how the man who ensures the prince's safety found time to visit him. A former employer overheard their conversation at a party, and he became very interested in the newly minted businessman. Bruce says that Robert Smith is involved in oil and gold, and now our guy is looking forward to meeting him. Finally, the meeting of the two heroes took place, and they got to know each other. After shaking hands, Ari praised his interlocutor's Chinese. Robert said that he had always been interested in the countries of the East, and he also introduced Ari to his new bodyguard named Nick. In addition to gold and oil, Robert also purchases firearms for his employer. Ari's possible partner needs to catch a flight to South Africa by 3 o'clock, so their negotiations speed up. Robert Smith offers our guy his help in business. He wants to expand his business in the Far East, so cooperation with Ari could be useful. China has strict laws surrounding the sale of large quantities of gold, but Robert has the connections to solve this problem. He founded a shell company whose activities are illegal, but the oil and gold that appears on the world market are already legally traded. He is an honest businessman, and he will handle any amount. Ari doesn't have to worry about the details. He just needs to sell the gold, and Robert will take a 9% commission. The guy agrees to the deal. He guarantees the quality of his gold. But he has one condition, which states that transportation will fall on Robert's shoulders. As a result, everyone was happy with the terms, and they were able to reach an agreement. The main thing Ari needs to do is to inform him that the goods are ready, and he will also need to create a Swiss account. The delivery will be ready in mid-July, and the amount of gold will be several tons. How very happy Robert was, because he would become very rich. But his bodyguard warns that we can't be sure of our guy. He believes that our guy's chances in close combat are 50-50. And after this statement, the businessman wanted to fly to Egypt. Ari is very happy about this deal, since he himself did not know what to do with the gold. And all this time, Chloe was waiting for him, and he called her to the restaurant. The restaurant had a great view of the penguins, and the view here is beautiful at any time. Because of the completed deal, our hero is glowing with happiness, and the girl notices this. But she thought that it was because of her that he was so happy. He decided to tell the lady that the deal could be worth $1 billion, which surprised her extremely. She didn't think he was that cool, but Ari seemed to have proven everything last night. The next 5 days were very interesting. 7 days later, Ari met an angry Megan, so he promised to take her with him next time. She tries to explain to him that you need to show up sometimes in your company, and Ari thanks her for the work she has done. After that, he invites her to order whatever her heart desires. But then Ari notices that something is bothering the girl, and he becomes interested in it. All this time she's been thinking about the prospects of the company. But the guy is trying to reassure her with the huge potential for growth. In general, Megan really wants to learn about advanced technologies and how her manager understands them. But he convinces her that there is no need to worry about innovation, because the company will initially develop games. Megan likes this idea, and in this case it is necessary to create games for mobile phones. Of course, the development will be gradual, and now the manager needs to be more careful, since she owns as much as 10% of the shares. They haven't really done anything yet, but Ari is already talking about promotions. But enough talking about business, it's time to get down to the food. For Ari, rushing here and there is a difficult task, but the issue regarding business is almost resolved. Now the time has come for him to return to another world, where beautiful girls are waiting for him. Meanwhile, a special operation is taking place in the city of Ludin. The target was located and signs of life were found in the building. A squad of black horsemen looms over their target and requests artillery support. Their request was accepted, and now everyone must prepare to launch. The signal was sent to the Black Riders that the impact would arrive in 60 seconds, so they needed to increase their altitude. As a result, the building was destroyed after the impact. Suddenly the second detachment was struck. The second squad was hit by an electromagnetic pulse, which is why the control is not responding. The soldiers were ordered to prepare to jump. After landing, they must get into formation and pay off. This time they hit the jackpot. This creature's indicators are normal. All that remains is to figure out how to take it away. A recruit was hired for this operation, despite the danger of this operation. Organisms with a high index are called higher mutants, but the larger the mutant, the more problems there will be with its movement, and all of them will not be incapacitated. One of the soldiers noticed that there were no scavengers here, and they were precisely attracted to the intended target. Not even the mutant rats were visible. The monster in front of them began to accumulate energy to self-destruct, so fire was opened on it. The result was an explosion that wiped out everyone present. As a result, the crystal readings changed. The target was separated, so the operation was stopped. Returning to another world, Ari took the mouse with him, but, unfortunately, it did not survive. The guy couldn't recognize the house he last saw. Before he could cross the threshold, Brooke rushed at him. She was truly happy to see him again, and hoped that Ari was happy about it too. She decided to show off her creations. Brooke completely replaced all the old statues with new fortifications, built an observation tower, and she also improved the interior of the room. And now it's not just a mansion, but a whole fortress. But because of these fortifications, the house has become too noticeable. But it is no longer possible to hide the fact that no one lives here. At this time, Alex was in her room. She decided to do a little work. Walking around Alex's room, Ari noticed a lot of interesting things. Even though our hero passed the computer level 2 exam, he still doesn't understand anything. He looks at his little sister with love and thinks that she needs more sleep. It seems to the hero that the time has come to reveal all his cards. But he does not have time to do anything, since he saw a girl in an interesting outfit. He feels awkward looking at the outfit, but he compliments her. Ari says he wants to have a family meeting because he has something to tell. But before he knows it, he finds himself tied up in a chair, and Brooke wonders if Ari is hiding something from her. Ari claims he will do anything to make Brooke happy, and she will show him his sister. She will show what a wonderful sister he has, but they completely forgot that they were not alone in the house. Brooke tells her sister that she has completely exposed the invader. The rest is up to Alex. She watches Ari and is completely shocked that he is here. It's time for Ari to tell them the truth about herself. He tells them that he is from another world. Ari was able to prove this with the help of objects that appeared in his hands. He didn't pull them out of thin air. In fact, he has some sort of vault that only he can see. Only after this does Alex begin to believe him. But even though he can carry objects, his abilities are limited. He can take other objects, but living beings die. Alex proposes a theory that in this world there are many mutant bacteria that cause the death of the body, and Ari could also transfer them to his world. This time he brought a lot more supplies, and he also bought several daily necessities. Since our guys showed up on 6th Street, the neighboring camps are suitable for exchanging food for crystals, and they also lack heavy artillery for the mansion. But our hero doesn't trust other camps, so he goes to 6th Street alone. In a second, he disappeared into space and returned. The move does not pass without a trace, but this is how he gets to 6th Street. Also, using the storage facility, he will be able to deliver goods. Brooke will keep an eye on the house, and this time he may buy several people. At this point, Alex begins to worry that she is no longer needed. But in reality, Ari doesn't want her to tire herself out. Brooke reminds Ari that he should never remove the slaves' collars, but he convinces her that he has changed and won't do it again. Then his girlfriend is completely calm, but Ari still has something to tell them. It's about Brooke and what she has to do. In fact, she is happy with her life, but the girl is ready to tell him about her past life. When she was little, soldiers found her. It turns out that they fried a useless shelter containing peaceful refugees. They don't need them, and the leader offers to feed them to the zombies. This statement frightens little Brooke, but then a stranger appears. She kills one of the bandits, and they take cover. One of them found the shooter, but he did not have time to do anything. He is immediately shot, but the boss manages to give the order. But they couldn't hit the target. They were all surprised when the stranger appeared among them and began to kill each one by one. Nobody could handle her. Our little girl was so scared that she hid under the rubble, but a stranger found her. She invites Brooke to come with her. It turns out that she had been hunting for slave traders for several days, and finally the goal was achieved. The girl tries to attract the baby to her and offers her food. Brooke followed her, and the girl said that she was from the army, whose job was to clean up the wasteland. She offers to take Brooke to a newly built neighborhood, but the little girl doesn't want to go there. She wants to find mom and dad, and for this, she needs to hurry. She needs to learn a lot to survive. After that, she realized that the girl was lying to her, since there were no families, and it was strange that you were not robbed. Gradually, during her training, she realized that she would not be able to go back if she found her family, and she was truly lucky to end up in a shelter during her childhood. This girl was strange, and Brooke still has no idea what she was doing. There were rumors that she took part in the battle and died, and after that our heroine visited many places. Brooke has finally accepted the death of her parents, but she still believes that her sister is alive. She even checked the places where her father lived, but found nothing. After a fruitless search, Brooke decided to put on a set of pre-war clothes and wait for her death, but she passed out from hunger. As she lay unconscious, a ghostly image of a guy appeared in front of her and climbed through the window. But we need to figure out who else was the ghost, because our hero asked several times if there was anyone there. After this story, Ari promises to follow the news about her sister, but then Alex, who has already found her family, butts into the conversation. Ari completely forgot that he wanted to give Alex the phone so she could rummage through it. All her tools are in the room and she warns him about the wires. Alex is looking forward to exploring the advanced technologies of Ari's world. He convinces her that they are not that advanced. They are just mobile games on a cell phone. But then Alex realized what her brother meant, since in pre-war times there were many shooters, but they were played in game capsules. This information upsets Ari, and he allows Alex to explore the phone as she wants. She completely disassembled it, and was surprised at the ancient technologies that were present in this device. Alex understands how games work, but it's the music, images, and gameplay that keep her interested. In the end, Alex understands everything, and promises to do what Ari has planned within 5 days. Since there is a library nearby, the sister needs to make another trip there to copy the necessary data. This makes Ari very happy, and he decides to play with her. At this time, Brooke finished dismantling her equipment. Ari hugged her from behind and praised her for the work she had done. He didn't know that Brooke had decided to move everything to the basement for safety. Brooke decided to tell him that she had collected more gold, and it was in the pool. There were so many surprises for Ari today, and he decided to drag her into the room. It's time for Ari to practice shooting, because this skill is poorly developed for him. The training pays off and he was able to shoot a zombie. This surprises Brooke greatly, and she begins to feel proud of him. She tells him about the rules of shooting, but does not do without mistakes on Ari's part, for which the girl scolds him. But now night has come, and the training should be completed, because the zombies are becoming too active, and any shot can turn into a tragedy. Using 120 bullets, 29 were killed and 70 zombies were knocked out, which is a good result for a beginner, but our hero can still escape from danger. Ari took everything he needed, namely food, weapons, goods for trade, and he could take other items from his storage at any time. Ari was about to leave, but Alex insistently asks him to stay. Alex brought a drone that can scan everything within a kilometer radius. This is her own design. After the drone was handed over, tired Alex immediately fell asleep. Ari leaves, but he promises to return. As a result, our hero's journey turned out to be quite long. It took about 5 hours to reach his destination. Moving forward, he checked the area for safety. To get into the city, you need to show your ID at the post. Our guy is completely clean and he walked inside with ease. In the city, he was able to find a person who rents out containers. Ari has to fill out a form to get the container and he really doesn't like the guy's service. Total cargo, 1 key, a deposit of 3 crystals, and now our hero has the container. No one noticed him. At first, he will store canned meat, briquetted crackers, and similar edible products here. Now he needs to get into the inner ring, but first he will sell the goods and find some additional hands. Brooke warned him that he needed to hire people with a clean past. He needed to hire those who had not appeared in any history. Then he saw the weapon of the inner ring, and it surprised him very much. To get into the inner ring, he also needs to show his ID and give 1 crystal mercenaries will be assigned to him to ensure his safety. Everything is different in the ring. Ari needs to find a hotel with the highest standards. At the hotel, he decided to book the best room for a whole week. The administrator was surprised and decided to clarify that our guy wanted a luxury room with a prepayment of 70 crystals, to which he received a positive answer. Then an influential man became interested in our guy. The man decided not to rush things. He would wait and watch. His assistant reminded him that there would be chicken curry for lunch today. Today will be his last time with this wonderful dish. This dish is so gorgeous that even just looking at it made my assistant drool. The outer ring collected 20 pieces of these small cans. Everyone fought for them, while the man relied on his position to fight for 1 piece. Reasoning that when dividing the jar it would still not last long, he remembered Ari. The biogenic capsule in the hotel where the hero is staying even has a massage function. Technology has surpassed all its expectations, and the hero begins to wonder about the needs of nature. In his room, Ari met a ping-pong robot, and he decided to show him the skills of China. As a result, he shamefully lost to the robot with a score of 11-0. Next, he found a 7D system, which is very similar to a remote control. By clicking the button, the environment around Ari changed, and he found himself in an unknown place. The gadget works to its full potential. Our hero was able to look even at the Industrial Revolution and the Second World War. Our hero liked the technologies of the future so much that he now needs to figure out a way to transfer them to his world. There is also a robot made, and not having it on sale would be a big miss. Yesterday Ari cast a bait, but a day later no one wrote to him like that, and it scared him. He had already begun to think that he himself needed to contact people, when suddenly they came to him. A presentable man named Oliver came to see him, and his secretary Sarah was also with him. Ari invited them to sit at the table, and then they saw tangerines. This sight shocked them. In this world, no one has seen real fruits for a long time. They really want to try them, and Ari is watching their reaction at this moment. Oliver wants to clarify that our hero made a note about his company in the hope that someone would come, and that's exactly what Ari did, so as not to wait a year. The maid brought Ari's company's canned fruits for everyone to taste. This surprised the potential partners even more, because these tangerines were brought especially for them. Oliver's hands are shaking with impatience. He cannot control himself. But still he took the tangerine. After tangerine he went to heaven. This juicy taste did not leave anyone indifferent. The guy learns that some fruits can be grown on 6th Street, but their quantity is limited, and their taste is different from the fruits of the past. Only a small part of them can be safely eaten, while the rest can only be processed to extract nutrients. The canned goods that appeared at the auction are the result of Ari's work. Oliver is interested in this. Ari doesn't answer him, and Oliver realizes that all the wealth has been put in front of him, so he needs to show something of equal value so that they can work together. Ari admits that he supplied the canned goods, and now their price has risen to 60 crystals. He plans to conclude not just a major deal, but a series of repeated transactions. In this case, the man in front of him introduced himself again. Oliver is the president of the corporation, and he is ready to discuss their further cooperation. Ari also decided to introduce himself, and warned that as long as he appears here, you can count on cooperation with him. Oliver was delighted by the thought of a stable supply of goods, and now he must get everything at any cost. Ari realizes that the man in front of him is agitated, and Oliver apologizes for his behavior, his mind thinking about long-term trading with a stable supply. A person needs to load his weapon, hold his breath and take aim, after which the shot occurs. It was Ari. He really liked the weapons presented, and he requested 40 of these machine guns for his order. And he also did not forget to mention anti-tank grenades. After a while, our hero was brought a preliminary contract, which noted all the requirements and details of the trade deal. Oliver suggests that Ari position himself on 6th Street for direct protection, so as not to arm the supply station, but our guy is not happy with this arrangement. He was warned that it was necessary to check the accuracy of the contract, and after that, he was offered a tour of the Oliver military plant. The hero agreed to this, and then he was told to hold on tight as the structure began to descend. And Ari understands that Oliver's position is not just a title, but something more, because such a military plant could not be built by chance. The hero was shown maglev drones, each of which can carry up to 50 kilograms, but they are more suitable for peaceful use. He was also offered to look at another technology, but first Ari needs to put on sunglasses. They ended up at a special weapons testing site. After watching, Ari became interested in this weapon, and he asked about the possibility of selling it. Oliver warned him that orders had accumulated for 2 months ahead, so he would need to wait. Then they went to the workshop for assembling reconnaissance robots. They also showed a triangular spider tank, which is located at the entrance to the city. Ari thought about the armed forces of the future. People have such strength, but still live on the outskirts of the city and cannot defeat zombies and mutants. The business partner realized that our hero is often away from home, so he decided to give him a gift in the form of nitrogen armor. This is the effect of nitrogen due to which high-pressure circulation is caused. Thanks to this effect, all attacks do not reach their target. This device can withstand 4 machine gun attacks, and Ari became interested in its limitations because he really liked it. This device overheats quickly. Its operation uses much more crystals than during production. Few people can use them. Meanwhile, in the post-war world, one couple woke up in a shelter. Before the war, the man was a mechanical engineer, but the post-war world turned out to be not as rosy as everyone thought. Most of the shelters opened and people became the property of the bandits. They became a commodity. There were people who refused the slaughter. There were those who became allies because of the struggle with relatives. And there were also victims. The rest were sold and used as slaves. They were sent to 6th Street. The man was hired as a laborer, and he got a job. The funny thing is that the man got the job not because of his skills, but because of his appearance. They were all called in for what was a routine quarantine according to their employers. In fact, they were all infected with a virus. They were all given a microchip. They were used as security or research material, since these people no longer belonged to themselves. The man began to work on the assembly line, but there was also room for celebration. His wife also ended up on 6th Street. The couple was able to reunite after the end of the world. Today they elected not only men, but also women, which means that this party will not become a private army. The people were loaded into a truck and taken to an unknown direction. There were also other families in the truck. Among the people were engineers just like the man, and no one knows where they are being taken. At the place where they were brought, our heroes were waiting for them with hot food. No one could believe their eyes. They could smell the rice, and it was all for them. Our guys convinced us that this was not a cover for an experiment, but no one cared about it, because even a dying person should eat a full meal. Everyone who tried the dish was delighted with the taste. They were assured that there would be enough food for everyone, so people need not worry. But Ari warns that if someone vomits, he will have to swallow everything he vomited, and this is said so that people do not overeat. The dish used quite a lot of food from the storage unit, which Brooke warns about, but Ari doesn't want to hear about it. He tells her that all this food doesn't cost that much and can be brought in at any time, and Brooke is very angry at his idleness. He decided to ask the people if everyone was still full, and if they want to eat tomorrow, they need to answer all the hero's questions. He decided to explain what everyone had gotten themselves into. Ari saved them all from hunger, and he would give them riches that they had never even dreamed of. But people need to prove their usefulness to get 3 meals a day. After this work, our hero was very tired. He returned to his home, where he thought about his acquisitions. His base is expanding, game development has begun, he has made good money from the people Oliver sold to him. By the way, if we talk about the main loot, there was a lot of it, and when transferring it to our world, he woke up the neighbors below. Ari apologized to them and immediately received a call from what he thought was Megan. But in fact, the owner of the room called him because of non-payment. But our hero does not want to deal with him, so he decided to move out. Ari doesn't care about the room. He wants to call Megan and does so. The call surprised Megan because she thought her boss had forgotten how to return calls. She began the conversation by saying that the company was in its infancy, and her boss turned off the phone and did not show up for a long time. He understands that his employee is angry, but still asks her to go to the house inspection with him. After this phrase, Megan hung up, but Ari immediately called her back, and the girl will have to pick up the phone, since he is her boss. Megan doesn't understand what this has to do with her, since Ari is buying the house, but he invites her to take a walk in return. He says that the development of the game is almost finished. A few specialists remain hired, and Ari invites her to participate in it. To prevent him from thinking that Megan is shirking work, she agrees to prepare several options for houses, and after that, the phone was hung up again, which again surprises Ari. Our hero has finished dealing with one thing. It's time to think about gold, and now the time has come to disturb his foreign friends. But no one answered the call for a long time, although he should not be sleeping yet. As a result, his call was answered, but Ari did not understand who he was talking to. It turned out that bodyguard Nick answered. He said that his boss had serious problems, and he needed help. Robert decided to contact terrorists for the sake of business, but he was betrayed by an informant, and Ari thinks that he may lose one of his opportunities. This is a real headache for the guy. He doesn't want to be targeted by secret agencies, because then he'll start having problems. But then Ari realizes that he has a weapon, that he is invincible, and at any moment the hero can lie low. He is ready to save Robert, but first he needs to sell 1 or 2 kilograms of gold, and there should be no problems, so he called the pawn shop. After the meeting, money was immediately credited to his account, which undoubtedly pleases the hero. The manager is very kind, even holding the door for the guy, and he understands that something is wrong with our hero. As a result, he called someone and said that everything was confirmed. The guy is a petty clerk. Then I will let you show how good your big sister is. The director shouts cut and filming pauses. He doesn't like the actor's work at all, and he's not going to film it. It turned out that Brooke was the problem, not Ari. It's not the pose, it's the wooden Brooke. Her acting is terrible. She absolutely failed to convey all the emotions and inner state of her heroine. Brooke was unable to convey the conflict of joy and a slight note of anxiety due to separation from her loved one. Ari complains that he's cold, but he should be glad to have pants on his legs, and Brooke should show the art of seduction with her body. Everything is clearly spelled out in the script, and the director points it out. But Brooke thought her acting was okay. But this was not enough for the director. He needed to add more depravity. Here Alex speaks up, but the director takes her away and once again reminds Brooke of her task. In the end, the director decided to show everything himself, but Ari is not at all happy with this situation. The director has prepared for this, and now he will show a masterclass. Brooke promises to keep a close eye on everything, but Ari doesn't like everything that's happening at the moment. The director notes that the pose should be charming, the tone should be flirty, and from time to time you should lightly blow on Ari's neck. Countless shots later, the director wants to make sure Brooke understands everything, but she asks to show everything again for full understanding. The director likes that everyone likes his acting, so he will show his skills once again. But Ari is the only one who doesn't like this whole situation, and he asks that someone else be found to play his role. The director is ready to fulfill Ari's request, but he warns him that if it weren't for the request of someone from above, he wouldn't be here. As a result, Ari's place was offered to another guy who was promised an important role. Ari realizes that everything was planned in advance, and he regrets his words and agrees to continue to carry out everything. The other guy ended up without a role, and the director suggests not to waste any more time. As a result, filming of the 70th take began. In the video, Brooke asks Ari about the quality of her skills, which she learned in the pre-war library. She decides to ask about the possibility that Ari might be deceiving her. And then the filming stops again. The director could not understand the problem for a long time, but then it dawned on him that everything was fine with the acting. It's all about Brooke's clothes. That's where the problem lies. She is dressed old-fashioned. Her seductive outfit is buttoned tightly. She needs to open up a little. But she doesn't want to do it. But the director points out that she should take off her clothes for the sake of art. He even offers to help her. But Brooke decided to do much better. She decided to do the director a favor and used her best shot. The blow was so strong that the director immediately sent everyone home. They would not film the scene until the end. All the actors are happy that they can go home, but Ari sits tied up. Here Ari decided to clarify about the story that is told in the bonus chapters. Readers may start complaining about it. Let's return to our story, in which the pawnshop manager says that Ari sold another 7 kilograms of gold after a short period of time, which means that he definitely has more than a couple of kilograms. Fast forward to Robert being held captive and being offered a piece of something to keep him from starving to death. Robert's line of business is speculation on the international market in various industries, and 3 days ago, the informant sold him. And now he's at a terrorist base, where they kill out of necessity. Robert has been there before. Once his throat was almost cut, but cash saved his life. But now he is in a difficult position, since Robert has been involved in oil smuggling for 2 years, and the betrayal of the informant may be the work of that group. If the man had not been captured, Nick would not have found himself in such a sticky situation. But he is only human. Nick couldn't do anything when his boss was caught. This time he will again trust his instincts for the sake of survival. And this crap they gave him is simply impossible to eat. After Ari's flight, everything looks peaceful to him. He hailed a taxi, and the driver told him that because of the war, silence was a miracle. There was no guarantee that they would not come under attack. Nick met Ari, and he was surprised that the guy came completely alone. Although Ari is an excellent fighter, Nick understands that the two of them cannot cope, and the guy is interested in clues in the search for the boss. The situation is bad. The only ones who can do anything are our heroes. Ari inquires about the weapon and finds out that everything he needs is in the trunk. After a while, they found themselves in place, and now the main task is to prepare for the battle. Nick starts to worry that he shouldn't have brought this guy here, because he doesn't look very capable at the moment. The bodyguard decides to inquire about our hero's kung fu skills, to which Ari decided to show his trump card. He showed Nick his gun, and his preparation was now complete. Nick didn't even see that Ari had a gun, but our guy says not to worry about him. He'll do his job. At this point, it's time to use Alex's development and test it in practice. Thanks to the device, Ari realized that there were 5 people on the second level, 3 on the first, and 6 in the basement, most of them armed. Ari suggests that Nick watch the escape route, and he will deal with the people inside the building, since he has excellent reactions. The bandits were calmly playing poker at that moment. Thanks to genetic modification, Ari was literally able to climb the wall. He hid behind the wall in order to catch one of the bandits. The bandit, not expecting this, received a bullet in the head. His colleague begins to worry. He's been gone for a long time. One of them decided to check the situation, but did not have time to do anything because of the bullet in his body. Now it's time for the carnage. While playing poker, one of the bandits threatened to shoot everyone, but Ari decides to do it himself. The others heard the sounds of gunfire and stood up. Ari realizes that they are all up. He needs to remain calm to complete his task. After a deep exhalation, he came out of cover and opened fire. Meanwhile, in the basement, everyone clearly heard the sounds of gunfire, and the hostages thought that they were coming to rescue them. One gives the order to keep an eye on the prisoners, but he is quickly killed. The bandits have realized the location of our hero, and so many people are going after Ari alone. The bandit is all alone among the hostages, and he has a bad feeling. Ari calls everyone to him. He can handle everyone, but the villains can't do anything with him. The bandit was scared of Ari, and he must have arrived at his destination. Having entered the room, Ari greets Robert, and the bandit begins to shout something in an incomprehensible language. Ari doesn't understand him, and Robert explains to him that the bandit will kill someone if he doesn't put the gun down. The guy looked at all the hostages, and he decided to let the bandit take his best shot. He lowered the gun, and the bandit did not miss the opportunity to shoot him. He approached the guy and was shot back. It turned out that Nick had been exposed, but there was no one at the evacuation point, and the guys needed to move faster. Robert is happy for Ari, and he is confident that Kung Fu allowed him to dodge the bullets. But in fact, Ari was able to activate a protective shield that blocked the bullets, and then it was time for the acting. They should be on their way now as Nick is waiting for them. They need to run away as reinforcements are about to arrive. Robert runs ahead, and Ari's agility allows him to stop and hide in time so that they will not be noticed. At the next intersection you will need to turn left, and then our heroes will be there. At this time, Nick was already losing his blood, and he learned that our heroes were in the car. Having learned this, he told the guys to leave. They should not wait for him. Nick has come under enemy fire and must take his chances. But Ari didn't like this arrangement, and with the help of his device, he was able to direct Nick along the correct route so that he could get to them. Now they have all met together, but their journey is not over yet. They need to escape because there are more and more people, so they go to the desert, where there are definitely no bandits. There is enough gas in the car so they can go around the desert, and if our guys are lucky, they will end up in territory captured by the government military. It was an opportune moment to test the technology, and something very unexpected happened here. Ari no longer feels any discomfort from killing people, but the path of our heroes was not long. Their engine burned out. Ari is already thinking about using future technologies, but while there are other options, he does not want to be exposed. Then a car drove past our guys, in which there were people who could help the heroes. The people in the car were refugees. The driver agreed to give the guys a ride, but they would need to leave their car and drain the gas. In the car, Ari decided to talk to Nick, but he answers him with monosyllabic sentences. Then Ari noticed that everyone was staring at him, and from the moment they got into the car, everything went wrong. It was time for lunch, and the refugees tried to eat everything they had. At the same time, Ari was not worried at all. He was calmly eating cookies, thinking about how he was worried about work 6 months ago, and now enjoying the sun in the desert. Then he noticed that a girl was watching him. He decided to test his guess. The girl turned away as soon as Ari began to look at her. Then the girl didn't see the guy. He seemed to have disappeared. It turned out that he was now standing behind her. He decided to meet her. The girl's name was Aisha. Ari decided to give her a gift and gave her a package of cookies so she could snack. Aisha began to eat furiously but carefully, and Ari began to think that he had not seen anyone near the girl. The girl told him that she planned to receive humanitarian aid in a refugee camp, and then she would see if anyone would be willing to buy it. Already in the car after lunch, Robert decided to tell the driver about his company. He even offered him a job at his place and promised to give him a green card. But the road was not easy. A shot flew into the car. No one understood what happened. They ended up in the place of capture. The enemies need to get their weapons. They need to search the car. Robert could not understand anything. How he was brazenly dragged onto the road. They were going to ransom him. Ari does not understand them, but Aisha told him that they are slave catchers. They often visit the desert. Women are captured and made slaves. Men are killed. Aisha wants to save herself, and so she asks Ari to kill her. None of those present wants to be a slave, does not want to die, and no one knows what to do. But Ari will not abandon them. He will help everyone, and Aisha promises to pray for him. As soon as the catchers approached the car, their necks were immediately broken. Our guy will go to Robert's bed, and Nick will have to watch the machine guns. The hunters did not expect a retaliatory strike. They were ready to kill everyone, but the guy rushed at them completely alone. Ari used his shield and is now invincible. The hunters are unable to cope. They are running out of machine guns. They decided to use the white man as a hostage, but he ended up next to them with a pistol. Ari was able to defeat the enemy in hand-to-hand combat, while Nick helps Robert with a bad back. Our guys have no choice but to go the rest of the way, and Ari begins to become interested in the fate of the refugees. This question really surprised Robert and Nick, but Ari doesn't understand the problem with this question. Our heroes need to get to a safe place, and the refugees will be helped by those who are responsible. All the heroes can do is report this situation. But still, our guys got a new passenger, and no one understood how it happened. Before leaving, Robert explained the situation to the refugees, after which they set off. But then Aisha approached Ari. She didn't want to stay here. Aisha began to speak to him in her language, but Ari could not understand what was said. He asked Robert for help in translating. In response, the man began to laugh at the situation. Robert left our guy, and Ari was left alone in that awkward situation. He offered her a bag of food, but this is not what Aisha needs. Aisha was able to say about her desires, which greatly surprised the guy. The girl already thought that they had turned away from her again, but Ari called her with him. So another passenger joined them, and in the car he decided to check with Robert what the girl said. The girl said that she was ready to become a gift of the desert and a wife for Ari in response to his victory. Because of these words, the guy became very uncomfortable. Robert began to mock the heroes. He says that in some states it is allowed to have several wives, but Ari does not even have one wife. Everything is complicated at the moment. But first Aisha needs to be returned home, and for this we need to do the paperwork. Finally, our heroes return to the American base. Aisha does not understand what those around her are doing, and Ari at this moment is interested in the affairs on the other side. Eri tried to reassure the girl that they were just waiting for people in uniform to take care of some business before leaving. Then Bruce, whom he had met during his vacation, approached Eri. He is responsible for the safety of his new boss, who made a deal with Robert. If Robert had been killed, they could have made a lot of money. And if he had refused, they would have simply found another interested person, and Nick didn't tell Eri all this. But then Bruce's boss approached them. He urgently asks them not to tell confidential information, and now it's time for them to leave. Bruce is a mercenary. He works for whoever pays, and this time his boss is getting a promotion because of the deal. For Robert, this is just a one-time deal, but for others it is a huge step forward, and now they are most likely busy finding out information about terrorists. It's time to talk about Aisha. She is only 17 years old, and she was born in a country that was destroyed by war. While watching TV, she thought that green streets, clean streets, and a peaceful life were dreams of the future. But it turned out that this life was real, but not for her. They lived in the realities of the film, the plot of which can only be envied later. The girl's parents were killed by terrorists. She was expelled. Aisha fled the war, tried to survive, and then, after a long time, our guy noticed her. Later, our guys destroyed the demons. She was saved from a humiliating death, and Ari took her with him. And now 3 idiots are drinking themselves into oblivion. After it was time for Aisha to express her gratitude, she decided to wipe it. Ari was too drunk, he knew what he was doing, and at some point he pulled Aisha towards him. In that moment, she melted into his arms and she let it happen. Already on the plane, Ari sits next to Aisha, and he is shocked by his actions. He breaks into a sweat from these thoughts. And the first thing the girl said after that was that she would learn Mandarin. Ari was so cool, but now he's burning with shame because he acted like an animal. After some time, Ari met Nick again. Ari needs to thank his boss for helping with the paperwork for Aisha, but the money will still be made on the next deal. A new businessman was introduced to our hero. He is engaged in maritime trade, and Nick is now responsible for his safety. During the whole journey, he had never seen Nick smile, and if Robert sent his best bodyguard, then this deal means a lot to him. And he is just a person who is responsible for transportation, and Ari led them to the goods. The new boss will be outside and his men will take care of loading it. After what he saw, Nick was surprised that this warehouse was not just a place of transaction, but a whole storage facility for gold. In fact, our hero is just a miser who uses the warehouse for gold now, and in the future will use it for food. It's time for everyone to see Ari's quality product. Everyone was shocked to see so much gold, and this was a logical reaction, because he himself was shocked by what he saw. The total weight of gold was 11 tons. For this weight, Ari will receive $510 million, and after confirmation of the payment, this amount immediately fell into the guy's account. Now our guy is fabulously rich. Before this, he warned Robert that this would be the last delivery of gold, and after that, the guy would change his occupation. But for Ari, what he received is not enough. He believes that it is just a drop in the ocean. Then he received a call from Megan, and he promised to come to her. Megan reminds him of the flash drive Ari threw at her. He left the game project at her door, and now he's afraid something is wrong with her. But Megan was amazed by the game. Its creator is a genius. The girl does not miss the moment to remind that she does all the dirty work. But there are also many formalities that Ari must already complete. She also warns that there is no need to come to her home anymore. All issues will be resolved in their office, which she wanted to talk about last time. Megan has already submitted documents for registration. She also says that for all the promotion of the company they need a lot of money that they need to find. As a result, Megan suggests declaring bankruptcy. Megan realizes that they have nothing to pledge for a loan, and in response to this, Ari offers to give her 10 million. In response to silence, he offers 100 million, but Megan thinks Ari is laughing at her. But this is all true, and she does not understand the importance of this company if Ari is so rich. But then Ari begins to think that she wants to conquer him with her silence. At this time, an accident occurred in another world. Only one person was able to survive the impact. The victim's name is Sam, and now he woke up in the epicenter of the explosion. To be precise, he did not comply with the evacuation order, but he was still luckier. Communication equipment also failed. Even the chip is short-circuited, and he can't figure out what happened in the end. From the equipment, he has 5 clips left, 2 syringes to stop bleeding, and nutritional blocks. But this is critically insufficient for survival. The elevator no longer works, but he can go down the stairs. There aren't many zombies on the upper floors. And although Sam went down, too much time was wasted, and now he needs to find a safe place. When the war broke out, everyone wanted to get away from the city, so cars had to be parked towards the suburbs. And then he noticed something strange. He noticed that someone was asking for help. The guy was very surprised that there was a girl among the zombies. Sam couldn't leave so easily. He ran to her to help her. He calmed her down. Sam thought he helped her, but he fell into a trap. It turned out that he was the first this month to take the bait. The girl even asked him for forgiveness herself, and she put a knife to the guy's neck. Actually, just like that, because of an impulsive desire to save a person, Sam fell into a trap from which he could not escape. The enemies found all his belongings, including equipment. He decided to get to know the prisoner better, and Sam told him that he was from the city of Luden, Air Force. The leader is surprised that the guy revealed his identity, and he learned about the plane crash. They all got what they wanted, and Sam wonders about his situation. The leader is shocked that Sam is trying to bargain with him, and he asks to be taken away. An order was also given for the guy to be beaten. The girl's previous owner was not very gifted. He spoiled her. And the deceased driver also reported that it was the gang leader who sent the letter. Back to our world, where Megan thinks she's being used. Her words didn't sound like a question, and she doesn't understand when it started. Most likely, it started when Ari lost his job. She doesn't want to be another beautiful doll nearby. Megan had previously doubted his main goal of creating the company. Opening a new company to make a profit and investing your earned money in it is a big risk in the future. Megan begins to doubt this whole idea, and she asks herself the question of the cost in order to avoid all this. Megan is afraid that she will be deceived again, and at this moment Ari says that 100 million yuan is just a small part of the company's future market price. And then he decided to admit that all this was being done for Megan's sake. For the business genius who can start a company. For the loyal employee who works tirelessly day and night. After everything has been said, Ari Megan stands up without saying a word. In the end, she opened the door and said that it was already late, and they had a lot of things to do tomorrow. Ari is surprised by Megan's self-esteem, and he actually managed to get out of it. They had to stay at a hotel the next day, and it looks like the problem with the house needs to be resolved ASAP. During the day, Aisha and Ari walked up to the building where the girl was teaching Chinese, and then the guy texted Megan's manager. As a result, our couple said goodbye, and Ari promised to pick up the girl after class. Megan does her best not to tell her boyfriend that he is an irresponsible and uncaring owner. Megan reveals that there is a job fair at the university next Wednesday, and they will be attending. Now they need to solve a liquidity problem. Then the girl asked if the guy was free during the day, because he promised to take care of the housing. Now it's time for Ari to return to the world of the apocalypse. He has no idea what happened here while he was away. As a result, there were many workers in the building. Construction was going on, and if not for the mansion, Ari would not even have realized that this was his home. Unexpectedly, Brooke greeted the guy. He was very scared because he didn't notice her. He decided to change the topic to what was happening at the base, but Brooke wouldn't just leave him alone. She would still be able to split him. Brooke decided to give him a tour to show him everything clearly, and Ari is glad that she did not torture him. The employees were glad to see Ari. The perimeter defense was strengthened, and light machine guns were installed. In 2 months they will be able to switch to turrets, but for now they just need to defend themselves from zombies. An order came from a weapons factory. The price of one thermal imager is 3,000, and Ari decided to ask about trading with the organization. At the beginning of August, the trade volume was 100,000 crystals. They exchanged crystals for building materials, weapons, freezers, and other items. Ari realizes that things are going well. Crystals are not worth saving because they are only worth something when you spend them, and he is surprised that Brooke is suitable for the role of a housewife. On the other hand, they were spotted by groups of survivors and tried to contact them. There are about 57 different groups around their base. The base personnel are strictly forbidden to light a fire or eat outside the canteen, and they must also refuse requests to let other survivors into the base, but Ari must come up with ways to fight. Brooke bought virtual reality capsules especially for this, and as a result, almost anyone can fight. Ari decided to look at these capsules. It connects to your memory and helps you achieve your best form. It also works on crystals. And in combination with a genetic drug, high results can be achieved. And Ari decided to ask whether the capsule could be used to study, for example, foreign languages. After a positive answer, he immediately thought about Aisha, and that then he would raise a beautiful woman bodyguard and driver in one person. Since they have a permanent military force, Ari suggested setting up a trading station at the entrance to the base. Brooke doesn't understand what they will be trading, but Ari calms her down and says that the income is not important. The main thing is that they do some work for them. Over time, they will gain trust, and they will know that they cannot compete with our heroes, and then they will want to join their ranks. But people without a microchip are difficult to control. Also, do not forget that you need to give everyone 30 crystals in business. Everyone should be useful. Brooke realizes that Ari doesn't care about that side at all, and it looks like he's been underestimated by Little Miss. Ari admits that this is his house too, Then Brooke asks about the girl he was with last night. She is waiting for an answer from the guy, but he doesn't know what to do now. Ari didn't answer her, so Brooke decided to ask his body. After a while, Ari came to the research laboratory, where he was not immediately noticed. As a result, the guy had to attract attention to himself by coughing. The scientist is glad to see the boss, and he says that at the girl's request, the man adjusted the technology, and Ari in response asks about the affairs at the base. And then the scientist suggested that he look at their creation for himself. Ari received a greeting from a voice assistant named Xiaobai. Ari wants to open the desktop, and the assistant starts talking to him, which surprises the guy. The assistant says that it is better to contact him. The scientist says that he can be turned off. Everything looks like he has the same level of intelligence as us. This is not like normal speech recognition, and the scientist gave our guy a flash drive. Although this artificial intelligence can help in the search, it requires data that is compatible with this phone. As a result, upon request, the assistant downloaded the game and launched it. And Ari can see a gorgeous particle effect. A cinematic effect is observed. From the outside, it doesn't look very good, and the scientist does not understand our hero's shock at such a primitive form of entertainment. The scientist begins to claim that he definitely did not change Ari's phone. The equipment remained the same. And then Ari promoted him to Minister of Information Technology. Now his salary has been increased to a can of meat a day. Once again, our guy found himself in his home world in front of Megan's house. He calls her, but she doesn't answer, and Ari already thinks that she's tired of the guy. He is already thinking about going back, but still decides to call. The girl answered him, and Ari doesn't like the voice he hears on the phone. Megan begins to apologize to him. Perhaps she was a little tired and fell asleep. From the conversation, Ari realized that Megan had caught a cold, and he decided to take such a strong and independent girl to the hospital. He tricked her into opening the door. Convinced of his thoughts, he decided without hesitation to take Megan to the hospital. But the girl doesn't want to go. She thinks of just taking medicine, but the guy doesn't listen to her. He picked her up and carried her to the car. He even wants to help Megan fasten her belt, but she can do it herself. Near the hospital, Megan refuses the guy's help. She will get to the hospital herself. Ari thinks about how he carried her in his arms near the house, and now she wants to go on her own. Here the girl stumbles, but Ari deftly catches her. He doesn't want the girl to get sick with something before coming to the hospital. People around them thought they were a cute couple. Some thought they were lovers. And Ari was just happy about Megan's examination. According to the doctor, Megan caught a cold, but due to the lack of timely treatment, she had to be hospitalized. Meanwhile, in the corridors of the hospital, a girl is looking for her father, who is suffering from rabies. But the son is outraged by this diagnosis, because his father was never bitten by a dog. The doctor informed the children that its incubation period could be a week or a year, and the disease could not be cured unless the vaccine was administered in time. Ari watches all this, and he understands that the doctor cannot object to the guy because he is an influential person. Then a man approached our guy. He was interested in where our hero was looking. But Ari doesn't answer him. He doesn't have time to argue, and then his phone says that it's time to go to bed. Our hero told his Xiaobao to go to bed first, and after a while the man next to him wanted to look at the guy's phone, and he began to get angry due to Ari's lack of reaction. Then he decided to use force against Ari, and then Ari realizes that problems find you when you least expect them. A girl noticed their fight and she doesn't understand what the man is doing. She doesn't understand how he can be so shameless. Violence, which he is so well versed in, will be his undoing. But he continues to hold our Ari while the guy does nothing with him. Then the girl's brother approached them, and he decided to ask about the martial arts school where, in his opinion, our guy studied. The man understands that the attacker was unable to move the guy in the fight, and this cannot be achieved simply by force. For this you need to be a master of internal strength. But Ari replies that he just used a little extra strength, after which the man asked him to join his squad. Ari asks to leave him, and then the girl begins to get angry at her brother, because his father is in the hospital, and he continues to drag people into his squad. The girl decided to personally ask for forgiveness from Ari. It turned out that the man was simply afraid. Our hero was filming him, and our guy decided to show them the phone. He showed that he had nothing on his phone. Then they apologized to him again and promised not to bother him again. And then her brother decided to ask our hero if he knew how to cure rabies. But Ari is not a doctor, and he doesn't understand what's going on here. The girl tries to bring her brother to his senses, but he looks like the kind of person who will not back down from his own. But for Ari, all this is not a problem, since he has several vials of medicine to treat rabies, AIDS, and the like. For bodies that are injected with this genetic drug, it's like a cold medicine, and instead of using it on Megan, he took her to the hospital. The brother decided to find out the name of our hero, and at the moment he looks like a dead horse beaten with a whip. His name is Fred. His sister's name is Hannah, and he really hopes that our hero knows either a secret recipe or a specialist who can cure his father. Ari began to reason that if they were people without power, they might consider this a misdiagnosis. But this family was not like an ordinary one. The guy understands that he doesn't want to turn to Robert every time. He doesn't want to be in poverty. He wants to be rich always. So he needs to find out what kind of person is in the ward. Hannah tries to reassure her brother that he should trust doctors, not passers-by. And then Ari offers his help in this matter. The doctor warns that none of this concerns Ari, and the girl doesn't believe him either. Ari decided to explain to them that it was they who pestered him. He was only responsible for the inspection. The choice was in the hands of the family. He also reminds him that ordinary medical procedures cannot cure rabies, and then his brother begins to believe him. Once symptoms appear, the mortality rate is almost 100%. And since they have no other choice, Fred trusts our guy. In the end, Ari only asks for 10 minutes so that no one will disturb him. But the doctor cannot do it all that way. Fred decided to take full responsibility because he completely trusts our hero. Now this family can only hope to take risks, because nothing else will help them. Already in the ward, Ari watches the man. To prevent anyone from seeing anything, Ari had to use a small Emmy grenade to prevent the camera from recording the most interesting part. Ari was lucky that the man was unconscious, and then he administered a drug that even tests could not detect. Afterwards, Hannah decided to ask the guy for his phone number so that she could provide information about her father's condition. Ari was very interested in all this, and he gave her his ID. But Fred doesn't like this. He offers to immediately exchange contacts, and now he will protect our hero. Then they heard a scream, and no one can understand what happened. Ari warned that his father's condition was already that bad, so he should have woken up by now. And after these words, Fred rushed into his room. Their father has woken up, and Ari hopes that he can slip through, but is then stopped by a doctor who is interested in the method the hero used. Ari becomes interested in the fact that 55,000 people die from this disease every year in the world, and he doesn't want to reveal his secret, and the doctor is trying to put pressure on his guilt. But Ari will tell everything when the time comes. The father of the family finally woke up, and he remembers he had rabies. The brother says that he found a doctor of ancient traditional medicine, but his father is not happy with this because he does not want shame for his family. He accepts this fact and decides to thank the doctor who cured him. His brother goes looking for him, while his father wonders how one man managed to cure him. But it turned out that he had already left, and they did not have time to exchange numbers. Fred is too careless. If people want to find something, they find it. But now his father needs to solve some things, so he asks to be left alone. Considering modern society, people have not stopped exploring the possibilities of artificial intelligence. Research has just begun, so it's too early to talk about selling. As for the girl, she is a professional hacker who can increase the performance of the phone and can have energy consumption. This is a company called Futuristic, and no one can avoid getting their phone in the hands of a professional. A week later, the subordinate asked his boss for forgiveness because he had failed, and the boss decided to ask about the stages of hacking. There has been little progress, but other colleagues in the industry are now in the same situation, so the boss does not blame the employee. All the information collected is in a folder. Now they need to contact our hero to discuss the rights to purchase. They also need to find as much information as possible. The same thing happened in other companies. Everything happened at an insane speed. Around this time, a whirlpool begins to swirl. The total investment is 590,000 yuan. Futuristic 10 has been downloaded 40 million times to date, with shipments expected to exceed 100 million by the end of August. 12 companies have already reached out to our heroes about partnerships and acquisitions. Partnerships need to be given time. As for acquisitions, everyone should be turned down. Someone offered $13 billion, but our hero will not agree for $13 billion. And Megan also wants to clarify one thing. Megan wonders that they don't actually have to apply for a patent. If they apply for a patent, they will have to describe the technology in detail. But Ari is confident that no one can hack them, and they still have one more thing to discuss. Necessarily loves his office environment and being in control of his behavior. And Ari doesn't like that Megan doesn't address him as a friend. She just doesn't want to mix the personal with the professional. Somewhere at the university, the girls were very happy to see their little Xiaobao. The friend does not believe her sister, and then she asks Xiaobao to talk. But he doesn't care about others. The main thing is that the mistress likes him. For the sake of his mistress, he decided that his sister would also like it. So he asked about her favorite music, but she was most interested in the principle of its operation. But that's not all Xiaobao's abilities. He can also triple the phone's performance. The sister thinks that such technology could be used in research, ecology, even on the battlefield. But its creator decided to put it in a phone. The girl decided to take a photo with her sister, and then the phone itself would send it to her. The girl warned that her sister could download it, and it weighs only 53 MB. The main thing is not to fall for a fake. Downloads of this technology per day have broken a record, and the girl knows that the creator of this company was a graduate. And tomorrow they will come to their school to recruit employees for the company, and the girl hopes that she will be hired. Sister Leah tries to calm her down because she is studying for another specialty. But every company needs lawyers, and Xiao Bao is indignant that his fakes were made ugly. Everyone is wondering what this graduate is like. He is trying to attract the attention of his boss. About 14 fakes of their program have already been created, but people understand what is in front of them, so their company needs to assemble a team of lawyers. Interest in the theory about the threat of artificial intelligence has grown on the internet, and Ari understands that if the program has feelings, then they will no longer trust it. Ari proposed the idea that they would pay compensation if people got into trouble because of the program, but there should be no security gaps. He asks Megan to believe him. A girl approached them and warned that the fair would start in half an hour. When the fair began, Ari was asked to go easy on the students, but he convinced them that Megan would be recruiting them. Megan was not surprised by this, and the girl wished her good luck. At first, Ari wasn't worried about the fair because he saw people fighting for food, but when he saw the line, he felt uneasy. Ari didn't understand what all these people were doing here, because they could be going in a completely different direction. A girl also approached him. She wants to be his secretary, but he doesn't need him. The day has come, and Ari feels like a squeezed lemon. But Megan is not tired. She is already used to it. They have 2 hours for lunch. A little later, Ari brought the girl a mug of coffee. She also needed to rest. Megan thanked him, and he decided to take the break to sleep. The girl looks at him and tries not to think about him, since he shows concern for others. The time for the afternoon session came, and a girl named Izzy approached them. She graduated from law school and wants to work in Ari's company, since she herself uses Xiao Bao. Ari doesn't understand where this girl came from, but her desire is understandable. Megan decided to ask about her first actions in the company, to which the girl immediately said that she would sue all lawbreakers. Ari thinks that the girl is too emotional. He wants to ask her something, but Megan stops him, since the girl must finish. When Izzy finished speaking, both Ari and Megan realized that they had found a new employee for the company. Ari asked the girl to stay to discuss her responsibilities and salary with her. They were ready to hire her as soon as possible, which the girl was very happy about. At lunch, the presenter called to the stage an outstanding entrepreneur who graduated from university 2 years ago. And this person is our hero. Our hero greeted the guests, and a girl noticed him. It was Hannah. Things take an interesting turn. Our hero went out onto the balcony to smoke, but then a girl approached him. As soon as all the issues with the employees are resolved, our hero will merge, and then the girl whose father he helped in the hospital turns to him. Hannah didn't expect that the guy in the hospital and the young entrepreneur were the same person. First, the girl thanked Ari for her help, and then she wanted to satisfy her curiosity. She won't pry trade secrets out of him. Hannah just wants to interview the guy, as if he were a distinguished graduate. After half an hour, the interview came to an end, and at the end, the girl took Ari's number using his company's product. Also, her father wants to meet his savior, so Hannah will once again steal some time from the guy. Ari agrees to this, and he realizes that her father is a big shot in the government and truly untouchable. Activate warm-up. Energy core is normal. Weapon system is normal. Information system is normal. The pilot is in position, and everything needs to be told from the beginning. In the future, Ari gave the order for everyone to be dressed and ready in half an hour. A week ago, our hero returned to the future again, and he noticed that the base was too quiet. The sounds of construction could not be heard. He thought the construction was over, but they couldn't do everything so quickly. There is no one here at all, and Ari doesn't understand anything. Then he received a message. The message was from Brooke, in which she wrote where she could be found and that Ari should put on a filter. Their situation is worse than anyone can imagine. When Ari saw Brooke, he immediately asked about the construction site, to which she invited him to look outside. Half a month ago, zombies went berserk and surrounded the base, so construction was stopped. It was as if the zombies had been drugged with something. They shouldn't be in this state during the day, but somehow they maintain it around the clock, and the reason for this is not clear. An unknown bacteria has begun to grow in the air, and everyone must wear masks as protection. The bacteria rate continues to rise. Brooke also bought 150 sets of protective clothing. Brooke once told Ari about the principle of their movement. According to the type of photosynthesis, zombies behave calmly during the day, and after their spores are restored, they enter an active state at night. It is possible that this bacterium replaced the zombies' need for photosynthesis, so they restore their energy regardless of the time of day. But this is all theory. According to 6th Street News, The bacteria is spreading from a specific source. Unfortunately, our guy's base is the closest, and they didn't take any measures. Leaving this here is dangerous, so our heroes must take the initiative to solve this problem. But they cannot leave their base. This bacterium directs zombies towards people. They have already tried to break through the gate several times. Trade has been suspended, but communication with survivors is maintained through the sewer, since there are no zombies there. There is not a minute to lose. There are 41 people on the base who have experience in fighting. They were injected with a genetic drug. Brooke will approve the plan. The girl doesn't want the guy to participate in this, but despite his accuracy, he has good fighting skills, and Ari can leave the battlefield at any time. He can't let the girl go alone. In the end, Brooke agrees with him, and she did not forget to mention that they also have problems with food. It is running out. Ari contacted Oliver, who immediately got down to business. It turned out that the program through which our guys communicate costs 1 crystal per minute, so they quickly moved on to the most important thing. Oliver hopes to increase the volume of trade, and then their thoughts converged, because Ari wanted the same thing. The supply shortage of canned fruit was over 1,000, and Oliver presented a detailed plan. Prices have increased, and according to the previous set price, this is 450,000 crystals, when a set of regular power armor costs about 10,000 crystals. Ari realizes that this is a large order, and he is interested in Oliver's ability to produce so many crystals. Due to the current situation, a plan was developed to clean up 2 unknown sources of bacterial strains. Oliver donated resources and received a 21% dividend. He will make a lot of profit since the entire route will have a revenue of 12 million crystals. The cost of ammunition is much lower than the profit. Since the zombies were infected with an unknown bacterium, their regenerative ability has increased. They can accumulate many more crystals. There are about 1 million people living in the city, and even if the zombies produce a few crystals under heavy fire, they are not a threat. 6th Street can hit the jackpot. Large forays must be accompanied by groups of survivors or armed men, and it looks like Oliver has grand plans. At first, a large number of crystals will lead to inflation. Since they are a currency that is consumed, the industry will grow, which means the price of crystals will also increase, which will allow the heroes to expand their capabilities. After the phrases about increasing consumption, Ari stopped understanding Oliver, and he decided to find out why he didn't go to the city center earlier. The man cannot answer this question, but he explained that this time the outing on the outskirts of the city center is a stable income. Because of this unknown strain of bacteria, people need to make forays, after which they return with bags full of crystals. The more reliable the equipment, the calmer they can move forward. The worst thing about this situation is that the bandits who walk around with broken rifles will become rich, and they will be able to buy good weapons. But our Ari cannot buy and produce ammunition himself. Oliver suggested that in this golden age, open a food market. People will no longer be interested in food mixtures. And to open the market, Ari will have to cooperate to lower food prices. After increasing sales, food trading will bring more profit, and after opening the Ari market, it will be more convenient to increase production. Ari understands that the man is right, but he has doubts about the price, since 1 jar will not even cost 1 crystals. At the same time, Oliver thinks that Ari does not want to give in to him. He thinks that he is no longer interested in technology. And then Oliver decided to tell them that he could figure out a way to get equipment that was not formally distributed. Ari listed various ghetto technologies for him, since they are not too complex for a man, and he understands that the guy was just waiting for this topic of conversation. Our hero decided to tell him about one nuance: there is a source of bacteria near their base. But 6th Street cannot send soldiers to clear the territory, and he asked the man for 10 sets of energy armor, which is impossible for Oliver. The risk is small compared to the reward, and if his base is gone, Ari will have to return to headquarters, and then all the business relationships built between them will cease to exist. Oliver will get 10 slaves who will put on armor, and he will announce their death. Ari will have to deal with these 10 himself. He suggests that Oliver relax, since there will be a prize waiting for him. But there is also the problem of transportation, so an infantry fighting vehicle is needed. Oliver will end up riding off one of them during a mission that never happened. Our hero has experience wearing virtual armor, but the sensations are still strange. Brooke looks at him with suspicion, but he reassures her. Everyone is ready to move out. It is necessary to turn on the weapon system. The zombies must not break the formation. The gate opened and zombies immediately rushed in and opened fire on them. It is necessary to aim for the head. There is no need to waste ammo. The heroes must concentrate on breaking through. Next, the heroes must launch the vortex engine to begin breaking through. The street is already too quiet, despite the situation. According to the device, There are no mutants within a radius of 500 meters, and to be precise, they are the only life forms in the area. If there are no zombies nearby, then there is someone larger nearby, so the heroes need to be vigilant. This is definitely due to bacteria in the air, but our guys need to hurry. There are still 3 kilometers to their first goal. All the heroines have their guns ready. After a minute of readiness, fire was opened. The vacuum bombs weren't a waste of time, but then Brooke noticed that the bacteria that had broken in were gathering again. The girl gives a new order. They need to hit the bacteria again before they recover. At this point, Ari's EMI attack warning goes off. Our hero came under attack. Brooke is trying to warn everyone about the attack, and she also demands that everyone get in touch and report the situation. Everything is fine with everyone, as well as with Ari, but he was carried into some building. But before he had time to get out of it, a monster attacked the hero. The enemy is very strong, and he was able to knock the guy to the ground. His claws are sharp, making it difficult for Ari to resist him. Ari's rifle was knocked back a long distance, but he must take the risk to save his life. And he managed to take it, and immediately a powerful blow was dealt to the monster. But the bullets could not penetrate the enemy's scales, so the hero has no other choice. He needs to wait for the moment and strike with all his might. This is the only way he can win. The weak points of the Deathclaw are the eyes and back. The guy focused on his target, and after a while, when the enemy's hand got stuck, he struck. Then Brooke found him. She is very worried. When she saw the hero, the girl froze in place. He asks her not to scream from what she saw. He is here, and he is alive. Using a lot of energy at once makes the guy dizzy, but they need to leave because zombies are coming. But Ari is surprised by this, since the claws love to eat zombie meat. But here they work together. He also asked about the EMI attack. The detector showed this after the explosion. A certain life form crawled out from there, and then Ari encountered the Deathclaw, and after that all the zombies began to surround the area. Ari asks the others to buy him some time, and he will enter this funnel. Brooke does not agree with him, but Ari is not afraid of the unknown. He can escape at any time. Then the girl wants to go with him, but he convinces her that time is short. There will be more and more zombies, and she needs to go. She promised to wait for him here. Then he asks them to hold the line for 2 hours, after which time the guys will have to leave. Unlike the others, he will be able to escape. However, then the guy will end up in the same place. Moreover, it's daytime, and if you destroy the source now, the zombies will stop being active. Going down, Ari noted that this was an unnatural tunnel. He has found his way, and he needs to be as careful as possible. But before he had time to go far enough forward, something strange appeared on his way. In front of him was a wall with no panel or buttons. Ari was already beginning to think that the monster could pass through walls. But even such a wall will not stop our hero. He took out a tool to make a hole. True, nothing worked. Everything was in vain. Suddenly, Ari heard a voice, but he could not find the source. And then something told him to look at the communication screen, and Ari thought that he had turned on the electromagnetic shield. An unknown voice decided to explain why the electromagnetic shield is no longer an obstacle to communication. Ari is not going to answer. No one poses a threat to him, and right now he is very busy. The important thing that Ari spoke about was done, and the doors opened. This causes Ari to lose a lot of time, but he is warned that he will not be able to defeat the worm. Ari doesn't listen to the car. He still goes to his goal. And then he was warned that after 200 meters the monster would notice Ari. The worm is just a bunch of fleshy balls. It was desperately trying to get into the hibernation chamber, and it was a real threat to the voice. Ari should receive a map on her communicator showing the location of the worm. Only now the hero decided to ask who he was talking to in the end. It turned out that his interlocutor was artificial intelligence, and thanks to him, Ari was allowed inside. It chose its name for itself. It is a mid-level artificial intelligence, and it has poor taste in jokes. Ari realized the enemy's location, and he decided to remove the armor, despite the danger. Intellect suggests returning to the armor, since it is much safer in it. But Ari wants to burn him alive. Ari has finally gotten rid of the annoying thing. He needs to hold out for 3 seconds to defeat his enemy. There is a sticky liquid on the walls, which means that the monster is not far away. With the supply that Ari has, you can burn half the street. But then Ari again heard a nasty voice, which indicates the guy's fear, and he just wants to be in silence. Artificial intelligence is interested in why our hero wants to die so much, but he asks him to be silent. And again the intellect helps the hero. He opens the door and chooses between anger or help. Beautiful day, beautiful flowers, and a beautiful woman. Ari has long been fascinated by the beauty in front of him, and he does not even suspect that he is plunging deeper and deeper into the illusion. His friend mocks him, says that Ari would like to be in the place of the flower, but in response, he wants to kill the boy. If only everything would be different. That's the problem with puberty. Ari tries to forget about everything and he goes to watch TV. Ari is studying abroad, his parents are not here. Among other things, he started keeping a diary, and it seems that the TV lady is very popular, since all the girls are talking about her. In the program, this girl turns to the hero. She is interested in whether the hero knows about the state of his affairs. He needs to look down, and isn't it all wonderful? And then Ari saw himself in the place of this man. As our guy suggests, the hero of the program will then be bitten by a vampire, and most likely die. The guy keeps asking himself basic questions and it annoys him, so he needs to go to bed. Tomorrow will be the premiere of the film, as well as a celebration of the unification of the Pack. The Celestial Shield system is used to protect against all types of space attacks. Relations between NATO and Pack are strained. But life does not stand still, and Ari still needs to go to school. Here Ari notices something only for a moment. He is haunted by a strange feeling. The guy thinks that the robot recognized him as trash. Ari is already in class, and the girls are discussing yesterday's episode, where the main one either died or became a vampire. Yesterday, Ari saw on TV how a guy was hanging on a cross, and then, according to the formulas of the script, a vampire should also bite him. And then he will become a half-vampire, rejected by his family. He will destroy all evil for his homeland until, together with the villain, they turn into ashes under the light of the sun. The guy didn't notice how he said all this out loud, and then he noticed that everyone was looking at him. Everyone in the class is looking at him. No one has looked away. This whole situation is stressful. He doesn't know what happened. Even his friend is staring. Then the teacher came into the classroom and she will collect the homework. Ari doesn't understand what's happening. All her classmates opened the lesson file. They started looking for assignments. Then his classmate brings Ari to his senses. He thinks that Ari's neck is cramped. A classmate doesn't understand why they look at him like that, and our hero's head is about to explode. He is already starting to think that he dreamed it all. Everyone is so strange. And then he saw a girl. She was not here initially. Ari missed the moment when she arrived. Now our hero is in the library. He is studying the concept of the uncanny valley. Due to the fear of death and fear of disease, it is impossible to sympathize with robots. The more a robot resembles a person, the better the feelings for it will be. But if it reaches a critical point, then the feelings immediately disappear, and the more human it seems, the more frightening it is. This is exactly the effect our hero felt with the cleaning robot. But in the end, our hero does not understand what he is doing. It seems to him that something important has been forgotten. He feels that the answer to his question is out there somewhere. Ari noticed a girl near the table. He doesn't remember when she appeared there. While sorting out his thoughts, he forgot that he wanted to invite a girl to the cinema, and now he needs to gather all his will into a fist. But she takes the first step and invites the guy to her home. The goddess of his heart, Emma, herself invited him to visit her. Before he could come to his senses, the girl pulled him along with her. As the person unknown to us thought, Ari was studying artificial intelligence. The subconscious is always on guard, but the game must go on. On the way, Ari asks about their further path, but she replies that they are going to her house. But then the guy asks to stop. He does not understand why he is going to her. Does not understand the reason for this event. The girl wants to understand him. Emma hints that she has no one at home, and he must decide whether to come or not. But Ari cannot refuse this offer he offers to get to know each other better. And again the guy notices robots, although they are everywhere. He is sincerely afraid of these robots. They stress him out, but he should go, because there is a girl waiting for him ahead. Ari, in spite of everything, must invite someone to a movie, and he does not understand what the girl will do. It's already February 13th, and our hero is back in class. Even on the day of the Alliance, they have to go to school, and it looks like the movie tickets will never be used for their intended purpose. Ari realizes that the news was talking about class cancellations. He thought he was with Emma. Our hero doesn't remember what happened yesterday after meeting the girl. He doesn't understand how he ended up at school. Last evening left nothing behind. He doesn't understand what's happening at all. And even Emma, sitting next to him, doesn't say anything. Our Ari is all alone in the office. He doesn't understand what time it is, and his legs are numb. Our hero slept so well in the office. Now he needs to go to the gym for a lesson, for which he is conveniently late. On the way to class, Ari tries to remember yesterday, but it no longer matters. The cleaning robot again stopped near the hero, and he finally decided to deal with him. Here a guard meets him, and he decides to teach our guy a lesson so that he understands what guards are capable of. Ari is in complete shock because it's just late. Ari tries to protect herself from the blow, when suddenly a robot comes to the rescue. The guard tells the guy to stand still, but he doesn't move anyway, and no one in this situation understands what's happening. And Ari ran to class, reasoning that it seemed that being late now meant beating the student. And the robot that helped our hero also raises questions, and our hero needs to get into the library through the back door. The guard greatly frightened the guy, and he accidentally opens the door, which in principle should be closed. There is now a computer in front of him, and he doesn't understand anything. Ari experiences déjà vu. He has already been here, and now it's time to use the flash drive, which may contain all the answers. This thing knows our hero, and Ari has been the only user for the last 3 months. No one used this common room. Even during the school's anniversary, Ari wants to expand the search to 55 years. But he only found a diary that was written during the height of the war. The guy thinks that he forgot something, but he remembers everything down to changing diapers. But this shouldn't happen, and in the end his intuition led him here. Then he hears the girl calling him, but the guy doesn't understand what she's doing here, and he decides to close the door. Every time Ari wants to understand himself, she appears nearby. It seems that she is watching him. Our hero has a bad feeling. He remembered that yesterday she pushed him, and the girl continues to stand outside the door. After some time, Ari thought she had left and she called our hero a ghost. Suddenly there was an explosion in the building. Planes fly over the building, soldiers are visible, and no one understands what is happening. It turns out that these are NATO soldiers, and now a war has begun, or there has simply been an explosion. Now Ari doesn't care about all feelings. The main thing is to save her life. There was a bomb shelter somewhere in the school, and according to the rules of war, citizens should not be killed. The soldiers won't take prisoners, they'll go on a killing spree. The soldiers will kill all half-breeds. Ari wanted to ask a question, but he was shut up and knocked out. He woke up in the gym with other students. The soldiers mocked the student. One of them suggested playing a game in which the winner would be released. You just need to run to the ring in 10 seconds, and then the guy will be released. He is silent, and the soldiers took this silence as a positive answer. The game begins. The soldiers began to count down the time. As soon as the student ran, a bullet immediately flew at him. The soldier is amused by this situation. One even said that he is bad at math. Ari understands that he will be in that guy's place, and the soldiers will kill everyone. Some wanted to play with the girls. One of them cried because she didn't want to die. But the soldier was tired of this. He believes that half-breeds are weak. They already wanted to shoot the girls, but one of the guys did not allow them to shoot. He prevented the soldier at the cost of his life, and the guy immediately received a blow, but the soldier even admired his courage. The soldier sat on the guy, began to mock him. He asked about the guy's friends. The guy claims that the soldiers will die anyway, but they are not going to die in battle. But the student's time has come to an end. The last thing the guy said was for Ari to avenge him, and his throat was cut. This situation drove our hero crazy. He had just lost his friend. Suddenly something clicked inside Ari, and a completely different Ari opened his eyes. He accidentally activated rage mode, and now it's time to put an end to this pointless game. The guy uses his ID to see the current status, and he realizes that this whole situation happened because of the guy who made a fuss. Finally, Ari realized that it was all an illusion. If not for his friend's scream, our hero would have been stuck in this thing forever for life. He asks that they have stopped hiding in front of him, and now the time has come for her to come out. Ari understood everything thanks to his one troublesome power, and the girl was lucky that she had no heart. Our guy's characteristics improved. The hero had many guesses, but he realized that it was all a game of an informant. In the real world, Ari walked through the opening, and then, the informant said that the worm must be here. Despite the risks, Ari must do its job. Walking down the corridor, he found the informant. Ari should not make any sudden movements. Although the informant understands that the guy will not be able to escape, he warns that the reaction of the laser weapon is 1 seconds. Activation of the interdimensional bracelet and explosion of the fuel tank takes 3 seconds. Our guy is trapped because he won't have time to do anything. The worm really threatened the informant, but he easily dealt with it. It was as exciting as our hero's electric welding. The good news is that some of the worm remained alive, so he decided to grow it in a hibernation chamber. Looks like a human girl turned into an incubator. She was dead for a while until she was rescued. Ari is tired of listening to all this. He just wants to get down to business. Asks the informant to tell him about his desires. People are always impatient, and Ari, without hesitation, left his armor. He calmly walked towards his goal. All this time he was being led here. And now Ari needs to pass the test, but it seemed to him that the test had already been passed. The girl waited for a very long time. She has very little data to conduct evolution. It's good that this worm, who wanted to take possession of organic matter, came here. Ari doesn't care about everything. His team is fighting at the top. As soon as the doors closed behind him, the guy felt pain in his neck, and he found himself in virtual space. And this is a controlled program, since Ari's memory was not fully restored. He was told that he only passed the first round of testing, and now there are a lot more laps left to go through. Ari worries about Brooke, but he is convinced that time moves very slowly here. he will need to go through several tens of thousands of years of testing. Even in such a situation, she is going to continue this meaningless game. The girl is looking forward to the next round. Ari lived the real desire of the owner of this appearance, and how now he will calmly treat everything, because he already wants to commit suicide next time. Ari can't help but worry. There are 10 years worth of memories in his head, but they are the ones that brought him into a state of rage. Thanks to rage, the hero was able to leave the game, and since time moves differently here, in reality, the body can enter madness mode for a few seconds, so he needs to start acting as quickly as possible. The main thing is not to achieve a breakthrough in the virtual world through the security system, since they tried to stop him. This means that there are clues in the reading room, which is why there was a feeling of inconsistency. The robots tried to help, tried to give important information. Ari takes a test that is aimed at identifying various emotions, but the meaning of all this remains unclear. She said that the information available was not enough for evolution, but what exactly did she mean? If the test is developed by people, then there must be a way out. Every time the hero gets close to the result, he is sent to the beginning. But this is no longer effective, and now it's time for the real game. First, Ari needs to return to the first key, namely the library. He doesn't have time, so he needs to hurry. But then the guy finally turns his attention to the robot. The cleaning robot tried to help our hero, and as a result, Ari found his first clue in it. So he realized that he needed to go to the library. It turned out that in this place there was a neutral zone in which no one touched our hero. The library is a dangerous place in which an informant can reveal himself. Ari is constantly being watched. Here the robot helps Ari again. He directs our hero in the right direction. The library looks completely different. Now there are guards everywhere. They prevent our hero from reaching his goal. The 2-meter wall that now stands here is not a hindrance for our Ari, because he has special skills. Thanks to the genetic drug, the guy was able to easily jump over this fence. He landed perfectly, of course. The state of rage also added strength, because these games are also based on reality. It seems that the patrol schools are also pawns in this game. But ordinary people will not be able to catch up with our hero. He has an unusual power. The desired location is right around the corner. The guy was already near his target, but the doors began to close as the security program was launched due to the invasion of our hero. But for Ari, this is not a hindrance. He was able to break the glass with himself. It hurts after that. But he cannot stop. The guy needs to move forward. This whole situation is too tense. Ari is almost there, when suddenly he is found by security, who was also not only outside, but also inside the building. But the guy was lucky. He found the right door and locked it. But it is unknown how long this door will last. The hero decided to look for a clue inside the computer, and he found a gun. The clip was full, but there were no cartridges. And then the invasion began, which seemed to begin only tomorrow. Ari is in a difficult situation. The guards are trying to break down the door, and if the guy does nothing, he will find himself in an even more difficult situation. If everything starts over again, all information will be lost. So Ari remembered everything, and he decided to take a desperate step, because he would not get out of here. After being shot in the head, he woke up again in the room, and a new week began. He cannot exit the game after death, it continues. But the hero still has a gun. It has also been updated. It already has 16 rounds and a full clip. It seems that it also plays an important role. Now it's time to look for the second clue. The guy will go to the place that was marked on the map. He needs to choose a different path, one on which she cannot interfere. Ari came to the train station, and here you can use the train directly to your destination. Judging by the map, our hero needs to go to the central hospital, but he didn't get there. Something unexpected happened. The train has derailed, and everyone in that carriage could get hurt. If it weren't for Ari's physical abilities, the game would have been overloaded, but he was able to escape from the ruins. But suddenly he noticed a survivor ahead, and if everything here is an illusion, part of her is still controlled by artificial intelligence. Ari decided to help her, but he could not expect that a zombie would be sitting in front of him. She bit him, was able to tear off a piece of flesh, and it seems that the informant decided not to dwell on one event. It seems that this illusion shows what is happening in the present world, or shows the past. Since here people have just turned into zombies, they still retain their features when the zombies of the future look like dried-up corpses. This is just a guess, but suddenly the war and infection actually happened. Then it all looks like reality. The first time Ari was bitten because he lost his vigilance, but the second time he couldn't be bitten. And with such a body, the hero shouldn't get infected. It wasn't long to go to the hospital, so he armed himself with a bat and went forward. Already in the hospital, Ari also ran into zombies, but they are nothing in front of him. There are a lot of them, and only thanks to the genetic drug and the mode of insanity he is still alive. Otherwise, his bones would have been gnawed long ago. But even with intensification, the pain from the bites will spread throughout the body for a long time. But this is not the time to despair. Ari must gather all his will into a fist. He must reach his goal. He wonders if there are people in the hospital. But there is no one except zombies. There are too many of them. There is not enough meat for everyone. Ari is trying to break away from them. He has never run so much. A little more, and he will break the world running record. No matter what, he must not give up. His life lies in his own hands. But he cannot hold them back forever. He was able to block the doors in one office, but a girl was waiting for him there. The girl tells the hero that he is in good shape. But despite this, even his strength will not be enough to get out of this virtual reality. The girl looks very familiar, and then Ari realizes that Tina is standing in front of him. He wanted to approach her, but she did not allow him to take a step, and Tina called him a lower form of life. Her words infuriated our hero, and he was filled with rage, and she does not understand what is happening. But their conversation is interrupted. A girl named Emma used a chainsaw to open the door. She does not want the heroes to survive. Her goal is their death. But Ari was tired of all this, and without hesitation, he took out a pistol and shot right in the girl's head. This really surprised Tina because he essentially killed his mistress. But Ari asks her to keep quiet so he doesn't have to shoot a second time. He is a very brave and smart guy, but in virtual reality, death is not a sentence. Nothing will happen. They will arise again, but the pain will be real. It will not disappear. It is no longer possible to erase his memory. Ari will return here again, so the girl must help him get out of here. If she doesn't help him, he will kill her, and Ari will do this until he gets his way. But then the girl starts screaming. She calls him a demon. Tina is afraid that she will be subjected to violence. But they were talking about something else altogether. She thinks she was being followed and used to achieve her goal. But Ari doesn't understand anything at all. He just wanted to scare her. He's not kidding. Ari just wants to get out of this game, so Tina has to tell everything. But the girl tries to explain to him that he will still return to the game. But the guy has a plan that will allow him to end all this. Tina doesn't understand why Ari wants to leave. She doesn't understand what's wrong with this place. The girl explains to him that only at the beginning of the game he is safe. He will not survive further. It turned out that the heroine is here constantly, and while she is in this reality, she will play the role of a little girl. Tina does not need the pity of a lower life form. She is ready to die every time, but the girl will not tolerate pity from him. Ari wants to know the number of weeks the girl spent here, but she didn't count them because the weeks change so quickly. Ari doesn't understand why she was put in a petri dish, but this laboratory was created before the war, which means that Tina has been here for at least 20 years in game time. She was in this tiny room for a very long period of time, and it is because of this that she does not like lower life forms. They cannot last even a couple of days. People are working hard to survive because the world is in ruins. The city center is like a huge nuclear reactor. No one gives up despite adversity. With all this, Ari wants to attract Tina's attention. He wants to show her the outside world. But the girl is sorry because all this is impossible because of the security system. And then Ari understands everything. He will take care of all this. Tina should not worry. She is afraid of pain. If all else fails, then artificial intelligence will be able to grow something inside the girl. And then the guy grabbed her. He asks to leave everything to him. Tina just needs to tell him how all this can be ended. But the girl's fear is much greater than her hope for freedom. Then the girl decided to tell him. Tina said about a place in the hospital garage. There is an entrance for refugees, which is also the control room of this whole game. But Ari is running out of time. The security system cannot force the game to restart on the first day of each round. But from the second day, other features will be unlocked, and the game will be rebooted. The guy is indignant that he was not warned about this earlier. He runs towards his goal, and the girl really wants to believe him. Tina wants to see the real world. And so the guy has only one choice, and then he took the saw to go further. The girl does not understand why he returned, and Ari decided to go out the window. It was the third floor, but the guy didn't care. He would clear the roads to get ahead. He doesn't have time. Ari only has a few minutes left to get out of here. He was able to get to the right door, and Ari also found the right button, although he had no strength left. But the guy will not stop and destroy this artificial intelligence. Ari gives himself 5 minutes to catch his breath. He presses the button and the scene begins to disappear from under his feet. He understands that the informant is furious, but the best is yet to come. Ari wonders what awaits him here, but he is ready to show his all. The light coming from behind the door is blinding. Consciousness begins to slowly fade. As a result, a man stands in front of him and greets him. Ari finally finds himself in the control room of the entire game. All the wounds on his body have healed. Even his clothes have been restored. And the man in front of him looks familiar. It was an officer, but he had changed too much, and the guy did not recognize him. And, summing up all the clues, Ari realized that this was Lieutenant John. If the hero knows his name, it means he saw the magazine. Ari saw a diary in which his remorse was recorded. He killed his classmates, and all this played an important role in the game. But Ari still doesn't understand how this man feels about this game. But it turned out that everything was created according to his memories, and the hibernation chamber belonged to John. But his body seemed to have died in the real world, and Ari understood this. All of John's brain data has been copied, and he can now be called a low-grade artificial intelligence. But with a face like that, he can't be treated like that. He is just a simple artificial intelligence, and all he can do is respond according to John's logic, including facial recognition depending on him. Nature is unique, it differs from data, so it is impossible to get rid of differences. But John behaves like a living person. John was also injected with a genetic drug. He was able to break through the memory block, but then he realized something. Emotions are an important component. They help to get out. This is something that a machine can never have. This means that Ari has been living this all for many weeks, but he is interested in a happy ending of at least some kind of ending. In one of the endings, the girl found out that she was no longer in love, and she cut the poor guy in half, and now Ari understands where she got the saw from. All these events are taken from John's head. The consciousness simply uses the girl that the person likes, but then complex emotions are evoked through various events. Ari remembers his confessions in the diary, but if there is meaning in them, then there must be meaning in the law. But then our guy's vision almost changed again. He subconsciously aroused hatred for the lieutenant. The memories are very well built in. Ari is given a choice. He can either leave or continue living in this virtual world. But the guy knows what he will choose. Ari, after a long period of time, heads towards his new goal. He goes to the informant. At this time, the informant was listening to music, and he confirms that music created by people is much more interesting. Then the informant realizes that our problem guy has woken up. He advises Ari to lie back down, but he won't do it. Ari was able to use a bomb that was programmed to self-destruct after 3 seconds. Ari really went crazy, and he was able to return to his world. And finally the guy said goodbye to the informant once and for all. And then an explosion occurred. Our hero found himself in a room. He had no strength left, but he liked having his ability. He should take a good rest, and he also wants to thank the girl for choosing this villa. Then the guy decided to give a tour of his own home, but he realized that Aisha was taking a shower. It was too early for Ari to return to the other world, and he decided to rest a little more, so he joined Aisha in the shower. After a while he returned. The explosion was good, but still not what he had imagined. And Ari is sorry that he could not deal with the informant directly, but he is more interested in the disappearance of our hero. Ari told about his ability in order to finally satisfy the machine's curiosity, but he decided to reproduce the memories of the girl. Ari realizes that these are not his memories. They are in virtual reality, so everything must disappear. In the end, the guy decided to ask about the informant's favorite sauce. He decided to mock him. Ari doesn't care about technology. He was tortured all this time to achieve other people's goals. Because of this, he was unable to save the people close to him, so he can easily reformate it. The informant understands that our hero has a special way of thinking, since he thinks differently. Even humans cannot understand the point of view of others, and artificial intelligence certainly will not understand this. The machine wonders about her feelings, and Ari asks about her feelings before her own death. Ari is ready to blow up everything in his path. But first he will take some parts for Alex to check. And now our hero can finally return to reality. Even though these memories belonged to someone else, Ari still had a sense of reality. The console was destroyed, and these memories became more blurred. Most likely they are no longer there. And for some time now, our Ari has become so sentimental. He asks Brooke to wait a little longer. He needs to figure everything out here to the end. Tina is also important, but the chamber is the most protected. It needs to be opened somehow. Ari found the control panel. He ended up working blindly. All work depends on luck. But somehow he managed to open the camera. He himself was surprised. Ari admires the beauty of the girl, although he understands that when she starts talking, all the charm will disappear. The guy found clothes for the girl, but suddenly she woke up and everything that was inside her came out. The hero wanted to give her clothes, but the girl was afraid of him. She again calls him a lower form of life, which the guy really doesn't like. Tina thinks she's free, but they didn't make the deal the girl thought. She thinks the deal was done. Their conversation was leading up to her. Everything was obvious, but the guy decided to explain to her the rules of the wasteland, which the girl did not know about. The artificial intelligence and bacteria were destroyed, and now he can give the girl a boost. He says that he saved her, and now she is his slave. This really scares the girl. She calls the guy a pervert, and the guy thinks she is paranoid. He gave her clothes, and the girl calmed down. Ari reports that his slave must follow many rules. For example, she must know etiquette. A girl must thank her savior. He decides to tell the girl his name, and the guy also warns that in reality, his character may differ from the character in the virtual world, and without him, the girl will simply be gnawed. While getting dressed, the girl asked about the informant, and the guy replies that he is now dead. The girl is very angry about this, because 20 years of research have disappeared into nothing, and 3,000 people died for this cause. But from the very beginning, all this should not have existed. But the guy left the processor because it could be useful. This upsets the girl very much. She starts crying again, and Ari falls into a stupor again. Ari asks about the girl's attachment to this place. It seems that she likes the slave life, so he offers to buy a collar for her. The guy tries to stop her tears. The job is already done, and now they just need to leave. Tina ends up becoming interested in the seeding ship because her father left on it. She understands that she needs to get to the center, where she will ask her father to get another ticket for Ari. But the guy understands that the girl doesn't even know what year it is. Because of this, she cannot fully comprehend what is happening. Now the year is 2190, and those same ships were successfully launched in 2176. This information terrifies the girl. She does not understand how this could happen. There is nothing impossible in this. The elite abandoned these lands for the sake of others, and the girl understands that her father abandoned her. Ari was tired of her tears. He decided to tell her that people still live here, but the level of technology has decreased, and the fact that the girl is here gives everyone hope for a bright future. All of them represent lower forms of life, except for Tina. She realizes that Ari has finally accepted his situation, so she agrees to help everyone. Ari does not understand the essence of their differences, but the girl turned out to be a cyborg. Her brain is developed by 20%, and her brain abilities are 12 times greater than all people on this planet. Suddenly Tina froze, her eye filling with blood. It wasn't Tina who opened her eyes. It wasn't her. This scared the guy, and he remembered that the mother's brain was still inside the girl. Ari has dealt with artificial intelligence, and now he needs to deal with the mother of bacteria, and the guy does not understand what the girl in front of him is doing. The girl doesn't move. It's as if she's waiting for something. But if Ari doesn't shoot, something irreparable could happen. Suddenly she came to the barrel of a gun. She began to perform incomprehensible actions that put Ari into a stupor. After a while, the girl came to her senses. She was ready to become the guy's slave, as long as he didn't kill her. And she started crying again. The guy asks her to stop. He just wants to ask her a few questions. Inside it is just a brain. It can produce X2 bacteria. Ari said that his team came to kill his mother, and not for the sake of technology, and this frightens the girl, as she is afraid of pain. It's inside her mechanical heart, and appears to have penetrated her spinal nerves. If she is a cyborg, then the heart can be replaced. But these words lead to hysteria. You don't need to kill the girl. You shouldn't expect danger from the worm. It only has a brain. He also seems to like Ari, and he can't remember the moment when his charm crossed the racial line. When Ari approaches the girl, her heart beats much faster, but nothing else happens. This intelligent life form was forced into the game by an informant. Her role belonged to Emma, and Ari still remembers her, even after the disappearance of the host. Tina thinks that Ari can release the brain from her body. He won't be able to harm it. In the end, Ari decided to ask about X2 bacteria. After this question, Tina begins to think that Ari will leave her. She is not aggressive. Moreover, most of the time the girl controls the body, but she never answered the guy's question. X2 bacteria is similar to the initial radiation purification bacteria. It is an improved version that also has new functions. This bacterium is called X2 precisely because it doubles the strength of zombies, their energy. In the fall of 2174, the UN announced a program to restore the biosphere after research on radiation bacteria. Then the UN announced its dissolution. Tina cannot communicate with her mother, but she gives signals. The girl does not want to give in. She doesn't need to rush. Ari will take her to the survivors' base, and they need to get out quickly, since the people above are worried. And then the girl remembered one thing. But Ari doesn't want to take something that is in any way connected with artificial intelligence. Tina reassures him that this thing has nothing to do with him. It relates to a project called the Garden of Eden. This project was designed to restore the planet. With the help of it, it was possible to create a local atmosphere. Later, it was reclassified as a plan for interstellar colonization. In simple terms, it was about creating a stable biosphere, and then we could forget about the irradiated environment. All the data for this project is now in Tina's hands, and in other words, she can plant the plants, which is a problem for Ari's company. Tina answers positively, since almost everything on the planet can be planted. If the wasteland becomes arable, he will become useless in this world. Ari wanted to settle here due to the lack of food, but this plan in the hands of Tina could ruin everything. At best, Ari's power will be shaken. At worst, his loved ones will suffer. In addition, the mother's brain in the girl's body can cause a lot of problems. The girl is about to leave, but Ari decided to take a desperate step, since she poses a threat to her existence. Brooke met Tina, and the girl is angry that she is called a lower life form. Ari is trying to say that Tina is just their prisoner, and simply put, she was held by artificial intelligence, and she is the reason for the war with the bacteria. Ari called her a captive to deceive her since she might cause a fuss. But Brooke is only interested in being able to bully her. The guy almost forgot about the meeting that he made before leaving, and he will have to closely monitor the cyborg girl. They will need to keep an eye on her since she shouldn't leave the mansion. But Brooke doesn't like that he brought another problem, and Ari decided to tell her that in the girl's hands there is a project that can restore the entire planet. Her existence is not so easy to cope with, and Brooke offers her help. But he refuses her. It will be a long time before Tina faces danger, and there are few talented people on their base, so she must be left on the base, which Brooke does not like. They will be able to raise this girl, and Brooke decided to warn her that running away would result in a terrible death for her. And after one enemy, Tina fell into the hands of Brooke, who is a dangerous tiger. But Ari reminds her that she needs to pick up the crystals and the corpse of the Deathclaw. And now it's time for our guys to return home. The guys tied Tina up. They did this so that nothing would happen to the girl, so that she would not return downstairs, because no one would look after her there. And the truth is that she could return there for things that Ari did not give the opportunity to take. She was going to take almost everything with her, especially Tina could not leave her favorite toys. Ari thought she needed a charger, but the girl collected almost everything that was there. The girl is an advanced cyborg who cannot even carry her luggage. Ari put on his armor. He is going to take the girl with him with her things, and she needs to remain silent, otherwise she will walk on her own 2 feet. The surface is straight ahead, and Tina cannot open her eyes from the bright light. Since the distance to the exit is not small, Ari decided to prepare a rope, after which he headed upstairs. Ari returned to his people. They are sincerely glad to see him. The boss has returned, and people are starting to bow to him, and Tina could not think that she would end up on the back of the leader. Brooke is sincerely glad that her loved one is finally back. Ari sits on the roof. He enjoys the night wind, as time in virtual reality has very tired him. Then Brooke decided to ask the guy what he would do with the group of survivors ahead. After the victory and the distribution of the crystals, their minds were busy with new ideas. This was the first time they united against the enemy. Ari decided to let them go, since they would only cause problems at the base, and they were spreading rumors about the strength of their base. They were about to leave when a heartbreaking scream was heard from the crowd. Ari immediately went into the crowd to find out what was happening. He saw a man who was beside himself with grief. In the man's arms was the head of his son. These small groups stay away from mutants, but there is nothing worse than people who do what their heart desires. Brooke tries to convince Ari that it wasn't his fault. There was a family or two in that group, and another dead body. The man wants to kill the culprit, but everyone is trying to calm him down. No one will let him go to his certain death. Because of the mark left, it is immediately clear who did it, and Ari is interested in the man's true desire. He knows who did it, which attracts Ari's attention. The mercenary base is not that far away, and if they let this situation go, their authority will be lost, and now they cannot simply disappear. Since their paths will definitely cross, it is necessary to take the first step. The guy approached the poor man and said that he would help take revenge. This is the only thing that pleases a man named Justin at this moment. For Ari's help, he offers his life, but it will belong only to a man. Ari begins to agitate everyone that these cases will be repeated. They need to stop all this, since this can happen to anyone. He is going to put an end to this group, and everyone who also wants this will follow him. Justin didn't see his wife's corpse. He will save her no matter what. But then they stopped him. They tried to bring the man to his senses, since after destroying the zombies they received a large number of crystals, and there was no need to go to certain death. But Justin would go there for the sake of his family. As a result, many people followed Ari. Their fear turned into anger. After this battle, the prestige of the base will be undeniable, and our heroes will get down to business. A couple of minutes later, Ari tells everyone that there are mercenaries ahead. A large number of people have come with him, which surprises Brooke. Everything goes according to plan, which the hero finally decided to tell. First, they use surprise attack as their main force. Power armor gives a big advantage. One person will coordinate the group. They will take care of the blind spots of the armor. The remaining 50 people will divide into groups that will go around the building. After 2 minutes, they will begin to move out. And then Ari was asked about vacuum bombs. But they are gone. Ari gave away everything he had. Brooke came for Tina, but she, despite the whole situation, remains just as active. Brooke removed the bandage from the girl, and curses immediately rained down on her. The girl just wanted to show her new friend the real world. This world is not friendly. The enemy can be waiting for you everywhere, so you need to be on your guard. Ari cut the rope from his hands and warned his slave that she needed to be careful with Brooke. Even though the girl was untied, she will still sit in the trunk, since it is much safer there, and Brooke does not understand that she was very cruel. If Ari told Brooke the truth about her character, he would die before the battle even began, and he gave the order for everyone to prepare. The power armor has been prepared, and they are now ready to go forward. It's too quiet on the street, and it makes the guy nervous because they got too close, but no one blocked their path. But after some time there was an explosion in the building, and it seemed that the squad had been flanked. They had to remain carefully hidden, but it was now too late to retreat, and the order was now given to open fire. As a result, an anti-aircraft gun was used. They went forward, but they cannot relax. The detachment must report the situation. It turned out that there were no enemies visible, and this greatly alarmed our guys. They needed to search every floor, and after half an hour Brooke spoke about the balance of power in the area. She knows little about this. Since the girl avoids places where people are, there is reason to suspect that most of the groups are dens of bandits. Simply put, they will need to establish a line of defense, but then a signal was received from one soldier that something strange had been found in the basement. The heroes need to conduct a thorough search, since the leader may have hidden weapons or secret passages. The place has been destroyed and Brooke realizes that the place is most likely a school, but she doesn't know what it is. In virtual reality, you can complete the entire program in 50 days instead of 12 years in the real world. Ari tries to explain that people don't value what they have, but Brooke will always value food. The guy just wants to say that as a child, he wanted to finish school quickly. But after graduation, he began to miss it. It was an experience, but its benefit is not clear, and it just seems like a few people brought the world to this state. Brooke still doesn't understand. So Ari explains to her that in school you can make friends and learn how to build relationships. They arrived at the place. Brooke wants to look at it all, and then Ari calls her over. He saw the people who were locked here, and Brooke understands what this place is like. The number on the door belongs to the bandits. Behind the door there are loot, toys, tools. Ari didn't know all this, and Brooke notices that the guy is charming at such moments. Suddenly our guys were asked for help. It was a man. It was Sam from the city of Luden, and he realized that it was not a bandit standing in front of him. The guy had been sitting here for a month. He has no idea why he was locked here, and the guys promise that they will help him. Then Sam asks them for at least some food instead of weapons, and Ari gives him one package of something. They left Sam in the cell because he wouldn't be of any use now. He would be in the way anymore. Then someone knocks on the door again, and Ari asks Brooke to come closer. Brooke recognized her. It was her old friend from the city of Luden. They fought side by side until she was caught. The girl was tortured every day, and most likely, her sanity left her. Brooke doesn't want her old friend to suffer, and she wants to stop her suffering. But the girl can't pull the trigger because her hands are shaking. An attack began at the top. The opponents had heavy firepower, but it turned out that they were not mercenaries, but mutant people. The confrontation against mutant people has become much more important than their previous goal. Sam believes in our guys. Now he has hope of freedom. Only after Brooke said the girl's name did the guy recognize her. Many went crazy at the sight of her. But now, everything has changed. There is a race in the wasteland that has distorted faces and grayish-green skin. They have strong muscles, and they also like to eat the meat of their relatives. Due to the virus, they have developed abnormal metastatic abilities, making them virtually impossible to destroy. They call themselves ideal people. Since they are not harmed by any weapons, viruses also have no effect, and they recognize this wasteland as their paradise. They like to turn their captives into the same mutants, and they do not have a male organ, which surprises Ari. So they capture people, force them to reproduce, and then turn them into their likeness. This process is called assimilation. They grow their relatives in a chamber with a virus. They took control of the entire military base, so they have the richest supply of weapons. Their strong immunity eliminates toxins, which is why they can eat any meat. Despite their power, they have one weakness, and this attracts the guy's attention. Their lifespan is shorter than that of humans. After a few decades they become more violent. The more injuries, the shorter their lives. Our guys need to wait until they are old. Fire has been opened on Ari's people. The injured man called Brooke a leader, and she really liked this name, and she decided to play seriously. Brooke decided to use her weapon, after which only a wet spot remains from the mutant. Eventually the mutants realized that not only did they have heavy firepower, they needed to attack the woman. All their power was directed at Brooke, which the girl really doesn't like. Ari offered to bring a truck with a machine gun here, but the enemies have 4 guns without recoil. Our guys will not be able to cope with them. In the end, Ari gives the order. Everyone must retreat. They need to prepare to fight in the building. The guys will not be able to win by shooting, and since the mutants need prisoners, they will not retreat from the heroes. The guy already thought that the mutants did not follow the heroes, but he was wrong, so it was time for rage mode. In total, their number is 31, and now they are in the building. And after the information received, Ari came out of rage mode, since the load on his body due to him is very large. The opponents have already arrived on the 2nd floor. Everyone needs to keep their eyes open. As soon as the guy saw them, he opened fire on the enemies, and all of them should not stop firing. The mutants no longer have the strength to fight. Somehow Ari learned their weaknesses. They are very strong, but we must not forget about biology. Their spine and arms are a weak point. The mutants were still able to break through Street A, and the left wing of the 2nd floor was captured. Mutant people were already close. The lives of our guys were in the balance. Ari gave the order. Everyone must go to the 3rd floor. The difference in firepower was too great, and they had no more options left. Only Ari came up with something. The girl begins to worry about the crystals, and Ari realizes how much she loves them. They have to retreat because they can't do anything about the mutants, and the girl almost cries because her crystals will remain here. Everyone was given the order to go to the roof, and they began the countdown. The mutants are shocked that their victims are ready to jump from the window. And they were right. Our heroes jumped out of the window. Now they need to monitor the height in order to turn on the jet engine for a soft landing. The bombs that were installed in the building exploded. Ari loves the spectacle, but Brooke continues to cry because of the lost crystals. But she should be glad that they all got out of this mess alive, and they were lucky that the mutants did not know about their plan. The girl decided to talk about the advantages of their armor, but the guy does not want to listen to her, to which Brooke begins to doubt his intelligence. But the battle is still not over. Brooke sends teams across the floors for reconnaissance. Mutants, unfortunately, do not die due to a severed arm, and if it could be restored, then the guys would have big problems. But then Brooke was attacked by a mutant. She could not do anything. Ari immediately went into rage mode. He wouldn't let anyone hurt Brooke. But he is nothing in front of a mutant who has incredible strength. The monster in front of Ari is even stronger than the ones they fought before. This mutant has no equal. Ari used a bomb right in front of him, but nothing happened to the monster. But thanks to the explosion, Ari was able to get behind him. He was able to take him by surprise. It turned out that not only the strength, but also the speed of the mutant had increased, making it impossible to fight with him. The monster was able to grab Ari's legs and he slammed him to the floor, and our guy is trying to get out of this grip. Ari needed to find his weakness, and he decided to stab him in the eye with all his might. The guy activated the self-destruct mode of the armor. He got out of it and is ready to blow it up to destroy the monster. The hero was sure that the mutant was dead, but he could not expect that he would remain alive. The explosion simply scratched the enemy, when there would have been no trace left of another in his place. Ari started using the gun, but it was no use. He ran out of ammunition, and now the guy understands that his end has come. But then Brooke came to his aid. She laughs that the guy can't do anything without her. Ari thought the girl was dead, but she would never leave him. And the fact that the girl survived really infuriates the mutant. They even stopped paying attention to him. Brooke orders Ari to hide behind her, but this hurts the guy's pride. In the end, he says that the one with the gun in his hands will be in charge. But the enemy was able to dodge the last bullet, and Ari suggests leaving this matter to the man. He decided to play with the mutant in another world, where he would not be able to do anything. As a result, Ari disappeared along with the mutant, and Brooke was left completely alone. 3 days later, the man wants to go after his wife alone. Since our guys couldn't do anything, Brooke has been sitting for some time waiting for Ari. She hopes with all her heart that the guy will return alive. In the real world, Ari finally woke up, and Aisha was next to him. The guy immediately remembers the mutant and asks the girl about what she saw in this room. The girl says that she heard a scream in his room. Although Ari told her not to enter his room, she could not pass by, and in the room the girl saw a terrible sight. After that, the guy asked the girl to leave. He needed to recharge, and it turned out that he had a new skill that was related to weapons. When a guy travels alone, he spends 40% of his energy, but with a mutant, 60% was spent. He crossed his threshold, so he lost consciousness. The guy needed to sleep, but he couldn't do it. His bracelet was charged only 10%, and now he went down to the basement where the monster's corpse lay. Ari tried to move it, but it didn't work. He tried to open the vault a second time, but nothing worked out for him apparently. The guy needs more time to gain strength to use his ability. Since nothing works out for him, the guy decided to spend time with Aisha. In this world, autumn will soon come, which means that in another it is already a harsh winter. Due to the attack of mutants, the weakness of the base was revealed. They do not have good firepower. Ari came up with a brilliant idea. There are enough resources in this world, but the processes for using them are less developed, and future technologies can compensate for this. He needs to set up a base, and Ari has chosen Panu Island. But first he needs to call Robert. The guy called his partner. He suggested one thing, but it turned out that Robert had switched to producing. Ari offers a great deal, but he might call someone else since Robert is no longer interested. But the man stopped Ari, and the guy took this as a positive answer. He will pay the man 20 million in gold. So the guy needs to find 10 experienced people and 100 refugees, and Robert does not understand what Ari is going to do, because he has already turned the entire industry upside down. As a result, Robert agrees. Nick will find mercenaries in Ukraine, and he, in turn, will take care of the refugees. Our guy will go with Nick to Ukraine. He also asked Robert for help to play the villain, and after their conversation, Ari jumped into Aisha's pool. On the second day of being at home, Ari prepared a luxurious breakfast for the girl. But she thinks that her duties as a good wife include cooking breakfast, but the guy reassures her. As a result, the girl is ready to give everything to this man. Robert has already started his work, and Ari has found a guy named Ben, who is the owner of a food processing plant. The guy is ready to buy this business, but he is interested in the reason for its sale. The man saw his friends get rich in the stock market and he followed their path. But after a while, Ben lost everything. He had to let go of all the workers. He has a huge debt hanging over him, so he has no other options but to sell everything. If he had known that this would happen, the man would never have started this business. In the future, he plans to do hard work, but Ari realizes that this is a waste of time. And so the guy offers him a job in his company because he needs talented people. In the end, he agreed, and Ben invited him to dinner. The man promises to do everything in the best possible way. Ben tried to create his own brand, but he did not have the opportunity to implement it. But now Ari will help him with this. He will solve all the problems. Ben understands that the islands of Panu are very poor, but our hero reassures him. He says that his people will build a trading port there. The man needs to focus on expanding production. Ari also warns that he will need to leave a batch of extra supplies every month that do not need to be packed. Then the guy receives a call from Megan, who asks her boss to be much more serious. After a week of creating the social network, their income amounted to 1 billion, and in the future this program may become legendary. Ari offered her a salary increase, but her 1% of dividends is already a considerable amount. But they also have competitors and haters. But the guy reassures her that their program is flawless. No one can bypass their security system, so she can sleep peacefully. Then a man started pestering Ben, but he asks Ari not to get involved in this, since it's not his problem. But our guy can't just pass by. The leader begins to get angry at our hero, but one of his men warns that he will not be able to cope with the guy because he has already met with Ari. But the leader doesn't care. He won't allow anyone to communicate with him like that. But Ari is much stronger, and he doesn't like being called a brat as a result. The defeated leader orders his brothers to beat the hero. As a result, the brothers rushed at our hero, but no one could defeat him. Ari took away the nunchucks, and with the help of this weapon he beat everyone. The guy didn't touch only his old friend. He thought that he had given up all these things. This time, Ari will let him go, and he should no longer stand in his way, and the brother finally decided to warn our hero. The guy will give Ben money to pay off his debt, then Ari will simply deduct everything from his salary. On the street, Ari called his friend named Fred to deal with the punks. The job was done and now it was time to rest. Fred brought our hero to one new place, but Ari does not want to go there because of a bad relationship with Harry, who belongs to this club. But an acquaintance convinces him that this place is not connected with him. But Ari doesn't like it anyway. It turns out that one person opened a branch here, but Fred doesn't even understand what Ari means. Fred asked his friend to give him a VIP card, but he was refused. A guy named Kevin decided to give Ari a tour. They even shook hands. Kevin heard that our Ari opened a famous company, and he calmly answers him. After their conversation, Fred takes him away and asks him not to speak so politely here. Fred said that one person is bothering Ari, and Kevin promises to deal with him. Fred left the guy and went for electrical stimulation, while Ari was relaxing in the jacuzzi and arguing that this Kevin is not an ordinary person and cannot be trusted. Kevin called this Murphy, with whom our hero has problems, but he denies everything. They just had a misunderstanding. Ari didn't like this so-called electrical stimulation, and they were waiting for him downstairs all this time so they could eat together. Kevin and Ari spoke to each other very politely, and this bothered Fred. Murphy found himself at Ari's feet. He began to ask the guy for forgiveness, but the best is yet to come. Kevin began to condemn him because he, like a rat, took advantage of the name of this place and opposed his brother. As a result, he is forced to drink a bottle of alcohol in one gulp as punishment, and Kevin warns that next time he will throw this guy as fish food. Ari says that all this is unnecessary, and he realizes that the man in front of him is quite terrible. Fred asks Ari to stay here for the night because there was another surprise in store for him. Our hero understands that his interlocutors behave too strangely. He wants to leave, but his interest is much stronger. Ari opened the door of the room, and he saw something that he could not expect. In front of him was a girl named Chelsea. The beautiful school flower was in such a place. She was in cahoots with Murphy against Ari. Then Kevin called Ari, and our guy says that you don't have to stoop so low to collaborate with him. But he doesn't understand what our hero is talking about, and Ari is ready to send him several gigabytes of torrent files so as not to watch the live broadcast. Ari realizes that there are cameras everywhere in the room, and all his actions will be recorded, and, most likely, Fred has no idea what is happening here. He called Fred, and he says that Kevin wanted to meet our hero, but he could never have expected something like this from him. Ari calms Fred down. He just wanted to warn him, and now the guy approached the girl. At the same time, Fred spoke to Kevin like a man. No one has the right to talk to his friends like that. Fred warns that his character hasn't changed and he can't stand it. And Kevin says he wanted to use Ari to fight his brothers. The girl in front of Ari was his dream, but now she is more disgusting than street rats. On the other side of the planet, Robert and his friend Johnny are trying to pull off a case. They met with Mr. President. A rich man in a poor country is interested in Ari, but he is waiting for a story about the destruction of the kingdom. But first, Ari needs to go to the future, but he's not exactly sure if he can do it. At this time, Tina talks to herself, while her mother is using her right eye, and Brooke does not react to her statements. As a result, Brooke warns the girl that she can shut her up with one shot. She had already put the gun to Tina's head so that her mother would stop talking, but then our guy showed up. Brooke knocked him down. She was very glad that everything was fine with the guy. The last days that the guy was gone, the girl thought only about him. He dreamed about her, and now Ari is with her. But Tina doesn't like what this couple is doing. She tries to stop them. Suddenly, in her head, Tina hears the words of her mother, who warns not to mess with Brooke. Later, in the basement, our couple watches the family reunion. Ari offers to carry out a public execution for the bandits, but first he needs to see the enemy. Now their enemy has only two options. Either he gives out useful information, or he will be killed for lying. Mike chooses the first option. Although the man caused problems for our heroes, he was a mercenary, and if his life is spared, then he will only be useful. He talks about how a group of mutant people came from the city of Gia. They settled in an industrial zone, where there are very few people and no zombies. And Mike really doesn't know why the mutants came to Wanhai, and Ari promises not to kill him now. Ari decided to visit Sam, and he doesn't know where to go because the road to the city is closed for him. Ari invited him to join his base, and the soldier agreed, and he decided to inquire about the fate of the girls in the cells. Ari thought that Sam was thinking about something obscene, but now he is free and has the right to do whatever his heart desires. But Sam can't stand it, and he names the girl he wants to take with him, but Ari warns that it's better not to let her out. Cold autumn has arrived, and locusts remain in the city, using the flesh of their brothers as food. All the captured bandits are now on their knees, begging for forgiveness. None of those present wants to forgive them. Everyone is waiting for revenge. The bandits don't want to die, but they calmly killed innocent people without thinking, so it was their turn to wait for death. Everyone was executed, and now everyone admires Ari. He will establish a new order in this impoverished land. The man asks Ari to take him and his wife in since they have nowhere to go, and our hero agrees. Later at the base, Brooke wonders why Ari brought all these people to the base. The ratio of men to women on the base is disproportionate. They cannot hope to have a hopeful life with the group of bachelors. Ari decided to tell Brooke about a new killing machine that the girl could try. Brooke can change the car to her heart's content. The units that have high-altitude defense can be counted on one hand, and their base will be included in this number. But the girl doesn't understand anything about male romance. And then he heard strange sounds. It was Tina who bullied Alex, since she is a lower form of life. Tina was bragging about her origins, but then Ari appeared behind her. He understands that the girl says this all the time, and therefore the guy will not apologize for being rude. He removed the collar from Alex's neck to put it on Tina. Alex cries because her collar has been removed from her, which is now on Tina's neck, but she continues to struggle, and Ari already wants to throw her out to feed the zombies. But he took her to the room in which the girl would live. She doesn't like how Ari arranged her items. The guy warned her that she would help him learn Bacteria X2. The girl doesn't want to help, but in this case, Ari simply won't feed her. And she also shouldn't be rude to Alex, because she's in charge of the food. Tina has such a bad character, and Ari plans to re-educate her. Dinner is almost ready, and the guy decided to clarify what he could give the girl. The guy also asks Alex to make a terminal for controlling drones, to which the girl immediately agrees. Afterwards, Ari went to Brooke. He had not seen the golden, shiny thing in his hands for a long time. After a while on 6th Street, what was once a slum is now thriving. Technically, the slave trade has now ceased, but Oliver advises Ari to come to the free market to find a professional slave trader. Ari thanks Oliver for the information and he needs to leave. But then his partner stopped him and said that a bank would be opened on 6th Street, which our hero could buy. A bank can be bought by someone who has more than 200 square meters of real estate, which is not a problem for a guy. He doesn't understand why it's so dark and creepy inside. They won't just come here. Ari entered the building. The owner is upstairs. The owner asks Ari to go upstairs, but the guy is tense about the situation. But in the end, he stood up and saw the guy's excellent work. It turned out that he built an entire rocket at home, and he decided to launch it right now. He's not crazy. The guy is just implementing his plan for interplanetary travel, since their planet is no longer suitable for human life. If Ari transfers this attitude to his world, he will become fabulously rich. But then a girl enters the room and scolds Noah. It turned out that the owner was the guy's aunt, and she immediately liked Ari. He asks the lady to calm down. She is ready to sell the building for 6,900 crystals. The maid comes as a gift. After a while, Noah wonders about their destination. They go to the hospital to implant a chip in the guy, but he will be able to fulfill all his dreams. He's just now Ari's subordinate. All those rescued were in the hospital. They all had a chip implanted. Mike couldn't help but say that he felt great, but it pissed Ari off. Ari asks that his new subordinate be taken to the base after the operation, and Sam will have to go to the market to find spare parts to repair the plane. Ari will go with Mike. The man will have to collect information in the store, and he suggested opening a bar to collect information. Ari didn't even know there were bars on 6th Street, but they serve industrial alcohol, which is not harmful in small quantities. And our hero decided that Mike would be the one to open the bar, and this would be his chance to show himself. Alcohol is rare in this world, but in our world there is a lot of it, and you can buy drinks in any store. Now Ari decided to visit one of the bars in this city. A very large man noticed him and told Ari to come to him. The man offered to join him, and then our guy could earn crystals. Ari suggested playing a game. If the man in front of him guesses which hand the crystal is in, he will receive 50 crystals. The man will have 10 attempts and will not tolerate lies, so Ari decides to show him her skills. The man decided to take a chance, and he wants to test his right hand. He was unsure of his choice, and Ari congratulated him. He guessed wrong. This really infuriated the interlocutor, and it looked like there was going to be a fight. A man named Peter started shouting that he was the brother of the mercenary boss, and he didn't know that they were all covered in formaldehyde and hanged from lampposts. He didn't believe our guy, but the man at the bar confirmed Ari's words. This is impossible. Peter could not even think that they would do this to his brother, so he wants revenge. Since he is the brother of such a person, the man himself is not very good, but he is still lucky. Peter can choose the type of formaldehyde. He began to threaten our guy, because no one dares to touch Peter. Then the police came to the bar because, according to those present, the fat guy started a fight. He was taken away from the establishment, and Ari was approached by a man who had come here from Gia City for this meeting. The man's name is Ray, and he is part of the Resistance Alliance. According to the data, mutant people are gathering in the southwestern part of Wanhai, but in fact, it is good for the people of Gia City that the monsters are moving away from their city. They must work together as the transformation of mutants has begun, and only cooperation will help them. The mutants were terrorizing the man's city, and now they will pass near the guy's base, and since they do not have many heavy weapons, they will need help. And in fact, this is Gia City's problem, because the mutant people will surely return and continue to torture the survivors, and 6th Street will not give up this golden age of development for the sake of a difficult battle. Ari doesn't understand what the monsters have forgotten in Wanhai, but he is told that the city's pharmaceutical company has a FEV virus that will allow mutants to reproduce. Our guy is interested in the fact that if the virus is destroyed, the mutants will not be able to find anything. But people cannot enter the company building because it is in a high radiation area, and also they do not have a password to enter, and the building is guarded by security robots. Ari suggests blowing up the building, but it is located next to a nuclear crater, so they will have to engage the enemy in battle. Ari agreed to cooperate. After this meeting, our hero returned to base, and he realizes that the problems are only growing. And then Brooke returned. She was able to find 15 tons of gold, and now the girl is waiting for her reward. After enjoying it, Ari asked Alex about cooking, and the girl shared her experiences that the animals, who could only watch, were jealous of them. Ari doesn't understand what the girl is saying, and Tina reprimands the guy. Next time the couple should be much quieter. The guy will take note of this remark, and Tina decided to take Alex to the kitchen. After dinner, Ari decided to test Justin's shooting abilities, and after that the hero gave the man a task. He must check the 7th precinct. And now our hero is already in the present. He asked Robert to tell Nick that he would go alone, Ari to join later. At this time, the guy flirts with Aisha. He wants to say something to the girl but can't make up his mind. But first the hero will take Aisha with him for an excursion. Aisha is ready to fight for our guy, but Ari will not use her as a tool. And if she is disgusted by weapons, the girl can refuse. She does not agree to study in virtual reality if she is disgusted by weapons, and tomorrow they will begin their training. 2 days later, Ari met up with Nick, and now they are going to a not-so-friendly place. It's fair to ask people to fight for those who deserve their loyalty, but no one likes war. Meanwhile, Aisha has reached her place. She needs to stick to the plan. The local tried to warn the girl that it was dangerous to go further because the place was bombed and everything could collapse at any moment. The girl was there and she adjusted her aim. Junior Lieutenant Boris has come for our heroes. He will take them to their destination. Their meeting point is ahead, and Ari wants to ask the lieutenant a personal question. Ari is interested in their position in the 92nd Motorized Rifle Regiment, and Boris said that he is Makarov's bodyguard. But Nick knows that the 92nd Regiment did not go to the front line. He is advised to lower his pistol, since there is another shooter a few hundred meters away, but they do not know about Aisha. Then a girl came, and the guy shouldn't think about where all these people came from. The girl knows a lot of information about our hero. Ari is just a businessman, and that is why his presence in this place raises suspicions. And the girl is interested in why the guy came here. He wants to know the name of the interlocutor. Her name is Natasha, and now it's Ari's turn to talk, and he needs to show off to deceive. Obviously, he does not threaten the country, but he will still be taken to experts so that they can beat the truth out of him. Aisha reported that the enemy sniper had been eliminated, and Natasha at that moment did not understand our guy's expression. But then there was an explosion. Everyone needed to find shelter, and the girl grabbed our guy. Natasha asks the guy questions and asks him to be silent, and Aisha wants to shoot her. The enemy orders her to be covered while she escapes with her boyfriend. But she is forced to the ground because of the sniper. But it was not Aisha. The sniper is in the opposite position, and the girl cannot take him down. And at this moment, Ari does not understand what they will do next. The girl calls the command center. She needs smoke bombs. The sniper has left position, and now it's time for our heroes to strike. Ari gave the order to his girlfriend to shoot at her hands. The girl must catch the sniper alive, and now it's Ari's turn to interrogate Natasha. The guy tells her that they don't have much time, so they will do something interesting. She may even break down in the end. But the girl is not a timid girl. Ari reminds Nick that he will need to tie up the boy with the injured arm, while Aisha looks for her target. But the sniper could not escape. The girl found him. Ari never ceases to amaze. He made such a powerful agent out of a refugee. When Natasha woke up, it was her time to speak. The guy showed her a video in which she tells everything to herself. Ari decided to show her something more interesting. He showed her a video that showed them conducting military operations in another country without permission. This is shocking news, and the guy, by the way, cancelled her request for support, and the girl begins to threaten him. If Ari is killed, the video will immediately go online, and then the girl will offer her special services for the video. Only the guy's henchwoman must leave. But then he said that this is his wife. This is the woman he loves most. Ari suggests that the girl think again, because she is still causing trouble. He will return the communication device to her so that she can talk to her boss. After concluding the agreement, Ari untied her. He is the only foreigner who was able to negotiate with her boss. As a result, he gave her the pen drive, which contains the recording of the sniper's interrogation, and they all went their separate ways. After the deal was concluded, the guy spent the remaining time with Aisha. They will stay here for 2 days, and the hero will thank the girl. He believes that Aisha should have a fantastic life, but she is sitting in the villa. He is always busy with his own affairs. People must have some emotions, but he doesn't want to talk about this problem. His guilt towards his girlfriend is not the real problem. And all because they love each other. On the second day, Ari was talking on the phone. The person on the line was saying some nonsense. Robert takes them to a military base and he wonders if Ari likes the place. The refugees were gathered in the square. Now it was Ari's turn. The guy wants to show off his interpretive skills, but the microphone doesn't work and the crowd starts getting angry. When the microphone was turned on, the guy began to talk about how people here would have warm housing, food, and water, but they had freedom at home and nothing more. Ari has already started talking in rhyme about how people will receive $2 a month for their work. The contract will last 3 years, but people still don't know what they will do. And Ari said that he needs soldiers. But these people lost everything because of the war, so they are not going to return. Ari said all that people have 30 minutes to discuss. Whoever stays at the base will be a soldier. Ari is a cunning guy. The base is based in the desert, and people need at least a day to leave. And the guy thinks that smart people will stay, since no one else will offer them these conditions. These refugees came from the city of Aisha, and the guy began to think that his actions were inappropriate. But the girl calms him down. He helped the girl when she was starving. He did not ignore her, and the girl is very happy about this. Aisha decided to tell him a story about a city in the desert, in memory of the king's merits. Ari became the king for the girl. She will always belong to him. In response to this, the guy wants to relieve the fatigue of his princess. He decided to give the girl a massage, which she really liked, and she decided to thank him as well. In the corridor, some girls noticed our hero. They were his fans, and did not miss the moment to take a photo with him. 3 months ago, he could not have imagined that he would become so popular. Megan caught Ari talking to himself, after which the guy suggested going to the office. The girl has good news. Their game is entering the market. They have broken the record of 15 million. If we talk about money, they have a total of 14 million. They earn $700,000 per day. Also, according to statistics, the company has reached $500 million in monthly profits, and Ari now wants to give a bonus to all employees. But then a notification came to the laptop, which worked for the 12th time that day. They are trying to hack them, but no one can get past the program's protection, so you don't have to worry. And now it's time for dinner with the whole team. At dinner, Ari was asked if he liked anyone. The girl wanted to offer herself as the chosen one. But she is brought down to earth by the man's words. He tells her that she has no chance. Megan is also interested in this question. But Ari cannot clearly answer this question. He has many ladies, and it is difficult for him to choose. After dinner, Megan was unable to get home because she had drunk too much. Ari helped the girl get home, however. He did not expect such a fragile girl to be so heavy. But Megan doesn't want to let the guy go. She wants to hear the answer to the question, but she is already feeling bad. Ari didn't want to see it, but the girl threw up right in front of him. After all this, Megan wants Ari to kiss her, but then the bell rings. He immediately answered it, and the girl begins to cry from the realization that he probably likes someone else. At this time, Aisha was dancing, but then the lights went out, and the girl felt danger. Someone figured out the security system. The stranger explained to the girl how she should get to her goal. The strangers follow their plan. Now they are separated, and each one will search everything separately. The silence in the house began to bother them because no one went to check the fuse. And now the first thing they have to do is check the bedroom. The girl understands that someone is here, but she does not have time to do anything. Aisha is much faster than the stranger, and she was able to dodge all the blows. Our girl was able to grab the stranger, and now it was her time to ask questions. Now Aisha knows where the enemies are, and Ari immediately went to her. He needs to talk to Megan, but the hero urgently needs to leave, and this indifference hurts the girl very much. The Harak of our group is trying to contact his people, but nothing works for him. Then his electricity went out, because of which he could not do anything, and all the residents of the house were also beside themselves. Anyone who urgently needs electricity will go check the panel, so Ari used his power, and now he just needs to wait. The rabbit is caught in a trap, and now Ari is standing in front of him, and he realizes that the guy in front of him is going to run. You could tell that Ari had grabbed all of his friends, but the guy in front of him didn't immediately realize that their target was right in front of him. Our hero is interested in the reason for the break-in of his house, and he has a lot of evidence for the judge against this bunch, so he can easily commit murder. They did this for the sake of kidnapping. The Black Dragon gave them this order, but they don't know who it is. The Black Dragon doesn't sound good, and our hero finds out that the boy is only 17 years old. He told Ari everything he knew, and he needed to go with the hero. But the boy needed to leave messages for his sister. This guy is very talented, but unfortunately he has already stepped onto a slippery slope. He left a message for his sister, but it really scares Ari. These are the strange last words of a guy for his loved one. It's not that serious, but Ari won't let him go just like that. The guy just wants his friends to be left alone. But first he has to tell everything about the Black Dragon. The guy's name is Ryan, and the Black Dragon exposed him. Because of the mistake, his hacker career ended, and since then, he has been breaking more and more laws. The guy was not afraid of prison. He was afraid for his sister Thea, and Ari listened to the whole story and promised to help. Ryan was surprised that the hero quickly found the Black Dragon, but thanks to future technology, he can find anyone. Ari allowed the guy to knock on the door, and he wants to hit his enemy. Today he will deal with him, and Ryan will no longer work for him. When the door was opened, the Black Dragon immediately received a blow to the jaw. Ryan beat up the man and Ari had to pull him away. Our guy decided to use truth serum. His name is Derek. He doesn't know who gave him the task. Ari said that Ryan should hack the agency. It scared him. But in the end, he was able to do the job, and they found an employer. They found evidence of the Black Dragon's threats, and now the guy is free. Only first he will have to work for Ari for 10 years. Ari will send him to military training. He will also study computers. The guy will also pay for his sister's eye treatment, and it's time to say goodbye to his family. Aisha doesn't understand why Ari let his enemies go, but he explained that not all enemies are like that. Ari is going to sue the company that tried to hack his program, but the board of directors is trying to stop the guy. But he doesn't understand why they are angry with him without him. The company's shares would be worthless. Lin realizes that their company is over. Since the company's business is not going well, Ari proposes to restructure the assets. He wants to sell the building and change its name. After the meeting, the guy realizes that the building is in a good location. Even though it will be sold, he will simply take it for himself, and the wealth began to tire the guy. President Jiang met the hero and said that everyone supported his decision. Chairman Ari is confident that he is leading the mobile gaming market, but what about the downstream market? Otherworld skills are perfect for supporting the big game, but they are useless for the small game. President Jiang said that they can gather all the talented people together. In this way, they can open up the lower market. Together they can capture the mobile game market. After that, Ari returned to Aisha. He received letters from fans, and the girl began to read them for the guy. Ari decided to play with the girl, but then he received a call, and the guy got very angry. Chloe called him. He was very angry with her because the girl interrupted such a good moment. The guy was screaming into the phone, but the girl doesn't understand what's happening to him. The girl wonders if the guy is listening to her, but she hears strange sounds in response, and Chloe begins to think that the guy is doing bad things. But Ari is very tired, and Aisha is pleased with herself. Finally, Ari returned to the future. All the girls wanted to see him again. Brooke was glad to have the guy back, and she gave him a scarf, which she almost strangled him with. The girl chose a good gift for the guy, considering that more snow fell in the city. Tina shames the couple because she wants to do dirty things in the living room, which makes them want to build a shed to send this girl outside in the cold. She began to cry again because of the bullying, but Ari was glad for the snow, because the mutants would not be able to reach their base. Justin obtained information about mutants. He said that at least 3,000 mutants were observed at the 7th site, and because of the winter, their slaves could die. Along the way, Justin met refugees. They managed to escape due to a strong snowstorm. They ask Brooke for help, but she needs to discuss everything with her boss. Because of the snow, the mutants have problems with movement, so our heroes can destroy their city. But before that, they will need to prepare. Departure will be in 5 days. On the 2nd day, the girls were making snowmen outside, and Tina broke one of them because it looked very much like Ari. Our guy saw this situation, and he sent Tina back to the laboratory because she was bullying Alex again. Ari invites Alex to come into the house so that she doesn't get sick, and he doesn't forget to warn Tina so that she stops bullying the girl. The guy decided to find out if Noah fulfilled his request. Noah has only been here a few days, but he is already trying to find a girl for himself. But he changed the subject and said that the task was done. In this armor, Ari feels great and is filled with strength. And now Noah must make 50 of these suits, but this is impossible due to lack of labor. Ari is ready to provide him with more manpower, but this is still impossible due to lack of materials. The plantation that supplied them with resin terminated the contract, and they moved on to another company with a higher price. After this conversation, Ari decided to ask Brooke if it was easy to get resin. He was already thinking about collecting it himself. But it's not so easy. They won't last long, since Brooke won't allow them to waste crystals. Ari remembered about the Garden of Eden project, and he immediately ran to Tina, but she was idle again. He has one more task for her. The girl must clear the soil of the military base. Tina explains that the project is not about cleaning the soil. It is more than that. Making soil is not that difficult. The end products here are contaminated, and finding something clean is not so easy. Ari begins to doubt his mental abilities. It will be difficult for him to get a few cubic meters of clean land. The guy reminds the girl about the previous task, but she has already done everything, and she gave Ari a small sample. It was a piece of a mutant. He can use it to connect to the inn. The verified data will be displayed on its own. The girl wonders how Ari was able to destroy the mutant when she was able to obtain this small sample with great difficulty. Under the microscope, the cell membrane was ruptured, and the cell fluid was frozen. They simply need an entrance to the Devil House that will allow the energy to enter another dimension, thus avoiding the entropy reduction that occurs inside the Devil House. The whole thing is like a door. In Ari's hands is a ball that represents the guy's temperature. He throws it up as he goes through the door, but the guy will always meet the ball. And Tina begins to wonder how Ari gets through the door. The guy realized that words were being pulled out of him. But the girl was just curious, because she saw him appear in the tent. There was also a lot of food at the base, and the girl began to think that there was an alien in front of her. Ari is amused by the situation, and he decided to just tell everything. The guy came here from the past, but Tina understands that this is impossible, and the girl will never let the guy go. The presence of X2 bacteria on the Deathclaw is suspicious. It's like if a person and radiation were separated at the same time. Then he hit his head, and Sam immediately got hit, but they will take off soon, so they need to concentrate and not be distracted. The city looks beautiful from a bird's eye view. At this time, monsters mock their slaves they will not kill them, since people here are useful in any form. The girl asks them to let her child go, but the mutant does not listen to her. She was immediately hit in the stomach. People have to obey, and only then will their lives become easier. The mutants notice that there was something in the sky. People from Luden reached their habitat. They have been fired upon, and the commander gives orders for everyone to prepare for the attack. They are scared. Even their anti-aircraft gun is out of order, so everyone must retreat. Our guys are being shot from a rifle, but the wind is on the side of the heroes. Because of it, the bullets do not reach the helicopter. Now you need to tell Justin to let his team bypass the mutants. There are not so many mutants now, and the guys are able to kill them. The mutant jumped on top of Justin in the hope that this way he could defeat him. But he became stronger, and without any problems the man cut the mutant. Now it's time for the helicopter to land. All the people began to express their gratitude to Ari for saving him from the mutant people. From now on, Ari will occupy this place, and it will become his colony. Because of this statement, the people are in great shock. But Ari is not such a terrible person. The former mayor cannot believe that our hero can take over their house. Mutants often come here. Our hero really didn't like this, so he came here, and the mayor thought that they just came to save them. Ari decided to say that they just wanted to kill the mutants, and their goal was to capture the outpost. The guy is going to open a farm here. Everyone will have a job, and the former mayor will look after the farm. Finally, Ari decided to ask about Ray. It turned out that he passed here. He didn't tell them about the mutants' attack. The man simply spent the night here and left, and Ari is stressed by this act. On the second day, fishbone flags were raised in the city. People were distributed at the farm, and now Ari didn't have to worry about small tasks. His base would be better every day. Brooke jokes with the guy that he doesn't do anything just like a fish on dry land, and he agrees with this. At the end, Tina showed Ari's appearance in the mirror. Then Ari remembered that Alex would have a birthday soon. But the girl was ready to postpone the celebration if her brother was too busy. The holiday will be on November 16th, and the guy decided to ask about a gift for the girl. At this point, Tina decides to ask for a Hadron Collider for her birthday, and Ari tries to calm her down. Alex decided to ask about Brooke's birthday, but she denies it, saying that she doesn't remember such things. Because of this, Alex refuses the holiday because she doesn't want to be the only one celebrating her birthday. They had been depending on each other for the last couple of months. They had almost become a family. It was time to push the girl a little. Brooke tells the girl that she can choose whatever she wants as a gift, and if the guy does something wrong, she will deal with him. The girl has one wish, but she cannot say it out loud. She is ashamed. Ari needs time to get ready. She can't wait for her birthday to come. The girl wants Ari to lend her a day. Alex wants the guy to spend one day with her. Ari will easily fulfill her gift, but the girl means absolutely all day. The whole day included the whole night, and this realization made everyone feel uneasy. Brooke asks Alex to leave the night to her because of her age, but the girl is already almost 30 years old. However, she spent 10 years in hibernation, and she also used an inhibitor, so it takes another 10 years for the girl to become 18 years old. But Alex is already an adult. She has already had women's days. Ari decided to change the topic. It was better for them to talk about the cake. At site number 7, the outpost is almost ready. They will be able to move out as soon as the last armored car is ready. They have no racial understanding. A mutant approached a couple of strangers and said that one of their outposts had been destroyed. He said that a helicopter was visible, and then the man realized that these were people not from the city of Luden. He realizes that a great leader has appeared in one of the cities. They have built a fishbone base on the ruins, and, as far as the mutant knows, only he has the ability to produce food. Any land is suitable for cultivation. The main thing is that there is technology. But that's not the point. The man is interested in the Garden of Eden project. Hope for distant lands is much more tempting than trying to do something with the wasteland. At this time, there was a conference on 6th Street. People know that they are trying to build an outpost in the suburbs, and it seems that many people are involved in this. Obviously, the highway from the Northern Unified Region had been rebuilt, and this event seemed impossible due to the fact that the place was destroyed. The boss of the Scarlet Chamber of Commerce decided to show one more thing. By the time everyone saw this video, the guys would already be on their way. It was a declaration of war. He mentioned the treasure, but no one understood anything because they had never seen it. Leading an army in winter means avoiding foreign soldiers, unless this place can only be reached in winter. And the only place they have not been to is the center of Wanhai. The city center is the center of radiation. There is nothing there but garbage. The boss has a guess about God's rod, but the man remembers that it broke and became trash. This is true, but part of it fell into the center of Wanhai, and if this part can be picked up and repaired, then it will be possible to shoot into space. At this time, the monster and a man named Scout discuss the fact that Shelter 005, which is located in Wanhai, really exists. And the man promises that the mutant will receive the FEV virus. And it looks like they need to hurry up. It was time for Alex's birthday, and she looked like a princess. Tina is already drooling over the cake, but its time will come only after Alex makes a wish. The time has come for the birthday girl to blow out the candles and make a wish. Now it's time to cut the cake, but Brooke doesn't know if she should cut the numbers or not. Tina is waiting for the cake to be cut, and Alex at this moment feels happy. And who knows, maybe this is the last calm day on this planet. Ari is interested in the fact that there should be many more candles on the cake, but the birthday girl asks not to tease her. The girl is too cute, and the guy can't help himself and starts squeezing her cheeks, and then someone knocks on their door. It was Jay. He finally received information from the warehouse. Justin said that the mutants are on the other side of the river, and there are more and more of them. If we talk about the manufacture of weapons, they now have 2 electromagnetic guns and 47 drones. Ari is ready to launch an offensive, but they only have 70 soldiers ready to fight. If they send more people, they will face heavy losses. But the guy orders the girl to convey his words, and no matter how you look at it, guiding people in the spring is much better than in the winter, so they will lose much less people. He decided not to tell Brooke anything. She accepted it, and now the girl wants to play with him. Hearing this, Alex begins to sulk. Since Ari promised to spend the whole day with her, including the night, they made a pact. But Brooke changed her mind. Alex gave her the best pieces of the cake, and now the girl is being deprived of her own gift. No one wants to share with her. Alex begins to give the guy examples of how fresh vegetables have more benefits than meat, which will make him sick in the future. And if the little animal is not enough for him, he can always return to the cow, which will be even more desirable. But all these words begin to anger Brooke. Our guy doesn't understand what the girls are talking about at all, and Brooke decided to leave. Leaving the guy alone, he can do whatever he wants. After dinner, Brooke locked herself in her room. She began to ignore the guy. He is already thinking about spending time with Alex, but the guy understands that it is too dangerous, so he is waiting for the night alone. And now in his room, which has become like home to him, he feels lonely. But then someone came to see him. At this moment, Brooke thinks that the guy is not wasting his time. She is very angry about this whole situation. And to spite everyone, the girl also decided to have fun, so she left without telling anyone anything. The guy thought that Brooke came to see him, but it was little Alex who confessed her feelings to him. She really likes Ari. The girl wants to talk to him about something personal, something intimate, and the guy is ready to listen to her and support her. Alex is interested in the question of what kind of girls a guy likes, and she is too close to him. Because of this, he begins to worry, because he is afraid of his further actions. Then the windows of the room opened, and a girl who should not be here was hanging on the window frame. The girl was glad that she had finally found her victim. She was very similar to Brooke. It was very cold outside. The girl is thinking about going back to dress warmer, but she doesn't want to, since the guy in the house is having a lot more fun than she is. At this time, Tina is talking to her mother in her head. The mother really wants to beat up those who are behind the wall. A voice in her head begins to wonder if the girl has developed Stockholm Syndrome. The unknown woman says that even though she was named after her sister, the heroes cannot avoid death. The guy thinks that his eyes are deceiving him, since this is not his girlfriend, and the unknown woman in front of him wants them dead, so she took out a crystal that will help her implement the plan. Ari defended Alex, but he does not understand how the girl was able to use the crystal to explode. Even Tina in the next room felt the blow, and the mother in her head takes control of the girl's body. Even Brooke heard the explosion that occurred from the direction of the mansion. The guy took the whole blow. He couldn't leave her. The stranger was able to somehow use the crystal as a bomb. The heroes were able to avoid one explosion, but no one expected that the girl had a large number of crystals in stock, from which it would no longer be possible to hide. And now Ari and Alex will not be able to avoid the blow. Their death has come. But then something happened that no one could have expected. Tina appeared in front of them. She took the entire blow upon herself. This was the perfect moment for a counterattack. The guy was able to take the weapon from his storage. After all this, Tina woke up. She didn't understand at all how she ended up here. As a result, the stranger ran away, and Ari couldn't let her go. So he asked Tina to look after Alex, and he himself went in search of the girl. This killer was able to get past the security system, and now Ari is serious. He will get her out of the ground. Brooke finally returned to the mansion. She found only girls in the room. The guy was not there. They said that they want to kill Ari, and Brooke will deal with it. She will not let him be offended. The hero follows in the footsteps of a stranger. He cannot hit her, and she begins to mock him because the guy needs to improve his accuracy. The girl decided to use her bombs, from which the guy would not be able to hide. She understands that the guy in front of her turned out to be much weaker than the girl thought. The stranger thinks that the guy will remain buried under this rubbish, because going so far from the base was a stupid idea. But Ari turned out to be stronger than she thought. Now he was truly angry. The hero went into rage mode. The girl was shocked that there was not a scratch on the guy, and she gave the order for our hero to be shot. The guy understands that she is not working alone, so he is ready to kill not only her. The hero, without hesitation, shot her friend. The girl immediately began to cry. She swears that she will kill our guy, but she has no chance. Noticing the crystal in the girl's hand, Ari immediately shot her, causing the girl to immediately start screaming. She lost consciousness when the guy saw a helicopter flying by, with Brooke in it. The girl immediately rushed at the guy. She doesn't like it when he does such dangerous things on his own. Ari began to apologize to her for this act. Then Sam decided to remind her that it was he who should do all the dangerous work. And then Brooke saw the girl who attacked our hero. She was in shock. She immediately ordered Noah to install a prosthesis for her younger sister. Brooke hurries the guy. When the girl woke up, she began to shout insults towards Ari. But then Brooke immediately hugged her to calm her down, since she should not move. Brooke hugs her sister, but she remembers that her sister is no longer alive. She was furious. Since her sister has been gone for a long time, the girl wants to be let go, but Brooke holds her tightly. Ari knocked the girl out. She should get some sleep. And now they have a fascinating conversation with Tina. Given the DNA, she is definitely Brooke's sister. She also had a nanochip in her brain that blocked her memories. But now it is broken, and it is not clear why. After hearing this, Ari sent Tina home, since now something will happen that it is better for children not to see. Brooke also does not need to worry. The hero will let her sister go. But the girl understands that he should not do this, since she tried to kill him. Here he turns to Noah. He also should not be here, despite all his affairs. He rudely drives the guy away, and Ari laughs because the killer is the hostess's younger sister. This whole situation is very strange. To make his sister wake up, Ari poured a bucket of water on her. In fact, Lydia, that's the stranger's name, should call our guy brother-in-law, since he is in a very close relationship with her sister. The girl is angry. She is not moved by this cute couple. She continues to call herself Wendy, and promises to kill everyone who is next to her. Because of all the words that the girl said, Ari has no choice but to start torturing her. He works with her spirit, since there will be marks on her body, and Brooke felt all the pain of her sister. All this time, Brooke waited for Ari to finish. She is grateful to the guy that despite everything her sister did, he left her alive. Ari didn't harm Lydia physically, but he used a sensitizing substance, so her spirit will be broken. But Brooke asks him not to continue. He left her alive. The girl will figure out the rest herself. And now the guy is afraid that the girl will hate him because he crossed the line. Tina saw him in the house. The girl begins to call him a worm, and does not forget to mention that she found something interesting. And Ari warns her that he is not in the mood today, so the girl should watch her tongue. Due to anxiety and anemia, Alex went to bed, and now Ari is ready to listen to Tina. She showed him a crystal without energy, and asked the guy to empty it with his own. He accomplished the impossible. He was able to take the remaining energy, and the girl's theory was confirmed. She began to talk about Klein particles, which exist in four-dimensional space, and at certain moments they can move into three-dimensional space. Ari's bracelet, as it turns out, can absorb these particles. The girl had not previously noticed that his bracelet appeared and disappeared, and the guy could not explain to her how this happened. Mike started calling the guy, and Ari loses his temper after talking about good morning, which is definitely not one. Mike begins to offer his help, and this all infuriates Ari, and he asks to quickly move on to the topic of the call. The guy on the line started talking about rumors that said that an iron rod was in the center of the city, and whoever found it would receive $1 million as a reward. Here, Tina decided to remind that the rod had long ago become space junk. She claims that the guy was deceived, and Tina is sure of this, since she herself took part in the creation of this very god's rod. Ari suggests hiring a mercenary to solve this problem because of this turmoil. Their prices have skyrocketed, but there will always be money at the base. Tina said that her mother was inside her and shot red. It was she who broke the chip in the killer. After a while, Lydia came to her senses. She finally remembered her sister, and now she is afraid that her brain is about to explode. The girl no longer knows who she is. All the events of the past are precious memories. She can't think normally. It's as if she's being torn apart inside. But her sister is trying to calm the girl down. Brooke warned the guy that she would be leaving the base for an indefinite period. Her sister needed to leave, since with them she would only feel fear and pain. When the guy read the letter, Alex began to worry about her sister. She is afraid that she will not return. Tina immediately understands everything, and she warns that Alex can now do whatever he wants. But she will not take advantage of this situation. Ari understands that Brooke will return because this is where her home is. Now it's Ari's turn to wait for the girl, and at this time he will protect their home. Anyone who wants to invade them, who uses other people to achieve their goals, will die at the hands of the guy. The guy wanted to be cool, so he did everything in 3 seconds. Sam broke Brooke's rule, since he let our guy go to the front line, and now it's time to raise Ari. Now they are ready to launch the missiles, and the guy heard 2 explosions instead of 1. But Sam convinces him that he heard everything. One of the people heard that Oliver blew up the courtyard. He wants to find the god's rod to improve his status, and it looks like he will rule 6th Street after that. People on the street do not understand what is happening. They saw the explosion and began to think about nuclear weapons. Howard observes the situation in the city, and he really likes being a lone dictator. He considers everyone not very smart, since no one can distinguish the real from the fake. Ari was informed that a large group of mutants had been killed. Their weapons were almost destroyed. And all this happened thanks to one missile, which was able to hit a large area. At this important moment, someone called the hero, and this made him very angry. Oliver called him. He said that the rod was indeed not real, and, as it turned out, there was a traitor in the Committee of 10, and he framed the man. Now they have 3 options. Either they go along the river and strengthen the defenses, or they attack the 7th Precinct, or they save Oliver. If they can contact the Alliance, then they can attack. Otherwise, the best option would be to strengthen the defense. Sam chooses option 3 not because of the weapons, but because changing the head of the committee would be a good option. 6th Street will lose half of its citizens due to the war, and there are probably bandits in the city who want to take advantage of this situation. Sam tells all his thoughts on this matter, and Ari understands that the guy in front of him is quite ambitious, but he does not consider himself as such. He simply trusts our hero, and believes that only he can restore order to this wasteland. All the people in front of our guy trust him. They are ready to carry out any of his orders. Ari understands that with great power comes great responsibility, and he is ready to get down to business. Then a girl approached Oliver. She told him about the mercenaries, and now he needs to retreat, but he doesn't know where to go. He has one hideout, but he doesn't want to use it, and if Howard wins, there will only be one end waiting for him. And no matter what happens, the girl will fight for the man to the end. War never leaves a choice. And even at this moment, a man wants to achieve a better life on his own. That's why Oliver went with the girl. He himself will be responsible for his life. But then he found himself under fire, and the girl covered him with her body. The girl herself is in danger, and Oliver runs to Selena. Then a gun was put to the man's head, and now it seems his end has come. Oliver was unconscious, but his mind was here. He had already begun to think about the afterlife, but he retained the ability to breathe. Ari appeared in front of him, and he understands that pretending to be dead is not funny. Oliver rushes into the guy's arms. He knew he wouldn't be abandoned, and now he will do everything to help the guy achieve his goal at the meeting. But Ari understands that most likely, at the meeting, he will be able to sort everything out on his own. Sam led Howard next to him, who is indignant at being touched with dirty hands, and just the sight of him infuriates Oliver. After the war, he always treated this Howard well, but he decided to attack him, and, as it turned out, the man was not so easy to kill. Everyone dreams of being a dictator, and Oliver gave up only because his dream was destroyed. They are not at all alike, and Oliver quickly killed him. He could no longer control himself. It turned out that the declaration of war had been made 3 years ago, so there was no need to worry about the defense line, and to stabilize the situation, Ari's helicopters would fly out on regular patrols. All you need to do is restore the committee, and Ari will receive a reward of 20,000 crystals for the help his soldiers provided. Ari believes that here he is mistaken for a beggar, and then he began to complain about his memory. He forgot to say the most important thing. The guy occupied 6th Street, and it was his work that would bring stability to this place. Finally, Ari has settled everything with the street. Now he has come home, where he feels lonely, since Brooke has been gone for many days. At this time, Lydia found a family portrait in an abandoned shelter. They were able to see their family, even if only in a photo. But now it was time for them to return home. Brooke told her sister that she was born in a mansion that is located in the center of the base, so this is her home too, and now it's time for them to return. Ari's reputation precedes him. He is already known everywhere. A girl, Mia, from the city of Luden came to the guy, and his man treats girls very badly. Our hero does not understand why the girl came to him, but she claims that it is all connected with pleasant things. It turned out that the city of Luden and the Committee of 10 signed a trade contract, and it is unknown whether it is still valid to this day. The contract was in force, and Ari does not like the girl's behavior, as she is trying to charm him. The guy told her that he was just an agent of the company, and then the girl provided him with a list of products in exchange for which she would provide crystals, chips, and electrical parts. He is happy with the price, but he is confused by the destination, since it is not the city of Luden, but a casino. And in the end, Ari agreed to the deal, and the girl admits that she likes working with a dictator like our guy. The girl's worker, Duke, came into the office, but the hero asks him to leave for a while. Duke stops everyone who tries to enter the office, and finally the girl leaves the office. After this, Ari is very ashamed in front of Brooke, as he was forced, and Sam now entered the office. The guy is sincerely glad that Sam came, and he does not understand who the girl is. Sam hopes that Ari did not fulfill the girl's request, but he already promised everything, and she did not mention the shooting agreement. Simply put, this is a defense fee. The Luden aircraft carrier has a cannon that can completely destroy Wanghai in 1 second. Since Mia didn't tell about it, they can still get out of this situation. As a result, they need to fire not at Luden, but at his allies, since a city without allies is just a leaky boat. Ari decided to leave all this for later. He invited the guy to be the head of the 6th Street. Sam understands that there is a boss in front of him, and his orders must be followed, but he would like to lead Luden. Ari immediately recognized the guy's ambitions, and he proposed to him the idea of unification. Until this moment, our hero had not thought about it. He just wants his loved ones to be safe. Now there is no question of security. People believe that our guy will make everyone happy, but he cannot achieve this. At least he can make life easier for his loved ones. As for the rest, he will do his best. Our Ari looks like a fishbone boss to others. Besides, the base looks more like a military base than a supply point. And the truth is that the hero himself made the base like this, and no one will be able to attack them. Already at the base, Tina pestered Ari because she wants the guy to return to his dimension. The girl really wants mango pudding, and to make sure the guy doesn't forget about it, she showed him something interesting. She gave him a techno crystal. It is a communication chip, thanks to which you can keep in touch across dimensions. And when Ari returned to his peaceful home, Tina was delighted with what she saw. But for our guy, it was just an ordinary night. For Ari, these were just stars that people from his world see every day. But for the world of the apocalypse, this view is comparable to paradise. And Tina came up with an idea. She wants to make sure that the guy can move living beings between dimensions. Ari hopes that everything will work out for the girl. He wants to show his world to his sister Brooke, whom no one has seen for a long time. At this time, Aisha covered Ari's shoulders with a blanket, and the girl on the other side of the screen saw her, and she promises to tell Brooke everything. Aisha herself became interested in the girl, and she was glad to meet her. A girl from our world was glad to meet a stranger, and she offered to be her friend. Tina was sincerely surprised that someone called her a friend. For the first time, someone wanted to communicate with her. The connection was interrupted too quickly, but Tina is glad that now she has a friend, also from another dimension. Aisha now thinks that this is our boyfriend's girlfriend, but he begins to deny it. If you think about it this way, the guy hasn't been in this world for a very long time, and the girl really misses him. She asks Ari to wait, as there are too many people around, and now they should be alone. And now a new day has arrived, full of energy. For the first time, Megan called the guy herself this afternoon. There will be a business meeting at which he is expected to appear. Usually the manager does all this, but now it's a different case. People came from abroad. And all this was in the messages that the girl wrote. Also on his phone, Ari found a message from Robert, in which he said that they were starting the 2nd stage of the plan. Ari goes on business. In this world everything develops smoothly, not like in the other. Ari came to meet Cameron, who really wanted to meet our guy. He believes that our hero is quite mysterious, because he has so many capabilities that no one else has. Ari doesn't understand why this character's company chose our hero, since his company develops software for phones. Cameron's company is interested in advances in artificial intelligence. They have already developed a computer system and control sensors. They just don't have the appropriate software. They have very high requirements and a corresponding salary. But Ari has one condition. Despite the good salary, his logo must appear on the start screen. But in truth, they had no intention of putting media in the cars, but they only needed to add Ari's company logo for a couple of seconds, and after that they agreed. And if Ari finishes his job much earlier than scheduled, he will receive a special gift in the form of a limited edition supercar. Ari finally decided to talk to Megan about what happened, but she is very busy right now. It was time for her to go home, but, as Ari realized, she often stays longer at work than she should, and then their eyes finally met. The girl is already embarrassed that the guy is still sitting in the office and looking at her. She eventually decides to find out the reason why Ari is looking at her like that. But he starts claiming that he just likes the tea here. Megan decided to give the guy an invitation from the organization. The largest construction company in Vanhai is inviting him to a business forum. Only the elite are invited there. It is not so easy to get there, and therefore our guy simply has to go there. And you have to go to such a party with a couple. And Megan reassures him that such an approach is completely normal. And then the guy invited Megan to go with him. The girl reminds that only important people should come, to whom, as the girl believes, she has nothing to do. Ari is trying to convince her she is a very important person in this company. Megan immediately moved on to the topic of relationships. They don't need to go straight to the last step. But Ari doesn't even understand what the girl is talking about. It turned out that you need to go to this event with either the bride or the wife, and our guy simply did not read the invitation to the end. The girl wants to leave. She refers to very important matters. The guy doesn't want her to leave. He understands that he said it without thinking. But Megan tells him that this is all just her problem. Ari realizes that as a boss, he did not take into account his employees' feelings, and all her worries are the guy's problem. So the guy decided to invite the girl to dinner, and she agreed. At this time, Cameron cannot believe that all the files are normal. All the personal documents of our hero are clean. If an average graduate was placed in a war zone, he would probably wet his pants, but he didn't. A soldier needs experience to become a leader, and Cameron wants to find out what the organization behind him is doing. He handed our hero a flash drive, which is also a transmitter. The man wanted to keep an eye on our guy, but then the signal was lost. When our couple was already sitting in the car, Ari was very uncomfortable sitting, and Megan already thought that he did not want to go to dinner. It was all about the flash drive, which was interfering with our guy. Since it is quite important, Ari decided to put it in his storage, and Cameron realized that our guy is not so stupid. He was exposed, and now he should find another way to solve the problem. While Megan and Ari were driving to the restaurant, the girl decided to ask about the guy's relationship and whether he had a girlfriend. At this moment, a song was playing, thanks to which memories popped up in the characters' heads, and they both decided to switch it up. Now there are rumors that Chloe is Ari's girlfriend, and he is now thinking about his gained popularity. And it was at this moment that Chloe decided to call the guy, and Megan realizes that all men are womanizers. The girl promises that she won't spill anything, and besides, it has nothing to do with her. The girl on the other side of the phone really misses our hero, and Megan becomes disgusted with this whole picture. Meanwhile, Megan tries to convince herself that she doesn't like the guy behind the wheel, while Ari chats nicely with Chloe. Since Ari treats, the girl doesn't care about the chosen cuisine. And they came to a restaurant where they were given a quiet place and a table for two. Looking around, the girl sees a lot of couples, and Ari wonders what the girl wants for dinner. The waiter approached their table and decided to offer them a dish for the sweet couple. They also get a free dessert called Heart and Soul. Ari decided to say that they were just friends, and he left the girl alone while she chose a dish. While Ari was going to the restroom, he saw some guy giving a girl a foot massage, and the stranger recognized our guy as a young billionaire, with whom she immediately decided to chat. The girl knows that there is no man in the world who will not be affected by her charms. She decided to fall so that our guy could heroically catch her. In the girl's arms, the guy decided to inquire about her well-being, and next time she should be more careful. Now the guy has a rich mother with whom he will live happily ever after. But suddenly he noticed our Megan. He never thought that he would meet a girl in such a luxurious restaurant. Megan wonders how they could meet here, and she pretends she doesn't know the guy sitting across from her. The guy starts making fun of her. She doesn't even remember her ex's name. At this time, Ari cannot get rid of the girl who is trying to attract the guy's attention. She asks him not to stop, and the hero does not understand what the girl means. She allows Ari to do whatever he wants, but he remembers that she has a boyfriend. The guy realizes that they have no memories, since they didn't even hold hands when Megan was with him. The girl loses her temper. She doesn't think twice about pouring lemonade on Austin. She's never had a boyfriend, and he's not her ex. The girl in front of Ari finally introduced herself. Her name is Ashley, and she definitely knows the guy standing in front of her. In response to Megan's actions, Austin became angry. He was dissatisfied with the girl's behavior. As a result, he really wanted to hit the girl. But he didn't have time to do anything. Ari grabbed his hand. He doesn't understand what our character has to do with all this. None of this concerns him. At this time, Ashley wanted to kiss the guy so much that she did not notice how he disappeared. She never thought that the famous Ari would be such a problem. Ari decided to teach the guy a lesson, since it is not good to hit a girl, and now he must keep his mouth shut. He fell right in front of the feet of the girl he was admiring 5 minutes ago. But now he looks terrible to Ashley. Now he looks so weak, and the guy is glad that the girl came to him, since he is being bullied here. But now the girl is not interested in him, and she strikes him herself. Austin can get lost because Ashley is already sick of him. But he doesn't want to let the girl go. The guy loves her. But now Ashley begs him not to talk to her, since his voice is now disgusting to her. She has found a new victim for herself, and Ashley decides to compensate the guy for all the damage she caused. But the guy understands that they want to use him, so Ari tells the girl that she needs to watch her pets more closely, since the pet's personality reflects the owner's tastes. As a result, Ashley became very angry with the guy who ruined everything, since Ari was already in her hands. And it was time for Ari to apologize to Megan, since he just wanted to have dinner with her. The boss of the restaurant came to all this noise, and he was only now warned that there were attractive customers present. As a result, the boss decided to fire his waiter. The boss immediately knelt down in front of Ashley, since she is the daughter of a famous person. And the girl told him that the restaurant was fine, but the food was a little too salty. And he immediately fired his chef, and Ari decided to give him 1 million for jewelry as a gift. The boss was shocked by who stood in front of him. Ari is his idol. But the girl took the check because her family would cover all losses. At this time, Austin is furious because he lost everything in an instant. For everything he had done, he decided to rush at the heroes with a knife. But our guy turned out to be much faster. He grabbed the knife and decided to give the guy some attention. No one expected this, but they came to Ari's aid. And now there is one more influential person in the restaurant. It was Fred. He hadn't seen our guy for a long time. Even he thought that Ari and Megan were perfect for each other. Megan tries to say that they are just friends, but it turns out that Fred is Ashley's cousin, and this news leaves everyone in shock. Everyone was surprised, and Ashley herself called him here. And now Ari asks Fred to deal with Austin, and he gladly agrees to this, and he does not miss the moment to warn our guy that he needs to be careful with Ashley. After everything that happened, Megan thanks our guy, and he doesn't understand at what point the girl became so sentimental. In recent months they have seen each other so often, and all this time the girl has been thinking about their relationship. And Ari saved her several times, so the girl is at a dead end. And Megan began to understand that she needed a guy more and more every day. She wanted to be much closer to him. When the girl found out that Ari liked someone, she even wanted to become this person. And now it's as if she's being sucked into a swamp. Ari wanted to calm her down, but the girl doesn't want him to touch her. She wants the guy to ignore her. Megan is going to completely change, so now there is no need to worry about her. The girl will get out of this swamp. The guy began to think that the girl wanted to resign. In response to this, the girl begins to laugh. This whole situation is very comical. The guy doesn't understand anything. The girl herself started this conversation, and now she can't say everything straight. But she decided to reassure the guy. The girl will not leave. Besides, she owes Ari a large amount of money. She will definitely work in the company, at least until she pays off the debt. This time the girl has let go of all her emotions, and the guy thinks that he needs to pay attention to the girl more often, since she is a very important employee in his company. Upon returning home, the guy saw Aisha, who had been waiting for her boyfriend for so long. Today, the guy will spend the whole night with his girlfriend. Then a lump suddenly appeared on Ari's head, and the guy convinces him that everything will be fine with him. Ari decided to distract her attention by the fact that the girl had never seen her boyfriend cross worlds, and he decided to show everything right now. Time travel is about to happen, and the girl is looking forward to it. In an instant, the guy disappeared. He needs to return to the apocalyptic world. In another world, Alex and Tina walked through the forest. They even saw a rabbit. There was a kitten sitting on a tree, and if Tina could pet him, she would gladly do so. But all this was in virtual reality. But then the signal disappeared, and the picture disappeared. All of that disappeared with Ari's arrival, and he immediately realized that Brooke had never returned home. Therefore, he was distracted by the girls. He was interested in what they were doing here. It turned out that Alex created VR glasses, thanks to which they were able to walk through the forest, albeit a virtual one. Alex immediately began to make excuses that she only used the base as trash, but the guy calms her down, and if she needs materials, she should approach Jay rather than use the trash. Suddenly, the girls notice pudding with different flavors, and now they will pray for Ari. The guy warns them that they shouldn't eat everything at once, otherwise they might get a stomachache. Ari asked Alex to help him. She would have to deal with the flash drive, or rather with its contents. Tina told the girl that the guy in another world has another woman, and she has a rather soft voice. Alex asks Ari to stay because the girl is sad without him. She wants to sleep with Ari, just like Brooke. The girl asks him to stay the night with her. Although the guy has a motto in life that says that he will never refuse girls, Alex is too young, and Brooke is not at home. The guy started to tell the girl that this had already crossed the line, But then the unexpected happened. Brooke has finally returned home. The guys were surprised that she came back, and Tina decided to say that she left pudding for her sister. Ari was so happy to see Brooke again, and without hesitation they jumped into each other's arms. Nothing will separate them. Even if the worlds are destroyed, they will still be together. Looking at this whole picture made Alex angry, and she decided to make them look bad. As the couple made out with each other, Alex didn't understand why she came back. Lydia didn't understand her sister's choice, and Tina just enjoyed the pudding. All this went on for too long, and when silence fell, all three exhaled. When Ari was having fun in another world, Aisha was still waiting for him. After all this, Brooke decided to check Ari's performance, since he is still weak. The difference between their indicators became more and more, which greatly surprised the guy. In fact, Ari's strength lies in something completely different. He makes people love him. They appreciate the order that the guy brings. People voluntarily submit to our guy. This is an excellent ability. And only after Brooke's words, Ari began to accept his power, since it is quite good. But Brooke also changed for the better. She began to understand people better, and learned to knit a scarf. The girl didn't notice this, and now she's wondering what exactly the guy likes about her. The girl's breasts have become much larger, and this is what the guy likes. After their conversation, the guy decided to leave, as he needed to resolve some matters on the other side of reality. But he promises to return. After finishing things, Ari will immediately come to the girl, and Brooke is now wondering which side the guy likes better. Anyone would choose a safe world, but Ari doesn't know what to say. Maybe he likes this side, since this is not only his second home, but also his important family. When the guy returned home, he immediately saw Aisha, who had been waiting for him all this time. Something unexpected happened and he couldn't return in time, so he feels ashamed in front of the girl. There was no danger. He just needed to pick up something. And now Aisha wants to know much more about this world. And Ari decided to start the story with a meteorite. At this time, in an apocalyptic world, Scout performs in front of people. The assassin disappeared, and only after that he realized that our Ari is not a loser, and now he has a new plan. Ari also told Aisha that he also has a family on the other side, and the girl understands how difficult it is for the guy. The guy is ready to do anything for the sake of his family, and the girl herself wanted to go to another world, but this is impossible, and Ari invited her to fight with him in this world. Our hero will soon go to an important meeting, and so he asked Aisha to give him a new hairstyle. The girl was happy with this proposal, but the guy didn't really like the result, and all subsequent hairstyles also did not delight the guy. After a long period of time, Ari liked the result. When the guy showed up at the event, they immediately started offering him girls and cooperation, and he decided to run to the restroom to take a break. And Ari saw Ashley again, and the girl was glad to meet him. Our guy understands that the girl is practically stalking him for a reason. He immediately wants to get down to business. But the girl calls all this nonsense. The couple only met twice, and she wants to continue where they left off last time. But Ari claims that he is not that frivolous, and now it's time for him to meet the girl's father. The guy was surprised by all this, and Ashley does not understand his reaction for her. This meeting could be very good news, and the entire outcome of the meeting will depend only on the guy himself. Something was happening at the entrance. It turned out that the girl's family began to attract a lot of attention. It was Cameron, and he was here for an important meeting, and the man was lucky that this man would talk to him about important things. Everyone in the room was surprised that Cameron decided to contact a guy whose company is connected to high technology. The man cannot believe that Ari has forgiven him for the incident with the flash drive. Ashley watched this meeting with her dad. She decided to organize a meeting for her father, but he could do everything on his own. After the party, Ari came to Albert's personal room, and our hero was touched by this meeting. And at the very beginning of their conversation, the man mentioned his daughter, and Ari already thinks that every old man wants to send his daughter away to him. The guy admitted that they knew each other, and Albert decided to immediately find out the hero's opinion about his daughter. The hero admitted that she was unusual, but in fact he didn't need this girl for nothing. Albert and his friend have one unresolved issue, and he hopes that our Ari can help him. The man's friend works in intelligence, and he couldn't find anything about Ari's team, which is working abroad. And now they are all wondering about its existence. Our hero convinces him that the team of course exists, they just carefully hide it. And Albert begins to laugh, because there is no secret in the world that cannot be revealed. And he understands that the team does not exist, and the guy works alone. And Ari warns that one cannot say such things without evidence. The guy was offered to take state money to expand the business, but he understands that this is a big responsibility, and Albert is already thinking about the young man's refusal. Its technology cannot remain private property, and besides, with more capital, gold will be of great value, or it will be worth nothing. It's obvious that Ari's partner has no intention of letting the country know of his existence, so they could lose everything if they go too far. And Albert stops the guy. If the team exists, then they will treat the new partner better when the time comes. If Ari got it right, he must use government capital, or his organization will represent the country. If the guy is engaged to his daughter, he will be given $5 billion as a dowry, and he, in turn, will be expected to give him 50% of the shares of Future Human. And there is no one in this city who could refuse this family. This family revels in its power. It is a parasite of this country, because of which the people suffer, and Ari will not tolerate all this. The hero decided to find out if Albert was afraid that his company would become foreign. But he decided to say that this was not a good idea. Ari is simply talking about her capabilities in response to Albert's threats. The man claims that it is better for our guy that the famous family become shareholders. But the point is that Albert is quite greedy, and if they wanted to rob him, then Ari would hardly be able to be in the city safe and sound. It seems that Albert doesn't keep track of time. Future Human is an internet corporation, and with just a few servers, Ari will be able to open his own company both domestically and internationally. The guy wants to leave the voting method as it is, but the man still tries to convince him to make the right decision. He gives our hero 4 months to think, and the option of their cooperation depends only on Ari. Albert is sure that soon this company will belong to him, but our Ari will not deviate from his principles, and he will not become a subject of this family. After this meeting, the hero headed to the club, and he asked the administrator to call Kevin. After calling the manager, the girl took our guy to the reception. Ari's business is bad, that's why he turned to him. Kevin has his own contacts in Wanhai. Our hero immediately offered cooperation to the person opposite him, and he immediately realized that Ari did not like the terms of the famous family's deal. Their work together will concern only Ari, and Kevin understands that he has no good reason to oppose this family. Ari's AI drones will control the entire system, but the man does not understand how he can help the guy. The young man remembers Kevin's habit of secretly filming videos, and he is sure that he has a video that shows the family's connection with corrupt people. Ari asks him to just give him these videos, but the man does not believe that they can in any way ruin the reputation of this family. Our hero just wants to give them a hint, and if Kevin returns home with the drones, he will be in good standing with the family for a long time. Ari admitted to the colonel, who is sitting opposite him, that he is the one behind the drone control system, and the man decided to find out almost everything about this system. All these issues are related to national security, and the guy now thinks that his entire product is being mistaken for military technology. The colonel hopes that the guy will take everything seriously. The development of the system began 3 months ago, but it is only half completed. In fact, there are a lot of unnoticeable bugs in it. The problems are easily solved with a subsequent update, but now the company is experiencing difficulties. If Ari tries to deceive them with an unfinished product, then he will be in trouble. But in fact, according to the documents, the hero's company did not develop this system, and only 1 month will be enough to finalize the system. Future Human is too good. Now Ari's company is connected with the military, and Albert will not be able to do anything like that. And during the cooperation, the colonel learns about the guy's outstanding achievements in national security matters. Although they have the protection of the government, problems lie ahead for our heroes, and now our hero must be more vigilant. Aisha was glad that they were left alone, but then Ari received a call and the girl wants to go with the guy to solve his problem. Our hero agreed with the girl. She just needs to change clothes and she will be ready. Ari began to think that Aisha could become his bodyguard. When our heroes got into the car, they were closely watched. They tried to convince the people in the car that the drone control system was not so important for the military sphere. The man does not understand this secret agent, since the driver is watching the guy and considers himself superior to him, and the passenger was brought here so that he could have a good talk with Ari. Our guy will have security problems in the future, and so the driver hopes that Ari will give up his system in exchange for protection, and as a result, they can gain his trust. And in the end, Bob Smith agrees to help, but he is not sure that the guy will be interested in him. Upon arrival, Ari asked Aisha to stay in the car, since he was leaving for negotiations for a fairly long period of time. Our hero entered the office with great pleasure, whom he had saved from rabies. Ari immediately decided to get down to business, not that they were hiding, but he was very well prepared for an emergency. The shareholders' meeting of the wealthy Albert family has been cancelled. Uncle Wang thinks that Ari has been offered luxurious conditions, but he understands that greed only brings retribution. The man talked to Albert because he did wrong, and now Ari can just forget about him. But he still wants Uncle Wang to learn to behave correctly. Our guy got everything he wanted from Kevin, and now that the enemy is inactive, he can do the same. As Senior Wang wants to warn the guy, Young people must rise up step by step. Such a rapid and ugly way of campaigning will lead the hero to the grave. Ari is starting to get annoyed by everyone who wants to teach him about life. Everyone should be afraid of our guy, and if that's all, our guy will also be happy to leave him. Albert is very angry at our guy because he used the man's superiors against him. His daughter has good news. It turns out that they have received a huge project from overseas, and according to preliminary estimates, it will cost more than $10 billion. The girl found out this information first, because her father was so angry that he did not accept anyone a new job was waiting for them on a cute Panu. The man immediately became kinder. He no longer needs our Ari, and he thinks that fortune is on his side. When talking with the girl, the guy told her that because of work, he would not appear in another world for at least another month. The civilized world has its own rules, and therefore a nuclear bomb cannot be used at any time. During the conversation, Aisha approached the guy. She really wanted to meet the girl on the other side of the screen. But Brooke switched off. Aisha realized that it was this girl that the guy saved first, and Brooke would have burst from the words of praise. Ari wants to return to his parents for a while. He hasn't seen them for a long time, and the girl will go with him. But she will have to tell everyone that she is already 18. On the street, our hero met his newly made bodyguard. The man will watch him until the development of the program is completed. The possibility of Ari meeting with enemy people cannot be ruled out, so Bill will keep an eye on the hero. He doesn't need a separate room, since he will keep his distance, will sit in the car, and Ari's entire family will be hidden from enemies. Meanwhile, our heroes are in the city of Hu. This place has its own oriental flavor. And finally, the long-awaited meeting of Ari with his mother took place. But his father is in serious condition. He will not last long. His mother began to laugh at this situation, and Aisha became interested in her reaction. Her boyfriend's mother immediately liked the girl, but Aisha began to say that she was just his son's secretary. When Ari saw his father, tears immediately flowed from his eyes. He arrived too late, as he himself thought. The father immediately gave the guy guidance on finding a partner, but he is not going to get married. But the father was infuriated by this news. He even stopped looking sick, and the man would really die on the spot if his son was in no hurry to have children. Ari decided to remind him that his career has just begun. Now there is no place in the guy's life for marriage. But his father doesn't care about it. He arranged a meeting with a girl for his son. Our guy won't go along with it, and the father decided to give his son a spanking. But then Bill intervened in their conversation. Bill was just doing his job, but he went too far. The father warned his son that tomorrow he must bring a woman into the house, or the head of the family will flog him, despite Ari's age. Finally, Aisha caught the eye of her father, and her mother immediately began telling her what a good secretary Ari was. The next day, the guy still had to go on a blind date, and his father began to spy on his son, but he was immediately noticed. It turned out that the girl who came on a date was Megan. The girl began to worry that because of this date her salary would be cut, but she is an employee of the company, like Ari, and therefore she can manage her time herself. Father and Aisha tried to eavesdrop on our couple's conversation, but they were unsuccessful, and in the end the man decided that they were having a good time. The old man's instincts tell him that the end is near, and the young girl still has so much to learn about this world. Megan worries that she is boring, because every time at a meeting there is silence after her words. But Ari does not believe this. He compares her to a mesmerizing, unattainable flower. The guy sincerely admires his employee, and then Megan offers herself as his wife. The girl thought that she could forget the guy, but she couldn't get him out of her head. Megan doesn't believe that every time she tries to get ready, a guy immediately appears in her life, and Ari decided to start a relationship with her after all these words. Ari quickly ran to the restroom. He himself doesn't believe he said this, but at least his parents will stop reminding him about the wedding. In the toilet, the guy was pushed by a man. He did not ask for forgiveness, but suggested that the hero emigrate. It was Bob Smith. Ari reminded that the intelligence services were watching him, but they could not touch foreign ambassadors. So the man was not afraid of anyone, and the guy would not need to be afraid if he agreed to all the conditions. But our hero loves his country. He will not leave it. And after these words, Bob decided to warn the guy that he now needs to be extremely careful. The guy may face troubles in the future because of his decision, and after these words the man left. When the guy finally came to the table, he didn't notice Megan. She wasn't there. Only the phone remained. The guy understands that she would take the phone with her even to the restroom. This is not clean. A message came to the phone saying that the guy only had 24 hours to get the software, otherwise the girl would die. The guy in the restroom was just stalling for time. They resorted to all sorts of tricks, but Bill didn't show up when he was needed. The bodyguard's duties are to protect only Ari, and as long as our guy is safe, he will not pay attention to other crimes. The girl was kidnapped right under his nose, but Bill simply says that the guy needed to avoid crowded places. The man decided to remind that Ari had just talked with the head of the consulate, and this could be regarded as a lack of trust in the country. Bill can forget about all his methods of intimidation, Ari will not fall for them, and the man asks the guy to be more reasonable. The guy won't leave anyone, and he can easily cope without his bodyguard. And after these words, Bill pointed a gun at Ari so that he would make the right decision. Bill had no other choice, he had to use the gun. The bodyguard asks you not to resist, otherwise he will shoot you in the knee. But Ari is not an ordinary guy, he was able to easily beat his guard. He didn't think that our guy could hit back, so Ari also started a fight with a government employee. But Bill forced Ari to commit these actions. The bodyguard is strong enough. But thanks to a genetic injection, our hero is not so easy to defeat, he is not even afraid of mutants. The hero was able to knock out Bill, he will have to leave this carcass to his father. And the man was very unhappy with his son's request. But the guy tries to calm him down, he can take revenge on Bill while he is unconscious. He had never seen his son so serious, so his father agreed to help. And now Ari and Aisha face another difficult battle, they need to save Megan. The kidnappers won't do anything to Megan at this point, but the girl must pray that her boyfriend will make the right choice. But then a girl with the nickname Snake is warned that it is not good to treat hostages this way. A hungry wolf differs from a snake in that they have different priorities. Ari realizes that he has been fooled and does not know what to do. They received only one message, and Aisha suggested that the guy turn to his friends for help. He asked the girl to wait just a little, the guy would return soon. Ari has returned to the apocalyptic world, and Tina is working as fast as she can. At this time, Megan was given an injection, due to which she would lose her vision for some time. She should not see what is happening around her. The girl is praying for help. After a while, Tina was able to determine the girl's location, and Alex managed to arrive before Ari disappeared. She has improved the tracking device. It can be placed in the ID. And now it's time for the guy to return to his world, where Megan is waiting for him. 8 hours later, the couple arrived at the scene and no signs of life were found. One man was very happy that his mice arrived even earlier than he thought. When Ari realized there was someone in the building, he used his entire store. The snake scared its hostage. Megan was terrified. Then a voice was heard from the receiver. The girl will be fine until time runs out. Aisha came running at the sound of the shot, but Ari reassured her that Megan was not here. The hungry wolf orders his assistant that she must dress Megan, otherwise she herself will be killed for the sake of the country. Now everyone must be ready to fight at any time. At this time, 2 guys were fighting among themselves for food, which one of them stole from a hungry wolf. And finally Ari came. He looked like a superhero. The guy, without hesitation, cut off the head of one of the enemies, and now it's time to release his inner monster. Ari doesn't understand how they became agents with such courage. No one will leave here alive. One of the agents, with his last breath, was able to call for help. The hungry wolf understands that Ari has decided to play badly, so he won't stand on ceremony either. Megan was thrown into the car like a sack of potatoes, and she was held at gunpoint by Aisha. The agents thought that an Iron Man was in front of them. Everyone was frightened by Ari's appearance. The enemies began to shoot at our guy, but no one was able to damage his armor. Ari has too powerful a weapon, because of which everyone had to retreat. All the pawns were dead. Only the hungry wolf remained alive, but his death was close. He was waiting for him. The wolf liked our hero's toys. The man offers our guy a lot of useful things, but Ari doesn't need anything and calmly dodges all the bullets. The hero instantly found himself behind his enemy, and without hesitation he shot him. The driver of the car Megan is in was also shot, but that was Aisha's fault. The snake got out of the car. She didn't understand how the wolf could play, but her life was short-lived. Ari's girlfriend also shot her. The girl found Megan, and now she needs to be taken to a safe place, while Ari will clean up here. Megan's vision began to slowly return. Aisha tries to help her, but the girl is already waiting for her death. Aisha tries to calm her down. She will help the unfortunate woman. Megan couldn't even get out of the car on her own, and Aisha helped her. But suddenly a laser appeared on the body of the rescued woman. Someone targeted the girl, but Aisha reacted quickly and ordered her to get back into the car. Ari's new bodyguard took the brunt of the blow. The enemy had powerful weapons. Aisha was hit even through thick fog, and if not for the armor, the girl would have died on the spot. The one who shot the girl noticed something strange. The body stopped emitting heat, which means that only the girl remained in the car. Aisha's skill worked, and the sniper did not notice her. Now he too will become a corpse. He was the last one. Now the girl can finally take off her suit. Now Megan can get out of the car. It's safe on the street. The rescued woman noticed how Aisha's body began to become covered in ice, and Megan immediately wanted to give her her clothes. But she was not wearing underwear. The kidnappers took them off the girl. Because of this, Megan does not know what to do, because Aisha is freezing. But she may also end up on the street with absolutely no clothes. But the girl thought for a long time. Aisha lost consciousness. At this time, Ari transferred all the bodies to another world, and Brooke invites the guy to stay here for the night. But this is not the end. The guy still needs to figure everything out. Brooke kissed the guy. She is proud of him because he handled everything perfectly. In our world, Megan covered Aisha with her clothes and she performed artificial respiration. Aisha finally woke up, and the girl was sincerely happy about it. When Ari entered the building, he was shocked by what he saw, and the girl asked him to turn away. The guy asked Megan to just do artificial respiration. The girl took off her clothes because Aisha was cold, and she had no other choice. Most likely Aisha became ill because of the gene drug. This is its side effect. Ari handed Megan the car keys. The girls should get in. He will tell you everything in detail. After some time, Bill woke up. He immediately thought that Ari had gone in search of the girl alone. He must find our guy. But then Bill came across the hero's mother. She accidentally spilled the entire contents of the pan on him. The father of the family immediately rushed to defend his wife. But Bill decided to show who was in charge. Bill was going to look for the son of the family, and he decided to go without outer clothing. But he doesn't need to go anywhere. Ari has already returned home. Bill saw Megan alive, and he immediately thought that Ari had exchanged the software for her. The bodyguard is unhappy that our guy revealed a state secret. But this is not so. And Bill and the state don't need to know about the rest. Ari may end up being accused of being a threat to the state, but that charge is more likely to apply to other people. And now Bill must leave the army. Our hero is not one of those who use cunning tricks. Ari decided to remind the bodyguard about his family. He keeps photographs of her in the wallet, which is in the hands of our hero. To save his family, Bill must not interfere in Ari's affairs, and now he does not need protection. Our guy is unhappy with what happened in Hue City and had to leave for a while, but that doesn't mean his team will give up doing business in China. Future Human will be the parent company that owns the shares. As for the drone system, everything has been done in accordance with the agreement. Finally, Ari is on the plane. He is flying home, where a lot of things will be waiting for him. Aisha approached the guy. She wants to help Ari so that he can relax. She decided to give a massage. The guy's father taught her this hereditary skill. Then the plane got caught in the air currents. Everyone should return to their seats and buckle up. But unexpectedly, Ari's ID picked up some unknown signal. Someone tried to talk. A silhouette of a man appeared, but Ari doesn't know who it is. Soon the plane stopped shaking, most likely. The shaking was associated with this unknown signal. Albert has no idea how to work with this ignorant man named Ari. They have a lot of financial problems that need to be solved. Uncle Wong asks Albert to keep quiet. People talk about him as a person who will die sooner or later if he behaves badly. His brother came with good news. They received a project worth more than $10 billion. This is an order from abroad. The income is expected to be more than $50 billion. And Uncle Wong really liked this information. His family is lucky. Finally, our heroes were on the spot. They met with a businessman. Our Ari doesn't know if he can trust the police in this city. But businessman Jim reassures him. The guy thinks too much. This is not Vanhai, so everyone must follow the rules. And this information calms our hero. And now he is ready to cooperate. A month later, the hero is finally free, and he can calmly spend his time with the girl. But he was found by a lady who hopes that she will not be killed. The girl spent a whole month with the guy, but she still misses him. And the guy himself wants to enjoy each other for the rest of the time. But the couple was interrupted. A girl knocked on their room. It was Natasha, and she was extremely surprised that the guy remembered her name. Aisha immediately picked up the gun, but the guy understands that the girl did not walk such a distance so that she would just look at him. She will speak only after Aisha lowers the weapon, and the guy asks the girl to put the weapon away. Natasha suggested that Ari go to Japan. Girls in this country really like the Chinese. And the guy decided to ask if the girl liked him, and she was ready to become his wife if Ari's team developed in Japan. The guy is amused by this whole situation. He could have done whatever he wanted with the girl long ago. But Natasha continues to stick to her line. The guy will be offered better conditions. But he doesn't need it. He promised the team not to make their composition public. Ari has run into trouble, and others besides the Wang family will want to deal with our hero. And therefore he should go to Japan, since he will be safe there. But our guy doesn't need protection. He's an ordinary businessman who always follows the law, which means there should be a law for those who threaten Ari. The guy has nothing more to say, and the girl finally decided to recite a poem. And after that, the guy lost all interest. Ari does not understand the meaning of this poem, so he needs to return to another world again. It was somehow too quiet in the other house. No one greeted him. The guy entered the room. He thought that Brooke was in it, but it was Lydia. She was very scared at the sight of Ari. It seems that the girl has not recovered from the hero's torture. and then Brooke runs into the room. The girl now looks at the guy with contempt, but he did nothing, and girls that Ari had not seen immediately appeared. The sect is to blame for everything that happened to Lydia. They wanted to sacrifice her on the night of the full moon. The girls are forced to undergo a mortal test. This test kills the spirit. Those who are lucky can move on with their lives. The girl allowed her sister to stay here in the moonlight. Sects brainwash people, and she can also change genes. Gene drugs can only make everything worse. People simply cannot withstand their effects, and Ari really wants to destroy all existing sects in this world. The Sunset Cult is looking for the place where Brooke shot our guy. They are also looking for the project that Tina created. At this time, at the 7th site, Scout told the mutant that their plan had undergone changes. They need a strong army, so they will fight the rebels. Sooner or later, Scout will take over the Fishbone base. Brooke decided to ask how the guy on the other side was doing, and Tina also wants to know everything. His problem was not solved. There was simply a temporary lull, and Ari could be in this world for a maximum of 2 days, since otherwise he could have major problems in his world. And now it's time to talk about something important. He also returned to this world due to an unknown signal. Everyone was surprised by this information. Ari first of all asked what Tina thought about it all. The girl was in shock, and everyone in the room thought that she was losing control again. This identifier is based on Klein's paradox. It is a wave that spans the 4th dimension. Tina can't say anything at the moment. She needs time to figure everything out. Tomorrow she will show the result. Ari is ready to give the girl more time, since it is very difficult to do an analysis in 1 day. In the meantime, he will be engaged in his development. He was blown away after the 200th lap, and this means that the girl is not the only one who can defeat our guy. An hour after the run, the guy came into Tina's room. The girl wondered when the history of Ari's world was distorted. He doesn't know the correct version of it, and can't say exactly when it became corrupted. And this issue is related to the shadow. Crystals are formed as a result of the crystallization of organisms in the internal parts of the skull, and this is very important information for understanding the matter. According to Klein's theory, every body contains particles, but this energy exists in small quantities, but not every creature can grow crystals within itself. This is possible with an uncontrolled mutation that changes cells with Klein particles. Stable energy must be excited by something. Due to the induction effect, the brain can receive signals from other timelines. It will work like an old antenna. Simply put, this signal can only come from the future. If a person receives the signal in a dream, this will allow one of the particle waves to be broadcast into the dream, and the person can see what is transmitted. The more advanced the technology, the greater the risk to humanity, and simultaneously with the intervention, another timeline is created, parallel to the present. Time travel without the help of devilry is impossible. The cost of transporting any material object will be too high. In the real world, there are news reports about the progress of major projects. A suspect hiding in the U.S. consulate, and this morning, Bob Smith was killed. Tina had a strange expression on her face. Everything was connected with Ari's strength. He couldn't even think about such an outcome. When the guy returned, Aisha shared her thoughts. As it seems to her, Bob Smith is still alive. It all looks like a perfect escape from a crime scene. The girl told the guy that the head of the consulate was killed. In a couple of days, Megan will go to another city for work, and Ari asks Aisha to look after the girl. Ari's parents will be protected by people higher up. He will figure out the rest himself, and now he can rest with Chloe. Bob Smith also relaxes on the beach, but he prefers office life. And now, according to Jerry, none of this matters now that he has come to this country. The man Ari sees in the distance seems familiar, but then Chloe turns the guy's attention to herself. The girl wants to sunbathe, and the guy will be happy to apply cream to her back. Chloe thanks him for this trip, and now the girl is hungry, and she will not forgive the guy if he does not fulfill her wish. Moving is hard work, and when Megan had only the furniture left to tidy up, there was a knock on the door. It was Aisha, and she immediately covered the girl's mouth so that she would not say anything unnecessary. There was a bug in Megan's hair, which the guest immediately broke. She came here to protect the girl. Aisha has offered to help clean up, but Megan doesn't like it when people touch her things, and the girl wonders if Ari is Megan's thing, if she loves him. Aisha gets under the girl's skin. She wants to know that Megan loves the guy. Does she want to have him? Megan asks the girl to keep quiet, and then Aisha suggests that she just take the guy for herself. In New Zealand, the guy is having a good time with Chloe. He will return to her in the evening. Kyle was waiting for our guy. He is a representative of the Panu Freedom Party. Kyle wonders if Ari will support his cause. Once the business starts to flourish, our guy will get paid. He needs 1 million, and when he reaches his goal, the money will be returned. Unfortunately, the hero is not interested in this proposal. Kyle is excited. He raised his voice, But Eri warns that even here it is better to discuss all matters quietly. By receiving the money, Kyle's company will help citizens who have been unfairly treated. He will also gather people so that they all protest, and then they will punish everyone who breaks the law. But Ari understands that there is no further prospect. No one will want to invest in such a small island, since there is no profit here. The guy tries to bring his interlocutor down from heaven, and then Kyle wonders how Ari wants to cooperate. Strikes and protests will not save anyone. What will really help in this situation is force. At this time, people have gathered in the streets. They are opposing Johnny International. They are demanding that their freedom be returned to them. At this time, the man asks Edward to stop the people, as they are ruining his reputation. These cowards won't do anything to Mr. Johnny, and now Edward's men are trying to drive the demonstrators away. There is no peace without sacrifice, and people have only one choice. This is to exchange their blood for freedom. The end result of any action will be Johnny's trial, and then he will be removed from Panu. Ari wants everything to be resolved with the help of force, but the benefit in this is not clear to everyone for the guy, and our hero understands that Kyle has gone from a youth to an adult in just a couple of minutes. The company's corruption has ruined the investment environment of Panu, and if the market environment can be corrected, the value of the Panu Islands will be quite high. To fight, they will need more than 100 million. But for Eri, money is not a problem, and Kyle can once again turn to the guy for help only after defeating Johnny. After hearing what he heard, the guy sincerely thanks our hero. But all this is for the sake of a prosperous future for the people. After this meeting, Ari returned to the girl she had been waiting for him all this time. After dinner they went to the yacht. It is very beautiful here at night, and the girl really enjoys their little trip. Ari decided to dance with Chloe, when suddenly the guy caught the signal again, and now he needs to step away for a while. This time there was no video. It seemed like the signal was bad. Ari suddenly thought that the yacht is the last location. He must see everything with his own eyes. But they are already too far from where the signal originates. Chloe began to worry about the guy, but he said that he just saw dolphins that they would never see again. And the guy decided to cheer up the girl in the cabin. After some time, he decided to go to where he received the signal. But first he had to return to another world. Upon returning, the guy found Noah with Jay. His worker was slightly surprised that he saw his boss so late. A guy shouldn't flirt with girls like that, and after some moralizing, our Ari wonders if Noah did what the hero asked him to do. And Ari wants to be a witness at Noah and Jay's wedding, but the guy immediately decided to go for the iron helmet. Our hero wonders how long he can breathe underwater. If it is shallow water, then it can be filled with oxygen at any time, and at depth the air will only last for 3 hours. Noah also made a special underwater pistol. Underwater is very dangerous, so Ari must have a special weapon, since it is useless to use a regular pistol in an aquatic environment. Our hero has returned to New Zealand, and since there is nothing in the sky, he needs to go underwater. He decided to dive even deeper, since the signal was still too weak. And then he finally received a signal in which someone asked for help, and with depth the answer became stronger. Ari dived too deep and the signal began to disappear at a depth of 410 meters. It stabilized. As a result, the guy found a submarine that sank many years ago. The hero found some kind of inscription. Thanks to one letter, Ari realized that this was a German boat of the Second World War. The entrance is tightly closed. He does not know which part of the boat he is near, since it is too dark inside. The guy used a flashlight. There is a small amount of radiation emanating from the boat, and the signal has begun to intensify. He found octopus eggs that differed in their shape from the standard ones. They changed due to radiation. So the guy had to get rid of them. He also saw a large amount of materials that were missing in the other world, so Ari decided to send them there. But suddenly a chill ran down the guy's spine. His instincts sensed something. It was an octopus. Its head was too big. The sea beast was able to completely embrace our hero. Ari even thought about transferring him to another world, but he was afraid that everything would happen like the last time with the mutant. He needed to do something to save himself. Ari himself could not cope with the octopus, so he went into rage mode, since he had no chance of winning otherwise. Only thanks to this regime was our hero able to escape from captivity. He tore off the octopus's tentacles. The time has come for the underwater pistol, but he could not hit the target. As a result, the beast damaged the respirator. The guy needs to aim at the lower right corner. Ari was able to take aim, and now it was time for the killing blow. The hero won, and he was able to move on. Inside, Ari found a suitcase, from which most likely a signal came. Ari took the suitcase and moved it to another world, because Klein particles emanate from it. Tina does not believe that during the Second World War people knew about these particles, but Ari showed her a signal for help. Klein particles do not depend on properties such as speed and energy. Tina thinks that the creator did not understand the principle of this thing. He just created something similar to the blueprints. Ari thinks it's all a trap, but the girl is not that stupid. And they found something unexpected in the suitcase. Incomprehensible words were written on the ball. And the girl gave the guy a translator who can translate any language, as long as everything is written in legible handwriting. It looks like there is a golden apple written on the black ball. And there was also a notebook in the suitcase that looks like someone's diary. In any case, all this is the past, so the guy did not read the contents of the diary. After a while, the girl decided to ask the guy if he understood what this ball was made of. This iron ball is created from an extract. It is an artificial created crystal from the brains of 10,000 people. This is all some kind of madness. The most frightening thing is that the messages were supposed to come into the void. Simply put, they had to come to a place that is beyond the devil, where space and time do not exist. This golden apple is associated with the ships that went to hell. They wanted to change history. Obviously, the humans didn't succeed. And it looks like when Ari received the signal from the future, it's possible that he was sent from hell. If people wanted to change history, they failed. And Ari decided to compare everything that was happening with the films about Star Wars. The hero doesn't have time for all this. So Tina will study scientific theories, and he will eventually create nuclear weapons from the uranium that Ari brought from his world. But the girl, as it turned out, hates nuclear weapons with all her heart. And her emotions can be understood, since it was because of these weapons that the world became like this during the Third World War. The guy couldn't leave without comforting the girl. Ari said that he would be careful with this weapon. And for this, the girl asked the guy for 100 puddings, and the guy promised to bring them to her. Ari returned to his world and Chloe lost him. But he said he was just watching the sunrise. He just wanted to give the girl time to sleep, and today Chloe will return to the set again. The next day, 15 strong men came to Panu Airport. The main one among them was called Ivan. He trained all these guys, and now they know how to kill people. Ivan had a clash with the partisans, during which there were deaths. Families lost their breadwinners. Ari praises the man for a good job, but he thought that our hero would kick the men out of the base. And Ari convinces the man otherwise. He never said that Future Security is a company. They are an army. At the deep sea pier, the guy met Larry. He was afraid of Ari's guards. The guy should behave as usual. He should not look where he shouldn't. And he should also talk less. Larry can leave early today. Shanghai Trading is also our hero's company. When they all arrived at the warehouse, Ivan, with his loud voice, lined everyone up. As the situation in the Panu Islands worsens, they will be responsible for the security of this warehouse. And if someone tries to break into the warehouse, the first shot will be a warning, the second will be a kill. There are enough materials in the warehouse to build a camp, and in the end, it will be Ivan who will be responsible for the safety of this place. And now things are over on this side, and then Ari will rely on his abilities. Our guy was very surprised when he saw all the goods he needed to move. Brooke thought that her boyfriend had robbed the grain store, and he was interested in the total number of crystals for that amount of food. In our world, all this is very cheap, and now the girl must find a poor fellow who will take all these boxes to the warehouse. Brooke is worried that people might suspect something is wrong since they are getting food out of thin air. But if anyone dares to challenge Ari's authority, he will have to fight the entire base. Then a guy came and warned that the boss had come to the base. Apparently several refugees had arrived, and Ari decided to deal with everything himself. The guy compared our Brooke to a fairy, since he had never seen so much food. A man named Marvin came to the base. The coalition government highly appreciated Ari's contribution to restoring peace. Before the war, he was the director of the Chinese bureau. Ari ignored the man. He turned to Peter, hoping he didn't say anything. After all the negotiations with Peter, Ari finally turned his attention to Marvin. The hero introduced himself as the general of 6th Street. He is also the ruler of the Schengen colony. From the very beginning, there was only one government here. But now the alliance no longer exists, and Marvin believes that Ari is breaking the law by calling himself the king of this area. After these words, a weapon was pointed at the man, and he was asked to quickly ask for forgiveness. Military bases immediately noticed the intruders, and they are ready to open fire. Marvin himself spoke about the law. But Ari is in charge here, so our guy sends the man to hell with his own rules. The soldiers who came with the man did not want to start a conflict, and an order came from Ari that they should all be searched. Our hero also does not want to start a conflict. It's just that Marvin's people behaved disrespectfully, and after a search it was found out that the people had nothing. As everyone now understands, the alliance no longer exists, and Ari's weapon is direct proof. They were lucky that they met Ari and not bandits or worse. Otherwise they would have been dead long ago. The refugees asked our hero for help. If they get help, then people will never forget this. Ari was interested in the mission the man was talking about. Marvin wants to recreate the Great Alliance. The military man stopped Marvin. and he himself will continue to talk about the restoration of civilization when the time comes. They all have common interests. The man hopes that Ari will provide them with nuclear fusion products, but after seeing the capabilities of the base, he decided that the guy could join them. Marvin decided to intervene in the conversation, but he was not allowed to say a word, and the military man decided to clarify our Ari's decision. Everything that people see was done by our heroes, and they don't need anyone's help. And Ari decided to remind him that here, at the base and on 6th Street, he is the supreme law. He will keep an eye on them. Perhaps in the future they will talk about a deal if the military shows their sincerity, and after a while the soldier will give an answer. After that, they all asked forgiveness from our Ari and left. Peter warns that they don't have to waste their time on them, and Ari thinks he's suggesting they occupy Vault 027. A normal mercenary would never miss an opportunity, and after his words, Ari would think about it. The weather is changing, it will snow soon, and the people who left their shelter will not survive in these conditions, since they have no resources. The remaining time Marvin tried to talk to Lieutenant Ritchie, and he abruptly stopped halfway. If he doesn't stop Marvin, he will immediately become a target. But he knows that if someone does something to him, the Alliance will immediately punish everyone. Ritchie can't believe his ears. His boss still believes that the Alliance exists. He just doesn't believe Ari's words. They all take a different path. The lieutenant cannot return empty-handed, so they must find something. But after 3 hours, nothing has been found. When they were all in the destroyed building, Boss Marvin saw a light ahead. He immediately rushed forward, and they opened fire on them. These were their enemies. Even after the order, they did not give up, so the warriors must also rush to attack. All targets have been eliminated. The battlefield can now be cleared. But then the unexpected happened. Their enemies ate their own kind. The survivor asked to be killed. He wants to see the end of his suffering. In the end, they found the nuclear fusion core, but then news came that Captain Marvin was missing. No one knows how he disappeared. The military was fighting for the fusion core at that moment, and the man opposite Ritchie is angry because his brother disappeared. The woman asks Walt not to bring his personal feelings into this, and she thinks the lieutenant is right. The man asks Audrey not to think that she can say whatever she wants because of the place she occupies. The old head ran the shelter very well, unlike her. In response, the girl turned her attention to Lieutenant Ritchie. She was interested in hearing about the war, which had finally ended. Outside, they saw a group of demons. They eat their own kind. It is literally impossible to communicate with them. The soldiers searched everything around, but no one found the officer. One suspicious detail is that they found no trace of Officer Marvin's blood, and since delivering the core was a priority, they called off the search. Audrey praises the lieutenant for the job done. They could not sacrifice an entire squad for one person, and Walt warns the girl that she is walking on very thin ice. When Audrey woke up, she immediately read the work log from the previous chapter, which stated that there were 1,001 people in the shelter, when its capacity is only 1,000 people. The supercomputer can calculate everything down to 10 decimal places, but it cannot calculate the intelligence of people, and she was very surprised by this when she woke up. According to the plan, she was supposed to awaken after 25 years. But the old head could not cope with the consequences of his actions and committed suicide. But Walt believes that he died due to a heart attack. This man caused the shelter to overcrowd, resource shortages began, and people began to die. And after her words, Walt asked if this girl had humanity. But in these realities, this feeling is ballast. No one in the shelter understands how this girl can be the head. Since she took her place, people have not had a single good day. Audrey approached academician Tony, and he immediately inquired about the girl's condition. After meeting with the refugees, Ari wants to consult with Brooke. He does not know what to do. The girl believes in her boyfriend. If he takes over this hideout, they will still make a different choice compared to the bandits. Brooke will support any decision the guy makes, and all his actions depend only on himself. The situation on Earth is so bad that it is unlikely that they will be able to find another core, and no one knows how long the core that Lieutenant Ritchie found will last. The core that was just brought will only work for 6 months. Sooner or later, people will have to return to Earth. All the time they spend in the shelter will only widen the gap between them and the survivors on the surface. A deal is only possible if everyone is on equal terms. Their enemy already knows about the weakness of the refuge, and now they need to get rid of it. The next day, the army of the Fishbone base set off to conquer Shelter 027, and our Ari is determined only to win. Colonel Audrey came down to our guy. She was completely alone. The girl knows perfectly well why the army is here, and she admits that her people will not win this battle. Audrey has come here to make a deal, and our hero realizes that they are in different positions, so there can be no talk of a truce between them. Although Ari's technology is well developed, he does not have his own research system. But he understands that after capturing this shelter, all things will belong to him, so there is no need for him to make a deal. More precisely, the deal is made on the problems of both sides, and if the shelter does not detect the Colonel's life signal, it will be closed for 50 years. As a result, a system will be launched that will kill about 900 people, and Eri is shocked by this information. Since there are no guarantees that our hero will not do anything to the girl, she is ready to shoot herself so that everything said will come into effect. The hero understands that Audrey is crazy. She is ready to sacrifice people, so he needs to find another way out. In the end, Ari agreed with her. They will discuss the details of their deal. 10 minutes later, the hero told Audrey about a crystal that can replace the fusion core, thanks to which the shelter can last a long period of time. As a result, the pair of heroes were able to come to a compromise. Ari would place the camp and walls above Vault 027. Tomorrow, Audrey will send an ambassador who will represent the inhabitants of the shelter, and Eri will also send her man with resources. The survivors will fulfill their part of the deal, and the guy should not test the already fragile trust of the Colonel. She is capable of going to great lengths. But then Ari realizes that there is no benefit to the shelter from this deal, and Audrey talks about how they will restore the colony in the wasteland under normal conditions. The girl realizes that she shouldn't have sent Captain Marvin to the surface, and the guy is surprised at what an interesting person stands in front of him. But the girl finds herself boring, so this guy's statement surprises her. One of Ari's soldiers has a good idea. He proposed replacing energy resources with soldiers who will capture Shelter 027. Our hero was amused by this idea. He has a better proposal, and for it he will need to sacrifice soldiers. He has a great plan, and in a month, Eri will be running this hideout. Upon returning to the shelter, the girl told Lieutenant Ritchie that the transaction was successful, and that tomorrow the base would send its representatives. Suddenly Walt came running to Audrey. He was not happy with the girl's actions. He threw her holographic pen at the girl. The man was unhappy that their colonel, in fact, made all people slaves. Walt does not believe that the girl agreed to all the terms of the deal. In his opinion, they could use their technology to benefit from the bandits. As a representative of the shelter residents, Walt must fight for the rights of people who demand the restoration of the necessary supply of resources. In the future, the resources will be restored. Audrey understands that they will take a lot from this deal. But the men are very unhappy with this. And then Audrey herself became furious. All the problems of the shelter began because of the last chapter, and she decided to dissolve the Shelter Council. Now Walt loses all his rights and privileges. After some time, the shelter was notified that the council no longer existed, and the system of residence representatives was also abolished. And now everyone is thinking that Audrey will be a dictator. But Walt still doesn't believe it all. He hopes that the girl won't do that. But she does not throw words to the wind, and now threats are flying at her back. Walt will never ask for forgiveness to the girl. He is also disappointed in Lieutenant Ritchie. The next day, a girl named Clary came to Ari. She is an ambassador from Shelter 027. The guy thinks that a child is standing in front of him, but the girl is already 20 years old. The girl was born outside the shelter, but when she was only a few months old, she ended up there, and it was closed for 20 years. Her father is dead, so no one will think about Clary being so far from home. And the girl claims that she is fine. Her father died in peace, and many said that he was a good man. However, the man always said that he had let everyone down, and the girl hopes that her actions will help people, and the father can calm down in heaven. When the base worker arrived, Eri ordered him to let the girl inside. Jay would have to do the rest. Our guy was approached by an ambassador from his base. It was Gwen, and she decided to find out her tasks in the shelter. The girl must inspect all the premises, and she also needs to try to establish relationships with the residents. According to Audrey, abolishing the resident representative system will only be beneficial. If the girl remains silent, people will panic, and they will lose confidence in the head, and she sincerely does not understand why the old head chose her. Now the time has come, and Tony gave the girl a letter that will open her eyes to everything that is happening here. The head will never forget the day when Shelter 027 was closed. People were against it, and the man has no other way out of this situation. As a result, the man took a weapon and opened fire. He knew that he could not take care of everyone. Under his leadership, people would simply die. It is possible that he needed to kill the child too, when all the intruders were eliminated, but he was unable to hurt him. The head believed that a strong enough leader could be awakened ahead of time. Then maybe all was not lost. After reading the letter, the girl was shocked, and she realized that this baby was Clary. Audrey saw the computer's calculations. There were not enough resources from the very beginning, so people were doomed to death from the very beginning. Eri orders Eric to closely monitor everything that happens here, and if something happens, he is obliged to contact the hero. Then they noticed a traveling merchant, to whom he told about his weapon, and our guy would deal with it himself. The merchant offers one of the base employees weapons from the city of Luden. He is even ready to give a discount on the goods, and then our Ari approached him. The unknown person began to talk about the jet. It enhances sensory perception, and the man invites our hero to try this product. On 6th Street they sell the same product, but the merchant does not like this comparison. His jet is not addictive, unlike street trash. On Ari's orders, the merchant was fed all the pills that were found. As a result, the man lost consciousness. This had never happened before because of the jet. But suddenly the merchant began to shake. When he stood up, Ari addressed him as a huckster, but according to the man, he is not one. He ran away from our hero. The merchant went straight to school, which greatly surprised those around him. The sudden appearance of a dealer with fake drugs looked suspicious. He was not afraid of a group of soldiers, and our Ari came to a building that seems to be a trap. Using a drone, it was discovered that there were a large number of laser traps in the building, and an operating table was also found. Ari doesn't understand what this place is about, and then he heard a voice. Through the keyhole he saw the same merchant, but his condition was unclear. The leader killed this poor guy, and now everything will have to start all over again. The man will need to get 2 mutants to extract the poison. The poison will need to be placed into tablets, which should then appear in the shelter. The main one reassures his partner that he will take care of him in case of infection, and our hero recognized one of them. With the help of his drone, Ari was able to draw Ray's attention to himself. Ray wanted to shoot at the device, but did not have time. Our hero subconsciously activated the self-destruct mode. Although everyone present in the building probably died from the explosion, Ari decided to check the building. He could smell a strong smell of blood inside. In the end, he found 2 corpses, but Ray's body was not there. Ari couldn't believe that one of them could survive. Suddenly Ray jumped on our hero from behind, only his face half matched the man's face. He was a cyborg. The man is a fusion of technology. Since their capabilities are not equal, Ari went into rage mode. He does not understand what this man is doing. He wants Ray to explain his absence during the battle with the mutants. Ari wants to find out his enemy's connection with the Red Chamber of Commerce. But it makes no sense that our hero threatens the cyborg Ray will be able to transfer to a new body in any case. The enemy said goodbye to Ari, and he thought about the cyborg's self-destruction. Therefore, our hero simply tore his body apart. All he had to do was pick up his control chip. One of the base soldiers found a working ID, and the hero is happy about this find. As a result, Ari saw a code that he could not decipher. He will give it all to Alex so that she can work with everything properly. Since there is no point in being here anymore, everyone must leave this building. Then they heard a scream, and the heroes immediately ran to the basement where the soldier was. What Ari saw in front of him shocked him. It was a Deathclaw. He ate a man, and the heroes must fight for their lives. Now the Deathclaw is aimed at our heroes, and there is no hiding from it. Since this monster is too fast, Ari simply cannot escape from it. It must be dealt with here and now. Then he was able to grab the soldier, and he asks to be left here. The boss must move forward to survive. But Ari will not leave his in trouble. He took out a weapon from his storage that will help save the boy. As a result, our hero was able to neutralize his enemy for some time. For a long battle they need to find spacious space. Since Ari needed to lure him into the open, he jumped out of a building window in hopes that the Deathclaw would follow him. The hero leaves the guy. He will deal with the monster himself. To kill him, you need to attack in the back and eyes, since they are a weak point. First, the hero will attract his attention. Then, using a high-speed power armor device, he will hit the monster at a speed of 90 km/h. Thanks to this maneuver, the guy ended up behind the enemy, and now he uses Invictus to increase the power of the bomb. But even after such a blow, the monster remained alive, and Ari began to fire at it, but it was useless to use bullets against it. And Ari cannot transport it in time, because there is a character nearby who should not see all this. If the guy continues to run away from the monster, he will sooner or later overtake our hero. Unexpectedly, help arrived. Tanks arrived as reinforcements, which would definitely be able to hit their target. After the shell hit the monster's chest, the wound began to heal. No one expected this, so now you only need to shoot at the head. And only after that the fight ended. He and his soldier remained alive. Another soldier warned Ari that he should not engage in battle. Since the hero is the head of the base, his soldiers should fight. The rescued man is sincerely glad that Ari did not abandon him. Our guy is the savior for all the people of the base. He will lead them all to a bright future. The soldier began to cry, but according to our hero, as a subordinate, the rescued must be strong. Ari also did not forget about the soldier who died in the battle. He ordered others to take care of his family and funeral. Near the gate of the base, everyone was surprised that the boss was able to kill the Deathclaw. People began to admire him. Some even began to propose ideas that consisted of making a monument from the monster trampled by our hero. But before this, it is necessary to check the contents of the enemy's stomach. The soldier's body could have been preserved there. Jay will organize the funeral. When Ari arrived home, he was surprised that no one was greeting him. But then the guy noticed something unexpected. Brooke was in the room. The girl was wearing a very interesting costume. She called the guy to her. Our hero had already begun to explain himself to the girl, but she did not give him the opportunity to finish. Brooke wants to give the guy a child. Ari is now the leader, and he shouldn't rush into battle right away. The monster that the guy recently fought with was the mother of the Deathclaw, and the fight with it could easily end in the death of the hero, and Brooke is very worried about his beloved. Now he is alive and well, and the girl still thinks that they need to have a child. Our Ari was very surprised by the girl's desire, but he is ready to take full responsibility. The guy decided to take the girl into the room, but then Lydia appeared on their way. She wants to talk to the hero alone. The girl is no longer afraid of Ari, and this makes our character very happy. He wanted to ask the girl for forgiveness for all his actions, but the girl understands that now they are even. Lydia almost killed him. Although the girl was brainwashed, she does not understand what it is. She also makes a bad sister, but she now fully accepts herself. Everyone who lives on Earth needs to receive a signal from outside. Only thanks to it can you understand that you are being brainwashed. Although the Church of the Sunset blocked all memories and separated the girl from her family, it was her first salvation in this cruel world. When Lydia was just a baby, her hideout was attacked and she lost her family to a mob. The girl was all alone, and when the monster was about to eat her, the leader of the church appeared, who saved Lydia. He gave her a second life. Therefore, the girl has no reason to hate him, and now Ari is her second savior. Our boyfriend begins to deny all this, but it was only thanks to him that I found my sister. The guy wants to destroy this church, and the girl will not interfere with him. Lydia just hopes that she will be able to see her savior once again. And somewhere in the distance, a familiar figure appeared. It was Ray, who didn't have a scratch on him. Since he is a cyborg, his body was easily restored in a private shelter, which was built with his own hands. After a while, when the O4 model did not appear, another one was activated. After waking up, Ray knows what he needs to do. He asks his father about the Church of the Sunset. Because of its interference, their rebel alliance suffered huge losses, but he is convinced that he does not need to worry about it. When the couple returned home, Brooke immediately began asking them strange questions, which baffled the heroes. The girl is afraid that something is happening between her sister and her boyfriend, but they were just walking in the backyard. Nothing bad happened. And now Alex and Tina can easily move around the house, since Brooke did not want them to leave their rooms. But Ari warns the girl that she just needs to take the guy to her room. Then no one will see anything. He calms the girls down. They can easily move around the house, and Alex decides to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner for everyone. At this time, in Shelter 027, employees spoke unflatteringly about their commander in their opinion. She ruined everything that was built by the previous head. Then Gwen approached them. She offered them a drink, and the workers immediately took the bottles containing water with honey. They hadn't drunk such tasty water for 20 years, and the girl reminded them that they spend a lot of energy when doing work, so it wouldn't hurt for them to drink something tasty. One of the workers has not forgotten that there are also few resources on the surface, but the other thinks that an angel is standing in front of him, who warmed their souls. As an ambassador, she must sort out misunderstandings between the two sides. After a while, security approached them, who immediately gave the order to the workers. They must fulfill their duties. It looks like Gwen's free time is over and she needs to go. The guard asked the worker if their girl asked them anything, and one of them honestly said that she did what their leader should have done. Now they must return to work, and one of them is shocked that the other told everything to the guards without fear of losing his position. At the base, Clary sat down next to the guy who was injured during the battle. He was ashamed at the thought that the boss fought the monster only because of him. Ari is the real hero of this base. Without him, all these people would be homeless. Now they have food and a roof on their heads. Now it's time to live happily. He decided to share with the girl the chocolate that he had been storing for so long, and Clary had never tasted anything tasty until that moment. After one bite, her mind exploded. The chocolate was both sweet and bitter, but it was still incredibly delicious. And now she understood what happiness tastes like. At this time, a conflict is brewing in the shelter. People are unhappy that Audrey exceeded her authority during negotiations with the base. The security guard believes that these are all just rumors. They just need to control the situation. And now he needs to report everything to the manager. Since information about the deal was leaked, Audrey makes an important decision. All protesters must be detained. No one except security can go out after the lights are turned off. Brooke admits that Alex cooks better and better every time. After dinner, Ari wants to go with Brooke to her room, but Lydia thought the girl would spend the night in her room. Since the guy finally has a day off, Lydia still lets her sister go to him, and Alex, as it turns out, can give our guy a child. After lights out, Ari still went to his girlfriend's room. Today they can still have a baby. But what a surprise the guy was when he saw Lydia in front of him. Brooke was not in the room. At the same moment, Brooke's sister was looking for a guy. She went into the girls' rooms looking for a guy, but he was nowhere to be found. After a long search, the girl began to think that Ari had gone to sleep in the modern world. Lydia was not going to stop the guy. She was determined, and in the end, Ari returned to his room. The next day, the guy realizes that as the base grows, all the imperfections of the system are visible, and he needs to establish laws. And then Alex entered his office. She deciphered the code of the Chamber of Commerce. The girl wanted to ask the guy for something very personal, and he finally decided to satisfy her. Ari kissed her, but the girl just wanted to hug him, and she ran out of the office happy. After the incident, the guy was told that the elevator to Shelter 027 had stopped. There are riots in the shelter, and everything that happens is under the control of the guy. In the end, it was because of him that the details of the negotiations leaked to the shelter. His man offers to send soldiers there. They won't send their people there. Their security is outdated. Meanwhile, the electricity in the shelter has been turned off, and it will only be gone for 10 minutes. During this time, everyone must gather in the corridor. Everyone is armed. They will no longer tolerate this tyranny. People want to overthrow Audrey from her post. No one understood how everything turned out. People were literally tearing each other's throats. Some soldiers began to surrender. Many people cannot accept the truth, and those who seek it are lonely in life. And without humanity, there would be no civilization. The girl was not wrong in her decision, but she was also wrong in this situation. Last time, academician Tony did not answer why the shelter did not have enough resources, and now the girl hopes to get an answer, but he remains silent. In the end, the girl is confident that she will complete her mission. She is not afraid of death. Without humanity, there would be no civilization, but cruelty and bloodshed also play a role in its formation. As the girl nears the end of her mission, she learned that the room is built like a laboratory, so the gas here can cause an explosion. At this time, there is a real massacre outside the door. No one understands why they could not live together peacefully. Finally, the rebels broke through and were able to open the doors, behind which was Colonel Audrey. Finally, the people won. They were able to overthrow the girl from her post. With their own hands, they will be able to create a better future. But before that, they will bring the criminal to justice. Walt wants to end the girl's life in the most cruel way, but he was immediately brought to his senses. She will be convicted according to the law. And then an ambassador from the Fishbone base came to the shelter. Walt does not understand what she is doing here. Audrey threatened the leader of the base, and therefore, to prove her cruelty, she must be punished with all the cruelty. But people want to punish her on their own. They don't like the fact that the former colonel could be taken to the base. To all this, Gwen said that her leader hates Audrey with all his heart, so he is ready to give a lot to punish her himself. And Walt realized that if he made the best of this situation, people would start respecting him, so he asked the ambassador for 40 fuel rods. In the end, they agreed that the girl would be given to the base for 35 rods, and now people would go to celebrate their victory, since their difficult days were now behind them. Audrey then told Ari everything. She made a good deal at the hideout. It has lost its negotiating power. Now the people can be easily broken. Under the pressure of the base soldiers, they will quickly surrender. At this time, in Shelter 027, people celebrate their victory. Now they believe in their bright future. Then a man approached Walt, now to his boss. He reported that something strange was happening upstairs. No one can believe what is happening. The people of the base came to attack the shelter. A bunch of savages did not keep their promises. They don't know what to do. While they were trying to come to a conclusion, the entrance was covered with sand, and now they can be buried alive in this shelter. As a result, one of them remembered Audrey, since she would probably come up with a plan. But those present do not like the mention of the girl. Walt asks everyone to remain calm. They fought for their freedom for a reason. The man admits that he is a short-sighted fool, but he still has faith in the wisdom of people. Gwen told Ari important information. The people in the shelter hope that the boss of the base will reconsider friendly relations, but he will ignore them. They will not last even 3 days locked up. In the cell, Audrey realizes that she will be killed anyway, so there is no need to waste food on her. The girl feels nothing because of the betrayal of her people, and what Ari will do with her depends on her choice. The girl, without hesitation, took the gun. She chose death, but it was empty. Audrey wants to die accordingly, since she is a soldier. But Ari sincerely wants the girl to join him at the base. According to the girl, our guy is not from her era, so he cannot understand her desires. As a result, Ari gave Audrey 3 days to think about it. 3 days later, the newly appointed head of Shelter 027, Walt, handed over the post of manager to our Ari, and he also gave up his ID. Everyone who brings at least some benefit will remain, while the rest of the people will be sent to work in Shengang. Shelter Management 027 Ari leaves Gwen. And finally the girl said that academician Tony is waiting for our guy. He is a cyborg. He has something interesting for the hero. He gave Ari the golden apple. But, as it turned out, this is just a communication device. It has no energy. It can only transmit coordinates. According to the theory, using this device you can communicate with people from the past, but there is no way to know whether someone heard you or not. The information that this thing is made from a brain extract is just a rumor. The activity of Klein particles is actually visible in the brain, but they cannot be extracted without killing a person. Academician Tony told the guy the truth to open his eyes. All this is just an experiment. This entire shelter was created to test how a group of people would develop in an environment with very limited resources. The kind-hearted head Lucas and the cold-blooded head Audrey were not suitable for the role of leader, but they were smart subjects for study. The results of the experiment were sent to a colony ship, which is located several light years away, and academician Tony told all this to our guy, because he still had one more question. After only 20 years, people in the shelter and on the surface began to differ under different circumstances. Civilization makes changes to the social environment. The colony ship has left the solar system. The people on it have become something more, and, according to Ari, they no longer belong to this place, so they can be forgotten. It is unknown whether they will return or not, but the people on the ship will be able to take certain actions, and then all of them will have a hard time. And Ari asks that he not be involved in all this. He is not part of the experiment. Technology is advancing faster than they thought, so Ari must take all this information into account. But our guy realizes that too much is being asked of him. After a while, Clary came into Audrey's cell. Since the girl had not eaten anything for 3 days, the ambassador gave her chocolate, and there would be no more uprisings, since the people from the shelter had surrendered. Initially, the girl hated the leader of the shelter, but after a while, Clary realized that Audrey was no different from her father. They just wanted people to live better. Ari wants to explore the city center, despite the fact that mutants and zombies live there. But it is there that important secrets of the Scarlet Chamber of Commerce may be located, which are also important for our hero. Since Sam trained 2 pilots, they can use aerial reconnaissance. After all the negotiations, Ari sat in his office. A large number of events had happened over so many days. The guy understands that everything is too complicated, and he wants to rest. After a while, Audrey ended up at the Fishbone base, and it is possible that it was at the base that the girl would find hope in life. Ari knows that the former leader will come here at any time, so he needs to go. But then there was an explosion in the camp. Everyone must leave the building. People are trying to put out the fire, and the presence of poisonous gas in the air must also be checked. Ari immediately came to the site of the explosion. Another pair of eyes in this situation would not hurt. And then he found Mr. Tony. He rose to the surface a few minutes before the explosion. But the guy realized that it was not just an explosion, but a deliberate murder. It turned out that Ray did all this. He was to blame for the death of the experimenter. But then the monster rushed at him. The target of this murder was Shelter 027. Everything points to a merchant who suddenly appeared. He was able to calmly examine everything, and our guy understands who is behind all this. As soon as Ray dealt with one monster, a crowd of zombies attacked him. So many problems immediately fell upon him. Future civilizations have 3 evolutionary paths, a combination of machine and man, a connection between man and nature, and stagnation, where nothing changes. Ari was thinking about academician Tony's words, and then he was informed that Sam was trying to reach him. He was able to find a camp of survivors. There was heavy security and sentry weapons, but not a single person was seen. But there definitely must be someone there, since the reconnaissance plane was attacked. So Ari orders Sam to continue observing, but he needs to try not to give himself away. The defense of your camp needs to be strengthened as quickly as possible, so you need to attract as many people as possible. Although tomorrow they will celebrate the Lunar New Year at the base, one of the workers will guard this place. But Scott is happy with any work, because thanks to Ari, he can enjoy food and warm clothes. The next day, people at the base celebrated their first New Year. No one held back their desires. People ate whatever they wanted. Our guy reassures Brooke, they will never run out of food. For the people here, a holiday is a luxury. And all this was only possible thanks to Ari. Then Aisha called the guy. A new conflict is brewing on the Panu Islands, so he must return to his world. And Brooke understands that her boyfriend in another world has a lot of lovers. He better not get tired of this place. The girl decided to remind him that people are fragile creatures, despite the fact that they look quite strong. Ari became hope not only for her, but for all the people on this base, and now Brooke can watch the fireworks. In his world, Ari immediately met with Kyle. The man doesn't like the fact that they fought for people's rights, but still cannot draw reality. Our guy wants to reassure the hero, since his loss was expected, and Ari decided to tell him the reason for their failure. The main reason for the loss is the rush, but Kyle does not want to give up, and therefore our hero is ready to give him another $5 million. Kyle immediately decided to buy more equipment, but our guy stopped him. He decided to tell him about the mercenaries. At this time, Johnny is at home. Yesterday his mansion was attacked. He asks Edward if they will call him again. He hasn't slept all night, and Edward reassures him that they will survive these events. They will make a lot of money, and their business partnership will last a very long time. Albert is unhappy that their project has been stopped, but his daughter tries to calm him down. His brother has already gone to check the situation, and there will be news soon. And he better get a good explanation for everything that is happening, otherwise they are doomed. Kyle is approached by soldiers led by Ivan. They will help him in the fight against Johnny's company, and he begins to think that their help is the worst option. After this day, people will finally be able to hold their heads high. They will have a bright future ahead of them, and Kyle is ready to be Ari's puppet as long as there is hope for the people of the island. There were guards near Edward's residence. They must be on alert, and after this work the characters want to take a vacation. Robert called Johnny and told him that he should take a boat to Sibin Island, where he would live in safety for the rest of his life. Johnny realized that all this time he was being used to achieve other people's goals, and so he decided to continue playing his role. Edward woke up in his house. He does not understand where his bodyguards are. His guards were killed using a drone, and Edward was left completely alone. He will not be able to save himself. Then Ari's people entered his room and they immediately fired a bullet into Edward's forehead. Ari was informed that Johnny did not agree to leave the island, and Aisha asks the guy not to go further. But he has seen corpses and worse things. But the girl feels that the hero is tormented by thoughts inside. For her, he is always right, no matter what he does. And now they themselves went to Johnny. Now Johnny's end has come. His role will end here. If he had listened to Robert and gone to live on the island, then they would not have touched him anymore. And now Ari himself will bring everything to the end. Johnny had no intention of leaving. He had lived in the slums since childhood, and he had never had such a luxurious life as he had now. It was all like a dream, and Johnny doesn't want to wake up anymore. He wants to fall asleep forever. Before his death, the man asked Ari for something. He wanted our hero to make a video about the best part of Johnny's life and leave it at his grave. And our hero will fulfill his request. He asked Alex to make a video that would need to be named after Johnny. The next day, a new era began for Panu Island. Everything changed overnight. Many countries were ready to provide financial support, and Ari tells Kyle that he must politely refuse all offers our hero himself can give any money. Ivan came into the office and said that someone wants to talk to our guy. Most likely it was debt collectors who came because Johnny International went bankrupt, and Ari thinks they came for Kyle. But he didn't sign anything. Kyle doesn't understand why people came to him. Our guy will figure it out himself, but Kyle is now the manager. When the 5-year period is over, Kyle will receive a handsome pension, but he doesn't need it all. He just hopes that Ari's work will lead the Panu Islands to prosperity. Standing in front of Ari was Shane. He is the son of the famous Albert, who loves to cause problems for our hero. Shane does not understand what the hero is doing here, and he asks the guest to leave the building. Ari has just signed a contract for all the construction work, so Shane's workers are illegally seizing the hero's land. Before leaving, the company must pay a fine of 10 million, but he remembers that he signed a contract with the past ruler. But all the contracts signed with the previous government are now useless. And Shane understands that Ari knew about the coup from the very beginning. Our hero runs into conflict with Shane's family, but he will not do anything to his family. Shane decided to remind that Ari's parents live in Vanhai, and anything can happen to them. But our hero decided to admit that his relatives will soon move to the new islands of Panu. Ari warns that Shane's people have only 4 days to leave the island. Otherwise they will be deported with the help of the Secret Service. Elsewhere, the girls were relaxing on the beach, and Aisha wonders why Megan is so repressed. She still denies all her feelings towards Ari. But Megan admitted that they were just playing a couple of lovers to appease their parents. And then Aisha does not understand why she looks so unhappy. Ari is worried about the girl, so he asks to take her with him. It seems that the guy is very worried about her safety. Megan is surprised that the guy is thinking about her, and he finally came to the beach himself. Then Aisha admitted that she and Ari had done something, and so the happy girl went for a walk with the guy. Megan is irritated by everything. She has already begun to think that she needs to change. The next day at the airport, Aisha says goodbye to her boyfriend. Since the girl cannot fly with him, she will have to look after his parents. Before leaving, the girl decided to talk to Megan. She does not understand why they continue to provoke her. Since Megan likes Ari, she must show him her passion, but the girl will do everything in her usual way. Ivan will have to oversee the construction of a military base, and his responsibilities also include protecting the border. And so the heroes flew to Megan's city, so as not to create new problems. Ari will spend the night in the girl's house. This will be better for work. She won't have to look for a guy all over the city. Megan rented this house. Although she received a bonus from the company last month, she did not buy it. Then Tina sent Ari a message. He's glad it wasn't a video call, since it's better for Megan not to know about the other world for now. Therefore, the guy quickly ran to the room that the girl had allocated to him. He said that he wanted to take a little nap. He also did not forget to tell him not to be disturbed until he left. It's time for the guy to move to an apocalyptic world. He hasn't been there for a long time. He returned with a bump on his head, but it will go away very quickly, and Tina immediately wants to show the guy something. On the table was Tina's device that can move matter. It looks like a golden apple, and Ari thinks that with it he can move resources from the modern world here. But this is impossible. You cannot move resources from one dimension to another. Ari was already happy, but Tina has her own trick, and she needs help to check her guess. She needs someone to help her find out if she's made a scientific breakthrough. But Ari doesn't want to be a lab rat. All the guy has to do is put the girl's device in his storage. Afterwards, he needs to put on another bracelet. There are already too many of them on his hand, and Tina promises to combine them in the future. Now Ari must take something from the storage. The guy took out the pudding from storage, which appeared on the disc. It was not there initially, and Tina was able to do something unimaginable. The girl can't move things across dimensions, but the guy can. Ari realized that he needed to put the item in the vault and think about what he wanted to pull out from there in the other world, and everything would appear on this disc. The girl will name her invention as Klein's teleportation, and Ari thought about the energy that is wasted when using it. There is no need to worry about this, since it consumes only a small amount of energy, and this information makes the guy delighted. Ari decided to immediately hug the girl, but she did not like this outburst of tenderness. After a while, already in his own world, Ari suddenly left the room, which greatly frightened Megan. Since the girl is not having dinner, she offers to order food for the guy. Megan decides to go on a diet, but Ari convinces her that she is not fat, and the girl thinks that the guy finds her attractive. The girl believes that some parts of her body have become larger, but Ari convinces her otherwise. Then he remembered about nutritional bars from another world. They will easily help you lose weight, and this product will always be a top seller. The guy decided to tell Megan about his, which will help you lose weight, and next time he will bring it to the girl. Basically, the girl needs to eat, so the guy will take her to a restaurant. When the heroes walked down the street, passers-by thought that Ari was walking with his girlfriend, which, of course, was not true. There are a lot of gossips around them, and the guy explains that this is what happens when you are next to a gentleman like him. Then the bell rang. Ivan said that the fishermen from Fibing were causing problems. They said that the construction had scared away all the fish. The fishermen have suffered huge losses, and they want compensation. The waters do not belong to them in any way, since they are located 1,300 kilometers from the island itself. Ari understands that only pirates will be a nuisance in foreign waters, and Ivan, like a veteran, knows what to do. Ivan gave his people an order. They must kill these pirates. But the people on the boats claim that they are fishermen. They did not have time to do anything before they were killed. Our couple came to a restaurant where food was very expensive. Ari asked to prepare a table for two somewhere quieter. Megan is haunted by déjà vu. They've had it all before. Suddenly Cameron appeared next to Ari. Our hero was surprised by this meeting. Megan reminded the guy that tomorrow they will have a meeting with the Carmen group. Ari even invited the man to join him, but he refused. They shook hands goodbye. The guy noticed the engraving on Cameron's ring. It looked like a golden apple. Ari decided not to waste time and immediately asked the man about the ring. This man's ring was made by a local artisan, and Ari will not be able to buy it. The girl reproached the guy in front of him stood a member of one of the most prestigious families, and the guy behaved very rudely. She really hopes that Cameron won't cancel the deal tomorrow, and Ari decided to leave everything until tomorrow it's time to eat. The next day the guy was surprised by the new decoration. He shouldn't act like he's never been in the building. There were only 10 minutes left before the meeting with Cameron, and the guy received a call from Kyle. He was shocked by what Ari had done. Ari wants the guy on the line to calm down, but he can't do anything. The fishermen from Fibing were killed. They weren't pirates. Now people came to them demanding an explanation, and Kyle lost all hope. There are already news on TV that local fishermen were brutally killed by the new military from the island of Panu. Fabian wants to start an investigation, and now Kyle must hold them off until Eri returns. Now he cannot speak. Kyle must insist that they were pirates, and after the deal, Ari will immediately fly to the islands. The software was perfect. Future Human made a breakthrough in the field of artificial intelligence. This is a level that everyone could only dream of. It seems that Cameron came here for a reason, since his programmer appreciated the quality of the software. Cameron decided to ask if Eri was free in October, but his schedule is so inconsistent that he doesn't know where the guy will be tomorrow. A car show is expected in October, where limited edition smart cars will be shown, and the guy immediately decided that he would attend this event. Cameron found out that Ari had made a deal for 10 billion, and the man offered his help. He told the hero about a loan of 8 billion. But for Ari, this is a very small amount. He needs a loan of 30 billion with a guaranteed 99% of the shares of his company. The repayment period will be 3 years. The minimum rate that Cameron can offer is 45%. But Ari understands that it will definitely not take him 3 years to pay off the debt. And since the guy is so confident in himself, the man agreed, and they shook hands. After the deal, Megan began to worry that the guy would not be able to give the entire amount. But Ari convinces her that he will do everything. Even if he fails to do anything, he will not drag the girl into this. He guaranteed Cameron his shares. But the girl was worried about something completely different. But the guy doesn't want to listen to her with his market value. He can increase this amount 10 times in 2 years. In response to the girl's doubts, Ari offered to make a bet if he went bankrupt. He would work as Megan's secretary. And if the guy wins, he can do whatever his heart desires with the girl. It's time for them to get back to business. The guy needs to return to Panu Island again, which surprised the girl. Ari decided to ask the girl directly if she would miss him while he was out of town. Megan is just worried about our hero, and Ari decided to finally thank the girl for all the work she did. The girl is glad that the guy knows how important she is. And also Ari should be in the city more often, since there is still a whole list of things waiting for him here. Cameron has arrived home and is waiting to meet his father. His family has a whole mansion, and his father is waiting for the man in the garden. His close friend decided to make a miniature steamboat in the garden. Cameron's father once conquered the Pacific Ocean, and if all this is useless, then everything that surrounds the heroes is also useless. The father convinces his son that he must forget about the prophecy no matter what anyone says. The child must learn to walk without the help of his parents. The son wants to get rid of all difficulties, but they carry not only harm. People should learn from the sages, and not pin their hopes on the near future. But Cameron won't give up. He will prove to his father that he was wrong. And so Ari met his girlfriend. She is glad to see him again. He will immediately go to Kyle, since he needs the help of our hero, and therefore Ari will not even come home. Kyle was so happy to see the hero, he just needed to tell him everything that happened. After killing the first fisherman, one of them began to shout that the soldiers would pay for this. But in the end, their boat was blown up. A man who heard the explosion ran up to Ivan, and he said that the pirates had never been near Panu Island. According to Ivan, they could have appeared here a long time ago. But fishermen often cross the border, and since the power on the islands has changed, no one will listen to the official. Kyle understands that Ari is talking easily about the situation on the island because he was not a subordinate. On the evening of the day when the fishermen were shot, the police immediately found out about everything. They immediately sailed to the shores of Panu on their ship, and now it was time for negotiations. If the issue of killing fishermen is not resolved, the islanders will appear on international islands. Ivan decides to shoot into the sky as a warning, but the police will not back down. They came here to negotiate, but that is not what Ivan is here for, and he warned that if the employees get within 1 nautical mile, they will end up just like the pirates. People from Phibing Island ask that a negotiator be brought here, and the official himself wants to talk to the guests. He worked at the embassy under the previous government, so he has experience in negotiations, and even asks him to tell the police that they killed the pirates. There were no fishermen here. After a 3-hour confrontation between the police and Ivan, she eventually retreated, after which problems began. The country demands compensation and an apology from them. Otherwise, people will resort to violence, but they themselves have crossed the border illegally. Then one thought came to Ari. Phibin's people want to investigate this case. Most likely they want to return their secret, which was on the fisherman's ship. It seems that the fishermen were spies. In order to strengthen their prestige, Kyle himself must deal with all the troubles that arose after he came to power. In the evening, Ivan's people retrieved the sunken ship, and Kyle immediately asked if they had found anything unusual. They found a sealed box containing a flash drive, and now they need to bring a laptop to the camp. The information on the flash drive was written in a language that Ari did not understand. It turned out that it was the language of the country of Phibing. Kyle was able to read the text, and he learned that there were prisoners on the boat who were sentenced to death, and Ari's theory was confirmed. And then Ari was given bad news. The Fabing Marine Police reappeared near the shores. It's time to start negotiations. The local guide will talk to the police, but he will have to repeat Ari's words. The guide is very worried that he won't be able to cope, but it's too late to change anything. It's time to start. He began by saying that 2 days ago, a group of pirates calling themselves fishermen started causing trouble in territorial waters. They had every right to shoot them. The other side has evidence of their registration, so they can prove that the dead were ordinary fishermen. And then Ari's side reported that they had found a flash drive. It contains the whole truth about the identity of the dead, and Fibing's people are not happy with this find. But then Kyle realized that he knew the person who was on the other side. The guy recognized him by his voice. Indeed, he knew the person opposite. It was Uncle Stan. Kyle lived in this officer's house when he was in Fibing as a child. The guy began to smile when he saw a familiar face, and Ari was infuriated by this situation, since Uncle Stan had set up his relative. Kyle was very close to his uncle, and the guy thinks he doesn't know anything about him. But Ari understands that the officer considers the flash drive as evidence. This is not a family meeting, and Kyle decided to talk to Uncle Stan himself. And, as it turned out, the officer would not have come to this meeting if Kyle had not been here. All this was done to test Kyle. He did a great job, and only the strongest can survive in this world. And Uncle Stan promises to look into the news. The next day, the news already said that the information about the fishermen was erroneous. Stan was also informed that it is Ari who controls the new island of Panu. And now the officer wants to study the entire biography of our hero. On Fabin Island, the guide met with Neil. A local came here to deliver a letter. The letter was addressed to Captain Stan, but Neil does not know such a person. Although Neil has only been a seaman for a year, no one remembers the officers better than he does. But in this case, they need the man's grandfather, who knows everyone exactly. When Grandpa saw Neil, he thought he was slacking off from work, but he had the day off. And only one person knew where Officer Stan was. He had been in heaven for a long time. Captain Stan died 3 years ago, and so if a man wants to send him a letter, he must burn it. The old sailor also gave the conductor the key that was intended for Kyle, and now he needs to see Ari. Already at our hero's home, Kyle said that his uncle died 3 years ago, but the guy is sure that he saw his uncle on the ship, and now Ari thinks that the man faked his death. For 5 years the guy lived at his uncle's house. He was only forbidden to enter the wooden house. He could not even think that Stan would want to hand over the keys to Kyle after his death. And Kyle just found out that his uncle was into astronomy. And then Ari noticed a drawing of a golden apple. Everyone is connected to this device. Since this is all very serious, Kyle shouldn't know about it, so our guy decided to put the drawing in his storage room. Ari made an incomprehensible sound at the rats, and Kyle hopes that they won't ruin anything here. The guy decided to remind Kyle that he is now a leader. He should not waste his energy on the investigation. Ari's instincts tell him that all their searches could threaten Kyle's life, and the guy wants our hero to find the new president. But from what Ari sees, only Kyle is suitable for this role, so he can't let him risk himself. The guy can be easily controlled, but Ari also likes his character. Kyle thinks not only about himself, but also about people. Our hero would turn this country into another post-apocalyptic world. The guy wants to find his uncle, since he has no one else. But Ari promises him that he will figure everything out himself. Ari has finally returned home. The purchase of the island is almost complete, and the hero enjoys the feeling of complete control. He decided to return to another world, and the guy ended up on Brooke's soft bed. The girl was very scared when the guy called her. She definitely didn't expect to see him in her room. If the hero had warned the girl, she would have prepared to meet him. But the guy is trying to stop Brooke. They can't do it no matter how much they want. Rules are rules. And the girl wonders if he says the same thing in his world. Ari didn't say it, but he always treated everyone the same. And the girl asks the guy why he still moves between worlds. He has close people in both worlds, and he will always return to the other world, since his beloved Brooke is there. In Camp 027, the garrison size was increased from 80 to 200 people, and 200 drones were also deployed. Zombies in Wanhai have become more active, other creatures are increasingly coming into view, and a Deathclaw has even been seen near the camp. A Deathclaw and a cyborg were found nearby. It looks like it was Ray. The fight took place around the same time as the shelter explosion, and most likely the two events are connected. First, someone is snooping around near the camp. Then the connection between the Scarlet Chamber of Commerce and Ray is revealed. What will happen next is unknown. The heroes came to the laboratory. Ari will go further alone. Gwen is making progress in her biological research and will show everything to her boss right away. Research has reported that grown algae produces electricity, but unfortunately at a rate of 1 kilodolars per square meter. The modern world needs such clean energy, and Gwen invites the hero to visit the laboratory, and Ari also decided to reward the researchers for their work. To go further, The heroes need to put on a protective suit, and they noticed how the laboratory assistants were arguing among themselves. One of them brought Bacteria X into the shelter, and he did it for the sake of experiment, for the sake of science. In addition, his partner is vaccinated, so he has nothing to fear. All experiments take place in a safe environment. He just needed a small piece of the DNA code. This bacterium was found on the touchpad of a quantum computer in the laboratory, so there is no need to talk about a safe environment here. And then Ari appeared behind them. He really wants to hear the reason for the dispute between these two people. It turned out that they had problems with the project, so one of them told the guards to collect tissue cells from the back of the zombie's neck in a test tube, and it was Bacteria Imps. This bacterium has an extremely high efficiency of photosynthesis, and in order for the algae to quickly convert solar energy, he placed its DNA particle of the bacterium into the plant. Ari asks them to stop the experiment. Since the environment is not safe, they must get rid of all samples with DNA from Bacteria Inc. Everything is going well at the Weapons Research Center. The only thing they have left is a small amount of rare metals. The researchers must now use them more sparingly. They cannot save all the time, so Ari suggests mining minerals at the bottom of the ocean. But in this world, scientists discovered mining in space before the war. Ari asks the girl not to worry about deep-sea mining, and Gwen will take care of it. There is only one quantum computer for the entire shelter, and it is no longer enough. People do not have the conditions to produce them. Although it is difficult to carry out research work without a quantum computer, people should easily cope with the work of restoring the wasteland. On the plane, Brooke reminds Alex to put on a protective suit as they enter a highly radioactive area. The base is currently experiencing difficulties due to a lack of minerals, so now they must go down to the geological office. The team consists of 4 power armors, 1 sniper, and 1 hacker. Ari could stay at the base, but he will not let his girls go on this important operation alone. The guy is responsible for them. It's time for Ari and Brooke to get off the plane, and Alex will be praying for their safety the entire time. At this time, Justin has prepared his place. He observes high zombie activity outside the bureau. Our heroes must land with extreme caution. Everyone should go straight to the entrance of the bureau. They should be less distracted by zombies. The heroes began to clear their way, but then Ari noticed a monster that he had never seen. It was the freak of the zombie world. He uses the babies in his stomach as bombs. The baby ends up exploding and spreading the disease. Justin identified the bomb target and the laser beacon was activated. The 51st was ready, and then there was an explosion. The target was hit. Now everyone must go to the roof. There they will meet the hacker, and Ari used the blue beacon as a mark for Alex. The girl is afraid of heights, but for the sake of her brother, she will do everything to help him. Alex can't be afraid. The guy will catch her. Ari took the girl into his arms and now she is safe. There are 2 options for this building. Either the people from the building were evacuated before the war, or this building became a nest for other creatures, and the people became their prey. Ari noticed eggs on the wall, and Brooke never saw them. When they leave, someone will take a sample for further research. Then Alex heard a strange sound that sounded like an electric buzzing, and Ari began to calm her down. He will always protect her. These eggs are everywhere, and the heroes should try not to touch them. They will do everything quickly. The door was wide open, and the heroes easily walked inside. Alex heard that sound again, but she shouldn't be afraid. She needs to concentrate on helping her brother. Brooke turned on the power using the crystal fuel rod. Then the screen in the room started working, and Ray's image appeared on it. He asks our hero to calm down because the cyborg wants to say something. By coincidence, he wants our Ari to join him. Nothing adapts to the world better than a body made of metal. If Ari joins him, he will become immortal, but our hero will never agree to this. Outside the door, Brooke heard strange sounds. They were poisonous spiders. Ray turned off the infrasound barrier that was preventing these babies from hatching. These poisonous spiders are becoming more and more numerous, and this is just the beginning. Ari would never accept the cyborg's invitation, so he gladly uses his weapon. He shot the screen. No one else would distract him, and now Alex could retrieve the data. Everyone must work quickly, and everyone agrees with this. Although the girl was afraid of doing something wrong, she was able to quickly extract the data. Now she can try to activate the infrasound barrier. But she can't do anything. Since it's almost been removed, and everyone must be ready to escape, they will try to break out. Since there were few spiders left, they were able to quickly move forward, and suddenly the floor began to shake. It looks like something dangerous is heading towards our heroes, so everyone needs to be on alert. It was a huge poisonous fanged spider with poisonous saliva. Ari warns that everyone needs to be careful with his saliva, and now it's time to retreat. They all run to the roof. So that they can buy time, the soldiers use flash bombs. Brooke took Alex in her arms so that they could move forward faster. The soldiers continued to fight the monster. but Ari asks them to drop bombs to move forward. They run to the roof as quickly as possible. Justin was already waiting for them. He lowered the stairs for our heroes, and everyone should climb as quickly as possible. Only the soldiers remained on the roof. Ari calls them to follow him. He will not leave anyone on this roof. As the plane left the roof, the spider jumped after them. And unfortunately, one soldier was injured. The spider was able to tear off his leg. The guys were able to drag him inside the helicopter. Since the spider was poisonous, the wound needed to be taken care of immediately, so Justin had to quickly take everyone to the base. Near the hospital wing, Alex feels guilty. It seems to her that she climbed the stairs too slowly, so the soldier was wounded. According to Brooke, it's all Ray's fault. He always puts a spoke in the wheels of our heroes. Finally, a doctor appeared in the corridor. A hallucinogenic toxin of the same type as Jet was found in the wounded man's body. The patient appears to be experiencing symptoms of brain cell death, and this is irreversible. Ari promises to take revenge on Ray. He set everyone up. Our hero asks Noah to drop the bombs in the center. Ray will pay for everything he has done. The coordinates are fixed, the engine is started, and then the rocket takes off. Everything was done in just a couple of steps, which surprised our guy on the screen. He can even track the position of the rocket in real time. And now it doesn't matter what Ray's dealings with the Scarlet Chamber of Commerce are. Ari has blown them to hell. After the explosion, the hero sent Justin on a mission. The man must send ground troops to search the area. At the Fishbone base, Audrey is shocked that there is so much fresh food. They can take whatever they want, as long as they don't waste food. Ari has come to see his old friend, wondering if Audrey likes her new life at the base. Everyone here looks happy, but not the girl. She doesn't know what to do now after completing the mission. The guy told the girl about a gene drug, thanks to which people develop special mutations, and she understands that he is talking about DNA, which usually does not appear. Audrey feels nothing. There is only emptiness inside her, and Ari understands that it is difficult for a girl to live without emotions. And then Audrey herself told the mental commissar about the plan. Its idea was to remove thoughts using electric current. In the army, it was called a plan for the production of officers after these actions. The commander will not succumb to his emotions. He will have only the right thoughts. In addition, he will not feel the burden of responsibility for the mistake. The girl does not want to be pitied. Audrey did all this voluntarily. After hearing everything, Ari decided to offer the girl a deal. The guy believes that he can return the girl's emotions. In return, the girl realizes his ambitions. But she doesn't want her brain to be interfered with again. But this will be the return of normal emotions. Without them, it is difficult for a person to live. Audrey doesn't know if she can trust the guy. Even if they won the war and had a happy ending, she would feel nothing but honor. Even pre-war technology does not help. So Ari understands that the girl has many reasons for concluding the deal. He will restore order. And even if 22nd century technology does not help her, the guy believes that in the more distant future, Audrey's problem will be solved. Once everything is ready, Audrey will have to go into the cryogenic chamber, and now Ari will wait for the girl's answer. She agreed, and the next day at the 6th Street Command Center, Ari introduced Audrey to his people. Now the girl will work with them. Considering that none of those present served in the army, Audrey will help carry out military reform. Sam, Justin, and Audrey will be in command of each division, but Sam will also still be in charge of 6th Street, his powers unchanged. Scott will be the head of the hunting party. Audrey will send him the details on his ID. From this day forward, Fishbone Base will be known as the New Asian Alliance. The guy likes everything he heard here. Now they won't have any confusion with the command. It's time to talk about another department. Jay will remain the head of the logistics department. Her responsibilities have not changed. Since the base will become larger, she will have to be responsible for the rational use of resources. Noah will manage the research center, but the guy does not understand why he was chosen, since there are more experienced specialists at the base. But Ari believes in the young and inventive hero. They will not be able to adapt to this wasteland with the old way of thinking. It is time for a change. The Asian Alliance will rise again in the wasteland. It will become a spark of hope in the hearts of people. These were the basic reforms of the base, and now Ari is ready to listen to objections. Since the control system is ready, Sam can begin recruiting soldiers. Their number will depend on what they can offer and how many people they ultimately need. All recruits receive low-class civilian status and a monthly salary of 10 crystals after training. People will become soldiers of the new alliance. Recruitment will end in mid-July, and the 3rd detachment will take over the defense of 6th Street. The 2nd detachment is responsible for the defense of the borders in Shengan. The tasks of the 2nd Corps include the defense of Camp 027, and the Hunter detachment will be located at the Fishbone base. Audrey suggested the idea that they need to deal with unruly armed citizens, but they are an integral part of the economy of 6th Street. The girl proposed creating a mercenary organization that would register information about mercenaries, hunters, and scavengers. Our guy really liked this idea. Our general has found himself a good advisor, and Ari knows the person to whom he will offer the position of leader of the mercenary organization. Mike arrived at his bar. The employees are happy to meet their boss. No matter how happy the guy looks, he hides his loneliness. Mike feels sorry for himself. Sam became the CEO of 6th Street. He is still the boss of an unknown bar. Mike has not even received any news about the reform. But then Ari came to him. Mike missed him so much, he was waiting for this meeting. Our hero gave the man a document that contained information about a mercenary organization, and Ari wants to make Mike the head of this organization. For another reason, Ari would not have been looking for a man, and he is sincerely glad that such an offer was made to him. Mike's mission is to create and manage an organization. Ari wants to see results within a week. Now Mike doesn't have to worry about the bar, and the man promises he'll do a great job. And finally, when Ari is done with all the reforms, he can rest. Now he wants to find his sister Brooke. The guy already thought that Brooke was waiting for him, but Lydia was again in her room. Ari doesn't understand why the girl is always in her sister's room, and Lydia herself is shocked that the guy is scolding her. Lydia hugged the guy. She was interested that Ari wanted to keep her only sister. But Brooke is irreplaceable. Lydia just needs to leave some privacy for her sister. The girl suddenly came closer to Ari's face. He is trying to control himself, and Lydia realizes that she can do everything that her sister can do. As children, the girls agreed that they would marry the same person, and Ari doesn't think Brooke will like it. And Lydia kissed the guy. He didn't push her away. The sister is in the game capsule in the gym on the 3rd floor. She is waiting for Ari. Alex saw Lydia hugging the guy, and everyone was ahead of the girl. Tina is trying to bring her to her senses. If Alex doesn't do anything, then she will have even more rivals. Alex immediately thought about her interlocutor, but she was talking about Lydia, who had just kissed a guy. Ari found Brooke. It seems to him that the girl has become addicted, but she is just helping the guy test the game. The game is good. It will quickly sell in the world of Ari. And then the girl smelled a familiar smell from the guy. It was the smell of her sister. And the guy immediately begins to make excuses. There was nothing between them. And the girl asks the guy to calm down. In the post-apocalyptic world, Brooke is no longer surprised by anything. And besides, she remembers the agreement with her sister. She speaks very seriously. Besides, Brooke thinks that her sister has feelings for Ari, and she completely trusts her judgment, since she is her sister. In the end, the heroes decided to drink, since the last time they sat there as if an eternity had passed. Moving from one world to another, Ari had the impression that he was living 2 lives, since his surroundings completely changed each time. His ability pulled the hero out of a flawed life. The guy is not sure that he can call everything that happens luck, and besides, he has no friends here except the people in the house. But Brooke is not just a friend to him, she is his wife. But Alex is also not a friend to the guy, and Ari knows it. And Brooke doesn't understand why the guy refuses to sleep with her. She already thinks that all this is happening because of her. Ari is very worried about Brooke's feelings. He is afraid that she will be upset. But the girl does not mind. And besides, she knows that the guy is sleeping with others outside. Brooke immediately remembered Audrey. She saw how the girl looked at the guy, and the way she definitely doesn't look at her boss. And Ari said that the girl doesn't have any feelings because of the mental commissar. She looks like the guy when he discovered the Invictus. If the guy didn't have feelings for Brooke after the discovery of the Invictus, he would have simply left. But Ari is still here, and Brooke admits that meeting Ari is the only happy event in her life. And the girl is afraid that one day Ari will not want to return to this world, and then she will be left alone again. Ari begins to apologize for making the girl worry, so he decided to remember the day they met. Everyone remembers this day to the smallest detail. At this moment, Lydia approached them. It seems she came at the wrong time again. The girl came here to call them for dinner, but given how much alcohol they drank, the heroes will not go anywhere. Lydia has never tried strong drinks, and now she can finally learn something new. Since it's just a drink together, Ari doesn't mind Lydia being there, so Lydia will let go of all her inhibitions. At this time, Alex and Tina were waiting for everyone, but from the sounds they realized that no one would come. Alex made so much delicious food, and to spite everyone, she will eat everything herself. Thus the girl will receive a lot of nutrients, and she will have developed curves. The next morning, Ari had a headache and looked like he had a hangover. Something was pressing on him from both sides, and when the guy got up, he saw the girls on his bed. He thinks that he dreamed all this, so the guy lay back down. He needs to fall asleep again. The girls tried to talk to him, but Ari asks them to stop. They should also cover themselves. The guy understands that all this is not a dream, so he expects everything to be explained to him. Yesterday, during their hangout, Brooke decided to ask Lydia if she liked the guy, but the girl already understands everything. Lydia can confess her feelings, and the girls remember the promise they made to each other as children. The guy isn't in this memory because he was too drunk, so Ari doesn't have to worry about something that might have happened yesterday. Brooke confirms that nothing happened yesterday, but Ari woke up and they can continue what they started. Ari doesn't hate Brooke's sister, but he still can't accept it so easily. Brooke will be the main course, so the guy should thank her. Ari is trying to shame the girls, but he himself is not a moral person. But it's time to end the chatter. They need to go to breakfast. The guy doesn't understand when the girls manage to get dressed, but they always had clothes on. The girls are already thinking that the heroes will skip breakfast. Because of this, Alex herself wants to drink alcohol. But Tina does not allow the girl to take even one sip, since she is still underage, but Alex is already 30 years old. Ari had just walked into the room and he agreed with Tina that it was too early for Alex to drink alcohol, and now they can all sit down at the table and have a normal breakfast. No one could have expected that Tina would lose consciousness in the next minute. Something inexplicable was happening in her head. A man was asking for help. Suddenly the girl woke up. She rose from her seat. It looks like Tina is using her power and shouldn't be touched at this point. And after a while she fell again. Everyone crowded around her, and no one knew what they needed to do. And then Tina woke up again. She looked as if nothing had happened. It seems that the mother in Tina's head has taken control of the girl's body. But either way, they all need to eat before things get cold. After breakfast, Ari needs to take care of some things, and then he will return to his world. And Brooke asks him not to forget about her. He should also return as soon as possible. On the street, our hero was informed that a guest was waiting for him in the reception room. Ari saw a man, and he does not know who is now standing in front of him. It was Oscar. He is the chairman of the Han City Trade Union, and the man came here for friendly relations and crystals. And the man also wanted to see the legendary King Wanhai. All the merchants who returned to Han from 6th Street praise our guy. Ari has turned Wanhai into a vibrant, gorgeous city that everyone wants to go to, and it's all admirable. It's an honor for the guy to receive such praise from the traders, and Ari still wants to know the reason for the chairman's visit. Honestly, initially he wanted to join forces to destroy the mutants, but he realized that Ari's base could handle everything on its own. In addition, Oscar senses danger from our guy, and few people can scare him. Only the Northern Alliance and our hero are capable of this. Everyone is afraid not of weapons, but of the guy's ambitions. People obsessed with order have high expectations in all respects, and of course, the name of the Asian Alliance best demonstrates this ambition. If Ari destroys all the mutants, there is no guarantee that he will not come to Khan. So Oscar suggests that Gia become a buffer zone. Without a land route, traders will be able to make their way through the shallow seas. But this is impossible because if Ari's soldiers do not attack them, then mutants will attack the base in winter. By that time they will have an advantage, and Ari will not be able to say that the flames of war will not spread beyond the River Taina. Our hero will not agree to a temporary peace, knowing about the inevitable war. Ari warns Oscar he must watch his words. Ari's team does not need funding. They have already collected 2 million crystals using bonds. According to Oscar, mutants are being helped by an organization that is separated from the Northern Alliance and calls itself the Church of Sunset. But Ari has known all this for a long time. Our guy already thinks he's being threatened, but Oscar didn't say anything like that. But he, as a trade union, has the right to invest in any project that he considers necessary, and the man begins to play with fire. Oscar is simply looking for opportunities to collaborate, and Ari decided to say that the man can continue to believe that funding mutants will help him. And our guy can say with complete confidence that if he decides to help mutants, then there will be a war. Of course, Oscar won't make this mistake. Although the man doesn't look impressive, he's definitely menacing and angry. As a result, Oscar convinces that he will not do anything. He needs to promise this for the further development of the city of Han. And after all the words were said, Ari again invited him to the negotiating table. After the conversation, Oscar went out into the corridor. He was exhausted by this event, and now he needs to go for spa treatments. He must leave this place quickly. After Audrey saw Oscar in the hallway, she wondered why Ari didn't stop him, but he had no reason to. Ari immediately realized that the person standing in front of him was not a merchant, and he was not worried about Han City's reaction to this. Oscar realizes that our hero needs a market, so Ari will have to make a choice between safety and crystals. Our guy just reassured the 6th Street merchants with his attitude towards them. Even if they are captured by a new alliance, their assets will not be at risk. Jay has some news about 6th Street. There has been a surge in activity in the suburbs lately, with many species becoming more aggressive. Ari immediately thought about a wave of xenobiotics. This had happened before, and then 6th Street was badly damaged, and now we need to prepare the army for this wave. Jay must send weapons to Camp 027, and she will need to open the gates of the shelter so the people can hide. And then Ari decided to find out if Jay had prepared what the guy asked for. 100 virtual gaming helmets and a server were already in the warehouse. And after that, the hero warned that he would be gone for about a crescent. If something happened at the base, Brooke would need to be informed. Ari will return immediately if a wave of xenobiotics begins. But Audrey does not advise the hero to return to the danger zone. She will take care of everything herself. The hero was surprised by her words, but the girl need not worry. It is quite possible that all these are just rumors. But Audrey thinks that something terrible awaits them in the future. And so Ari returned to his home. A typhoon passes by, and Aisha suggested calling Megan here so that everyone could wait out the bad weather together. Our guy was surprised that Aisha is worried about someone else. She thinks that things between Ari and Megan will soon change. A few days later, Megan was at the international airport. She had arrived a little early, so she would have to wait a little. Suddenly a stranger appeared near the girl. He sheltered the girl from this merciless sun. You can't let the sun burn such beautiful skin. And the man decided to meet Megan. His name is Kai. The girl does not want to make new friends. But the man did not lag behind her. It seemed to him that Cupid himself had shot him in the heart. He did not let up until Ari appeared behind him. Our hero told him that he was the girl's boyfriend. So Kai has to leave, and he begins to resent why Megan didn't tell him about the guy. The man finally left, and Ari decided to apologize for being late, but in fact Megan herself arrived earlier. Ari will always come to the girl's aid. All she has to do is call her. And in the car, the guy noticed that Megan had changed her hairstyle and clothing style. And now the girl looks very fresh. Megan began to think that before this she looked dull. But this is not the right word. At home, Aisha prepared everything she needed, and the heroes decided to show Megan something before she went to rest. Ari showed her a new device. It is similar to Google VR, but Megan should try it before jumping to conclusions. A magical world appeared before her eyes. Everything looked too realistic. Megan was illuminated by a bright light, and it seemed that some words began to appear in the sky. Afterwards, Ari greeted her on the divine earth, and Megan was very surprised at the sight of the heroes. The girl can purchase her legendary equipment. She has special access. The player here has a choice of many races and jobs. When the girl starts playing, a very interesting adventure will await her. Megan chose the human race. The girl is not familiar with other races, and Ari realizes that an interesting person is standing in front of him. Now they must go to the main city. Here Megan will experience different types of gameplay. A large number of players will gather in this place. They will be able to receive rewards for completing tasks. Players also have a choice. They can be alone or in a group. Everyone can find entertainment to their liking. And after everything she has seen, Megan can safely say that after release, this game will explode the market. It will destroy all its competitors. The girl understands how amazing the guy is. She was much more inspired than Ari himself. The hero promises the girl that everyone will be able to afford this game, and Megan wondered if this virtual reality could be used somewhere else besides games. Ari reminded the girl that games are played to experience a completely new life. If there is no change in life expectancy, a person can live 8 hours more. They can also use VR to create shopping districts, platforms, and virtual properties. Our heroes will go down in history and will always be remembered. Aisha intervened in the heroes' conversation. She said that she heard a strange sound. It sounded like a telephone call. It turned out that someone really called Ari. It was Ivan. Megan doesn't want to play anymore. And then Aisha said that she prepared a room for the girl. Megan thought that Aisha would hate her out of jealousy, but she doesn't feel anything like that. Megan finally admitted her feelings. Aisha is not afraid that the girl will take her boyfriend away from her. And after that, Aisha decided to borrow a guy for one night. Megan will be able to do what she has wanted for so long. Ivan found a spy in Ari's company, and the guy immediately wants to know his name. The truth is that they are not sure about it yet. 7 MB of data has been sent to the Fire Island address, so they should not rush to avoid scaring off the enemy. Who knows where the information was actually sent? It's time for Ari to turn to her personal hacker. Meanwhile, in the land of Hans, Thea went to the window to feel the wind, but her brother is afraid that she will get hurt. Ryan wants to remove the cactus from the windowsill, but the girl has been taking care of it for so long, she doesn't want it removed. T is going to give it to Ari. Ryan was in 3rd place in the Hacker League of the Hua country. Because of his mistake, one of his competitors took over personal data. He was mired in problems. But Ari saved him. He not only saved him from his problems, but also provided his family with money. The guy also helped his sister get into the best ophthalmological hospital in the world. 6 months have passed since their last meeting. Ryan already thinks that they have forgotten about him. But then Ari called him. Ryan said that his sister's vision would return in a maximum of 2 months. This time our hero is calling for a reason. He has something to do with the guy. They found a backdoor installed on one of his computers. Ari wants Ryan to find out where the information was sent, and he will also have to find a spy in the company. The guy immediately agreed. He will do everything, and Ryan can work anywhere there is internet. This makes the work much easier. After Ari settled everything, he returned to the girls, but Megan was not in the room. Aisha said that Megan had gone to rest, and the guy could join her. The girl started giggling, and the guy decided to take her on his shoulder. He wants to play with her. But the girl just wanted to help him. She told Ari that he could spend one night with Megan. Our hero immediately wonders what Megan said, but she remained silent in response to Aisha's proposal. And now Aisha wants the guy to let her go. If Megan sees them, she will think that the girl took back her words. But the guy decided to punish her. Megan's room offers a gorgeous view of the sea. Her previous home cannot be compared to this one. The girl is bored, so she decided to use her laptop. The girl had already decided to write a plan for promoting the game, when suddenly she heard something strange. The girl hopes her neighbors aren't doing something adult, but she decided to check anyway. Megan was surprised at what the heroes were doing, but Aisha thought that she had already rested. The heroes decided to check which of them could do more push-ups. Aisha is not an ordinary girl. She is the only one who can win Ari. The next morning, Ari decided to barbecue for breakfast. He wants to enjoy life, so the guy will eat whatever he wants at any time. And Megan learned that this beautiful island belongs to the hero. The island has retained its original appearance. The heroes are in nature, away from the bustle of the city. Here they can take a break from all their problems. It's also like they are surviving on a desert island, and the girl loves this experience. In fact, this island is truly safe. Not even a fly can fly here. And now it's time for everyone to sit down at the table and enjoy delicious food. Then Aisha felt something bad. A helicopter was approaching in the sky. It seems that God will not give Ari a normal rest. Even on a desert island they found him. On the other side of the world, Ryan determined that the information was sent to Bo's country. He decided to create a Trojan to copy the documents to another computer. Since things were moving slowly, he decided to take a break. And near the exit from the library, the guy noticed 2 men. They looked very stern. Ryan calmly walks away from the building. He can't panic now. The guy really hopes that these men didn't come for him. But his IP was tracked, and he didn't even notice it. Ari immediately recognized the girl who had flown here specifically to meet him. It was Natasha. She had not seen our hero for a long time. The guy wants to know what the girl is doing here, but she turns her attention to the barbecue. Aisha immediately picked up a knife. She wants Natasha to leave, and Megan does not understand who is standing in front of her. Natasha just now noticed that there was another girl next to Ari. He was very lucky with them. Ari introduced the girl very coldly. She is an agent from the country of Su. In turn, Natasha already speaks Chinese better, but she still needs to learn how to write sentences. Natasha warns that Aisha should not pull a knife on her. This could all be seen as creating a diplomatic conflict. The new country and the Su country established diplomatic relations. When Natasha heard that the guy was here, she immediately flew over. Megan is lost in her thoughts. She thinks that Natasha also treats Ari differently, and the girl immediately realized that Megan was hostile towards her, and she saw her as an easy obstacle. But Ari will not let Megan be offended. He stood in front of her so that Natasha would not do anything to the girl. Natasha continues to talk nonsense, and Ari is starting to lose her temper. In the end, the girl gives up. She came here because Ari has problems. And then the guy received a call. He asked Aisha to look after the girl when he answered the call. Ryan hid from the rain in a telephone booth. He was lucky that his backpack was waterproof. The guy immediately called Ari and said that he was able to find out the direction of the information. But someone found him. Ryan sent the document to a secure email at an internet cafe. And for the sake of his safety, Ryan must leave this matter. Ari will do everything himself. Ari sincerely hopes that nothing happens to the guy. A big problem awaits him here on the island. Natasha reasons that rich people are lucky. They can have a leisurely breakfast like this, but she can't afford it. She speaks as if it is easy to become rich, but a girl can marry a rich guy, and then her whole life will change for the better. And Ari felt sorry for this rich guy, since his wife will be an agent, and he will need to live purely and honestly, even if he is a womanizer. After a while, Megan decided to leave everyone present. She was tired of being here. And Ari asked Aisha to accompany the girl. Here he will sort everything out himself. Only Ari and Natasha remained at the table, and the girl admitted that it was she who was interested in the guy. But the guy speaks seriously, and the girl begins to talk about selling weapons. But she must resolve issues related to the new country. With its president, Ari is not needed here. And Natasha asks Ari to stop pretending that the security of the new country is supported by the army, which is controlled by our guy. But Ari does not hide his connection. He organized a private company, and they do not represent the country. If a girl is interested in business without diplomatic conditions, she must say who is interested in the hero. As a result, Natasha admitted that Ari was interested in Valinas. Ari remembered the legend of the Second World War. But according to Natasha, only fools believe that this is a myth. This is a true story. The mysterious group Valinas appeared during the war. On the first day they seemed like good priests, but in reality they were cruel, even inhuman. Ancestor Clark found out about this, and he tried to stop this group. They did everything to expose their atrocities, and one day they disappeared. Natasha's instincts tell her that the Valinas are back. They showed up again after the Second World War. They also have informants throughout Europe. They hid under a new guise, but it is unknown what, and Ari will not allow the girl to take advantage of the situation. The guy asks to take Natasha more seriously, and she said that her people found a clue about the golden apple. Ari needs to pretend that he doesn't know anything about him, but the girl didn't let up. She's trying to fool the guy, so he needs to play dumb. Ari decided to ask about the apple that Adam and Eve ate. The guy, according to Natasha, needs to read more, because the story of the golden apple is taken from Greek mythology, not the Bible. She told all this to convey information, and Natasha also did not forget to ask about buying weapons, and Ari would end up purchasing only warships and submarines. Good moments always come to an end, followed by a breakup. The time has come for Megan to return home. Before leaving, Ari gave the girl a package. The bag contained dietary products, which the guy took out in front of everyone. The girl blushed. As soon as the girl returns home, she will do beta testing, and Ari will take care of the servers and beta testers. The guy understands that his employee is a real workaholic. The girl couldn't just leave. She kissed the guy goodbye. Everyone was shocked by what happened, and Aisha is glad that Megan got over herself. Natasha also came to the airport. She decided to report that Clark agreed. Ari immediately thought about selling a nuclear submarine, but he can only hope for a guard-grade frigate and a Project 636 submarine. Unit prices are $300 million and $500 million. In addition, he will receive gunpowder, trained people, and 2 K-27 helicopters, all for $700 million. Ari has no guarantees, but he agreed anyway. He decided to clarify one detail. He wonders how Kyle would feel if the new country found out that the security chief from Sue's country was actually an agent. But it will all depend on how Ari wants him to feel. And it seems like it's no secret that Kyle is a puppet. Ari and Aisha went to their home, and the guy can finally read the letter from Ryan. But then a truck appeared in front of our hero's car. The girl suddenly braked. Ari did not understand what was happening. Danger appeared ahead of them. The girl reacted with lightning speed. People got out of the truck. All of them were ready to kill our heroes. Aisha was wounded in the shoulder, but she reassures the guy that everything will be fine with her. She will protect her loved one, and despite the wound, the girl will cope with everything. Since the car is too cramped, Ari can't use the oxygen shield, so he'll deal with everyone directly. The hatch in the roof of the car opened. The guy is ready to kill everyone, but the enemies have too much firepower. Therefore, Ari had no choice but to get a grenade from his storage. But even after the explosion, there was not a scratch on the enemy's car. It seems that they were prepared for this meeting. Suddenly, Ari heard a strange sound. It turned out that the enemies had a helicopter. They were targeting Ari from all sides. The sniper was ready to shoot, but Ari doesn't understand why he hesitates. If you think about it, these guys weren't shooting to kill. It looks like they're trying to capture our heroes alive. Meanwhile, the girl behind the wheel has already lost too much blood. The guy asks her to stop, but she is not going to give up. Ari knows that they will not be able to escape, although the girl does not believe it. The guy asks to stop the car. He will kill them all on his own. For him, the most important thing is to save the life of his girlfriend, and not his secret. This all touches Aisha to the depths of her soul. Ari went into rage mode. With one foot he was able to break down the car door. Now all enemies were finished. Our hero stands on the edge of a cliff. He needs to jump, and Aisha is very worried about him. In the end, the guy jumped off, and if there were just rocks below, it would be the end for him. The enemies were shocked by what they saw. They changed their plan. One team should go to the coordinates, the other should remain in place, and the third should pick up Ari's body. Aisha was able to leave. The enemies let her go because they need to find our guy. The girl immediately called Ivan. He doesn't need to explain everything, since he already knows everything. His squad is on the way. One of the enemies dived into a pond. He can't find our hero. He doesn't understand why he can't find anyone. Suddenly he noticed something strange ahead. Our hero appeared in front of him. The time of torture came, so the diver immediately died at the hands of our Ari. Contact was lost. One of them noticed blood in the pond. Nobody understands what is happening. And then Ari came out of the water like a real Iron Man. The enemies wanted to take a photo, But Ari did not give them a chance that they could survive. He immediately shot everyone. When the guy noticed the helicopter, he immediately jumped on it. Ari immediately shot everyone present in the helicopter. He would not leave anyone behind. Using his strength, he was able to throw the helicopter far in the sky, and suddenly Ari's heart sank. The guy immediately thought about Aisha. At this time, Aisha found the place where their enemies were hiding. She was able to stop the bleeding. The girl is going to help her boyfriend in any way possible. She was able to catch one man who must tell who sent them here. Aisha tried to question the man, but he noticed that the girl was seriously injured. He immediately decided to strike the girl, but she was able to dodge. The girl fell to the ground. It was difficult for her to dodge the blows. The man is surprised that the girl is a tough nut to crack. He decided to find out where our Ari is. Aisha will no longer be able to be on Ari's side. She was ready to give her life for him. And now the girl is afraid. She is truly scared. How she would like to see him one more time. The girl wants to be in his arms one more time. She understands that now they will kill her. She has no way to escape. But then Ari appeared. He will not allow someone to offend his girlfriend. The man was immediately hit in the jaw. Afterwards, the guy rushed to Aisha, but she was already weak, and after a while the girl lost consciousness. At the hospital, Ivan asks Ari for forgiveness for his incompetence. He is ready to give up his title. Ivan can keep the title for himself. It's not his fault. Ari was too carefree to pay much attention to safety. Now the most important thing is to find out who is behind all this. And Ivan has clues about this. Ivan found stripes with the same symbol. He had never seen such a symbol. For Ari, this sign looks very familiar. Even Kyle came to the hospital to visit Aisha. After what happened, Ari will create a national security agency as soon as possible. Ari showed Kyle the patch, and he recognized the symbol as it looked like the key to Uncle Stan's house. Not surprisingly, this symbol looks familiar to Ari, and Kyle does not understand why the enemies had this patch. Our guy shared his hypothesis. It seems to him that the man on the boat is not Kyle's uncle, since he died 3 years ago. Most likely, this person stole his appearance. This stranger's goal is to wreak havoc. The unknown man learned that all of his people had been eliminated, and the only information about Ari's past was that of fraud involving the illegal purchase and resale of gold from unknown sources. That's why they should be more worried about our guy. The man knows something else interesting. He showed a shot of Ari in his mech suit attacking a helicopter. Now they are thinking about whether such a weapon can be created with current technology. Now they have to send someone to investigate Ari's case, and the fake Uncle Stan will report everything to headquarters. The man wonders how our guy went from a poor kid to one of the best entrepreneurs overnight. Ari drove everyone out of Aisha's room. He wants to be alone with his girlfriend. The guy will spend all his time with her. Tina called the guy. She is waiting for Ari to finally send her the pudding. And only after this call, Ari remembered about another world. There probably is technology that will help Aisha. Ari told about the situation with Aisha, and he immediately moved to another world. Upon returning, he asked the girl to choose better words in the future. Tina upset the guy. There is no panacea in this world that will help Aisha, after which the girl decided to find out if her friend was brain damaged. The guy said that it was a firearm. The girl's wound became infected, and she began to choke. All these words infuriated the girl in her opinion. Tina's first friend could have died because of Ari. Ari caught the girl's hands. She shouldn't blame him. Now he decided to ask if Tina knew any way to help Aisha get better faster. Tina needs time to think. Then an idea came into her head. She remembered the smart medical cabin. It should be in the center of the base, and this machine is extremely effective for ordinary wounds on the human body. The guy is very glad that the girl was able to help him. He promised to bring puddings next time, and he better keep his word, otherwise they will make pudding out of him. Ari returned to his home. The wounded man will wake up within 24 hours of the procedure. He still has hope. The guy will always be on Aisha's side. He hopes that the girl will wake up as soon as possible. The next day came in the blink of an eye. The hero didn't even notice how he fell asleep, when he noticed something amazing. Aisha was right in front of the guy. She was alive and unharmed. The girl has finally woken up, and the guy hopes that she will no longer risk her life like that. But the girl cannot promise that she will not do this again, because protecting Ari is the meaning of her life. She is ready to sacrifice everything for him. The guy was worried about the girl, but Aisha doesn't understand why Ari is so worried. The girl has done enough things for the guy, and now she shouldn't even think about sacrificing her life for him. Ari doesn't want her to die, but it's only thanks to him that the girl is still alive, and that's why she wants to do something for the guy. Ari remembers that Aisha wants to become his wife, so she should not forget about her safety. The guy confessed his love for Aisha. These feelings are mutual. Natasha came to visit them again. She immediately realized that no one was happy with her. But Ari pretends that he is just glad to meet her, but completely different thoughts are spinning in his head. Natasha heard that our guy was killed. but he sits in front of her without even a scratch, as if nothing happened. And his beauty also looks healthy, but she definitely didn't come here to make sarcastic remarks. It turns out that Clark wants to give Ari a little helping hand, but he doesn't understand how he's going to do it. Clark is interested in Ari's devices, which seem out of this world. Ari understands that advanced technology will always impress people. Ari is exactly the person that Clark still cannot understand. All this is due to the fact that everyone perceives the guy as a complex person when he is an ordinary businessman. They need to get back to business. These kidnappers are not just people. They were a mysterious organization that appeared 3 years ago. 3 years have passed. Natasha's service has almost nothing on them, so Ari needs to be much more careful. Ari remembers the golden apple the girl was talking about, and Natasha is surprised that the guy remembered it. The guy started talking about the red apples that grow in his garden. Natasha is glad that the man she likes doesn't know anything about the golden apple. Ari is interested in Natasha's goal, which seems to be no different from Valinas. She extended the hand of friendship to the guy, but Valinas are the devil's claw. The girl admits that they want to cooperate and share information, and Ari realizes that it all sounds great. He wants to refuse her olive branch of the world. After Natasha left the house, Aisha reported that no listening devices had been installed. Aisha knows that Natasha is a dangerous woman. The girl is not jealous. She is just worried that the guy has been deceived. In general, Ari told the girl that he would create a national security agency, and Aisha would be the head of this division. The fact that the girl will be the head does not mean that they cannot be together. But Aisha is afraid that she will not cope with this job. Yes, it will be difficult for the girl, and so Ari invited her to participate in the training of a team of Secret Service agents. The girl can handle this. Now the guy will post a recruitment ad, and the girl will be able to choose the people herself. Finally, Megan was able to get through to the guy. The guy was having a rough week. The girl was starting to worry about him, and, well, Megan wanted to talk about beta testing. 2,000 selected testers will visit the Panu Islands. The entire list will be ready in 2 days, and Ari must take follow-up measures. The girl did all this work for Ari, and of course, she will give it her all, so the hero will reward her when he returns. The guy will be busy for a while. It's time to finally read the letter from Ryan. Ari sent all the information he found to Ivan. The man immediately went on a search, and it was found out that the spy quit a month ago and flew to France. Ari understood everything after the information about France. He decided to call Natasha. The hero reported that Agent Valinas had been identified, and that he had fled to France. And it was possible that Clark would be interested in this information. The guy is absolutely sure of this. He also has a code book that is associated with some documents from Beau's country. Ari has done a great service for Natasha. Her agent will gladly invite the spy to the barn to drink vodka. Budelka is a notorious prison, so the poor guy will have fun. Now Ari must get back to testing the game. A week later, there were people on the ship discussing a game that Future Human had invested a lot of money into. Finally, Ari appeared on stage. He thanked everyone present for taking the time and effort to attend this event. Today his company will show something epical. They will all witness a historical moment. Ari showed virtual reality technology. His company has always paid special attention to innovation in technology. This applies to both software and hardware. Everyone is familiar with virtual reality games. It is possible that everyone imagined themselves soaring in the sky on their wings, although this was only a figment of their imagination. All this is no longer fantasy, and now Ari has announced the start of 2 months of playtesting. It's time for the party. Visitors can do what they want. Everything has already been paid for. Everyone enjoyed the event, but it was time for Ari to retreat and rest. When the guy went to his room, one girl was watching him. The guy had a drink and called Megan. He just wants to say that the opening ceremony was a success. Ari wants to make the girl the executive director. If the girl agrees, she will have to move to Pana. Megan doesn't know if the guy is serious or if he's just drunk. He says seriously, the guy is confident in the girl's skills. In the end, the girl agreed. But she needs to wait until everything gets better with the virtual reality project. Megan does not want to transfer this project to someone else. Ari regretted that he came here without Aisha. Then there was a knock on his room. They brought him champagne. But the guy didn't order anything. He understands that another sip of alcohol will lead to a very unpleasant situation. But the girl claims that the hero needs it. And then Ari realized that anyone was standing in front of him. But definitely not a waiter. If she hadn't pretended to be a waiter, then Ari's bodyguards wouldn't have let her through. She's a fan of our guy. Ari has always respected his fans, but there is a line he doesn't want to cross. But the girl points out that it is rude to refuse a lady. They had a great time in the shower. The hero doesn't even know the girl's name, and all Ari needs to know is that she is one of the invited players. Ari couldn't remember everyone present, but after this meeting he would definitely remember the girl. Ari wanted to drink, and then the girl reminded him about champagne, and she herself wants to give the guy a drink. After that, she decided to find out if the guy remembered the color of her underwear, and then the girl mentioned the golden apple. The hero must pretend that he does not understand what the girl is talking about. He must not be exposed. The girl tells Ari that he should study world history. The golden apple symbolizes something beautiful and sublime, just like love. There is no love between this couple, but at least Ari satisfied the girl. The girl came from the country of Bo. She will not tell Ari her name, but before leaving, the heroine is ready to go to bed with the guy again. The next day, Ari found a note that said that the girl had injected poison into her body, and everyone who slept with her had to be poisoned. She wanted to kidnap the guy. She left the antidote in her underwear, but Ari's body will not succumb to the poison. He has increased immunity. Even AIDS is not scary. It looks like his deception worked, and now he has saved his company from some problems. He can return to the post-apocalyptic world. In another world, the situation is critical. Ari, who is about to return, must decide what to do next. Brooke tries to stop Audrey. She should not speak as the main one. During the absence of General Ari, it is Brooke who commands the base. Audrey questions Brooke's ability to make such decisions. Ari returned in the middle of the girls' argument, glad they took care of everything while he was gone. The weather is getting warmer, and it is confirmed that a wave of mutants has poured into Wanhai. Judging by information from drones, the level of zombie activity has increased sharply. Groups of zombies in the city center are spreading to rural areas, while at the same time mutants have entered a state of madness. Even the initially peaceful mutant cockroaches began to show aggression. Now our heroes must either kill all the mutants or migrate. Without a doubt, Ari chooses the first option, and they should not forget about the expedition, but they will have to abandon it, since they need people for the battle. According to Audrey, they shouldn't do this. Even if they cancel the expedition, the mutants will continue to attack, so they must send troops on 2 fronts. But Brooke doesn't like this idea. Audrey hasn't encountered a wave of mutants, so she doesn't know how scary they are. That is why they must follow Audrey's plan. Otherwise, even if they survive against ordinary mutants, they will not be able to repel the attack of human mutants. The girl suggests sending the Western Front to attack. The Eastern Front will focus on defense, and if the Western Front gets into a stalemate, they will transfer troops and withdraw soldiers from Wanhai. But Brooke is not ready to leave Wanhai. They recaptured this place with difficulty. As a leader, Ari must consider all the consequences of failure, but at the same time, he must not be afraid of it. And our guy decided to find out if the heroes fight on 2 fronts, how they will deploy their army. Audrey said that they would prepare power armor to equip the 1st Division with the support of the Hunters. The 3rd would remain to defend 6th Street, and the 2nd would be stationed at Camp 27. 5 days later, Ari wanted to go down to the soldiers and fight with them, but Brooke will not allow him to risk himself like that. Seeing the enemy, Ari ordered the soldiers to clear the space behind the door. Our guy was completely confident in victory. It was not conceit. Engineering equipment for deep-sea mining has arrived, but it cannot be used yet. With this thing, in the future they won't have to worry about minerals. They can always mine them. There was a serious battle between humans and mutants. After some time, Ari was informed that the battle in the 7th area was successful. Now they need to prepare for the last phase. Brooke could not calm down. She had a strong feeling that the worst was yet to come. She immediately told Ari about her feeling. The guy understands that she needs to rest. Now the situation on the street is calm. But Brooke understands that this is exactly the feeling that is observed before the main battle. Ari thinks that the girl is too tense, and yet they shouldn't relax. Then Brooke's heart sank, her instincts telling her that something was wrong. A wave of zombies was approaching them. Brooke immediately told the guy to leave, but he, as a man, cannot hide. Ari will fight everyone equally. Ari began to give orders. Everyone must concentrate as much as possible. There were too many zombies. Their wall only reached 20 meters. If the zombies wanted to climb, they could do it along the slope. They won't be able to kill everyone since they have a limited amount of ammo in the base. Even if they get rid of the first wave of zombies, they will just make a ladder out of the corpses that they can easily climb up. There were too many zombies. The pile of corpses rose almost 2 meters. Ari decided to burn the corpses using fuel rods. The guy's plan worked. The fire lasted for 2 hours. There were almost no zombies left. Ari decided to rest, but Brooke reminds them that their enemies never rest. Suddenly our guy became inspired. He decided to find out how much ammunition and fuel rods were left in the warehouse. Considering the current situation, all their supplies will only last for 12 hours. Although the factory is open all day, the ammunition produced in 1 day only lasts for an hour. Ari decided to use gasoline. He can bring it from the modern world. Brooke liked the idea, but she is afraid that their walls will not hold up if they burn for a long time. The guy took many factors into account. The walls will definitely hold up after the conversation. The soldiers at the base are surprised that Ari was able to get so much gasoline. After the barrels of gasoline were dropped, everything caught fire too much. Our guy even thought he had overdone it. The fire did not go out until the next day. But this is not the end. The waves of zombies will end when Wanhai restores the ecological balance. In the distance, Brooke noticed several zombies. She decided to deal with them herself. The girl used a laser gun. There is only one such weapon in the city. It was specially developed for space battles. Ari immediately decided to start producing this gun. But Brooke would not give up his weapon as a sample. The girl still wants our hero to hide, but he won't go anywhere, even though he has no combat experience. And now a wave of mutant flies has begun to approach the base, from which you can only hide. At that moment, Noah appeared below. He decided to show off his newly developed rocket. It looks like this time the guy will be able to help his general. Due to their small size, these rockets can be placed on the walls, one for every 10 meters. Then when using a switch, an energy field is formed around the base. It was this device that saved the entire base from mutant flies, and now Noah has earned the highest praise. Since the situation outside was stable, Ari returned to the command post and decided to find out about the situation on the Western Front. Things are bad. The mutants have deployed a large number of anti-aircraft machine guns. Team 8 must penetrate behind the mutants' defense line to transfer the weapons. Justin wanted to send a team on one case, but a wide-range electromagnetic interaction bomb was used. Audrey reported that the mutants had blown up the bridge. The Blitzkrieg strategy was invalid. The First Corps would not be able to capture its target in a short time. Brooke and Ari immediately remembered how Audrey had to calculate everything. She did not think that the mutants would use 1,300 tons of explosives to blow up the bridge. It is possible that they did not use dynamite, but crystals. Lydia received her ability to use crystals through genetic engineering. In other words, she is not the only one in the Church of Twilight who has such a gift. The mutants need an improvement to the fever virus, and the Church needs the Eden technology from Bomb Shelter 005. So they all work together as their interests coincide. Brooke decided to transfer the virus to the mutants and let them fight among themselves. But this is impossible. If they do this, they won't have problems in the short term, but will in the long term. And if mutant humans start breeding, then the normal population won't survive. They should look at the situation differently. If the heroes give the Eden Project to the Church of Dusk, it will lose the motivation to control Wanhai, and the mutants will lose without external support. Ari realized that Audrey was not aware that he already had the Eden Project, which was very important for the further development of the base. Unfortunately, our heroes have no other options but to start a war. Given the ammunition reserves, they should take Jiashi in 10 days, but they will have to retreat from the 7th area. But Ari does not want to retreat. He offers to provide the Western Front with ammunition. The guy will take it from another place. Ray took a bird's-eye view of the city, which had undoubtedly changed. Norman doesn't want to listen to Ray's thoughts. He's a businessman, and he's only interested in the present. Ray has heard some interesting information, and Norman wants his interlocutor to stop acting like a fool. The man wants to know what thoughts the developers had when he created Ray. Be that as it may, Norman does not want to take revenge on Ari for killing his father, since they were complete strangers to each other. He never liked it when his father interfered with the situation of the locals. He only needs to stick to the personality of a businessman to achieve his goals. What Ray wanted was ready. It was time for him to leave when Norman reminded him of the pharmaceutical formula that the man eventually gave him. Audrey should not panic, since Ari has obtained a large amount of ammunition, and now the guy himself will go to the Western Front. He wants to go there right now, but the girls want to dissuade him, since his appearance there will add unnecessary problems. The guy doesn't go there to fight on the front line. He is needed in this place for support. Ari has solved the problem of shortage of ammunition and lack of heavy weapons on the Western Front. Now he must go there personally. Brooke understood the guy's wishes, so Audrey won't dissuade him. In the city of Jiashi, Justin reported that their people advanced 500 meters, but they were soon met with fierce resistance. No one knows how the mutants were able to get weapons. Ari was not at all angry with his subordinates. Justin was very surprised by this fact. He can't blame the soldiers. The mutants have suddenly become wiser. And besides, they didn't think about this situation in advance, but all their enemies will soon suffer. Ari showed off their new weapons. Justin was completely delighted at the sight of equipment from the last century. Our guy decided to lie that he accidentally dug up a military museum. No problems were found during testing. Now everyone must get ready to get behind the wheel of these war machines. Today they must send all these dirty mutants to heaven. At this time, the mutants know that they have a large supply of ammunition. And when winter comes, this will be the date of death of our people. But they could not have expected that they would come under rocket fire. The view was amazing. Ari has no problems with money. He can get more ammunition. In the center of Jiashi, the mutant doesn't know what to do. But Scout convinces him that they need to strategically retreat to the west. The merchants in Hangzhou are easier to intimidate. Mutants will not back down, will never compromise like inferior people. They will tear everyone in their path. The Scout will not send people. There is no need to rush. Everything will soon be decided on its own. If there is no rain, the buildings will burn until tomorrow. But our heroes were unlucky. It started to rain at night. They cannot allow the mutants to take advantage of this opportunity. Since the fire has gone out, they can only use their powers. The soldiers used their opportunity. They opened fire on their enemies. People are doing great. Many monsters died in this battle. It was difficult to fight in the rain, but it will soon end. The people are well positioned. The heroes were already thinking that they could rest before tomorrow's battle. But then an explosion occurred on the street. Ari already thought that their advance had stopped. But then he noticed that the fire had turned green. The enemies began to use sub-crystals, and the enemy also used optical stealth. Our people used Amy, and after that they were able to see their enemy. It was the elite of the Church of Twilight. Ari wants to go to the front line, but Justin tries to dissuade him. Since their soldiers dealt with the enemy, they also reached the entrance to the sports center. Justin won't be able to talk to Brooke if something happens to our guy. Ari doesn't understand why his interlocutor is acting like a mother-in-law. The man understands the guy's desire to go to the battlefield. He doesn't want to argue with his general, but Brooke ordered him not to let the guy into the front line. The car stopped abruptly. It turned out that several roads ahead were seriously damaged, so they would continue on foot. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sports center. Scout came out of the fog. He wants to see our boss. They tried to detain him, but they all treat the gods wrong. Using telekinesis, Scout threw a metal block at one soldier. Judging by today's experience, Scout understands that the person in front of him is truly unusual. But Ari himself does not know who is standing in front of him. The man finally decided to introduce himself. He is the god of the universe. Ari can address him as master. Everything Scout said made our guy laugh. He doesn't believe that the man in front of him calls himself God. Scout doesn't understand where Ari got all these missiles from. The cluster bombs our guy used were obsolete before the war. Ari said that he was simply inspired by history. Even outdated weapons never cease to be effective. The Scout decided to tell the guy everything, since he answered his question. Ari must have heard about hidden genetic codes. They are activated at the 3rd level. This ability was once in their ancestors, but was lost during evolution. It was lost, not because it was weak, but because it was too powerful and upset the balance in nature. This is simply another method of using Klein particles by purposefully perturbing 3-dimensional physical phenomena. Simply put, Scout became a god when he discovered the 3rd level. The power of technology also allows him to empower his followers. He was originally going to threaten our hero with a hydrogen bomb, but changed his mind, and now Scout wants Ari to join him. If Ari joins him, he can get out of this lifeless wasteland. Our hero is not going to join him, but he has no choice, since Scout's body has activated crystals that can explode like an atomic bomb. Ari understands that the man in front of him is playing dirty games. Our hero decided to outsmart his interlocutor, so he agreed to join him. As soon as they shook hands, something unexpected happened to Scout. The clothes on the man's body had changed. His coat and ring were missing. He didn't have time to come to his senses when suddenly his hand was cut off. It seems that our Ari is capable of killing a god. Scout has lost one of his blood crystals. Now nothing is holding him back. He can blow everyone into pieces. Scout wants to die along with our guy, but Ari decided to upset him. All the crystals have disappeared from this world. He is ready to reveal his secret. Before that, he must hear the story about Lydia, why she tried to kill him. Ari wants to know everything about Shelter 071. After Ari plunged a knife into Scout's leg, he began to speak. Living specimens were taking refuge in Vault 071. One of the survivors had the secret of the immortality code, but Scout does not reveal the name of this person. Our hero wants to get rid of him. Scout offers Ari 2 options. Either he will lose all leads when he kills the man, or the guy will become immortal if he does not touch Scout. But then the blood crystal in our guy's vault exploded. After some time, Ari woke up. He was in some empty space. It seemed that this was his storage room. Then he noticed something similar to a black hole, and all the guy's ideas about his storage facility fell apart. He imagined it in a completely different way. The black hole began to shrink, its storage formed a singularity, and something unimaginable began to happen. Ari finally woke up in his bed with Justin next to him. The guy lay unconscious for about 2 days. He was in the city of Shengxiang. According to Ari's order, Justin left 1,000 soldiers in Jiaxi. The rest returned to Wanghai. They won the war. Ari shouldn't risk himself like that again, especially because his woman will blow everyone's heads off. He promised not to do this again. Ari asked not to tell anyone about what happened, so that people would not worry. And unfortunately, the leader of the Church of Twilight died due to loss of a large amount of blood. Now Ari doesn't know how he will tell Lydia all this, and the secret of Shelter 071 has been revealed. Justin can go. Ari needs to rest, but first he'll check his vault. It turned out that the storage facility has increased 10 times. Its size is now 300 cubic meters. Perhaps the transition from emptiness to a certain state is the key to transporting people. The battle on the Eastern Front was taking place on 6th Street. Reinforcements from the 1st Corps would not arrive until tomorrow. They can't cope without help. A mutant worm was spotted here, whose strength is comparable to high-quality steel. They urgently need to use electromagnetic guns. Then Ari called Sam. They all need to get ready for the fireworks. Napalm rockets were used. No one knows where the general got so many bombs from. Meanwhile, in space, Ray doesn't need radiation protection. Nothing can harm him. He doesn't even need a spacesuit. He heard various sounds from the ground. He is amazed at what an interesting person Ari is. But it's time for Ray to get down to business. The battle begins at dusk. The woman realizes that Ari is a great threat to the city of Ludin. Sam was very surprised by Ari's help, but it would have been better if they could have used this weapon much earlier. Then the city would have remained intact. But Ari could not use them earlier, since the missiles were not yet in the city. The whole problem was the subcrystals. They wouldn't be able to cover half the city in a short period of time to collect the crystals. Let them be raised by the survivors they fought rather than outsiders. Besides, the entire 6th Street belongs to Ahri, so it doesn't really matter whose pockets they are in. And Sam proposed introducing a certain share of the tax on these subcrystals, since Ari killed all these mutants. And our guy decided to leave all these matters to his soldier. Now Ari can return home. Brooke was sincerely glad to see her hero. Alex also did not stand aside. She was proud of her brother, and the girl wanted to take a shower with her brother. But Brooke will not let the guy go today. He will swim with her. Lydia suggested one idea. The 4 of them could take a bath. That way they could teach Alex new things. Alex doesn't like being treated like a child. She's older than everyone else present. But Lydia points out that the years spent in the cryo chamber don't count. Tina was also invited to join everyone. Even Ari invited the girl to join them to play. But the girl doesn't want this. She is ashamed just by the thought of it. She doesn't want to swim with everyone. Brooke asks Lydia to stop bullying the girl. Ari suggested a completely different idea. They could all take a shower without the guy. He would wait until everyone was finished. And now at night, Ari can come to his girlfriend's room to play. But what a surprise it was when he saw both Brooke and Lydia in bed. He can consider all this his reward for all his good deeds. The next day, problems arose at the beta testing center and the players lost connection. It turned out that the hotel's power system was out of order, but the technical staff quickly resolved the problem, and now everyone can return to the game. It was found that 5 people were attacked during internal testing. One of them remotely turned off the hotel's power supply, and the other 4 tried to break into the hotel with light weapons, but the security was able to subdue the intruders. 3 were shot while escaping, 1 was hit by a car, and the last one committed suicide when he was surrounded. Unfortunately, the identity could not be established. Ivan also blocked the news so that information would not leak out. Ari said that he bought equipment for underwater mining. Ivan will figure out this equipment on his own. Isaac reported that the game seems to disrupt the body's biological clock, with players entering a state of deep sleep as soon as they put on the helmet, testing taking place during the day. Some players admitted that they got rid of insomnia. Now they must switch to night testing. This way, players will be able to stay alert for 8 hours longer, and they will also be more energetic throughout the day. Ari then informed Megan that 600,000 phantom helmets had been made, but that number was still not enough. At the moment, Megan has contacted 400,000 internet cafes around the world. About 144 million virtual helmets will be needed to launch the game. The sooner they arrive, the better, but I would like to have all the helmets ready by the end of October. Now Megan will go to contact the logistics company, and this is where the couple's conversation ended. Ari needs to return to another world again. He must take the opportunity to destroy the mutants and regain control of Vanhai. In the conference room, Audrey announced that she planned to mobilize some of the troops of the 1st and 3rd Corps. At the same time, the base's missile position will provide full fire support on the battlefield. Ari completely agrees with the girl's plan. It's time for a new battle. Our heroes are busy launching rockets. It all looks like a forbidden form of magic. Entry barriers to the center of Wanhai were removed, and the first troops of the 1st Corps began to advance. The soldiers were moving along the streets of the city. A crowd of zombies was waiting for them ahead. They must prepare for the fight. Meanwhile, the space station's power grid has been restored. Ray can only use the tungsten rod launch function once. Then the man noticed that our Ari began to move towards the city center. According to Ray, Ari represents nature, while he still represents degenerate harmony. Ray can only choose one type of threat. He needs to choose the best one. In the center of Wanhai, soldiers are moving forward. Then they notice what looks like a crater from a nuclear bomb. Inside this hole there was water. There were also tentacles there. They were moving. As a result, one of the people requested artillery, but there was interference and the soldier was unable to call for help. Also in the missile launch area the signal disappeared. Ray turned out to be very fast, and now chaos will reign in Wanhai again. Then Ari noticed that rockets appeared in the sky. It was Ray's work. The rocket was moving towards the soldiers, right into the center of the city. Noah convinces him that this is definitely not his job. Then a signal came from Justin. His team was attacked by an unknown bomb, and he also lost contact with it. They lost 2 tiger hunters and raiders. Zombies continue to attack. Everything is getting out of control. The team must leave the city center immediately. They must evacuate to Camp 27. Noah will cover them. Suddenly Ari received a call from Ray. The man is glad that his person has not yet been forgotten. And every time our hero sees the man's face, he wants to strangle him with his own hands. But Ray seems to like seeing the guy's face, especially from down on him. Ray wants to rule the cyborgs, while Ahri will rule only humanity. Together they can conquer this wasteland. According to Ray's father, he also once had a sister whose thinking was infinitely close to advanced artificial intelligence. But unfortunately, Ray did not find her. So now he needs new samples, but Ari is not going to work with him. Basically, the guy is only much stronger compared to degenerate harmony. If Ari doesn't accept the evolution of the strongest, he will be eliminated due to his stubbornness. But Ari is absolutely sure that it is Ray and his followers who will be eliminated. But according to the man, the knowledge of our heroes is like a joke. Ray will give our guy 3 days to think about the offer due to his slow-working biological brain. Tina was calmly humming a melody in her room. She even saw a shooting star. The girl didn't have time to make a move, when suddenly something clicked in her head. The girl struggled with the beast inside. She tried to keep it inside. She even fell on the stairs. Tina can't control herself. The mother inside wants to break out. Brooke noticed her and immediately rushed to the girl. Brooke does not understand what is happening to the girl. She no longer has the strength to fight her mother inside. And then the mother inside took control of Tina's body. The girl was no more. Brooke immediately called everyone for help. Lydia and Brooke have to tie the poor guy up while Alex gets Ari on. Alex rushed to look for the guy. She didn't even notice him in front of her and crashed into him. She immediately reported the situation with Tina. The girls were able to immobilize her. Even without consciousness, Tina began to speak. The essence of her monologue was that the road to evolution was blocked. For a guy to learn much more information, he needs to kiss the girl. Brooke doesn't like all this. She doesn't understand how this situation is related to the kiss. Besides, the girl is now aggressive and can bite the guy. Even Lydia and Alex understand that this is a little dangerous. No one knows what will happen next. Ari himself doesn't know what to do. Since all of this makes no sense, the guy has no choice. He can only take a risk and kiss the girl. Ari immediately realized that something was wrong. This is part of human history. People left the Earth that nurtured them for tens of millions of years. At a distance of 6,400 astronomical units from the Sun lies the new home of human civilization. And as people tried to adapt to their new life, the cesium atomic clock went backwards. People agreed that this happened because they traveled not only through warped space, but also through warped time, then went back in time. Atomic clocks showed that the time on Earth was 120 years BC. Civilization was at an early stage of development. This also confirms the theory of a parallel world. People were already thinking of returning to Earth. But the idea was quickly abandoned, since they were not sure of the level of that civilization. Perhaps it was deserted, or perhaps its scale was beyond their imagination. Either way, they did not want to face war. The Earth ceased to be their home. They were no longer considered Earthlings. People started a new life on the planet Gliz 581. Everything was so beautiful. Until one day they learned that on this planet there were indigenous creatures who called themselves Zerg. They lived 20 or 30 kilometers below the surface, with social patterns similar to those of ants. When humans met the Zerg, war was inevitable. It was a war whose outcome was predetermined. The human race thought that victory was in their hands. But the victory belonged to the Zergs. They were strong enough to crush the people. The planet seemed to have evolved, one half emerald green, the other flesh red. The era of harmony has begun. People have not disappeared. The integration of humans and Zerg was chosen, and they all coexisted together in harmony. Humans and Zerg intermarried, and eventually they interbred. The only way everyone on the planet could survive. Ari's interlocutor is the main creature of the nest. All individuals descend from her, and she is, in fact, the queen. This whole story was told by Ari in order to spread the seeds of civilization to more distant places. Using various methods, they were able to determine that the planet Ari is located in the early 21st century. The people are outdated compared to the mixed people. They will bring civilization to the planet and help integrate with nature. But now the planet does not need their help. So the queen chose Ari's homeland. She seems to know that the guy came from another world. The queen was able to confirm the coordinates of Ari's house. She learned all this information because of the communication channel between Ari and Tina. They were surprised that our guy could freely travel between the two worlds. The queen intends to convince Ari that their antenna for communication with the original world was destroyed, but they were still lucky. It's amazing that there is an individual capable of contacting them. She was imprisoned until the guy showed up. They will leave Ari alive, but the rest of the people on his planet will contribute to organic matter. That is, they will simply become food. Catching Ari won't be a problem for them, but at the moment their priority is conquering a new world when the original world is just for nostalgia. The guy gave up everything, but this is the wrong choice. He is simply not able to stop them. In addition, the world is ruled by the Supreme. They are serious opponents. All this is difficult to explain to the hero. Our people are just a dying breed. The arc of evolution is heading towards them. They call it natural selection. All Ari learned was that the invaders of natural selection were already on their way to the guy's homeworld. And now they were threatened by the Supreme Ones. Finally, Tina woke up. She doesn't understand why she was tied up. The girls decided to calm her down and said that the guy performed artificial respiration on her. It was the girl's first kiss. Then Audrey came to them. She said that she had business with our guy. Ari was about to leave when Brooke stopped him. She is ready to help the guy at any moment. On the way to the conference room, Audrey reported that communication with the Fishbone base had been interrupted, and they had no other way to contact the people at Camp 20. The most important thing is that they were surrounded. The combat effectiveness of the encirclement cannot be ignored. Only 500 recruits, 327 hunters, and 8 missile launchers remained at the base, and the drones were silenced. The enemy has a device to intercept the signal. Its role is also to intercept the communication between this terminal and the drones, and their weapons will certainly be captured when used. The sewer has been captured. The distance is too short to use a rocket launcher. Recruits will now be of little use. Only the Hunter Corps is more or less suitable. Their chances of victory are 50%. Even under Audrey's command, there are only a small amount of powerful EMI weapons left at the base. The girl is worried about the air attack. If their enemy really has control of the God's Rod, then our heroes have no chance of winning. The God's Rod is definitely only enough for one shot. The reason for this guess is that with a large number of shots, the enemies did not have to attack the base directly. They could simply take aim and destroy everyone along with the city. They act to plunge the wasteland into chaos so that cyborgs can replace humans. Reptilian robots have appeared outside the base. The soldiers must aim at their observation hole. The soldiers on the other side must continue to monitor the situation on the other side of the wall. Then Ari called Ray. He believes that their negotiations have been disrupted, but our guy would never start a business conversation with a man. At this time, the 6th Street soldiers, led by Sam, were waiting for orders. They noticed a smoke signal, which symbolizes a call for help, and Sam ordered everyone to stop preparing. They must return to base within 30 minutes. Also at Camp 27, Justin announced his return to base. At the base itself, the soldiers opened fire on the robots. They began to attack the eastern gate. The people were unable to defend it. The gates opened and everyone nearby died. Now our heroes must retreat to the community center. But then 2 women approached Ari. They were supposed to take care of the children and the elderly, but the women want to protect their base. Their children have been dead for a long time, so they are ready to die at any time. Brooke also came. She will not abandon her people. In the end, Ari agreed. They will all go to defend their home. The soldiers must shorten the line of defense. They must retreat back. Ray likes this whole situation. He takes pleasure in seeing people suffer. Brooke warned everyone should pay attention to air attacks. The enemy has released drones. It's time for Ari to use her unique ability to make things disappear. As soon as the guy touched the drone, it disappeared. Its storage is a gear killer, and despite its size, it should be enough to get through the current situation. Ray didn't understand how his drones disappeared, but that didn't matter. He decided to release more. But then he noticed how Shelter Experiment 05 was climbing the stairs. She is a first-generation cyborg. The girl is her father's masterpiece, and she is also Ray's sister. Tina has come to the spot. She doesn't want to hurt the guy. There is no turning back. She will only lend her body to her mother once. Brooke noticed the girl. She doesn't understand what she's up to. Brooke realized that Tina was going crazy again, also in Ari's direction. At the last moment, the girl managed to warn the guy. He must change his location as quickly as possible. Then the mother inside the girl's body used all her strength to destroy all the enemies. Brooke noticed that the guy had disappeared. Thanks to his ability, Ari was able to move and return. Everything is fine with him. A strange thing inside Tina helped. All the enemies' weapons were destroyed. The guy managed to catch the girl when her strength ran out. She is glad that everything is fine with Ari. Ray cannot believe that, in fact, his sister was able to destroy all the enemy's weapons. Everything is fine with the girl now. Ari wants to take her back to the villa. She doesn't even have the strength to talk. Ari asked Brooke to take the girl home. She would return to the battle site as soon as possible. The base was again attacked by drones. The soldiers should not twitch. They need to cheer up. Now everyone is going on the attack. They must defend their home. There were too many drones. Ari couldn't touch them directly to move to the storage facility. Then danger appeared behind the guy's back. Sam saved our hero. He reminded us that during the battle we should not be distracted. Reinforcements have arrived. Ari will not go anywhere. He will continue to fight no matter what. And now they all rushed into battle with renewed vigor. Ray was thinking all this time how Ari managed to remove the entire object without a trace. This ability cannot be obtained by any genetic code. Ray needs his father's wisdom, so he goes into self-destruct mode. After the fight, Jay will have to calculate all the damage done to the base and how soon they can restore everything, while Noah will have to knock down the force that controls the God's Rod. But it will be very difficult, since this thing is known as a space fortress. All this depends on the condition of this Rod of God. They don't need to damage the shell of the wand. The main thing is to get rid of a certain robot inside it. Alex intervened in the hero's conversation. She ran towards them so quickly that she began to choke. It turned out that the girl was able to find the enemy's hideout. Somewhere in the wasteland, Ray's new model has been activated, and now he awaits instructions from his father. The man decided to say that he saw Tina at the base. The girl is her father's favorite daughter. At home, Alex brought food for Tina. She needs to gain strength. The girl was tense by the silence in the room. She opened the door and saw that Tina was nowhere to be found. And so the hero came to the enemy's shelter. First he would send a scout there. The choice fell on one soldier. When he walked forward, everyone noticed a trembling in his body. Ari suspected something was wrong. Ari immediately realized that the man in front of him was not a soldier of the base. He would kill him if he did not reveal his identity. It turned out that Tina was standing in front of him. The girl heard Brooke's conversation. She was worried about our guy, so she followed him. Since the girl ended up here, she must be next to the guy. He will protect her. But in fact, not only Tina wants to save him. The girl decided not to go into details. She ran forward. She was found near the door. Tina will open it with her beam. But the door opened on its own. The girl had not done anything yet. And then Ray appeared in front of the heroes. He immediately recognized the girl as his sister, but she does not know this man. Tina decided to shame him. A man should not call someone he just met his sister. Ray understands that later she will take back her words. If they try to close the door somehow, Tina will use her beam. Suddenly the girl heard a familiar voice. It belonged to her father. The girl recognized him. It was her father. She wanted to approach him, despite the fact that it could be a trap. Ari decided to remind the girl that her father boarded the colonial ship. It's all just a fake video. The guy warns that if this person impersonates another person, he will blow his brains out. But he doesn't pretend to be anyone. The father's brain is in front of the heroes. The girl doesn't believe her ears. The girl's father thought that our Ari was his father-in-law, but this is not so. If a girl feels safe around a guy, then he will trust her. But the man must tell Tina something. The glass of his incubator is protected from strong fire, so Ari's gun is useless. Then the mother herself in Tina's head wants to shoot. The man did not let the heroes into the room to give up. He just wanted to see his daughter. The father said that he had never boarded the ship. Tina doesn't understand why her father didn't leave and why he didn't look for her. The only thing he regrets on his path to supremacy is Tina. The girl knows that the man gave her life, but this is not at all true. The girl's muscular dystrophy was not congenital. The father experimented on his own daughter. He is ready to tell his whole story. The summer of 2160 should have been the best moment for the family. The girl's father should have succeeded. Then human civilization would have stepped far forward. But then the police came to their home to detain Nathan for violating the rules of scientific research. He had to go after the law, which was a shock to the whole family. As a result, he was convicted of violating human ethics, and the man was deprived of his license as a scientist. The world for him became darker, colder, and more merciless. And one day, upon returning home, he saw his daughter next to his wife, who had committed suicide. He couldn't understand why the girl decided to do this. 6 years later, Nathan met a man who took great risks to meet him. He brought a report on Nathan's research. The purpose of the visit is for the former scientist to continue his research. This was indeed his job. He would be able to continue working on the cyborg project. Nathan is immediately ready to sign the contract, but it will not be an ordinary paper document. The contract is more than just a piece of paper. So the man talks about a special injection, 10 ml of which is enough for a person to begin to suffer from muscle atrophy without any traces. It will be boring if Nathan's daughter suffers from muscular dystrophy, and it is possible that the Scientific Ethics Committee will not be able to do anything about the behavior of the father who is trying to save his girl. Nathan will be more motivated to continue his research a month later, and he is crying at the bedside of his daughter, who claims she is not in pain. Little Tina made her father promise that he would take her to an amusement park when she felt better. Nathan was struck by Tina's words when she called his assistant a good person, but people are really terrible. They are ready to go over their heads to achieve their goals. Nathan betrayed his own daughter. He also sold his soul. Now the man wants to replace people with higher beings. Tina does not believe that her father is capable of such a thing. She still hopes that this is all just a cruel joke. The man admitted that Shelter 05 was a chess piece. Tina was not there by accident. The Eden Project does not exist to save humanity, but to attract naive survivors. The Church of Twilight would send people to the sanctuary for experiments, but there were flaws in their entire plan. If the father understands correctly, then our guy should have destroyed the serial number X71291, but the girl still doesn't believe him. When the hero found out that Tina's father left her, he thought that she was the last hope for this world. But how wrong he was. But the girl still uses all her knowledge. Tina can save this world. Nathan is glad that his daughter still has a dream. He sincerely believes that she can achieve it. The man also understood our hero. He accepted his victory, but was not going to congratulate him. Ari still didn't want to hear anything in his direction. And our hero has no prejudices towards the girl. He doesn't care that she is a cyborg. Tina doesn't want the guy to kill the man. He definitely won't let him go. Then the girl decided to kill her father herself. She could not allow anyone else to do it. Before his end, Nathan decided to say that there was a folder on this server that contained an electronic file of documents on warp drives. She can accept this folder as her dowry. He could not show her the colorful landscapes. The man hopes that Ari can do it. This wish is Nathan's last request. Ari will fulfill it. The father understands that it is not the girl who should kill him. Ray must carry out his last order. He will turn off the brain's life support device and then end his life. The system will soon shut down, and Tina can't stand it. She starts to get hysterical. Ray even momentarily wondered whether he should fulfill his last wish, and unfortunately, he did not receive the order to develop to advanced artificial intelligence. When all parts of a person are replaced, it means that he is no longer a person. Only his consciousness remains. And when they learn to copy their consciousness, only efficiency will remain in this world. Its goal will be survival. Tina promises to use all her power to create a beautiful house. The preliminary stage of creating the Eden Project will be completed soon. You will have to wait a few years. This place will become a home for birds and flowers. At the moment, the life of our heroes can be considered calm and comfortable. But no one knows how long this peace will last. Ari really wants to take the girls to his world, where no danger awaits them. Tina had already eaten everything. Alex left her brother a portion of meat. According to Tina, Alex cannot be so biased, so the girl wants to take away the last portion of food from her. In fact, there is enough food for everyone, so the girls don't have to fight for it. All this peaceful life lacks some spice, Alex asks his brother to rub his back. But Brooke will not refuse such pleasure. The bath towels that our guy from another world brought are surprisingly soft and cute. After the shower, it's time for everyone to exercise. The next day, Audrey was waiting for the guy in his office. She decided to find out Aries' condition. The hero thanked the girl for her concern. She decided to warn him. In many respects, it is better for him to be restrained. The president of the Hangzhou Merchants Association was waiting for Ari in the reception area. Our hero thinks that the traders want to get a piece of the base pie. Ari decided to meet with Oscar. The guy doesn't understand how the wind brought President Oscar here, but he still invites him to sit down. Oscar got straight to the point. He came here to confirm their friendship, but his right choice had already strengthened their relationship. Oscar wants to open a branch of the Merchants Association on 6th Street, but Ari doesn't like the idea. This branch has no political character, but only provides information support to businessmen trading on 6th Street. But the Mercenary Alliance can already provide what Oscar is talking about. Ari is not against the creation of a Merchants Association, but such an organization should be under the control of local authorities. The point of this observation is not to wear the new Asian League uniform to work. Ari will send a prosecutor to the guild, in addition to participating in public meetings. He will not interfere with the daily work as long as they mind their own business. Of course, our guy also hopes to start similar work, such as opening a branch of the Mercenary Union in the Chamber of Commerce. Oscar is interested. Ari can open a branch of the 6th Street Bank in his area. If our guy creates a communication-based station and includes merchants in the network, then the distribution of this payment channel will be expanded another 200 kilometers to the west. Oscar understands that this is an alarming proposal. Wang Hai and Jiaxi can accommodate several million people. All their armed forces do not pose a threat to the hero. Oscar is stunned that they can survive because they appear harmless, and he ends up passing on Ari's proposal to the Merchant Federation. Oscar and Ari shook hands as a sign of their successful collaboration. Ray has not appeared in the suburbs of Suzhou for 2 months, and now he should not even come, since his time is up. The current development of Vanhai can be called rapid. Even a ranch was created. People began to repair magnetic rails. Then Noah came to Ari. He had problems with the warp engine files. The technology is very complex. After reading everything to the end, he and other researchers received inspiration, and now Noah really wants to meet the author of this work. But, unfortunately, this meeting is impossible. The scientist long ago boarded the colonization ship. Noah wilted at the news, but Ari reminded him that with his abilities, he could definitely overcome this problem. Ari can only pray that the worm spaceship will fly slower. Then our heroes will have more time to prepare. Otherwise, they will not be able to withstand the 2 worlds. Ari needs to return to his world again, but Brooke doesn't want to let him go. It seems to her that the guy is spending less and less time with her, and now the girl begins to feel lonely. The base would not have been able to develop without the presence of the guy. Besides, no one has such an ability. Only thanks to him the people here have a chance for a happy life. Ari convinces the girl that she and their family will not need anything in the future. Now they can devote this night to each other. On an unknown island, Aisha spent the last day of training. Tomorrow the recruits will finally become agents, and they will be able to fulfill their dream. When Ari left, the girl began to prepare agents on an unnamed island. Tomorrow the ceremony for the release of the first batch of agents will take place. The guy has been gone for 2 months. As soon as our guy returned, he immediately decided to check the messages on his phone. Then they called him, which made the hero go crazy. Megan called him. The guy immediately said that he was already in a new country. The girl doesn't like that the chairman constantly disappears. She can't know for sure that everything will be fine with him. But the girl may not worry about the guy. His disappearances are related to work. He has to go into a dream where there is no signal. It's time for them to get to the point of the call. Recently, the company has received many invitations, both private and official. The girl can arrange a time for a meeting with the government of the city of Sosij. She should set it up for mid-November, and Ari will come along with the president of the new country, Panu. Megan was surprised that the guy knew about the president of the new country. But Ari is a successful entrepreneur, so he received some news in advance. Megan also reported that they sold 144 million virtual helmets. The company fully entered the market and made a profit of 500 million yuan after taxes. The second news is that they also sold 2 million Phantom helmets as part of the pre-sale campaign on the official website. The helmets were purchased within a minute of opening. There seems to be demand in the market. Everything is going smoothly. Ari will add several more production lines to create a large number of Phantom helmets. Aisha congratulated everyone who completed the training. From today, they are qualified agents. Everyone must remember loyalty and courage. And Aisha took it upon herself to name the new agents. Now they are called Ghost Agents. She hopes that the agents will make this name worthy. Now they must pack their things to go to the Crescent Island, where their first job awaits them. Ari watched the girl. He really liked her speech. When Aisha saw him, she immediately rushed into his arms. If she knew that the guy would come, he would give a solemn speech. Most of the new agents are older than the girl. She was their teacher. But in the future, Ari will leave training to active agents. The guy cannot stay away from the girl for long, but she, in turn, is ready to devote her entire life to Ari. At the CIA headquarters, the men were talking about the space project of our guy's company. If there's one thing they're sure of, it's that they spent $5 million to acquire 2 domestic private companies on the verge of bankruptcy, merge them, and reopen them in a new country. They didn't go through customs, and Zachary wonders if the people on the island can build a rocket from scratch. And the man doesn't know the answer to this question, nor does he know where people found equipment for deep-sea mining. The unknown person selected people to find out the source of technology, but he did not succeed. At present, they can only believe that our people have a secret institution. The White House wants to conquer a new country, and requires a certain degree of restraint from them. As for new resources, they are still concentrated in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. As long as these are not weapons of mass destruction, it is better to entrust businessmen with the headwork. The new country has a Department of National Security. Its presence may affect the work of the men, but one of them should simply monitor the country's projects. Zachary's main concern is his little mouse, which is no longer obedient, and we are talking about Velinus. It seems that they received a donation of unknown origin. They are unhappy that they are in Ukraine. Moreover, they had contact with our Ari. The man thought that our guy was related to Velinus, but Zachary was not sure about this. And then they both remembered the golden apple. Ari reconnected with his old friend Cameron. As they drove to a building, the man asked our Ari if he was interested in private jets. They won't hurt the guy's wallet. After the conversation, Ari decided to find out about good airplane brands. They finally arrived at the building. Cameron couldn't leave the guests in the hotel room, so he brought them to his house. This entire estate is the property of his family. There is no need to worry. Journalists will not get in here. Now Ari can go and rest properly. He can feel at home here. Cameron decided to invite Ari to his private party, even though this was not part of their agreement. Our guy would be honored to attend the event. They all walked up to the entrance of the building. Ari was shown to his room. Now he doesn't need anything, and the housekeeper can leave. As soon as the heroes entered the room, Aisha immediately checked it for the presence of a listening device. The girl found nothing, and now they can discuss their schedule. They will stay here for 5 days, but now there are no plans, and the heroes can go to bed earlier. The next day, the heroes were walking around the estate, and then they noticed a wooden house in which a man was working. Ari decided to greet the man for the sake of decency, and the girl reminds him that it's time for them to get ready for the party. But now it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They didn't need to rush. But as it turned out, the party would be held in another estate, an hour's drive from their location. At the party itself, several of Cameron's friends want to meet Ari. Everyone wanted to talk to our guy. People wanted to know his secret to success. Someone even wants to cooperate with Ari, and the hero decided to simply put a smile on his face, in the hope that no one would expose him. Cameron certainly knows a lot of people who are business giants. Ari himself is one of them. But all these parties are not for him. The guy asked the driver to stop. He wanted to take a walk in the garden. Ari went out near a wooden house. He saw a man roasting a leg of lamb. It looked like the meat was ready, and the man decided to share it with our guy. Ari is ashamed to eat his food for free. He is ready to pay. But the man does not need money. The guy should calm down. When the guy tried the meat, his mind exploded. It was very tender and tasty. The man taught the guy to cut meat. Now he can do it himself. Ari shared his observations. A man was building a boat by the lake in the morning. The guy doesn't understand why Cameron doesn't help him. But he himself refused help. The guy understands that the person in front of him is not so simple. The man's name is Ernest Rothschild. He is the lord of a famous family. This is quite a big name. After his retirement, he stopped using it, so our hero can call him Paris. Ari immediately thought about ancient Greek mythology. Paris attracted his attention with a question about the golden apple. Who would he give it to? This is a difficult question. Ari thinks that he lacks the wisdom and courage to begin the hero's path, and most likely he passed it on to Aphrodite. Since in our time, the more powerful and rich a person is, the further he is from pure true love, and the war would not be too boring. Paris liked the answer, even though the choice was superficial. Paris explains that no matter who you gave the apple to, it would lead to hell, so the man would keep it for himself. The next day, the heroes met at a car showroom today. Famous automakers from all over the world gathered here. Nearby stands a recently released luxury car from a limited edition, one of which belongs to our hero. This is Ari's first time visiting such places. Now he can find something interesting. Then the guy turned his attention to one stand. There was only one car there. There wasn't even a model. This electric car doesn't seem to have any distinctive features compared to other cars, but the employee tries to remind Ari not to judge by appearances. The employee decided to introduce himself. His name is Luerka. He is the founder of the automobile company Luerka. They used wireless charging technology. But Ari remembers that this technology has been available for a long time. But Luerka said that the battery his company developed may reduce charging time. It does not shorten its service life. A man cannot reveal his trade secrets. Ari warns that if Luerka doesn't satisfy the guy's curiosity, he won't buy the company's product. If the company's product can arouse the interest of our guy, he will become an investor. Luerka admitted that the most important innovation was rejected by the patent office. The reason for the refusal was that they could not register the use of the lithium battery series as a patent. The company's battery is lightweight and convenient cost is an issue, but the technical staff has developed an improvement that requires investment to implement. The price of mass production of machines is $700,000. Luerka already thought that Ari wanted to make fun of him, but our hero is not going to weed out his company. He offered the boy an investment of $1 billion. Luerka will have to focus on improving the performance of pure electric vehicles. While Ari will solve the battery problem, he will send new specifications within a week. The meeting was not over yet, but Ari decided to leave early. Now he will go to the university. Ari finally met Ryan. The guy decided to take a walk around the city. Ryan's sister's eyes are almost restored, and it's all thanks to Ari. Our hero wants the boy to do him a favor, which is to find talented people for the company. There will be no interview, because the selection of personnel is not just a formality, it requires a person who will devote himself completely to work. Ari sent Ryan to university, not only to get an education, but also to find useful people. Our hero believes in him. He behaves just like Ryan's father. The heroes were walking through the park, when suddenly a girl noticed them. She recognized our Ari. Hoping that our guy would agree to go to the girl's party, she approached Ryan. The girl's name was Wendy, and she immediately began asking the boy about his famous friend. She decided to meet Ari. Wendy is the president of the Hans Chinese Students Association. Ari immediately thought that Reina had gotten himself a girlfriend, but she was like an older sister to him. The girl decided to get straight to the point. She asked Ari to attend a party of foreign students as a foreign guest. Ari agreed to come to the party tomorrow night, but Wendy shouldn't expect anything special. It will be a normal conversation with students. As for the money, Ari will drop off the required amount to Ryan. Our guy thinks that money can win people's hearts, or make them forget about them. The next day was the last day the hero should be in this city. There was only one party left. Then Aisha noticed the mercenary. The girl must continue to smile, as he is looking towards our heroes. Then Cameron came up. Ari said that he would leave tomorrow morning. The flight is scheduled for 9 a.m., and Cameron wishes our heroes a good time. The man asks the heroes to return as quickly as possible. The mercenary's target was not Ari. It seems that since our guy was told to return earlier, everything will happen this evening. At the theater, Mr. Sim is left by his interlocutor, as he has completely different plans. Evelina is waiting for a private meeting. His alma mater is holding a lecture. He has reserved a seat in the front row. Simgaud lets him go. The man has gone to the university. His meeting will start in 10 minutes. A large number of foreign guests attended the party, and Ari was honored to perform at such an event. Wendy wants to thank our guy. Now it's time for him to come out. When Ari entered the stage, all the spectators turned their attention to him, and the guy greeted everyone present. The president originally invited him to say a few words at the party, but it seems that fooling around won't work, so today they will talk about what interests the guests. Today they will talk about technology. Technology is changing people's lives through interactive holographic projection. Ari will skip the question about his phone to create suspense. The smartphone in his hands is at the conceptual stage. Probably he will introduce it within 2 years. The emergence of epoch-making technology could lead to disruptive changes in everyday life. A wonderful performance took place at the Opera House. The man will definitely regret missing it. Then a new character appeared on stage. Simgaud thought that they were being shown a new version of the performance. Meanwhile, Ari, in another building, reminds us of the importance of science and technology, because it affects every person. Wendy will tell you the rest. Ari was already walking towards the exit when suddenly Evelyn Gilwick turned to him. The man is Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Hans and Minister of Economy and Energy. An unknown person on stage began to play the violin. People do not understand why he began to do this. It turned out that the man had a pistol in his violin, and he was using it with pleasure. Everyone scattered. Simgaud died from a shot in the head. The governor is dead and the Munich Opera House is under attack. Evelyn was deeply shocked by our Ari's speech. He couldn't sit still. The man wanted to talk to the guy. The man came here as a university graduate. Ari can simply address him by his first name. Unfortunately, Evelyn had to leave because there was a small problem outside. Wendy finally found a guy. Ari was surprised that she was not at the party. The girl said that 15 minutes ago a terrorist attacked the Opera House. The streets, as well as the entrance and exit from the school, were blocked. Now they can't leave school, so she can provide the guy with housing. The girl asks Ari for forgiveness because of the situation, but she is not to blame for anything. Then Cameron called the guy. He will immediately send someone for the guy, but he will have to wait 2 hours, since the streets are not calm now. Ari was surprised. The man, despite the situation, had a rather calm voice. The man will send his good friend to the hero. Unfortunately, Ari's flight tomorrow will have to be postponed, since the border will be closed for 3 days. Ari still can't let go of the idea that Cameron was even relaxed. He wasn't bothered by the current situation at all. The guy warned Wendy that he would be taken away soon. The girl would help Ari if he needed anything. Cameron decided to ask his guard Johnson if he was in the army, and the man told about the riot in Haiti. There were a lot of corpses, and Johnson believes that there cannot be so many corpses in the modern world. This city was lucky enough to see history made. The decision made by Rothschild must prevent all hell from breaking out, and Johnson will also have to remove Evelyn. A car came for Ari. Aisha could not stay away. The guy was about to leave, when suddenly the Deputy Prime Minister came running to him. He needed the help of our hero. Before Evelyn has time to explain everything, people will soon come for him. He hopes that Ari will be able to get him out of the building. Suddenly a car drove into the garage. There were shooters in it. They opened fire on the heroes. They shot to kill. The car Ari dragged the man into crashed into a pole. Now the guy must help him, even if he doesn't want to. Evelyn warns that there are a lot of enemies. Our hero will not be able to resist them, so they must get out of here. But Sheriff Ashmore is about to come for Ari. Our boyfriend forgot that there were police near the university. But Evelyn can't go there. Ari will not go against the police system of an entire country for the sake of a person he has just met. And if a man wants to be saved, he must show his sincerity, and also explain what is happening here. He began to say that he had no other choice, and if Ari helped him, he would win friendship with the entire Han state. But you can't talk about the entire state. That's too strong a word. It turns out that the man is the prime minister at a historical crossroads. They started shooting at their car. The man mentioned the Rothschilds. They are Ari's allies. Evelyn decided to say that the people who came for him are members of Velinas. And now Ari wants to see evidence of this connection. His men closely monitored the economic activities of the Rothschilds, and their informants report that Velinas had infiltrated Western Europe. And unfortunately, Evelyn has no proof. But he swears it's true. Now Ari must make a decision about his allies, who he will choose. If this is all true, then Velinas will win. Ari needs to do something to stop the people who constantly harm him. To help the man, he needs to be taken to Odile. Ari got out of the car. While they were talking, Aisha eliminated all the targets. Now Evelyn can safely get out of the car. Ari hopes Evelyn won't let him down, given what he's about to do. The guy risks offending the Rothschilds for the man. If the man doesn't reveal the truth, Ari can't trust him. Evelyn only has 30 seconds to think, and after pressing the button, they only have 1 minute to get out. The man pressed the button, the car drove forward, and an explosion occurred in the library. Ari asked Wendy to do him a favor after the explosion in the library. She would have to gather students to break through the defense line at the school gates. The students tried to break forward. They cannot be locked in the building with the terrorists. The guy decided to record a video as evidence, in which it was noted that it was because of Evelyn that the explosion occurred. The man had no choice. The library is nothing compared to the future of the country. And if he does not betray our hero, no one will know the truth. Reinforcements will arrive soon while the police must maintain order at the scene. There are about 1,000 people in the building. Foreign students are leading the protest, so help must arrive as soon as possible. At this time, Ryan sent the checkpoint instructions to change positions. He was able to clear the way for our hero. Cameron wanted Evelyn to die during the terrorist attack. But this did not happen. Now the man wants to hear an explanation from his employee who did not do his job. Evelyn escaped from the library. The connection was lost. Cameron thinks that now our Ari is buried alive, since they did not have time to pick him up. Ari decided to call the man and find out what was happening. He was very lucky that he was in the car, and his bodyguards responded quickly. The guy doesn't like the man calling him friend. It seems that this is exactly how the Rothschilds treat guests. Our hero does not need help from Cameron. There is no need to send people to him. Tomorrow evening he will leave the country on his own. The explosion occurred just 2 hours ago, during which time the long border could not be closed if there were no incidents. They would be able to pass without problems. Cameron no longer needs to explain anything. He has more important things to do. Our heroes have traveled far. They will have to walk further. Ari will take Evelyn to the right place. Then he will be responsible for himself. Evelyn decided to borrow 200 euros from our guy. Ari wished the man good luck. He hopes that his investment will not be in vain. Now it's time for our couple to go. The whole world is discussing the events of last night. Ari does not understand why the Rothschilds made such a fuss. Ari received a call. He was informed that a man named Seth was waiting for him. He was the Rothschild butler. The man is glad that the door was not slammed in his face. First, Seth wants to apologize for the poor hospitality. Ari understands everything, but he wants to hear an explanation for the explosion in the library. Cameron swears that the explosion has nothing to do with him. He is finding out who smeared the name of the Rothschilds, but none of this matters. Ari will make the rats pay for everything. Finally, the heroes return to their villa at home. Aisha decided to try on a new bulletproof suit. The girl decided to put it on right now, and Ari doesn't mind looking at her. Many times the guy looked at her, but he still cannot take his eyes off the girl. The suit has a large number of functions. Although carbon armor is resistant to bullets and impacts, it is better not to use it as power armor. If the suit is torn, it will be difficult to restore it after instructions. The girl tries to press the button on the collar. It was amazing. The girl became invisible. The source of heat and the shadow also disappeared. But Aisha must use this function with caution. Gunshot damage may cause a short-term loss of optical invisibility. And then Natasha came to visit Ari again. Walking into the house, the girl immediately saw the phantom helmet. She could not help but use it. Natasha sat in the helmet for a long time. Ari must stop this before she becomes addicted. The guy didn't have time to touch the girl before she took off her helmet. The girl sincerely doesn't understand how our guy is the first to develop such amazing technologies. Ari is not going to reveal his trade secret. He wants Natasha to reveal the reason for her visit. Natasha's people caught Velinus. They are the ones responsible for the Munich terrorist attack. Judging by the information received, the Rothschilds sent a spy to Ari, which means that their friendship is for show. Natasha knows that the guy slept with the spy, but Ari drank too much that day, and he also managed to get information from her about the golden apple. The spy asked him about the color of this apple, and Ari jokes that it is definitely not golden. The guy is not even ashamed to lie and not blush. Natasha explains that even a high-ranking Krieger cannot say for sure whether this thing exists or not. The girl hopes that there will be no misunderstandings between her and the guy. She wants to return to the topic. The terrorist attack had a huge impact on the whole of Europe. Ari does not understand since when his interlocutor acts as the world police. But she and her brothers are not in any way connected with this. Only the Rothschild family will benefit from this event. They are dangerous, despite their goals. Many large countries are reconsidering their views on their dogs and the Rothschild family. If a guy does not want to participate in this, he needs to stay away from the family. Ari will remember the girl's advice. Then Natasha realized that Aisha was not at home today, so she suggested the guy have a little fun. But Aisha was nearby all this time. She was watching the girl. Natasha noticed that Aisha's clothes were quite unusual, but according to the guy, it was just a tight suit. Natasha decided to leave this house. She no longer wants to have fun. Aisha reported that agents had found a traitor at Humanity Future Minerals, who turned out to be the wife of a mining manager. Ari remembered how he had dinner with an acquaintance named Ian and his fiancée Sophie a few months ago. This time our guy came to let Ian work with him. His help will be related to mining. After all these memories, Aisha will have to send someone to find out the details. At the hotel, a man asks where the device is. Fifi put it in her bag. It won't run away anywhere. All this is necessary for their happy future. On the flash drive, there was a drawing of deep-sea mining technology. It was an electronic file. Although Yang had deleted the confidential part, he did not know that the documents could be recovered. It seems that the girl is a computer genius, and according to the guy, in the future she will teach him everything. While the couple was having fun in the shower, the ghostly agent replaced the device. The case took 2 hours, and after that, the guy went to meet Kelly. At the meeting he ordered a strawberry cocktail. It is just as sweet, cold, and refreshing, and all this was a hint for the girl. But his heart was rejected. The girl immediately got down to business. The guy had everything he needed in his pocket. He likes to take on difficult tasks. Kelly really likes straightforward men, and his second attempt at flirting was better than the previous one. If he returns alive, the girl will think about a reward. But the guy must be careful, since a security department has recently been created in the new country. The guy thinks it's a bluff, but Kelly is simply stating a fact. After this meeting, the guy took a taxi to the port. He wants to send a message to Sophie, but the signal has disappeared. The girl is not going to pay the guy extra, so he can keep the memorized speech to himself. She will simply give him an injection with a special drug. Ari said that Veritaserum is a powerful drug. A small amount of it loosens the tongue of the victim. Aisha can listen to the guy and share time with him as help. This time Luke Mining is pulling the strings. Ari has been cooperating with this company for some time. If someone is able to sue them, he can only count on a small compensation. When this happens, the reputation of our guy's company will be destroyed, after which they will try to take over, unless Ari teaches a lesson. Kelly arrived at the corporate headquarters. A man was waiting for her, and they sat down near the fireplace. The man wants the girl to get the technical drawing of the transport rails on the concept map. Of course, it is better that they can get the drawings of the current generator for deep-sea mining or deep-sea installation. But it will be very difficult, since even the general manager is not familiar with these technologies. The man offered the girl a payment of 100 million yuan. This amount surprised the girl. Now she has come up with a new plan. Not the manager, but Ari himself will fall into her network. The man understands that the girl has an idea. Next time he wants to hear good news, but now he needs to go to Hans. As soon as the man was outside the threshold, an explosion occurred and someone threw him back. Kelly doesn't understand what's going on. It looks like there's a ghostly agent in the room. She decided that she could shoot her enemy, but she failed, so she had to run away. The girl went down into the sewer. She already thought that she was able to escape from this trap. As soon as she got on the street, a ghostly agent immediately found her, and as a result, the main target in the person of Kelly was eliminated. A guy who had a nice evening is sentenced to life in prison for stealing trade secrets. Ian returned home. He immediately invited the girl to break up. She did not understand her boyfriend's desire. He decided to show her photographs where she was happily spending time with another guy. Sophie immediately began to ask for forgiveness, but Ian does not want to see her. Ian was sitting on the street drinking alcohol. Our Ari came to support him. The man decided to thank our guy, but he doesn't understand why. He wasn't even the one who bought the beer. He is grateful to Ari for sparing Sophie. Ian no longer loves the girl. He just feels sorry for her. The next day, a very large number of people gathered for the event in California. Everyone was waiting for the appearance of successful businessman Ari. The guy appeared on stage. He thanks everyone present for attending the event. And he also does not forget about the people who work overtime. The first reporter questioned why Ari attended this particular event when the conference was being held in 12 different locations simultaneously. Ari decided to remind you that all reporters know what a hologram is. And now there is a holographic projection in front of people. In fact, our guy is in a new country. He is conducting an interview through a ghostly helmet. Megan told Ari that prompted by the announcement of yesterday's conference in China, about 19 businesses submitted letters of intent to collaborate. They just completed the product launch and the helmets are still in stock. Even if other companies want to cooperate, they will have to consider their own business and market size. Interested companies decided to find out if it was possible to use virtual reality to replace weapons training. The domestic market is huge. Everyone wants a piece of the virtual reality pie, and Megan also reports that they need a large number of aspects of this development. Since the regulation issues have not been resolved, it all depends on what they have to say before the adjustments. Ari suggested that they discuss everything later. When the guy finished talking to Megan, Aisha approached him. She wants to show a message from the transparent agent. The recording was of a man who spoke to Cameron today. His name is Koravin. He is an arms dealer in the USA. Unfortunately, the man's direct connection with the terrorist attack has not been found, but he entered into a contract with Verilinus in Ukraine. Aisha must continue to monitor the situation. A few days later, Ari met Megan. The guy admits that he missed the girl, and she can say the same. The girl refers to Ari as a foreigner, so she takes him to a fancy restaurant. The guy noted that Megan has changed. She has become more beautiful. Megan almost forgot about the business forum. She said that 3 domestic internet giants would take part there, and everyone would discuss cooperation between the internet and the virtual. Our couple was approached by Luke. He is the administrator who is responsible for serving Mr. Ari. He said that an important person wants to see our guy. The girl understands that Ari has an important meeting ahead of him, so he doesn't have to worry about her. Ari began to think that Luke was a big shot, but according to Luke himself, he was just an ordinary front desk employee, and the heroes had finally arrived. The man has just made tea. Ari can walk by and sit down. The man's name is Bert, and given his age, Ari may address him as Uncle Bert. There is no particular reason for inviting Ari. Bert often highlighted our guy in the news. He was waiting for an opportunity to meet. Bert immediately realized that Ari was one of those who like to get straight to the point. So the man decided to immediately find out about the guy's sincerity in cooperation between the two companies. To answer this question, the hero wants to find out what a man wants from him, and he needs virtual reality technology. If this is the man's sincerity, then their conversation can end right now. Ari is the first person to communicate with Bert this way. Ari is right that this is the only way he communicates with him here in this country. The hero will not give up his technology if Bert deprives him of the opportunity to do business here. The guy will completely retreat. Ari is not at all upset about losing access to a market of 14 billion people. Just as Bert is not afraid about losing access to technology that is 12 years ahead of its time. The man claims that there are enough talented people here, but Ari understands that they will not be able to create such technologies. Ari didn't come here to offer virtual reality technology. His proposal concerns all of the company's innovative technologies. Bert realizes that a very interesting opponent is sitting in front of him previously. The man thought that only he had the opportunity for the next step. But it seems that this is not the case. When it comes to the real ruler of the new country, Ari is confident that Bert can guess who he really is. Luke asks how the meeting went. Ari was pleased. She exceeded all his expectations. This Uncle Bert is Luke's father, and it turns out that he is also the head of the family. The guy was gone for a long time. Megan was already starting to worry, but then he finally appeared. The girl should not worry, since the guy was discussing matters with an important person. He will tell her the details as soon as they return to the room. Since it was already late, the couple decided to return to the room. Ari should rest. Aisha checked. No one is following them. The girl decided to ask what Ari thought about Megan. He was surprised by this question. It seemed strange to him. Ari explains that there is nothing strange in the question. It's just that it would be selfish of him to talk about his thoughts. even though the girl thinks differently. Even if the guy changes the law in China and makes polygamy legal, the traditional culture cannot be changed. Megan decided to come to Aisha, hearing the knock, immediately used the invisibility mode. The girl was surprised that Aisha was not in the room. Ari was sincerely surprised by her assumption. Megan decided to remind her that Ari wanted to tell her something, so he let her inside. Megan explains that the people of this country want to provide Ari's business with a policy of protection. In response to this service, Ari was demanded 10% of the income, which is about $1 million. Megan is interested in the method of transferring benefits. Ari will set up a charitable foundation in her name and give 10% of the profits to charity. He will also find employees to build schools and hospitals. That is, one hand launders money, the other makes political demands. Megan understood the guy correctly. He greatly underestimates her. And besides, she is the executive director of HF Technology. Actually, Ari was talking about another company. The girl doesn't want a promotion because she's afraid she won't cope with the task. But the guy believes in her abilities and loyalty. Megan understands that the boss should not say these words to his employee. He also agreed with this, but he would not talk about such things with someone else. He is ready to ask the girl again if she is ready to take a position that no one but her can handle, in order to help the guy fulfill his dream. If the girl agrees, Ari will reveal her dream to her, and the girl eventually responds positively. That's about all the guy wanted to say, so Megan decided to go back to her room. They wished each other good night. Suddenly Megan heard someone knocking on the door. After a while, Megan opened her eyes and was being held by Aisha. Something strange happened, and the girl saw a guy ahead. She immediately rushed to his side to see if he was okay. Ari informed Aisha that the other party is not working alone. An accomplice is somewhere nearby. The girl must find him. The guy asks for forgiveness to Megan. He is very sorry that the girl is again faced with a dangerous situation. There will be a lot of enemies in their future. But Megan claims that she is not a coward. She will go after Ari. The guy warns that the girl could die. She is really scared because of a past kidnapping or an explosion. But she survived both times. Ari saved her at a critical moment. Moreover, Megan just received a promotion, so the guy won't be able to drive her away. The Phantom Agent is trying to catch up with the enemy. She must catch him alive if possible. At this time, Aisha was able to aim and shoot. No one would run away from her. She hit the target directly. The girl already wanted to send an agent to him, but she gave up. The man, despite the wound, could move. This is impossible. His movement speed gradually recovered. Aisha realizes that something is wrong with this man. She sent an agent to monitor him. Help will come soon. After the incident, Luke wonders if anyone was hurt, but everything was fine. Luke is very glad that no one was hurt. He wants to do something for the heroes, but the only thing Ari wants is to hear an explanation. The employee began to say that the attack could have been planned by foreign forces. Ari asks him to remain silent, since he can do diplomacy based on the news. Luke doesn't understand what our guy wants. Ari points out that everyone wants this visit to go smoothly. The next day, Aisha reported that an accomplice was caught on the island. He has a very strong and strange body. During the interrogation, it was found out that he has incredibly stable stamina. Any non-fatal wounds heal in a short time. This information leaves the guy in shock. Even the drug has no effect on him. Ari understands that with current technology, no one can be immune to this hallucinogen. The guy doesn't believe that his enemy can travel through time like he himself. So Aisha must increase the dose of Vericitherium. If it doesn't work, the girl will move on to physical interrogation methods. Megan doesn't want the guy to go alone, but he convinces him that he has people who secretly protect him from accidents. The girl does not want to trust Ari's safety to anyone other than Aisha, while the guy is more worried about Megan. He reassures her that after Megan moves to a new country, they will see each other more often. Since business in China is established, Ari returns to a new country. He must deal with the guy who was caught on the Crescent Island. It's boring to travel alone, so the guy decided to take a nap, when suddenly a stranger turned to him. The man had a long flight ahead of him, so he invited the guy to talk to him to pass the time. His name is Tanaka. He also knows the hero. Ari's photo is posted in the newspaper. Tanaka decided to make a boat out of the newspaper. He also asked if Ari had ever heard of a black ship. Our guy had never heard this story. Tanaka immediately decided to tell everything, but Ari does not like being privy to various stories. As a result, the man began his monologue. He said that the one who survives will prosper. The loser either dies or develops. This process led to the evolution of civilization. Ari claims that only a madman would want to watch a clash between a higher and lower civilization. Tanaka was upset by Ari's words, so he decided to introduce himself again. Our guy can call him Professor. If the man's calculations are correct, then Ari cannot use his ability. The guy is shocked that someone found out his secret. Of course he can move. But then Ari will most likely fall to his death. The guy has thoughts in his head about how the man in front of him could find out everything. In short, Ahri's ability causes major problems for the man and the black ship. Therefore, in order to meet the advent of a new era, Ari must take his ability to the grave. After these words, Tanaka took off his hat and lost consciousness. A flight attendant approached the man. She wants to know his condition. All the passengers are surprised by what is happening. Ari does not give the girl the opportunity to touch the man. He understands that this man is not one of those who tries not to harm people. Even the captain came out of the cabin to find out what was happening. Ari decided to give the captain a sign he would have to understand everything from the guy's facial expressions. The captain realized that Ari was talking about a bomb. He immediately ordered the flight attendant to call one person here. It was found that Tanaka died. The cause of death is not clear. A timer was found in his body, so people need to be evacuated. Unfortunately, Ari cannot move as it is unknown if there is a trigger device near him. Ari realizes that his dead neighbor knows a lot of interesting things, and trading one life for another is a low move. And how can he be sure that he can kill our Ari? The guy himself even thought about the black ship. He thought about the Zerg Queen, but they need him alive. After some time, the danger was eliminated. It was not a bomb, only a strange piece of a vest was found on Tanaka. The vest will be studied elsewhere. Now people can be allowed on the plane. The flight attendant thanks everyone for their cooperation. Suddenly the plane began to shake. The girl reassures people. They could get into a turbulence zone. Everyone must take their seats, fasten their seatbelts, and maintain balance. Ari really hopes that in the end they will arrive safely. But when the guy looked out the window, he noticed something terrible. A living Tanaka was caught in the plane's engine, making it a 70% chance of smoking. If luck wasn't on their side, the professor would be upset Tanaka had prepared something on the plane as an extra precaution. When the man left the remaining work to Ladislav, a helicopter flew in to pick him up. Although everything is half ready, he wants to see how effective it will be. A signal was received in the Manila Tower. The left-wing engine of the plane caught fire. They were hit by a missile, so they need to make an emergency landing. The controller reported that the tower would prepare the runway. The signal was lost. The captain lost hope of survival. Ari was tired of sitting idle. He decided to go to the toilet. He promises to take revenge on everyone who is behind this incident. Luke and Bert were told who could have carried out the attack based on the location and altitude at which the plane was located. Luke doesn't care about the black box recording. He wants to find out everything about the survivors. But, unfortunately, the survival rates are low. After receiving the information, Luke, by order of his father, must call the ambassador of the new country. The plane was completely destroyed. An important person could not survive this disaster. But the soldiers believe that he may have an ace up his sleeve. One of them decided to find out if the second one had taken the pill, he answered positively. If he had not taken the pill, then most likely, like unfortunate people, he would have become a zombie. A crowd of zombies appeared in front of them. The soldier understands that these are not people, so they will shoot to kill. At this time, next to the plane, the chamber in which Ari was located opened. He was alive and unharmed. If there had not been an incubator in the storage facility, Ari would have died along with everyone else. The plane is badly damaged. Most likely there are no survivors. Our guy is the only one who is lucky. People will have questions. The rescuers, surprisingly, have not arrived yet. The guy wants to inform Aisha about himself, but there is no signal. There is no signal. There are no rescuers. There is silence all around, as if the city was abandoned. Ari noticed that an unknown person was coming to meet him. The guy put his gun forward to scare him, but in front of him was a zombie. Zombies began to crawl out of the buildings. All the people of the city turned. There were too many of them, so Ari decided to run away. The soldiers heard shots ahead. They know that everyone must be infected, so it is unknown who fired. One of them realizes that not everyone could have been infected, just as, despite the high mortality rate from smallpox, there are people with high immunity. They think if Ari could survive in this situation, the first decided to remind that they are fighting against God. There are too many zombies, so Ari decided to hide in another world. But he was unable to move. Although the tattoo looks normal, he cannot use his ability. After a couple of minutes, the guy realized that all this happened because of the man on the plane. Once the granules are broken, the colorless liquid will decorate this world with another city of death. Stan watches with Tanaka how weak people are. As expected, Stan's words are filled with villainy, and the man agrees with this statement. Tanaka likes to watch the death of the city. For him it is an exciting picture. Stan picks up his enthusiasm. Ari decided to break the pillar. It could delay the zombies for a while. Now he must figure out a way to get out of this damned place. Ari noticed someone near the plane. He thought they were rescuers, but they were soldiers to whom God was running. Seeing them closer, Eri didn't understand who was standing in front of him, since they weren't even wearing masks in such a seriously contaminated area. The guy realized that they could be connected to what happened, so he decided to call his drones. The drones opened fire on the soldiers. One of them reminded why they were fighting a god, so they shouldn't be surprised that things, for example, appear out of thin air. The soldiers survived. Eri is surprised that 10 drones could not cope with them. Aisha received a message about the disaster at home. She began to tremble. Megan does not understand what is happening to the girl. Megan immediately realized that everything was about Ari, so Aisha had to tell everything. Aisha understands that Megan will not be able to help her. The girl begins to get angry. No one says anything to her. Since the girl is not told anything, no one knows if she can ultimately help. If Aisha can help, then Megan is capable of doing something. At the mansion, President Kyle wonders why the plane was shot down. He is waiting for an explanation from Aquino, but he is not his subordinate, so he will not explain anything. Kyle has the evidence. The pilot reported the situation to Hua Airport. The footage was shared with the new country, and Aquino doesn't believe the downing of the plane can be confirmed through the footage. Kyle does not want to discuss who is to blame. Everything happened in the city of a man, and there are still no rescuers. If Aquino's side is unwilling to do anything, then Kyle's men should go to the scene. The man continues to claim that he is not hiding anything. He has already discovered everything he can. He also wants to remind him of something. Kyle must have satellite images. They confirm that the plane was destroyed and no one could survive. But Aquino received information that Ari was still alive. Ari hid behind a rock and the soldiers tried to shoot him. But then our guy decided to use a machine gun. The soldiers don't understand where he got it. Ari will not allow the soldiers to hide. Then he noticed a plane above his head. He was flying to bomb the guy, but suddenly the helicopter blew itself up. The soldiers reported to headquarters that Predator 1 had been shot down, and they were requesting a retreat. Finally, they arrived for Ari, and Aurora 20 landed on the ground. Ivan returned for the guy. Ari is not going to leave this place yet. He thinks that there is only one survivor left. Ivan asks that all this be left to him, but this man is needed alive. Ivan did not receive permission to travel to this country. This surprised the guy. But he received 2 orders from the president of the new country, and the CEO of a group of people of the future to return Ari at any cost. The next day there was a conference. Everyone was interested in information about the aircraft. Aquino claims that until the black box is found, any information that the plane was shot down will be considered false, and then he was asked a question about the virus. Aquino repeats that the country's army did not shoot down the plane. He does not want to hear any more questions about this. They are still investigating the source of the virus. The man asks reporters to stop slandering him. Such nonsense could lead to international controversy. In Shin Country, Trade Chairman Tommy is forced to announce that he cannot provide more information about the hero's injury. The man is here to announce instructions for the company's business. Aquino was informed that Shin received information from the black box. It was found that the plane crash was caused by a missile hitting the left wing of the plane. Aisha cleaned Ari's ears at home. He enjoyed the procedure. Megan doesn't like what this couple is doing. She doesn't want to see it. The girl found out that 10 minutes ago Tommy's delightful speech was taken as a declaration of war, and they deployed their troops to the borders of Sin. Ari claims that everything will be fine. The warships of the country of Peraza are just laughing. Then a girl approached the guy. It was Chloe. She specially made a drink for the guy. The girl is glad that everything is fine with Ariv. When Chloe sees what happened, she paid all her eyes. She then immediately booked a flight to get here, but the girl realizes that she is not welcome here. Ari convinces her that everything is fine, but Megan hopes that Chloe will not tell anything unnecessary to the media. The girl promises to keep her mouth shut. She decided to remind that not only Megan loves the guy. Aquino talks to Rolando in a raised voice. They are all on the brink of war. Rolando reminds who made the man president, but Aquino hopes that his interlocutor will find a way to correct the problem. Rolando explains that his interlocutor can go throw a tantrum to the Minister of Health. They suffered great losses in Kaga. Everyone is fighting for their lives. Anyone in Keg, infected or not, who tries to cross the border will be killed instantly. The soldiers are simply following orders. The atmosphere is strange. Ari understands that it is not good to have so many women around, so he decided to change the subject and talk about the weather. Everything will change soon. When faced with unscrupulous people, the best way to win is to use force. Ari admits that the plane crash was not caused by Peraza. He is sorry that they took the blame. But the guy can't do anything. No one will believe him anyway. Therefore, the hero can only resort to his own path. He needs to sacrifice a small number of lives for the safety of the majority. The ships are being shelled. The captain has mixed the abilities of the Kin country. He is already choosing his costume for the celebration ceremony. He chose his favorite blue suit when suddenly his ship was hit by a missile. It turned out that the Shin bombed their ammunition magazine, and the captain was deceived. They can no longer give it their all the ships are going down. Judging by the satellites, Tommy's commerce broke through the water blockade, missile weapons and other heavy weapons were unloaded. Rolando is interested in the army. Rolando was informed that he would receive companions and diplomatic support. In the country of Shin, at a military base, a man realized that our hero was not injured. He should be grateful to Ari for his kindness. At least his men allow the prisoner to read the newspapers. The man calls our hero a demon, but Ari remembers exactly how he mistook him for a god. The prisoner believes that Ari started the war knowing that the virus has nothing to do with Peraza. Our guy could easily defeat everyone with his power. But it seems that involving innocent people is fun. Ari was surprised that the man in front of him was talking about people's lives when, thanks to him, people were dying. The statistics of victims in Kaga is growing every day. Only now 253 million people have already died from the virus. The demon is precisely the prisoner, not our Ari. The demon is Ladislav. He is behind everything that happens. The man was surprised that the guy knew his name, but Ari also knows that he has 2 daughters and a son. He knows where they live. Ari continued to tell his entire biography. Ladislav asks him to shut up. He does not understand who told him all this. Apparently, the man thought that he was the only prisoner besides the immortal next door. Although the immortal does not know anything useful, he only has some information. Ari wonders why Ladislav joined the Black Ships. Ladislav knows that this world will be destroyed. Moreover, this will happen 100 years later. Then it is none of his business. Ari received useful information. The Black Ship will arrive after 100 years, and now the guy wants to know the man's motive. He needs money. Ari is ready to pay him for information. It's not he who needs the money, but his family. But the man can't say anything else. Ari must believe him. Their infiltration into the world is much more terrible than one can imagine. But for the guy they look like a bunch of rats in a ditch. He decided to show Ladislav photographs of the city. It was his city. His children live there. One person is watching over them. Ari guarantees the safety of Ladislav's loved ones. The Black Ships are about to attack, so the man has no choice. In Yamato, Tanaka is expected to explain what happened, but he doesn't think he should say anything. Tanaka doesn't understand. Everyone present agreed to test the virus in Peraz. Everyone knows that a man must wait for another 100 years. But this is just the call of the time. Tanaka promises to keep his promise. He will make sure that Yamato is the only surviving country. Ari thought that Tanaka is the founder of the Black Ship, but this is not the case. Ladislav explained that the professor is not the founder of the organization, just like the man. The history of the Black Ship organization began before the Second World War. Then there was their dawn. But Ari understands that this has never happened in history. Their philosophy was to unite the heavenly army against the intruders. But the organization changed after contact with an extraterrestrial civilization, all leading to the collapse of the Black Ship. Ari wonders if they managed to get in touch. Ladislav is not sure. Most likely it was somewhere in the 90s. The man mentioned the Golden Apple, which means he heard about Velinus. It turned out that they were allies during the war, but now they are enemies. If Tanaka believes, then they had serious disagreements regarding the communication channel. Ari found out everything he wanted. It remains to understand why Ladislav turned out to be immune to the truth serum. The man cannot explain everything. He knows that all the mercenaries were pumped with a drug to enhance brain activity. This is one of the technologies that the Black Ship transferred. Their technology seems to gravitate towards the field of biotechnology, the main question being whether the Star Traveler can be detected. Ari decided to ask one last question. Why he couldn't use his ability in Kaga, but Ladislav didn't understand anything. It seems he doesn't know anything about the guy's ability. Ladislav remembered Tanaka said that Ari wouldn't be able to escape for 3 days. In the end, Ari thanked the man. Humanity will remember his contribution. He will soon go to his family. Only he will have to stay in Shin forever. Ari has finally returned to Sin. Megan has something to show him. Megan reported that Takeda Pharmaceuticals announced a major breakthrough in the development of a vaccine against the virus, which will go on shelves as soon as it passes the final stage of testing. Ari received a video call from Tina. Megan saw her for the first time. The guy decided not to be distracted. He asked the girl about the situation with the T-virus vaccine. Such a beautiful scientist in the person of Tina will quickly complete the task. Ari was surprised that the girl did not inform him about the completion of the work. Tina sent everything to Ari. After the call ended, Megan decided to ask who this girl was, and the guy replied that she was a scientist from the department of the Group of People of the Future. Meanwhile, in Peraza, Aquino must negotiate with Shin. This order sounds like it wasn't Rolando who said it. It turned out that Mi country had abandoned them, even though it had promised a position on the world stage. All this was due to the rise of Shin. International public opinion fully supports Shin. Now the people of Peraza are called demons. Aquino missed all this because he lived in his fantasy. Aquino needs to wake up. Rolando doesn't understand how he became president. Roladno made him president. He can destroy Aikno and send him to hell. A man can easily sacrifice him. Negotiations were held in Kaga on the front line. The UN observer hopes that the countries will be able to resolve differences. Aikno will not jeopardize his territorial integrity. Ari realizes that his interlocutor's expressions are still meaningless. He needs to work on his acting skills. The guy is waiting for Rolando to appear, because Aquino's sincerity is not enough. As president, Aquino is here to speak with Ari personally. Our guy is unhappy with the man's proposal. He wants to get a colony, but according to Aquino, this is impossible. Ari wants to get about half of Peraza's land. Aquino was shocked by the guy's desire. The hero thinks that his interlocutor does not want to negotiate. Our guy showed the vial that would bring Aquino back to the negotiating table. As soon as the man took it in his hands, he fell onto a chair and threw the bottle. It's good that it didn't break. Ari hopes that Aquino will show a little sincerity. Everyone understands that he will not last long if our guy uses harsh methods. In Ari's opinion, these negotiations are nothing more than an opportunity that the guy gave the man, which is exactly what Rolando was talking about. Aquino signed a temporary ceasefire. He has only 3 days to decide whether to give Ari the colony or start a war. According to Rolando, they have only one choice. The man believes that all this was really done by Shin. Then they still have a chance to find evidence. But all this is unlikely. Why then would Ari risk himself? Also, the pharmaceutical company recently released news about the vaccine. President Thompson claims that they can take the first step to conquer the Eastern Sea. They should not give up. But Secretary of War Miller cannot do anything, since any move he makes will be sent a nuclear bomb. Thompson doesn't think anyone is capable of using a nuclear bomb, but Miller understands that a man with an empty past like Ari can do anything. At the military base, Ari learned that Ivan had prepared everything for the open house for family visits. Their next move would depend on the strength of the people. In the prisoner of war camp, the boy's grandmother should not worry. He is fine. He will be released as soon as the president signs the peace treaty. The woman claims that everyone knows Aquino. He is not good, so he will not sign the agreement. The grandmother is angry that her grandson is siding with the president. It seems that he has been brainwashed. 2 days later, there was a mass demonstration in Peraz. News of the shooting of Kaga survivors causing widespread outrage. Under pressure from public opinion, Aquino signed a peace treaty with Tommy's company. Now Kaga, the port of Davao, and the island of Medan are colonies of the Tommy Trading Company. All was going well on Earth, but the vast universe was at war with distant crises. Brooke was surprised that zombies have appeared in the modern world. It looks like there will soon be an apocalypse there. But Ari doesn't think so. It turns out that ultraviolet light is enough to neutralize it, and the vaccine is already on the shelves. Lydia heard that diplomatic advantage was used to launch propaganda before the war began, and a rebellion was provoked in southern Asia. Ari explains that this rebellion is different from the Black Ship Organization, but for Tina, it is the same thing. The girl explains that people are always full of unreal illusions about foreign things. Everything is the same. Judging by behavioral science, this beauty of distance, the pursuit of beauty, is often blind. Ari didn't expect to hear such words from Tina. Alex agreed with him, and Tina was furious that her friends supported the guy. After all, the girl is still a scientist, so she asks everyone to take her seriously. Brooke starts calling her baby, but Tina asks her not to call her that. She is older than everyone present combined. Everyone started laughing because Alex said something similar. The heroes begin to piss Tina off. Brooke thinks that the world beyond the stars always feels so far away. But Ari doesn't know if he'll be able to see X-Day after 100 years. It's hard to say. Tina reminds us that there are many ways to prolong life. In the end, if the guy dies too early, she will miss her. Alex agrees with these words. Brooke then realizes that they all have to live together. But Lydia reminds them that immortality is a curse. Ari thought about the secret of immortality, which was revealed by Scout from the Church of Sunset. So the guy decided to ask Brooke about her home. Brooke's house is located next to Kong. Ari decided that the goal of the expedition would be to settle next to the girl's house. The girl doubts that this goal can be realized. Kong is located 600 kilometers from their base, and on their way they will meet not only zombies, but also aliens, predators, mutants, and cannibals. According to Brooke, a strong soloist could go that distance. But for a huge target like the army, it would put a huge strain on logistics. My big sister is a rare way to describe one's sister. But for Ari, the expression is strange. Lydia notices that the captain has a large room. She can only lie in hers. The girl reports that she is hungry, but the guy does not pay attention to her. As a result, the girl took the tablet from Ari. They are rarely alone. Lydia doesn't like that the guy is busy with something else. She called him boring, so Ari decided to surprise her by throwing her onto the bed. Lydia can't stop calling the guy her brother-in-law, so Ari promises to punish her for these words. Audrey wanted to go into Ari's room, but she heard moaning. The girl decided to leave him with all her girlfriends, since they still have time, so she and Justin will wait for Ari in the meeting room. After a while, Ari appeared. He was a little late, and now they can begin. The guy wants to hear Audrey's opinion about the expedition, she suggested, looking at the map. There are approximately 310,000 survivors in the Congo. The threat of mutants is at an average level, but there are many predators here. Judging by the expedition plan, their first step will be to build an outpost. The second will be to build an aircraft landing tower, and the third will be to rebuild a base for the survivors. But if possible, Ari wants to follow the path of peaceful evolution without harm. Justin recalled that the Kong population is twice as high as in Wanhai. But Audrey decided to explain that as a result of the captures, their population grew to 200,000. And now Ari does not know what to do with the Empire and the Federation. Audrey suggests one idea: they can destroy the balance of power between them, after which a new order can be restored. On the other hand, they will have to keep the war within certain limits. Ari understands that they should now start preparing. They must reach the borders of Kong City by early morning. After the meeting, the guy left. The next day in the city, the traitor is thrown into the claw of death. If the other man disobeys, his death will be painful. The girl notes that there is no need to wipe it. She noticed that the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone noticed a plane in the sky. It had order written on it. This logo belongs to the Wanhai survivor base. No one understands why it took them so long to get to this city. Someone noticed that something was dropped from the plane. The girl sent the sixth after the others to find out their intentions. The fifth must prepare the guns. If they act carelessly, the airship will be shot down. Our heroes have landed successfully and are now ready to move forward. Predators have approached them. They want to find out what our heroes are doing on their territory. Lydia immediately wants to kill everyone, but Ari understands that strangers need to be questioned first, and our guy himself is not going to answer other people's questions. He ignored the stranger's question. This begins to infuriate him. He pointed the gun at our heroes, since they do not know the rules. But the stranger did not have time to do anything. Ari put his gun to his head. Ari was informed that his people found cannons in the water factory. The enemies are trying to target our heroes. The guy ordered to kill everyone except the one he was targeting. Lydia warned that there is no need to waste your time on these predators. Ari asks to leave some alive, and the girl will be happy to deal with them. Fire was opened on people in the building. The girl orders her people to return fire. Someone wanted to protect their boss, but he couldn't because of a bullet in his chest. The boss of the water factory gang is called Alana, and she asks not to be killed. The girl can become Ari's slave. As she herself says, she has good skills to take care of the guy. Ari was perplexed. He did not want to endure all this, and the girl was shot. Lydia asked for forgiveness. She misfired. Ari warned that next time Lydia should warn about the shot. She stained his shoes. Now the girl should check the base of the water factory gang. It all looks like technology. It's literally purgatory on Earth. Lydia doesn't know what to do with these slaves. On Ari's orders, those who can be saved must be sent to the Fishbone base, while others who are doomed must stop their torment. Suddenly the heroes heard a cry for help. A guy was calling them. The stranger thanked the Federation for saving him, but he should thank the New Asia Alliance. The guy was thinking about the Federation, but the words about the new alliance horrified him. Ari did not understand his reaction. It turned out that he was simply surprised because Kong is located 600 kilometers from Wanhai. Of course, everyone in the Federation has heard about the strong alliance. Now he believes in this strength. Ari warns that there is no need to suck up. He will free him anyway. The guy's name is Travis. He is a Federation senator. His Federation is superior to the gang in both technology and system. Ari will trust him. He also explained that they came here to possibly work together. Travis offered his Federation for successful cooperation, but Ari is interested in something completely different. He wonders why the Empire accepts mutant cannibals. Travis is amused by this news. He believes that this bunch has simply forgotten about the virtues of being human, but he thinks that they are not to blame. After all, predators will remain predators. It seems that they saw something familiar in the mutants. In simple terms, mutants have a penchant for violence and are allowed to carry out limited violence on those below them. If this were happening in Wanhai, the survivors would have gotten away long ago. Ari also knows that the gang's weapons are very weak. Travis also said that the population is 150,000, and it seems that his Federation is still weaker than the gang. Ari explains that they have fertile lands. They are closer to mutants, while Travis explains that his Federation is superior to them in armor. Recently, the gang was discussing how to make the cannibals eat people in order to conquer them, despite the fact that those eaten are simply slaves of the cannibals. Speaking of which, Ari still hasn't asked about the Federation. There's no need for that. Soon our guy will see everything with his own eyes. Travis wants to be his guide, but they will talk about this next time. Then a soldier came to Ari. He reported about a couple of survivors who call themselves the Federation. One of the survivors turned out to be the chief of staff of the Federation president. His name is Horace. Travis can introduce him to Ari. He had to talk to the Water Factory gang, but now the ransom will go to Ari, and our guy understands that Travis will not be able to pay most of the ransom. If Travis wants to thank Ari, then he should tell him about the Quantum Computer Research Laboratory and Dr. Sun. But the guy is not sure about this. Travis really doesn't know. Ari will go outside. His soldiers will have to look after the former captive. On the street, Horace told Ari everything that Travis couldn't tell. This was interesting information, and in exchange, Horace hopes that Ari will do a small favor. Horace wants Travis's head. For Ari, this was an unexpected request. The man points out that Travis is already in the hands of our guy, so this should be easy. Ari was informed that a suspicious person had been found. The man was simply a resident from a nearby village. Our guy took Horace's wishes into account. He still has things to deal with. The man will be waiting for good news. The survivor's name is Kurt. Now he must explain what he did at the water factory. He hoped that Ari would open the sluice gate of the treatment plant. The water in residential areas had already stopped flowing, of course. The man would pay. Ari reports that the treatment plant has already been taken by the New Asia Alliance. Our guy doesn't need crystals. If people need water, they should trust him. Kurt will be given a copy of the financial sector policy book for autonomy. The man, according to Ari, has no reason to refuse. Travis realized that it was all a conspiracy. He had to know how such a ragtag gang dared to plan a kidnapping case on Federation lands. Now Travis needs help. But Ari reminds him that he no longer traded his head for the crystals. The former prisoner decided to tell his story. He wants Ari to know why they want to kill him. They want to remove him not because of his strength, but because of his secret. If Ari agrees to help in the assassination of the president of the Federation, Travis will tell the secret. The guy understands that his interlocutor is very self-confident. If Travis convinces Ari, then he may even become president. Otherwise, our guy will do nothing. As a result, the former prisoner said about the immortality code. Near Hideout 071, Ari asks Justin to wait outside. They will leave before sunset. Nothing will happen to our couple as long as his employee monitors the place. It appears that the elevator is still working. Lydia explains that each shelter has a different design, but the equipment remains identical. The girl's memories are too vague. Lydia remembers how she was adopted. Ari convinces the girl that she doesn't have to think about it if the memories hurt. Lydia understands that Ari is very kind. She is jealous of her sister that she met the guy first. The heroes approach the management office, where information about every little detail is stored. Ari does not understand how the password ended up in the hands of the Federation, and how a simple senator found out about it. It didn't look like the president didn't know the location of the safe house. Ari started entering the password. When the door opened, a message was heard stating that the shelter system had come under guest control. The system restarted, but this is not possible because there is no power, so the heroes prepared their weapons. The guy got goosebumps from this place, so he decided to release the drones. It appears no one was inside, but Lydia claims someone must have been here recently. This place is an aseptic space. The decomposition of the corpse here is very slow. 10 years will not be enough for this. Lydia claims that the corpse was moved. Ari realized that someone not only moved the corpse, but also took something from here perhaps. As Lydia thinks, the president of the Federation was already here. The heroes found the diary. Ari saw that the footer of each page had been erased. It seems that the manager erased the woman's name from the list of subjects. Lydia understands that this person did good, and there were also many torn pages in the diary. Ari decided to find out what the girl remembers about the shelter, while Lydia only remembers times with her sister. The guy should clarify the date. The first experiment recorded in the diary was completed in the 10th week of the first year. It even happened before Lydia was born. Only after the girl's words did Ari realize that his question was stupid. Now it's time for our heroes to leave. They came here in vain. But Ari still found the diary, even though the information in it was erased. It is still, in the guy's opinion, a clue. Federation President Lee wonders if the New Asia Alliance has power armor. Horace described the weapons, and Lee thought that they were weak in power. But this is not the case. The man also cannot tell whether Travis is alive. Their spies cannot pass the outposts. The Majesty was informed that the new Asia Alliance near the water treatment plant has about 500 soldiers with modern weapons. The leader wants to know the capabilities of the combat airship. The soldier must listen to the orders of the leader. He will call the ministers to a strategic conference. Justin wonders what the guy will do with the shelter. According to Ari, they must keep it under control. At this time, the flag of the new Asia Alliance was raised in the village. The village head signed a contract. Ari asks Audrey to convey the order to the soldiers. They should not disturb people if possible. In addition, Audrey also sent her people to check on Dr. Sun and the Quantum Computer Research Laboratory. This news made Ari happy. Suddenly an alarm went off in the village. Residents asked our guy for help. Mutants came here. Warden Hugh reported that the mutants were discovered from the side of the watchtower. The mutant is a diplomatic representative of the Gru tribe. Ari is ready to listen to him. The mutant reports that since our hero went about his business on the lands of the Gru tribe, he must pay tribute to the ruler of Gru. Otherwise his behavior will be regarded as disrespect for the gods. As soon as Ari heard about the gods, he couldn't help but laugh. Justin also laughed. Mutants don't like that. The mutant is angry at this behavior. He decided to say that the Emperor would not mind if he tore everyone to pieces. For Ari, the Emperor is just a pretend doll. The mutant perceives all the guy's words as a dirty provocation against Gru. And now our guy learns what anger and cruelty are. Lydia reminds that there is no use talking to mutants. They just need to be eliminated. Since the mutant envoy was killed, they opened fire. Ari gives the order. His people must attack the enemy. Their target is 800 meters away. The people turned out to be very strong. The mutants had to retreat. Ari doesn't want any of the mutants to escape. No one should leave alive. In Travis's opinion, our guy acted recklessly. Ari realized that Travis might not know that more than 80,000 mutants died under the fire of the First Corps in Gia, so they need not worry. Travis believes that the hero's team is strong, but in Kong the mutants are just fighting on the doorstep. While Ari's supply is 600 kilometers away, our guy just wants to talk to him. The Majesty was informed that both sides, the mutants and the Alliance, had indeed entered the battle. The leader was happy about this. He would leave this problem to the guests from afar. The agreement between Ari and Travis remains in force after all. The guy will need the president, who is his subordinate, in the future. Travis still doesn't understand. Compared to Wanhai, everything here is terrible. Is there anything else here that might interest the guy? Ari doesn't know how to explain. The more we have, the more we want. The guy won't go into detail. The main thing is Travis must follow orders. Travis doesn't understand what they want from him. But Ari wants to hear from him about getting the password. Ari wants to hear everything. And Travis said that he received the password from the postman, who said that someone from the Empire had sent a letter. For him, this all seemed strange. The letter contained a long password along with details about Bunker 071. Ari was very surprised by this story. Therefore, Travis gave the password to the president. He thought that after this they would start trusting him. But instead they wanted to get rid of him. The letter was sent by Dr. Sun. The Imperial City is ahead. The soldier slapped his partner on the head so that he remembered what he was taught. They are survivors from Gia. They came for medical help. The heroes are divided. This place, according to one of the guys, looks disgusting compared to 6th Street. He finally found Dr. Sun's clinic, where everyone enters the office one by one. The man got his number. All kinds of living beings are served here, even mutants. After some time, the man was able to get into the office. He complains about radioactive contamination. The man claims that he did not come here to steal, but Dr. Sun thinks just the opposite. He has no other reason for being here. It turned out that the man was tasked with finding a doctor. He hopes that San will go with him. Soon this place will be erased. Then the man must tell Dr. Sun why the client wants to meet with him. The leader of the men claims that the doctor is a cyborg, so they want to test his program. But Sun begins to laugh because of this statement. The doctor realized that the male leader was afraid that he would find out too much, so San would go with him. But not now. Dr. Sun said that his research on the treasure the leader wants has already been completed. His opinion changed after waking up in the shelter. It was due to something more painful. Then Dr. Sun wants proof that the leader is worthy of receiving the secret. The Ari was informed that cannibals were hired by the Empire to suppress the growing power. Their presence provided a solution to the problem, which means that the Emperor is using the Ari to get rid of the poisonous thorn. Lydia understands that the Empire is playing with fire. Our guy will show his position. Now Audrey must prepare a declaration of war. All employees agree with the Emperor's plan. The mutant will only have to reconsider relations with them. They only have to figure out how they will cope with the Jiaru clan. The boss doesn't care about this. His people can arrest those who express dissatisfaction in public. His subjects do not agree with this plan. They must return their privileges. The Federation has its eye on their territory. A new Asian alliance threatens them, and at the moment, they must unite mutants and cannibals. Your Highness was informed that the new Asian alliance had declared war. The soldier did not leave. He decided to tell everything to the end. The new Asian alliance declared war not only against the Gru clan, but also against the entire empire. Audrey reported that all virus production camps were destroyed. There is another goal underground. This is Shelter 10, the birthplace of the Gru clan. The Elder and his people fled to an underground shelter and blocked the entrances on Ares' orders. His people should completely isolate them. Justin reported that the Imperial Legion is approaching the Federation. They are trying to take a bite. While Ares deals with the Empire, Audrey thinks that they will wait for the team to be restored. When our heroes conquer the Empire, they will take the chance to take some of the land. If Ari intends to include the Federation in his territory, then it does not matter how much the enemy takes the land. The Emperor must explain to the mutants why he did not provide support when they were under attack and could have been destroyed. The Emperor explains that the New Asia Alliance attacked the Gru clan. Unexpectedly, no one was ready for this. He wanted to send help, but did not have time. Subordinate Wang tries to explain why Gabe is not here. He behaved arrogantly with the Imperial Army. Gabe has relaxed the rules, making the slaves brash, and it looks like they are planning a rebellion, according to Wang. Under the Emperor's orders, Wang continued, Gabe wants to take this chance and take the throne. After all that had been said, the Emperor turned to the envoy. If he brought Gabe's head, half of his military power would belong to mutants. Gabe entered the hall just in time. He threw off his cloak and fired the first shot. The Emperor was indignant that Gabe allowed himself to behave this way in the Triple Hall. Before the Emperor had time to call the guards, he was shot. Veng also did not have time to do anything. He was killed. When Ari's team arrived at the Imperial Mansion, they were surprised that they were surrounded by silence. There were no guards even near the main gate. However, there was someone ahead. Lydia immediately wanted to launch an attack, but first she needed to find out his intentions. When Ari entered the throne room, he saw the corpses. The guy immediately thought that the man in front of him was now the new emperor. But he also doesn't care. He wants to live with his brothers. Not only he, but the entire empire wants to submit. Gabe said that everyone is dead. If there is someone who refuses to comply, Ari can do whatever she wants to him. To Gabe, these people are already useless trash, so Ari is ready to get rid of them. Lydia doesn't understand why Dr. Sun lives in such a dirty place. Ari thinks it might just be his goodwill. The guy from the doorway said that he came here for the secret of immortality. Dr. Sun turned his attention to the girl. The man decided to ask how many years had passed since their meeting. He said that he knows a girl. If his memory serves him right, then her name is Brooke. But he confused her with her sister. They looked the same. Dr. Sun even asked about Brooke's condition, if everything was fine with her. Finally, he decided to introduce himself. His name is San. The man is the observer of Shelter 071. Ari immediately asked about the diary. It turned out that it was already there. San simply moved the body to its proper place. He also explained that the pages in the diary were torn out by the owner. Ari really wants to hear about the past of the shelter. The man invited our heroes to sit down. Since the story could be long, he began with the fact that 10 years had passed since his awakening in the cryo chamber. 8 years ago, the manager took the golden apple from San and destroyed it. He did not kill the man, but locked him in a cryo capsule. What the manager didn't know was that Sun was not condemned according to the doctor. He would die one day along with the shelter. When Sun woke up, everything had already been stolen. He planned to collect some sources of awakening in order to travel to the distant future using a cryo capsule. However, he did not dare to do this, because he has a lot of contact with people, and decided to stay among them. But Ari, due to his age, may not understand. The situation here is deplorable, but livable simply because San cannot leave these people. Dr. Sun has finally revealed the secret of immortality. The man decided to ask if Ari had heard about genetic codes. Our guy answered positively. San is inspired. He wants Ari to guess what will happen when the third and final stage of the code is revealed. After this, anyone will become a god. Our guy thinks this is ridiculous. According to Ari, God cannot exist in the world of science. But San argues that everything depends on your concept of God. When the genetic code develops to stage 3, the ability of immortality can be opened. With this serum, this ability can be transplanted. The genes of past test subjects were stable. San confirmed this. Ari remembered a friend who also said that in order to move to the next level, you can just keep dying. This is the fastest and easiest way. If the guy is wrong, then San somehow made people kill each other. It was an inhuman experiment. Sun does believe that humanity is a hindrance to survival, but without it, the roots of civilization would not have spread. Ari already heard it somewhere, and San believes that his friend was also an observer. The guy decided to find out when the doctor discovered the third stage in himself, but he hasn't done it yet. It's not that simple. Then the hero does not understand why the man has not changed in 10 years. Not even a wrinkle has appeared. He asked about the treatment of non-fatal wounds with excessive survivability. The doctor agreed with this. If it develops to stage 2, a new ability will be discovered. It's not exactly about resurrection in addition to repairing damaged tissue. This ability changes DNA telomeres. Thus, Sun was able to find the second stage, on which a person can get 500 years of life, of course, without repeated uses of stability and resurrection. Thanks to the doctor's work, Ari can get the opportunity of immortality. He can get the keys, but the number of doors depends on the guy. Sun has found the shortest way to achieve the stability code, so the guy doesn't have to worry. Ari is interested to hear about rage mode. According to the doctor, few can develop it to stage 2, let alone 3. Since there are no precedents, Sun cannot guess how the ability will be unlocked, but it will be close to the world of gods. But Ari is only 20. He still has time to think. The transfer of the ability, as Sun reports, can be done up to 50. Our heroes have left the clinic. The doctor will be monitored. Ari is still thinking about the operation. Lydia laughs. If the guy agrees, he will become just like Brooke. Bandits appeared right in front of our couple. They claim that the hero's appearance caused a lot of problems. Our hero is reproached for his courage. He was not afraid to walk without security, and there is also a girl next to him. Ari knew that this was a slum, but he didn't need security either. Our hero is the first person who was able to talk to the trio of the Imperial City. This trio was paid for Ari's head, so they felt sorry for the guy because he would die today. Ari realizes that he hasn't worked his muscles for a long time. He asked Lydia to be more gentle so that she doesn't kill everyone too quickly. The guy wants to play. The head of the trio immediately swung his hand. He wanted to hit Ari. Ari was faster than all his enemies. He was behind him. The enemy was hit with a frying pan. It must have hurt him a lot, even though Ari used a little force. Our guy hopes the leader doesn't die so quickly. Ari isn't done yet. They promised to kill the hero. He decided to ask for forgiveness and permission to fix the man. Ari hit his enemy from behind. He fell immediately. The guy didn't even break a sweat. Lydia had to stop tormenting the guys. But the girl was just warming up. She easily knocked them out. Ari's soldiers appeared in the alley. They came to the noise. The guy ordered his men to tie people on the floor. Ari gave an order to Audrey. She must check everyone who was taken into custody. If any of them took part in the attack, they must be killed. The guy was informed that the Federation had sent ambassadors. They would need to be taken to the reception area next to the palace. Horace suggests taking a step back and drawing a line so as not to bother each other. Ari wants to listen to him. If we use one border, everything Western will belong to the Federation, and everything Eastern will belong to the new Asian Alliance. Passage will be without restrictions. The heroes came to an agreement. Both are counting on good cooperation. After Horace left, Travis came out from behind the screen and wondered if they had come to an agreement. To make sure the guy was convinced of this, Ari showed him the documents. Unfortunately, because of this, Travis will no longer be able to serve as president. Therefore, Ari offered him the position of Federation diplomat. Travis thinks it's all a trap since the Federation is only good at avoiding battles. In order for the guy to stand in the elections, Travis must return to the Federation. This news horrifies the guy. He doesn't want to come back, then they will definitely kill him. Ari asks him to relax. He will definitely not be killed. He will go there as a diplomat of the new Asian Alliance, so no one will dare to touch him. If Travis wants to be president, he needs to listen to our guy. And Travis agreed. He will just have to follow Ari's orders. The hero wants to hear again who sent Travis the letter, but he already said that it was Dr. Sun. Even though it's signed with his name, Ari knows it wasn't him, but Travis doesn't know anything else. Travis specifically asked someone to get a copy of Dr. Sun's handwriting. It was definitely him. And then Ari realized that the guy had been deceived. Ari is sure that the doctor is not sending anything, since he himself recently met with him. Travis promises to follow up on this. At the crossroads between the Federation and the Empire in the city of Kingshan, people were trading. They were offering goods from Wanhai. Someone was selling items for 40% cheaper. Some sell goods below cost. This needs to be reported to the top as soon as possible, that the Federation is lowering prices out of spite. The president laughs because the new Asian Alliance first defeated the Empire, and then suddenly began to help it. Horace agrees with the president. He wonders what their next step will be. They need to wait for the local traders to go bankrupt, and then they will buy the territory and factories. Because of them, the economy will collapse very soon. Audrey does not allow Oliver to pass. He came here from 6th Street. He urgently needs to meet with Ari, but the girl does not let him through. According to Audrey, now is not the best time, but something serious is coming, so the man passes the girl and goes forward. When Oliver opened the door of the room, A banana flew towards him. Ari should go away for a while. Lydia hopes that the guy will return quickly. The guy doesn't understand what Oliver is doing here. The man wants to tell Ari something important. The man reported that Federation merchants in the city are selling goods at low prices, which is why the merchants our heroes work with cannot sell their products. 3 businesses selling nutritional formula had already closed. Ari immediately asked about the Federation. They want to reduce the volume of orders our heroes. In principle, sales of food companies fell by 28%. Ari doesn't understand how the Federation can get so many nutrient mixtures below cost. Oliver explained that they can use the crystals to buy cheap land. Thus they gain more than they lose. But Ari assures that this is not forever. He will take countermeasures. First, Oliver needs to help the guy. The man is ready to do whatever he is ordered to do. The president saw the latest news that the 10 pastures in Wanhai had increased production, causing the value of the crystals to drop greatly. The man does not understand how this could happen. The president realized that the exchange rate had been changed. Horace realized that their crystals would also become worthless. The head of the Federation began to hate our hero. Travis was wise to support the new Asian alliance, and he feels fine as president. Travis doesn't give up the alliance, he just joins the economy sector. It's not that bad. But the Federation merchant makes no difference. The former president fled, Travis said. People from the northern United region took him away. Ari was surprised when he heard about this region. It seems that the latest news has reached there too. It turned out that they forged the letter. Travis will have to monitor the United region. They could go against our heroes. Even after more than 10 years, they have not sent anyone to seize the lands. Travis wants to hope that they have been forgotten. But Pry will never allow himself to be mistaken. If they do decide to start a war and attack the heroes, it will be a war between civilizations. Travis must take everything into account. Ari left the Federation to the guy. He thought that our hero would remain the will of the Emperor. But it's too early for Ari to call it that. Travis was able to exhale. He will take care of the Federation. Finally, the couple returns home. The guy asks how much their territory has increased. Lydia said that the area is about 110,000 square kilometers. But of this entire volume, less than 10,000 have been developed. Most of the land is infested with mutants and zombies. Their restoration may turn out to be more difficult than capture. And then Lydia switched to his home. Brooke immediately realized that her loved ones were back. The girl complains that the guy has been gone for too long. The guy will apologize to her. Brooke hasn't forgotten about her sister. Alex is trying to draw the hero's attention to herself. She was also bored, and Ari wants to see what's going on in that little head. The girl closed her eyes. The guy thought that she didn't want to see him, but that's not true. She just waits and Ari kisses her forehead. Then Ari decided to tease Tina. He decided to kiss her, but the girl does not want this. She ran away from him, but the mother inside Tina wants this. The girl is trying to take control of her body. It's been a while since the guy washed the dishes with his girlfriend. But Brooke understands why he came here, and no one will come to them now. Alex and Tina want to show off their creations. The girls started arguing among themselves, and each wanted to show everything to Ari. But the guy has more important things to do. He asks the girls not to interfere with him. But they will never retreat. It seems that they have decided to start a riot. Ari had to make a choice. Alex would be the first to show off her invention. Tina knew it. She was offended by everyone. Now Alex can start. First, she had to pick up the guy's bracelet. Ari was in anticipation. After a while, the girl finished her work. The bracelet became lighter. After activation, an image of a girl appeared. Her name is Judy. She is an intermediate artificial intelligence. Alex hopes that this will help her brother work faster. Ari thanks the sweet girl. There is a lot of information in the database. With Judy's help, my brother will definitely be able to relax when he looks through the documents. It looks like cheating, even though Alex doesn't know what it is. The girl was so inspired that she almost fell off the sofa. But Ari managed to catch her. She really handed the guy over. Brooke and Tina have noticed that Alex has become more cunning, but she denies it. Now it's Tina's time. The result of her research concerns everyone. Lydia missed everything. She doesn't understand why everyone was gathered here. But the real show is just beginning. Her research into how to transport life forms across worlds. Everyone was shocked. The girl felt uneasy when she saw the faces of the heroes. The girl still needs to conduct an experiment. Alex wants to participate. She will do anything for her brother. Brooke gave the girl a hard time because she is not the only one who wants to sacrifice herself for Ari. The guy forbade the girl to conduct experiments, but she hasn't said anything yet. Everyone should listen to her carefully. Ari calmed down to carry out the experiment. He will need to take a test tube with him when passing through the worlds. Tina is angry that no one understands how much effort is put into the research. Ari does not believe that this little thing can help him. And then the guy moved. They had seen this several times already, but they were still surprised. Ari quickly returned, and Tina wonders what's going on with her test tube. The guy feels as usual, now the girl is waiting for her test tube. Tina began checking all the indicators, they were within normal limits. Everything is fine, the girl did well. The cells in this test tube remained alive as she thought. But experiments cannot be carried out on people. The clue is antimatter. In this test tube, 20 ml of cell solution consumed about 0.01 ml of antimatter. Although 0.01 ml is very little, Tina even searched for that amount for 6 months. It is much easier to collect antimatter in space. But in the world of the apocalypse, this is not possible, since space debris has formed a ring around the Earth. Now Ari is thinking about another world, and Tina decided to find out if the necessary technologies are there. Anyway, this is a good start. Now it's time for everyone to go to bed. In the morning, Ari will return to the other world. Since the couple has little time left, they must celebrate everything that night. Then they need to hurry. And so the guy returned to his world. He immediately appeared near Aisha. Again, someone came to the heroes, but this time it was Megan. Ari was surprised that she came so early as it turned out. During the guy's absence, she often came here to find out if the guy had returned. The guy went to open the door, but the girl wants to find a way to push them towards each other. Megan was about to leave, but Ari managed to open the door. He immediately hugged the girl to him and asked if the girl missed him. But it was all Megan's fantasy. Ari noticed that the girl was flying in the clouds. The girl really wants the guy to stop his habit of disappearing. The guy wanted to invite the girl to breakfast, and he also had to show something. As soon as Aisha saw the girl, she began to implement her plan. She accidentally spilled milk on Megan. Aisha quickly ran away to look after breakfast, and Ari had to escort the guest upstairs. Aisha watched as the heroes left. She did everything she could. Then it was up to them. Megan threw all his dirty clothes out of the laundry before taking a swim. Ari doesn't understand what Aisha is doing. He understands that everything was done on purpose. The girl left a letter, she went out shopping, it was all on purpose. Megan felt good after her shower, and a change of clothes is in the top closet. But there were no normal clothes there. Everything would be too tight for her. Megan even put her underwear in the wash. The girl would be almost naked in Aisha's clothes, fortunately. The washer has a drying function, so she decided to wait. But the girl is hungry, so she had to go down. She was wearing the only dress that fit. Megan found out that Aisha had left. Ari decided to show an interesting thing. A virtual girl offers her help. This technology is called Judy's office. Ari said that it was created specifically to help manage the company. From today, every employee should have this software. The girl will definitely like this technology. Megan was surprised that it was so easy to use. Even a fool could figure it out. Ari was right. Natasha came to visit Ari again. Every time the girl comes to Ari's house, it seems so spacious and bright. It is much better than Natasha's small apartment. Natasha wanted to move here. Megan intervened in their conversation. She thought that Aisha had returned. Megan doesn't understand that Natasha forgot here. Considering Megan's outfit, Natasha realized that she had upset the mood of the heroes. Natasha's boss wants to meet with Ari, but the girl doesn't say what will happen to the guy if he refuses. This is not very urgent. The boss gave enough time to think about it. Therefore, from today, Natasha will live in this house. The guy doesn't have to worry. She will pay the rent. The guy didn't have time to refuse her when Megan approached him. She doesn't understand why Ari didn't tell her anything. Therefore, the girl also decided to stay here. It was time to check if the laundry was finished. Ari was glad that all the girls would live in the same house. Aisha would not be alone now, but he would have a problem with moving. The guy looked forward and saw all the beauty of Megan, for which the girl slapped him in the face. When Aisha arrived, she immediately asked what the heroes were doing, but there was nothing. The girl said that the Crescent Islands sent a message. A civilian ship appeared 300 kilometers from it. There are suspicions that there are zombies on board. Ari came up with an idea he would go there himself. The guy was about to leave with Aisha, but he remembered that there was another person in the house. Natasha likes to ride a boat so much. At this time, Aisha tried to understand what she was doing at their house. As a result, Aisha will have to look after the girl. Ivan reported that a distress signal had been received from the open sea. Sensor drones had detected zombies on board. The life signals are weak, so they need to carry out a rescue operation immediately. The heroes flew to the ship. It seems they have problems. Ari is not going to leave this to the UN. They went aboard. The zombies immediately drew attention to our heroes. They must open fire. Ari and Ivan went to the people's cabins to sleep. The rest remained upstairs. The heroes came very close to the place of the signal. The door was locked, so Ari shot the lock. The man was in a bathtub filled to the brim with water. As soon as the man came to his senses, he immediately recognized Ari. It appears that the drug dealers are reading the newspapers. Authorities asked about the man, but Ari said he was not on the list of survivors. Our guy wants to know if this man saw the man in the picture. Unfortunately, he knows him. Now he will tell his story. Anyone who knows Hal knows that he doesn't like to talk about business when he's on vacation, so Tanaka needs to change the subject. But Tanaka still decided to ask if Hal was interested in 10 tons of salt in the end. Payment would take place without intermediaries, and someone else would choose the location of the transaction. For 10 tons, Hal wants 10 million, Tanaka can only offer 5. The man doesn't even want to discuss this, so Tanaka decided to use his method. He lost consciousness. Hal did not understand what happened. It seemed that his interlocutor had died. The body was disposed of. When Hal entered his cabin, he saw a living man. Hal can't believe his eyes. He doesn't need to know how it happened. Tanaka has died twice already and was resurrected each time. It seems his hat is some kind of mechanism that kills him when he takes it off. Care continued to tell. He woke up in the bathroom. Now Tanaka wants to hear answers to his questions. Only he forgot that the man couldn't speak because of the tape. Tanaka explained that they are both people who have been replaced with fakes. Hal wants to pay off. The man just wants 10 tons of salt. Even though Hal said he would give everything, Tanaka never trusts anyone. He wants to know where the tea plantations and salt factory are. But Hal remains silent. Then Tanaka opened the tap and the torture began. In the end, Hal promises to tell everything. Hal also told Ari everything. He even showed the place on the map. Ari is glad that the man told everything. His choice could save many lives. Hal felt very ashamed. Ari didn't understand why at first. Then the guy remembered that all this time he had been talking to a drug dealer. Tanaka arrived at his goal. Aesop is truly a beautiful place. A man entered one establishment and was immediately recognized. At the entrance, his phone was taken away. Tanaka did not have a weapon. The man does not understand how he can come to such a place without him. They began to search the man anyway, and they found a test tube on him. Tanaka warned that it should not be opened, but they did not listen to him. The man took the test tube from the unfortunate man. He began to change. Over time, the guy became a zombie. It was an amazing effect from the improved T-virus. Everyone present began to ask what Tanaka did, but it was not his fault. He warned and was ignored. The guy rushed at his friend. He began to bite him. He became a monster. That's what happens when you don't listen to advice. The man Tanaka came to see did not show up for the meeting. He sent his gang to make sure the man was not cooperating with other parties. Tanaka has a lot of time. He decided to show his interlocutor what happened to his gang. Tanaka doesn't need money. He wants something else. At the estate, the man reports that Tanaka has still not been found. Even the underground forces have not helped him. The head immediately began shouting at the man that he was useless. After he contacts Takeda, he will have to delete any data associated with the black ship. It's best that Tanaka did it on another country's ship and allowed the United States government to track him down. The United States will not leave this unanswered. Even if the Japanese government comes to the defense, they will find a way to infiltrate the company. On the Crescent Island, Ari explains to Ivan that they have a very dangerous enemy. The soldier must be mentally prepared. Just in case, Ari will inject Ivan with a special genetic drug. This time it will be stronger. Their enemy may or may not be a Tonka. Ari decided to say that their enemy could be an alien. Ivan was surprised. He was not afraid. He had just seen a lot of science fiction, but never thought that he would encounter something like this in his life. The man doubts that it's normal to talk about this. It's a big secret. It's time for them to start. Immediately after the injection, Ivan will lead the Aesop team to the salt farm and tea plantation. Tanaka will need to be destroyed on the spot. Ari arrived in Japan. Stan asks his employee to hurry up Tanaka. Takeda decided to take a taxi. He doesn't understand how you can rule the world by cleaning up connections. When Takeda got into the car, he was surprised that the driver was a beautiful foreigner. He decided to talk to her. Takeda said that she could hear his name. The man is a famous person. He wanted to know the driver's name. The man even offered her a new job where she could relax. Suddenly Ari appeared in the car. He wants to talk to Takeda. The man doesn't understand why our guy is here. He started screaming for help and Aisha knocked him out. Only it had to be done from the very beginning, before he started screaming. This time, everyone is indebted to Natasha. At the estate, the general was informed that Takeda was missing, so he ordered that he be found and killed. In the forest, Ari wants Takeda to answer all his questions. Japanese General Hugh is behind the spread of the T-virus. What happened in the Philippines was also approved by the government. It's Tanaka's fault about the cruise. Takeda doesn't know how much T-virus can be made from 10 tons of salt. But this amount is enough to turn North America into hell. A security guard was watching Tanaka. The man already thinks that he remembers everything. Tanaka knows who sent him here and why. He explains that when working with such a virus, you need to be careful. They came to the man, so he left all the remaining work to the security guard, who would have to make the virus. The man was told that a group of armed men had appeared in Aesop. He immediately realized that his old enemy had come for him. 97 tons of salt were transported to the desert, Tanaka told the formula to the guard. But he still wouldn't live long. Tanaka knew that he was sniffing out information, but did not kill him. Plus, he told him the formula. The black ship is already close. Soon this world will remember their names. Everyone will be afraid of them. Tanaka wonders if Sakdar will fight the enemies here, or will he meet his end. He has no choice, so he will fight. Ivan is located next to a drug laboratory in Aesop. Next to it there are civilians, 80% of whom are involved in drug production. Sakdar prepared the soldiers. He warned that the enemy was close. Suddenly a guard came out of the wall. He was unlucky and became a zombie. Tanaka warned that the guard would become a zombie if he could not create the virus correctly. The man, just in case, gave Sakdar a drug so that zombies would not attack him. Sakdar remembered about the pills. He threw them to his soldiers. But they couldn't catch them. It looks like they need to leave here. Ivan feels that something is wrong with this village. He left those two to his man. Ivan heard a scream. A zombie was running straight towards him. All the residents have turned into zombies. The soldiers can only change their plans. They must kill everyone. Ari left Takeda in the grove. He didn't need to kill him. Takeda knows too much. Ari understands that his boss is in a panic because he suddenly disappeared. They will kill him anyway. Aisha stopped abruptly, the heat source ahead. There were zombies ahead. There were 56 of them. One of them was human. First, the heroes must get out of the car. It is not safe. Before you start shooting, you need to inspect the surroundings. Ari saw Tanaka again. The man wants to resolve the conflict once and for all. Ari thinks he's going to fight the guy with the zombies. But Tanaka says our guy shouldn't underestimate his enemy. These were real mutants. The man is mad. He likes to look at this picture. In this case, the gun slows down the process due to reloading. So Ari decided to use a different weapon. The guy took the sword out of storage. He threw it to Aisha, and Natasha doesn't understand where he got it from. Natasha knows how to use a sword, but she wants to hear an explanation about what is happening. Ari promised to discuss everything after the battle. The girl liked the new weapon. It was effective. The guy warned that everyone should aim for the head. The main thing is not to stand in the clouds. Tanaka watched the guy from above. It seemed that 56 zombies were not enough to defeat him. These zombies were from the village. It was hard for Tanaka to bring them here. Ari had played all his cards, so they would have to meet another time. The man was surprised by this statement. The guy asks Aisha to take Natasha away, but the girl doesn't like it. She was waiting for an explanation. The man doesn't understand why Ari is keeping a secret. Sooner or later, they will become famous throughout the world. Ari has a guess. Everyone who has seen the man assumes that Tanaka is one person, but our guy believes that this is not so. The guy decided to talk about cloud computing. All programs run on a remote server. Ari continued to explain the theory of calculation. Of course, this was not done to teach Tanaka anything new. If the guy guessed correctly, the man can take off his hat. When the man took off his hat, nothing happened. This is impossible. Apparently, this was the guy's guess. The so-called resurrection is based on a special type of cloud computing. The memories and thinking of user A are transferred to user B. But how does a black ship several light years away know when to resurrect a man? So Ari suggested that the key is the hat, which is the resurrection activator. Klein's particles interfere with each other. Ari can do the same to interrupt communication with the black ship. Now no one will save the man. The guy rushed at him with a sword. But the sword broke. Ari could only scratch the man. The guy doesn't understand how this could happen. Then the man saw Stan. Stan was floating in the air. He looked majestic. Stan calls the future a time when innocents are killed and humanity is rejected. Ari is not going to look at this. He took out a new weapon for attack. The blow went through his body. Ari again does not understand what is happening. Ari would not be able to touch him. He even thought that a god had appeared before him. Stan is an astrologer and biologist. All the answers to Ari's questions are in the future. The man will take Tanaka with him. It doesn't matter whether Ari wants to see the future or not. Sooner or later it will come. Stan cannot judge Ari's ideas, since it is impossible to judge the future from the current point of view. The man is intrigued. He will not allow the guy to be killed. Ari did not understand whether the man was obeying the orders of the black ship, and after a while, Stan disappeared. Aisha tries to hold Natasha. If she tries to leave again, the girl will knock her out. Aisha doesn't know who the flying man is. Then Natasha wants to know Ari's secret. Ari thinks that Stan is waiting for him in the future, but he creates his own future. The guy approached the car. Natasha immediately went outside. She wants to know what is happening. A few days later, the girl asks why Ari locked himself in his room, but Aisha is not going to explain anything to her. The girl is faithful to the guy because she loves him. This surprised Natasha. Such young girls are often blinded by love. They should not follow someone. After this phrase, Aisha decided to find out how old Natasha is. But that wasn't the point. Natasha doesn't want to talk to the girl anymore. Pry returned to another world for a short time. Brooke does not understand why he is in such a hurry this time. He explained that he had one problem going around the house. If the guy was gone for a long time, she might suspect something. Brooke suggested just getting rid of this problem as always. Everything is simple and cruel for her. If everything was so easy, the guy would have done just that. He explains that human relationships there are much more complex. Problems are not solved by violence. After 3 days, the guy left his room. Ari made a decision about a meeting with his boss. The heroes flew to the country of Sue, Natasha's homeland. Now is the best time to visit. The man's name is Mironov. He will be the driver of our heroes. The heroes chose the perfect time to travel. This city is one of the most beautiful places in the world during winter. The heroes will be able to turn to a man if they need anything. Ari doesn't need to stand on ceremony. That's Natasha's job. Ari would like to know when they can discuss this matter. He hopes that it will not take long. But the guy will need to wait 3 days, as he needs to organize a meeting with the gentleman. The guy is interested in what awaits him. But Natasha will not reveal secret information. She can only say that there is a connection with the current situation in Europe. Ari is going to rest in her room, while Natasha will stay in the hall. He decided to ask if the girl was afraid that he might do something to her while she was sleeping. Natasha recalled that he had many opportunities while she was at his house. It seemed to her that the guy would not have enough courage. Ari decided to deal with her after he got out of the shower. When the guy came out of the shower, he saw that the girl had drunk a lot of beer. She was not afraid of getting fat. She was wondering if the guy would join her. Ari has something to do. The guy is going to visit the airline in the morning, a meeting in the afternoon, and a private cocktail party in the evening. Suddenly, Natasha turned pale. The girl did not want to talk anymore. She was tired and went to bed. Now Ari was convinced that women are difficult to understand. Before the party, Ari will have some free time, so the girl wants to become his guide and show him the city. The guy agreed. When they were walking, it started snowing. The girl loves this weather. Ari was surprised that the agent behaved like a child at the sight of snow. After these words, the girl wants the guy to go to the party alone. The guy simply remained silent after the girl's statement, but she was waiting for an answer from him, yes or no. Ari decided to ask if it was normal for a girl to be the former leader of a reconnaissance group. Natasha called him sexist. The guy suggested forgetting about gender. People usually graduate from college at the age of 20. In the country of Ari, there are only 2 ways to become a leader. Ari, of course, doesn't care. If the girl said she was over 40, then he would believe it. For the guy, it was a normal conversation. He doesn't understand why the girl wanted to hit him. He noticed that Natasha had become somehow sensitive. The girl asked the guy for forgiveness today. She is in a very bad mood. In the evening, Ari was welcomed into the kingdom. There is a rule here that guests must try vodka or water. The guy chose the first and drank the drink with ease. At this time, Natasha came to her mother at the cemetery. She came to see her again. 11 years have passed. The girl promises to resign. Ari came to the meeting alone. Not even the security consultant came. The man just wanted to know why Natasha didn't come with the guy. Ari has known the girl for a long time, but he doesn't know her last name, so the man decided to introduce himself again. The man's name is Vladimir Nikolaev. Natasha is his daughter. Vladimir hopes that the guy will understand him correctly. It seems that the girl still doesn't want to see her father. The guy is very sorry. When he said that Admiral Nikolaev was hosting the party, Natasha immediately asked for leave. The man just wants to see his daughter, but Ari faces more than just a father. He is also an admiral, general of the 58th Army Group. By the way, the man wanted the guy to meet someone. Compared to the future of the country, the party is not that important, so they will calmly leave it. A man appeared in front of Ari and greeted our guy. The guy is slightly surprised. He didn't think they would meet like this. Ari thought it was just a private party. The man began to talk about the golden apple, their future. Ari does not understand what he is leading to. Ari understands that the president is straightforward. What he hates most is beating around the bush. The guy decided to look at the man's reaction, so he said that aliens were taking over the earth. This was unexpected information, but it is not unfounded. The man has no reason not to trust the guy. Ari does not believe that he bought it. Many years ago, an aerospace system picked up a data signal sent from outer space. Ari thought it might have happened during World War II. A few months ago, the signal returned with a different frequency. The researchers are sure that they originated from the same place. Ari understands that he should not hear this. With the guy's capabilities, he would have caught the signal himself. Besides, the president hopes for cooperation, but Ari thinks that they met for the first time. They must work together because they have a common enemy. The rogue soldiers claim to be mercenaries hired by the country's President Wu, with their finances coming from a confusing array of sources. Everything leads to one organization, namely Vilinas. They are not just ordinary mercenaries. They are seriously armed compared to the Sioux country's army group. The man wants to know if Ari can handle it. Ari doesn't think Valinas is his enemy. They are the ones that Ari will have to face before meeting her main enemy. Ari needs 100 million and a military base. But the country of Su never gives the right to another country or private institution to build military bases on its territory. They can raise the hiring price within a reasonable amount, but they cannot accept this condition. But Ari explains that the president has got it all wrong. Of course, he will not build a base on the territory of a foreign country. Since there is a war with the country of Wu, the base will be located within the borders. Then the president will help with the negotiations. Vladimir showed on the map a route that will serve as a supply line. All expenses will be borne by them. If everything goes well, it will be possible to move 2 brigades across the border. But Ari explains that there is no need for this. It is too slow. Ari pointed to a new point on the map. The meeting ended. Ari was surprised how cold the nights were here. The guy was returning to the hotel when suddenly he was called. Natasha was sitting on the street. Ari thought that she was resting at the hotel. Ari has never seen her in this state. She is about to turn into a snowman. The guy invited the girl to return to the hotel. He even brushed the snow off her. Ari gave her a hot drink and sat down next to her. The girl had something on her mind that she wanted to share. He decided to have a drink with the girl. Natasha found herself in Ari's arms. She was still able to wrap him around her finger. When the guy woke up, he had the girl's underwear in his hands. Now he doesn't know how to communicate with her. Whatever Ari went through is nothing. The guy decided to talk to Natasha, but the girl was nowhere to be found. Ari already thought that she was hiding because she was shy. The guy thinks that he said something unnecessary. Aisha appeared when he called her. Ari understands that the girl knows everything. Aisha said that Natasha left, but she does not know where exactly. Ari is embarrassed that the girl left without saying a word. It seems that she is ready to sever all ties with the guy. The girl will help find her. She will tell the ghostly agents to find out her location. If Natasha is still in the country, then she is safe. Aisha wanted to leave, but Ari stopped her. The girl would have to do something else. The guy wants the girl to have all the information about Natasha's mother. To the northwest of Donetsk, Natasha brought the last document the organization advises the man to hide. The man was going to do this without other people's advice. Natasha did not bring only a cigar, as she was leaving in a hurry. He hasn't smoked these exquisite cigars for a month. He misses them. Natasha wants to know if the man has any leads on her case, and he said that he has 2 news. As Aisha reported, Marina, Natasha's mother, was found dead in a hotel during the war between the countries of Su and Gru. She was recognized as an agent. Natasha hates her father because of her mother's death. No matter how you look at it, this is not entirely correct. It seems that this is connected with the cause of death. Ari thought that Marina died because of her husband. But why did he need to do this when they worked in completely different areas of government? Aisha suggested that Vladimir did not marry the girl of his own free will. But this makes no sense, since he still has not found anyone for himself. They need to stop focusing on this. The girl may be on the Su-Wu front, so the heroes leave now. On the front line, soldiers captured an officer from the Wu country. The man claimed that he was an informant working for the Su country security bureau. The soldier thought it was a joke and hit him. The soldiers demand that the man show evidence, but he has no identification. He wants to be taken at his word. But soldiers see such informants every day, so he cannot be trusted. The man's name is Ian. He hopes that the soldiers will contact the authorities. He hopes that Natasha will call his name. Otherwise it will be too late. As it turned out, the death of the mother was connected with the father. The special forces of the 58th group were involved in her murder. Old man Vladimir would not want Natasha to know about her mother. She was actually a double agent.